To avenge my parents' tragic deaths? At just 6 years old, I took my milk bottle and slaughtered 673 members of the enemy family. Subsequently, I was classified as a 6S level threat by the 749 Bureau and locked away in the most mysterious 9th prison. Not only was I born with immense strength, but I also possess the world's only spirit Dao body. A fierce ghost sister with 1,000 years of cultivation has accompanied me since birth. And even every person I kill turns into a spirit under my command. Now, as I gaze upon the 673 corpses before me, I murmur, "Mom, Dad, I've finally avenged you." At that very moment, the roar of engines and the wail of police sirens echoed in the distance, followed by a group of officers rushing out of their vehicles with guns drawn. Yet when they saw me holding a milk bottle, covered in blood, they all froze in place, their faces filled with disbelief. One officer cautiously approached me, muttering under his breath, "He's just a child. How can someone so young face such a horrifying scene? What will become of him?" The officer then took off his jacket and gently draped it over my shoulders. "Don't worry, little one. We will make sure the murderer is brought to justice," he said, softening his voice as much as possible to comfort the seemingly traumatized child. "Little one, did you see who did this?" the officer asked, pointing at the densely packed corpses on the ground. "I did." I stared straight at the officer, answering crisply. "Then where did you see him run off to?" The officer pressed again. "Run? He didn't run. Hasn't he been right here all along?" I tilted my head, speaking with an innocent expression. Hearing my words, the officer's nerves instantly tensed up, and his body instinctively reacted, shielding me behind him. "Don't be afraid, little one. Uncle will protect you," the officer said, his voice trembling slightly as cold sweat poured uncontrollably from his body. I raised my head and gave the officer a strange look. "Officer Uncle, weren't you supposed to catch the murderer? Why are you protecting the murderer instead?" My words left the officer utterly confused. Just as he turned around to explain, he saw a female ghost suddenly appear behind me. The ghost's red wedding dress fluttered faintly in the wind, emitting a foul stench mixed with the scent of blood. "Oh my God! It's a ghost!" The officer turned pale with fright, jumping up uncontrollably and stumbling backward. "Uncle Officer, weren't you going to arrest me?" I stretched out my 2 blood-stained little hands, waving them in front of the officer's face. "I killed everyone here, you know." The officer's mind was in complete chaos, standing dazed and unresponsive on the spot. "Move aside." Just then, 3 men in Taoist robes appeared like phantoms, abruptly pushing the officer aside. "Get your people out of here, this is beyond your capability to handle," one of the Taoists said, pulling out a yellow talisman inscribed with the character "Kill" written in Black Dog's blood. "A Taoist priest?" I muttered softly, then turned to look at the female ghost, my eyes filled with a hint of concern. "Sister, are you scared?" The female ghost couldn't speak, only shaking her head slightly. The aura around her grew even colder, clearly not taking these 3 Taoist priests seriously. "Turns out it's a vengeful ghost." One of the priests frowned and began chanting under his breath. "Demon-suppressing talisman." With a loud shout from the priest, the yellow talisman in his hand suddenly burst into flames mid-air, transforming into a gleaming sword that shot straight toward the female ghost. Yet the female ghost merely waved her hand lightly, and the sharp sword seemed to collide with an invisible wall, instantly dissipating into thin air. How is this possible? The Taoist's face revealed an expression of disbelief, clearly not expecting the female ghost to be this powerful. "Female ghost, leave this child alone if you know what's good for you, or we will surely vanquish you today." The Taoist feigned composure and shouted sternly. The female ghost remained unmoved, still standing quietly before the 3 Taoists, but the aura around her grew increasingly terrifying. "Boss Lu, stop wasting words with her. Whether she's a child or not, killing this female ghost would be upholding justice," another Taoist said impatiently. "No, after all, she's still a child." Boss Lu hesitated, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. "A child?" The Taoist beside him sneered and retorted, "Have you ever seen a 6-year-old child who killed over 600 people without batting an eye? She might have her mind controlled." Boss Lu remained unwilling to strike a child and could only desperately fabricate excuses. "Old Lu, stop deceiving yourself," the Taoist raised his voice. "Even if his mind is controlled by a vengeful spirit, his body would still show natural reactions. Have you ever seen him display any discomfort? In my opinion, this female ghost might very well be nurtured by this child." The Taoist's words struck old Lu like a heavy hammer, jolting him awake.
This Taoist priest's words were like a heavy hammer that woke Boss Lu up hard. He sighed helplessly. "This? Well, then the eyes became firm. To subdue her, you need the 3 of us together. This female ghost, at least 500 years of Taoism." Lin San stood beside the female ghost, his small figure forming a strange combination with the female ghost's eerie figure. There wasn't the slightest fear in his eyes, but rather a calmness. "Sister, let's make a killing together today." Lin San once again looked at the female ghost, who did not make a sound at this time. but instead pulled Lin San's small hand and walked step by step towards the 3 Taoist priests. "Brother Taoist, do you really want to kill me?" Lin San's voice was as if it came from hell, suddenly becoming hollow. These 3 Taoist priests froze and drew out their magic weapons. "Child, I know that you are in control of your mind by this stern spirit. How about this? As long as you can get away from her, we'll let you go on your own," Boss Lu said. However, these 3 people had become a triangle and had surrounded Lin San and the female ghost in the center. The magic weapon in his hand also chanted involuntarily. "Brother Taoist, I'm not a 3-year-old. I'm 6 years old this year. It's not that good. Since you won't let us live, I'll have to ask you to die." Saying that, Lin San's figure was as fast as it could be, directly rushing towards the Taoist priest who was holding a lightning strike wooden sword, and without even hesitating, he directly stabbed at the speeding Lin San. Lin San, as if he was oblivious, stretched out his small, childish, bloodied hand and leapt up, stabbing it towards the Taoist priest's chest. The female ghost also moved at this time, instantly splitting into 2 figures, directly blocking Boss Lu and the other Taoist priest. It was as if the look said, "Your opponent is me." The Taoist priest who was attacked by Lin San, the lightning strike wooden sword in his hand, directly stabbed at Lin San's body. In a flash, threads of thunder appeared on the lightning strike wood, directly fixing Lin San in mid-air. "Kid, with this level of skill, you'd better go back to the furnace and rebuild." At this moment, Lin San's face was devoid of fluctuations. Instead, he was wearing an innocent smile. Really? Could it be that the Taoist brother is very powerful? Just when this Taoist priest thought that he was winning, he only saw a spirit body appear behind Lin San once again, which was emitting a black aura. There was no head, but in his hand, he held a huge axe that opened up the mountain, directly splitting the thunder. Lin San instantly regained his freedom. His body that was stuck in mid-air suddenly moved, and his tender little hands continued forward to penetrate the Taoist priest's chest. "Sandy!" Boss Lu cried out, and tears cut out of his eyes. "Brat, you deserve to die." Then he directly shook off the female ghost and charged towards Lin San. Seeing this, the headless stern ghost behind Lin San aimed his giant axe at Boss Lu. Without the slightest bit of nonsense, it directly chopped over. Lin San also pulled out the hand that was forked into his chest, and there was also a rolling, beating heart in his hand. "What a wonderful picture," Lin San murmured to himself, opened his bottle, clutched his heart with both hands in a death grip, and then the heart began to flow out little by little with wisps of blood, dripping down into the bottle. When the last ounce of blood had been squeezed out, it was a satisfying moment to put the lid on the bottle. "Still, heart's blood tastes good," he said, taking a sip of the warm, fresh blood from the bottle. Chapter 3. The Female Ghost Falls. "My name is Mushishi." Boss Lu sidestepped and barely avoided the fatal blow from the headless ghost, but his Taoist robe had been torn by the axe wind and his hair was in disarray. His eyes were red, staring angrily at Lin San. His mouth recited words, his hands quickly formed a seal. A golden light flickered in his palm, and then violently launched out, transforming into a huge net of light towards Lin San. The runes on top of the light net flickered, emitting a powerful binding power, one of his crushing spells. Lin San, however, did not panic, capping the milk bottle that had taken a sip of blood and putting it into his arms. Giving a wink to the female ghost beside him, the female ghost understood and shifted her body, turning into a blood mist wrapped around the light net. The blood mist and the runes eroded each other, emitting nuisance sounds, and in a moment, a large hole was corroded in the light net. At this moment, the remaining Taoists took advantage of Lin San's distraction and quietly circled around behind him, holding a money sword and shouting under his breath, "Evil breaking sword spell." In the next moment, the light on the money sword flourished, stabbing straight at Lin San's back. It was as if Lin San had eyes behind his back. His feet flicked, he dodged sideways, and backhandedly grabbed the Taoist priest's wrist and twisted it with force. Only heard a click sound. The Taoist priest's wrist should be broken. The money sword off the hand fell to the ground. Lin San smoothly inserted his palm into this Taoist priest's chest. "Brother Taoist, sneaking up on people is not a good habit." As the voice fell, another heart appeared in Lin San's hand. Seeing this, Boss Lu's heart was a mixture of grief and anger, and he forced himself to hold back his tears as he bellowed, "Heaven and earth Xuanzong, the root of all air, cultivate widely for billions of kalpas, and prove my divine power." As the incantation rang out, spiritual energy surged around him, and his figure instantly drew up several feet taller, his muscles churning and his strength skyrocketing. A fist was swung out, directly smashing the headless night ghost out of the air. Once again, he rushed towards Lin San. Each step left a deep footprint on the ground, and the earth trembled. Seeing that the headless stern ghost no longer had the strength to fight again, Lin San directly picked up the fallen mountain opening giant axe and swung it to meet him. Only that the giant axe was even taller than Lin San's figure, and this bizarre image shocked the officers watching the battle from afar. What kind of existence did this me just face? The officer's back was drenched in sweat, and now he realized that he had just stepped into a ghost. Just as the giant axe collided with Boss Lu's fist, the heavens and earth shook. The airwaves spread in all directions, toppling the surrounding ruins once again. The two figures also flew back a few steps under this collision. Lin San looked at Boss Lu with cold eyes, without a trace of pity. Why, when you could have been spared death? Why are you stopping me? I just want to avenge my parents. Lin San's tone was filled with anger, and his eyes looking at Boss Lu were gloomy and terrifying. Kid, don't talk too much. You've sinned a lot. I'm doing it for heaven. Boss Lu's heart regretted immensely, regretted defending Lin San. If he had made a move to take it down in the beginning, maybe the two senior brothers wouldn't have to die. Take the place of heaven? Oh, how do you know if this heavenly way is good or bad? Did anyone ever stand up for me when they killed my parents? No. Lin San tore his heart and lungs out in a roar, holding a huge axe as he took a step towards Boss Lu. It's because the Zhang family has a lot of power behind them. Even the police station is under their control. Do you know what it's like to go up and down? So they all deserve to die. Those who stand in my way deserve to die too. The more Lin San said, the more angry she became. Clenching her small fists, she directly turned her head to look at the red-clothed female ghost and nodded towards her. In the next moment, a mouth snapped out above the red-clothed female ghost's covered head, directly devouring the headless stern ghost that was dying on the side in one bite. After devouring it, the hostile aura on the female ghost in red once again skyrocketed, and the nails on her miserable white fingers began to grow crazily, as if they were a sharp sword, and grabbed towards Boss Lu. Boss Lu's brow furrowed. Even though he now had an ancestor enchantment on him, it wouldn't last long. At that moment, with a heartbeat, he slapped his palm to his own chest, and the blood in his mouth sprayed smoothly. Then he shouted, "Erlang Jinjuan, help me. It's urgent." Only to see that between Boss Lu's eyebrows, an extra eye unexpectedly appeared and shone towards the female ghost. Ah! The female ghost instantly let out a miserable scream after feeling this terrifying holy power. "Sister!" Lin San bellowed. "You seek death." Knowing that without this female ghost, there would be no current Lin San, the importance of the female ghost was indescribable. Lin San held his giant axe and slashed at Boss Lu once again. Boss Lu, under Erlang Jinjuan's augmentation, a tri-pointed two-bladed sword directly appeared in his hand, and he met Lin San and stabbed him. The strike sent Lin San flying in one go. "Kid, if that's all you've got, then you can go to hell." Boss Lu was like an invincible god of war at the moment, wielding his three-pointed two-edged sword once again wanting to end Lin San. The female ghost dodged and directly blocked Lin San's body. The three-pointed two-edged blade went straight through the female ghost's chest. "No! Sister!" Tears came to Lin San's eyes, but now it was obvious that he was no match for Boss Lu. The female ghost's cover was directly blown off by Boss Lu's divine power at this moment, revealing a stunning face. Although the face is like fat jade without the slightest blood color, but also can be seen eyebrows and eyes like a picture Shaoyan childish teeth. Tears were hanging above this face at the moment. You're going to, well, live on. Sister. First, go ahead." The voice was dry and it was extremely difficult to utter a few words. "No, don't you leave me, sister." Lin San's tears wet his cheeks, but even if Lin San cried, it didn't help. The female ghost's form had already begun to dissipate. My name is Mushishi." When she said her name, Mushishi directly dissipated into the air. Lin San mouthed Mushish's name silently. This was the first time he had heard this female ghost's name. After the female ghost dissipated, Lin San had an extra bead in his hand. This is the ghost pearl," Boss Lu exclaimed in shock. This ghost bead can only be borne by a stern ghost with 1,000 years of Tao. It stands to reason that as long as the ghost pearl exists, there's a possibility that this stern ghost can be resurrected. Boss Lu said to himself words that made Lin San listen in. You said you could resurrect? A glimmer appeared in Lin San's eyes, and his voice became agitated. So what if I am? You think you'll live through today? Boss Lu also graciously admitted it, clearly already seeing Lin San as someone who would surely die. Just as Boss Lu was about to make another move, a silhouette suddenly appeared in the sky. Stay under the knife. Chapter 4. The Legendary Ninth Prison. Boss Lu's knife stalled in mid-air. The tip of the knife had pierced the skin of Lin San's chest. Looking up at the person in the sky, his body gave a slight lurch, and the hand holding the sword couldn't help but tremble. You're the human immortal Li Lao from Bureau 749. Boss Lu recognized the visitor at the moment. What? Does Elder Li want to save this son? Elder Li walked down slowly, as if there were steps in the air, walking idly. You can go. Elder Li didn't say too much, but his tone was filled with unquestionable majesty. He must die. Boss Lu felt Elder Li's pressure and his cold sweat involuntarily flowed out. I said, you can off. Elder Li said again. No. He killed 2 of my senior brothers. I must take revenge. Boss Lu's eyes revealed anger as he said that he was about to stab the 3-pointed 2-edged knife in his hand into Lin San's body. Get out. Elder Li let out an explosive cry, then dispersed Boss Lu's divine power enchantment, and in the next moment his figure flew backwards, a mouthful of blood gushing out, his face as pale as paper. Good. Today's shame. I will definitely go to your 749th Bureau to seek some justice in the future. Then he carried the bodies of his 2 brothers into the car and sped away. Seeing that Boss Lu had left, Elder Li helped Lin San up. Not bad. A natural-born spirit body that can summon ghosts. Elder Li nodded appreciatively. What, you want to kill me too? Lin San faced Elder Li. His body unexpectedly began to disobey his own commands. It was obvious that Elder Li's cultivation was like a huge mountain for Lin San to overcome. Kill you? I'm not that boring, but you need to pay for what you did today, said Li Lao with a wave of his sleeve robe. A shackle directly appeared to bind Lin San's feet and hands, just like shackles. No matter how hard Lin San tried, he couldn't open it. Little doll, don't waste your energy. This is the immortal binding rope, non-human immortals can't untie it. Elder Li's eyes were filled with a confident gleam. What do you want? Lin San asked. What for? Going to send you to jail, of course. Squatting. Lin San's eyes flickered. Aren't you afraid I'll break out of jail? Elder Li disdainfully glanced at Lin San. If you can, I'll set you free. After saying that, he directly grabbed Lin San and sped off into the distance. After everyone left, the ill-fated police department began cleaning up the scene. After about 2 hours of flying, a pitch-black prison appeared in front of the 2. Above that prison, there was only a 9 written. What is the meaning of this, old man? Lin San looked at Elder Li and pointed his finger at that number. You're very rude, little one. Elder Li wasn't angry and explained. This is the 9th prison, which I don't think you've ever heard of at your age. But I can tell you that this is a prison exclusive to Bureau 749, and every prisoner held in it is highly skilled. So it's up to you to survive here. After Elder Li finished speaking, he took out a file bag from his arms, then took a deep breath. Where's the warden? The warden, who was currently leisurely sipping his tea, was startled when he heard Elder Li's voice and directly fell off his stool. What the? Am I hallucinating? Before the warden could return to his senses, Elder Li's voice sounded again. Holy! It's really this old murderer. The warden hurriedly trotted to the gate, and through the doorway he just happened to see Elder Li standing in the doorway. Cold sweat instantly ran down his face as he groveled and opened the door. Elder Li, why do you have the time to come to our Thai place? The warden asked with a fawning face. Give it away. Elder Li's icy voice fell once again, as if his good temper had been given to Lin San. Then Elder Li handed the warden the dossier bag in his hand. Imprison this son on the 3rd floor. The warden took the dossier bag, heard the 3rd level, and dug his ears, thinking he'd heard wrong. Elder Li, you're not going to tell me to lock up this unweaned baby doll in the 3rd floor, are you? Elder Li revealed a hint of sulking between his eyebrows. What? Something wrong with my words? The scene scared the warden into nodding his head. No problem, of course, you're in charge here. Well, in that case, I'll go first. Saying that, a cloud appeared out of thin air under Elder Lee's feet and turned into a stream of light that flew into the distance. Gee! It was only after Elder Lee left that the warden sized up Lin San. Little doll, are you breaking the laws of heaven? Surprisingly, he was gotten here by this old killing god, and named to be locked up on the 3rd floor. Lin San glanced suspiciously at the warden. None of your business. You who? The warden laughed. I didn't think you boys had any piss. Then took out the papers in the dossier. There are only a few simple words inside the document, and it's clear as day. But just that one look almost didn't scare the soul out of the warden. Only at the beginning of the document is the word top secret in a conspicuous manner. And here's the message from Lin San. Name Lin San. Age 6 years. Reason for imprisonment. Top secret. There was also a large, bright red string of letters at the bottom that stood out. Remember, never take away Lin San's bottle. Never, never, never. When the warden saw the large, bright red letters, the words were seared into his heart as if they were a brand. Then he once again surveyed Lin San, only to see that Lin San was covered in blood. And in his hands he was really holding a milk bottle which contained the enemy's heart blood. You! What on earth did you commit to get in here? Although the top secret file was top secret, the warden, confronted with a child of only 6 years of age, apparently felt that he couldn't make any big waves. Do you want to know? Lin San's voice turned hollow once again. The sound was like magic, and the warden was slightly disoriented at the sound of it, but quickly responded. Forget it, don't want to know. Unbeknownst to the warden, his still dry back was once again soaked. K. That's boring. I thought you'd want to know. If you ask, I'll tell you Lin San then picked up the bottle and took a sip of his heart's blood, smacking his lips. Uncle, I'm hungry. The warden froze, seeing the blood remaining at the corner of Lin San's mouth. He couldn't help but shiver. Air. Just in time. It's time for the cafeteria to open. Come on, Uncle will take you to eat. Said about to take a step in front, just took a step. Felt as if he was being stared at by a severe ghost, hastily turned around to look. Seeing Lin San's innocent look suspiciously, the warden shook his head helplessly. Chapter 5. I'll educate you for your father. It seems that I was still too careful. Only 6 years old. What could he have committed? I'm guessing that this old guy, he wants to throw this trinket to the one on the 3rd floor as food. The warden muttered. Then he looked at Lin San again with some heartache, and then took Lin San's small hand. Come on, Uncle lead you. Lin San's eyes rolled. Uncle people are still strange good Lu. The two of them chatted with each other, and after a short walk, they arrived at the cafeteria. It was now time for the noon meal to begin, and the many prisoners in the cafeteria were lined up in an orderly fashion ready to take their meals. When they saw the warden approaching, each one nodded and greeted, and then when they saw the shackled Lin San, all of them were puzzled. An inmate who thought he could talk to the warden came forward. Boss, you're bringing the kids to play? Obviously didn't think of Lin San as a prisoner. Off. Do I look like a spoiled child to you? Remember, this is the new prisoner. Keep your hands and feet clean. And don't blame me for locking you up if I find out who bullied this kid. At the sound of confinement, the inmates all involuntarily winced. It was clear that confinement was not a good place to be. However, the prisoner with a good nature looked at Lin San. What offense did you commit to get in here, little one? Lin San's eyes blinked, and the hollow voice reappeared. Big brother. Do you want to know? Just as the prisoner fell into a trance, he was slapped directly by the warden. Get thee out of here and fight for your food. Don't be such a goody-goody. With that, he led Lin San to the meal port, and since Lin San was short, the warden personally served Lin San his meal. Get me something good to eat. Want meat? Lots of meat, the warden said, and the prisoners inside who were serving the meal saw the visitor and beat the meal with regularity. Come on. There's a spot over there. Let's go there, the warden said and brought Lin San to an empty table. However, at this moment his stomach rolled uncomfortably. Lin San, stay here and eat properly. I'm going to use the restroom, and when I come back, I'll take you to your cell. Got it? Lin San nodded, casually grabbed a chicken leg and put it in his mouth to chew. Yo, whose kid is this? What's the point of sending them here if not to NG kindergarten? A big bald man was followed by a few minions to help serve the food. Seeing Lin San, he sat on his butt across from him. Good food, kid. So much meat. Come on. Come on. How about some for uncle? Lin San looked up at the bald big man, didn't say anything either, obviously scented by the chicken leg in his hand. Kid, this master is talking to you. Well, what did you say? Lin San whimpered, but apparently the bald man didn't hear him. Then Lin San swallowed the meat in his mouth. Get out. Just finished a word and snatched the chicken leg from the bald man's hand. It's mine, Lin San said and started eating again. Him? Is talking? Letting me? Roll? The bald man incredulously pointed at himself, thinking he had heard wrong, and then looked at the little brother beside him. Boss, I think so. A little brother stepped forward. I'll go. In this place, no one has dared to tell me to get lost. Even if you are a child today, I will educate you for your father. Saying that, he directly snatched Lin San's dinner plate and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm into it. When Lin San heard the word father, his hostile aura surged. The hollow eyes were as flat as if they were looking at a dead man when they looked at the bald man again. What are you looking at? This is a lesson for you. Don't be so ungrateful in the future. The bald man was clearly not intimidated by Lin San's eyes. Very good. Lin San smiled indifferently and gently put the chicken leg he was holding aside. It was as if he was hiding a precious treasure. Then he wiped the grease stains on his shirt and got up and stood on the stool. Two small, childish hands gestured at the bald man's face. The bald man was uncertain. Just in the next moment, a loud slap directly spread to every corner of the cafeteria. Fiercely, a bald figure was blasted out like a cannonball, ruthlessly smashing into the dining table, which shattered in response. The prisoners, who were still eating, were also directly stoned by this sudden scene. Luckily, with a couple of prisoners laying underneath him, the bald man was barely able to stand. This is the power a child can have? The bald man was inwardly puzzled, and after he was puzzled, he only saw Lin San drifting over in his direction like a ghost. Don't you come any closer. The bald man himself was not bad, once a king of the special forces, but he did not expect to be put down by the kid in front of him with a slap. That's when the alarm bells went off in his head. This was the 9th prison, and he couldn't underestimate anyone. Aren't you going to educate me for my father? So, now it's my turn to educate you for your father. Lin San's voice was hollow once again, and every time he traveled a distance forward, it was like a heavy hammer that struck the bald man's heart. What are you looking at? Him for me. The bald man pointed at the little brother beside him. This little brother also did not know what to do, but if not on, after returning to the cell will certainly not be much better than now, can only hard to pick up the table legs on the ground. Kid, it's your fault for offending the wrong person. As soon as the words left his mouth, he raised the table leg and smashed it towards Lin San's head. Lin San stretched out a finger and directly blocked the smashing table leg. Mortals, after all, are just mortals. Are you a human or a ghost? This little brother was also confused. In the next second, however, his eyes went wide, and when he tried to speak again, he couldn't utter a word, only to see that Lin San's hand was holding this little brother's heart. In front of the crowd's horrified gazes, Lin San opened the bottle and squeezed the heart blood in the middle of his heart. Looks like it's time to get some good sustenance again. This scene directly made the bald man go limp, and the ground was wet. No way. Aren't people with special abilities held on the 2nd level? Why would a kid like you come to our general inmate section to eat? At this moment, all the inmates in the cafeteria were looking at Lin San in shock, frozen in place, not daring to utter a single breath. Although they were also outlaws who carried many lives, they all subconsciously covered their hearts when they saw that Lin San had actually pulled out the other party's heart with his empty hand. It was as if the next heart in Lin San's hand would be their turn. Chapter 6: The Mysterious Old Man. Lin San didn't pay any attention to the bald man's panic. He floated straight toward the man. Give me to stop him. The bald man panicked and pulled the little brother beside him and pushed towards Lin San. Before this little brother could curse, a round, bloody hollow appeared in his chest, obviously missing a rolling heart. I never uttered a complete sentence until he died. The bottles have been replenished quite a bit more yet. Lin San threw the dried-up heart aside and continued to walk towards the bald man. Just as Lin San was about to do it, the warden ran over with his pants up. Smelling the heavy odor of blood wafting through the cafeteria, his heart couldn't help but tighten. Ed up. How the did I forget this was the general population section? Then he saw Lin San's palm digging into the bald man's chest. Stop! The warden hurriedly shouted, his figure instantly arriving in front of Lin San, pushing the bald man away. Lin San, what are you doing? Looking at the two corpses on the ground, he realized Lin San's terror. What for? When they bully me and spit in my food, am I not allowed to fight back? Lin San stared righteously at the warden. The warden, for his part, gave the bald man a hard stare. You're a ing troublemaker. You bully even a child. The bald man froze. You call this demon who specializes in ripping out people's hearts a child? With the arrival of the warden, the bald man's fearful heart calmed considerably at the moment. The feeling of the aftermath let him know that although he was locked up in the middle of the prison, it was so good to be alive. All right, you've killed the man. Now hurry up and follow me. He said that he was going to pull on Lin San's shackles to take him away. But Lin San stood still like a rock. No matter how hard the warden pulled, he could not move him. No! There's someone who hasn't been punished yet, and I can't leave yet. Lin San said quietly. Lin San, if you don't leave again, do you believe I'll whip you? The warden's voice iced down, knowing that to be able to be a warden in the 9th prison, could he not be without some skills? Oh, unbelievable, Lin San said calmly. Then he turned around and continued to walk towards the bald man. The bald man who had just survived the robbery. Seeing that the warden was unable to take Lin San down, the pores of his entire body were instantly taken over by fear, and the hairs of his sweat stood up at the roots. No, Master Lin, Ancestor Lin, I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. Why don't you just look at me like I'm a fart? The bald man knelt on the ground and kowtowed frantically, his face having long since shattered. But how much is face worth compared to saving your life? What did you do early? Lin San said icily, and in the next moment his palm directly penetrated the bald man's chest. In your next life, keep your eyes open, Lin San said, then squeezed more heart blood into the bottle. The warden, however, frowned in exasperation. Kid, how do you do that when I talk like? With that said, the warden's hand appeared out of thin air. A gas wrapped it up and smacked it towards Lin San's face. Just 0.1 millimeters away from Lin San's face, the warden's eyes met Lin San's empty pupils, and his hand stopped in mid-air. Are you sure you want to slap this down? Lin San's eyes turned crimson, and the hostile aura in his body erupted violently. Several grievous souls appeared behind Lin San. These are the people he used to kill. The scene shook the warden deeply. It wasn't that the warden was too weak, but that Lin San was too strong. Forget it. The warden's eyes quivered. I'm a grown man, how can I be angry with a child like you? Now that you've killed those who should be killed, you can go. Although the warden's fear rose deep within his heart, but in the face of so many inmates, it was obvious that he could not pull a face. Otherwise, how could he manage this huge prison in the future? Let's go. Lin San withdrew his aura and came to the table, picking up the half-chicken leg that he had just put down and started to gnaw on it. It was as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. All right, break it up. After the warden finished speaking, he directly led Lin San towards the 3rd level of the prison. When they passed through the 2nd level, they only saw all the prisoners with cumbersome shackles on their bodies, and there were even some prisoners with several chains bound to them. When he saw Lin San, his eyes were filled with bloodthirsty greed. Man, that smells good. Boy, give it to me. I want to eat. One of the inmates, who emanated a horrible aura, paid no attention to the warden on the sidelines. All be quiet, the warden said and pressed the button directly in his hand. Just pressed, only to hear zip, 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 zip sound in the surroundings. Fierce and incomparable high-voltage electricity instantly will be all the electric hair flying screams again and again. Grass. Warden, have you got it wrong? I didn't say anything. What are you electrocuting me for? One of the prisoners retorted unhappily. The warden didn't bother, glaring at the person who had spoken and frowning as he pulled Lin San on down the road. When he came to the 3rd floor, he saw only one cell here. The cell was so dim that a normal person couldn't see inside. As he walked to the door of the cell, the warden stopped and looked at the apparently harmless Lin San. Kid, there is only one person imprisoned on this 3rd level. This person is very terrifying. You must stay away from him so that you can live longer. Although I don't know why that old killing god put you here, but you are still a child after all, so try to live if you can. After saying that, the warden exhaled a mouthful of cloudy breath. Helplessly, He opened the door to the room and directly pushed Lin San inside. As he locked the door to his room, the warden glanced back at Lin San, and although he had so much to say, it all turned into a sigh in the end. The warden just left a short time ago. Lin San looked around the cell, and when he saw a corner of the cell, Lin San's heart thumped. Only to see a messy hair, cannot see the appearance of the old man all wrapped in chains, was wrapped almost impermeable, the shoulder of the pipa bone by 2 iron claws deadlocked. Noticing Lin San's arrival, this old man shook his body.
哗啦啦，铁链发出一阵阵清脆的声响。
Baby doll. The old man's voice was like a chicken's throat, shrill and deadly. Apparently it was caused by not talking for too long. Old man, are you the mysterious person from this 3rd floor? Lin San did not have the slightest bit of fear, staring at the old man with his round eyes, staring straight at him. Ha, little doll, you have a big mouth. Can't you even call your grandfather? Grandpa, are you worthy? Lin San said disdainfully, then drank a mouthful of his heart's blood. Blood? Or heart blood? Little doll, you're not simple. Chapter 7. My name is Lu Sanbang. The mysterious old man smacked his lips, and a voice of greed that he couldn't hide came out. A heavenly born spirit Dao body. One can communicate with ghosts, and can detain spirits for their own use. At birth, he has a huge innate power, and his strength is comparable to that of a foundation builder. If I'm right, you should have a companion spirit, right? Hearing this, Lin San was slightly surprised. What did he mean when he said he couldn't understand before? But when he mentioned the companion spirit body, his eyes showed a bitterness that didn't match his age. The ghost beads were then removed from the bottle. With the nourishment of the heart's blood, this ghost bead shimmered with a crimson light. The old man spoke again as he felt the hostile aura emanating from the ghost bead. Not bad. It's still a stern ghost with 1,000 years of skill. This ghost bead is the essence. To devour it afterward, your kid's cultivation will skyrocket. At least it should be able to reach half-step Jedon. When Lin San heard the old man's words, he held the ghost bead dead against his chest. Don't you dare. I won't devour it even if I die. Oh, the little doll is quite sentimental. It's a long road to resurrect it though. Hearing once again that he could be resurrected, Lin San's eyes once again flashed with light. Old grandpa, do you think she can really come back to life? The old man smiled slightly. Little one, you know to call grandpa now? Not bad. It can indeed be resurrected. But, as long as you promise me a request, I will tell you how to bring her back to life. How about it? The old man's eyes had a touch of cunning in them as he hid in a shadowy corner, which was obviously invisible to Lin San. Say, I'll do anything you want me to do as long as she comes back to life. In his heart, Lin San had long since treated Mushishi as his own family. So it's okay if I have to eat you? The tone of the old man's voice suddenly came down icy cold, and the terrifying pressure emanating from him directly caused Lin San to sit on his butt on the ground. Okay, what's the harm in being a ghost as long as I can bring her back to life? Lin San's childish voice revealed an incomparable firmness. Hey, relax, old man, I'm kidding you. Such a good seedling, how could I possibly give up eating it? I just didn't expect that the heavens would really send me an excellent cultivation physique when I was at the end of my days. Little doll, now kowtow to me 3 times, and it'll be counted as you worshipping me as your master. The old man's voice is a bit urgent, but Lin San is more anxious. Do not think about it directly. Bang bang bang, loud kowtow 3 times. Ha ha ha. Very good, very good. The old man's mantle finally has an heir. Old bastard, when my disciple goes out, I'll make sure he brings your head to worship my old man. The old man's heart was indescribably painful. Master, master. Lin San got up and bowed to the old man. Okay, there is no need to be so polite. The path of cultivation is against the sky. Every step is 10,000 hardships. The slightest mistake will be all doomed. Are you boy ready for this? Lin San nodded heavily. At this moment, he only wanted to resurrect Mushishi with one mind. Very good. Then I'll tell you about this cultivation realm. And when you understand it, you can start practicing tomorrow. The old man then spoke to himself. The most beginning realm of cultivation for mortals is to enter the Tao, and after that it is to gather qi. But as you were born with a spiritual Tao body, you will naturally possess quite a bit of ghost qi in your body, and it also allows you to travel a lot less. After the qi gathering realm, it is foundation establishment, which is your current realm. Above this foundation establishment is the Jedan, the fault, and finally the human immortal. What about after the human immortal? Lin San asked. After all, the elder Li who had captured himself here was at the human immortal realm. Kid, be less overambitious. You know, how many people can't reach the human immortal realm even after a lifetime of exhaustion? There are few who can attain it, as few as a phoenix. Then what realm are you in, master? A touch of arrogance was revealed in the old man's eyes. I am the human immortal realm. We've been talking for so long without introducing ourselves. My master's name is Lu San Stick, and I have 3 sticks that can open mountains, break the sea, and destroy immortals. Exterminate the immortals. Lin San was shocked. In that case, after learning these 3 sticks, won't I be able to defeat or even kill this elderly? Lin San muttered. Master, since you are so powerful, how can you still be locked up here? After saying this, only this Lu Sanzhong's aura was suddenly misplaced. Locked up here? If those 3 dogs hadn't sneaked up and poisoned me, how could I have been locked up here? At the thought of this, Lu Sanjun's blood pressure began to soar. All right now, these things are not something you should know yet. When you are accomplished in your cultivation, the master will tell you. Aren't you going to introduce yourself, little doll? Lu Sanjun asked. Me, I'm Lin San, 6 years old. Lu Sanzhong froze. Ha ha ha, what a godsend. Lin San Stick. Not bad, not bad. Lu Sanjun laughed with satisfaction. Little Linzi, today you rest well, and tomorrow morning, you will cultivate with your master. Although you are born with a spiritual Dao body, jade cannot be made into a weapon unless it is cut. As long as you can survive under the refining of your master, you will be considered to have made it to the door. Lu Sanzhong stopped speaking after he finished. Lin San is full of care glanced at Lu San's stick, apparently did not put his words in the heart. Not knowing that this is a little contempt, almost let himself become a ghost. As the cell quieted down, exhaustion gradually invaded Lin San, who had been spending his time killing. Finding a place beside Lu Sanzhong that was considered relatively flat, he lay down and huffed and puffed. Lu Sanjun was the one who glanced at Lin San. This kid, he's a heavy killer. Time flies, although the prison does not see the sun and cannot calculate the time, but for so many years Lu Sanzhong has long been accustomed to. That is, at 5 o'clock in the morning, Lu Sanju directly called the sleeping Lin San up. Lin San looked at Lu Sanju in a daze, his heart filled with wakefulness. What are you doing? I'm still awake. Lin San rubbed his sleepy eyes. Kid, today is your first day of training. How can you be sleepy? Do you still want to resurrect your companion's spirit body? These words were like keys, directly tightening Lin San's loose strings. Think. Lu Sanjun nodded in satisfaction. Very well, in order to cultivate, one must have a strong and tough body. Otherwise, when you fight, you'll die before you even get close. So your first lesson is to refine your body. Speaking of refining the body, Lu Sanzhong's eyes revealed a strange look. 6 years old. It's the time to grow your body. This is also the best stage to refine your body. So, are you ready? Lu Sanjun said. Master, don't worry about coming. My disciple is ready. Chapter 8, Beatings. After Lin San nodded his head, his body was suddenly slapped out by a huge force and smashed hard on top of the wall. The whole prison shook with it. Ahem! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Lin San's mouth. What are you doing? Lin San questioned Lu Sanjun somewhat weakly. Surely it's a workout for you? In order to hit someone, you must first learn to take a beating. After saying that before Lin San could react, he was once again slapped out, this time, directly making Lin San's eyes bleed, slowed down for a long time before he climbed up. Old undead. Have you refined your body like this? There's still cursing, so it doesn't seem like it's strong enough. After Lu Sanzhong finished speaking, he once again released a huge force. Lin San raised his hand to resist, but the gap was too large, and once again, he was smashed out. This time, he fainted straight away, and when he woke up, it was already the second day. However, while Lin San was fainting, the ghost chi in his body was actually repairing Lin San's body on its own. It also made him come alive again the next day. What a coveted physique. Lu Sanzhong looked at Lin San with envy. After muttering, Lin San's weak figure once again came into close contact with the wall. Old thing, couldn't you have warned me? Lin San didn't spit out blood this time, instead, he had some chi and blood flow. Remind you? Remind you how to achieve that effect. Obviously, Lin San's body changed, and everything was under Lu Sanzhong's control. For the next month, Lin San was either vomiting blood or on his way to vomiting blood. Each time, he was beaten unconscious by Lu Sanzhong before the day's destruction would stop. However, because of this, Lin San's physical toughness grew crazily in a terrifying manner. Although Lu Sanzhong was locked with his Peepa bone, but casually revealing power was not something that Lin San could resist right now. For the next year, Lin San finally resisted all of Lu Sanju's attacks, and only then did he dare to look at Lu Sanju angrily. Old thing, you've been beating me for a year. It's time for me to beat you up. Lin San had morphed from a body that had started out thin and weak to a teenager with tightly held muscles and angular lines that showed the beauty of strength in every way. Oh, you can try. Lu Sanjun smiled and looked at Lin San. Just try it. Lin San put the bottle aside. If he didn't want to nourish the ghost bead, the heart blood inside would have been drained long ago. Unfortunately, there were only these 2 masters and 2 men on this 3rd floor, or else there would have been corpses all over the place. With that, Lin San raised his fist and slammed it towards Lu Sanju. Lu San's stick was not even lazy to defend. When his fist smashed on the chains on Lu San's stick's body, a terrifying energy directly shook Lin San out. Holy! Old thing, you're cheating. A mouthful of blood then gushed out. Lin San hadn't been beaten and spat out blood for a long time. Kid, you should know that this chain can lock up a strong person of the human immortal realm, and with you can break it? No doubt it's just a fool's errand. So what? With that, Lin San once again riveted his strength and directly blasted at the chains. Unsurprisingly, it was shaken out again. Several attacks in succession caused Lin San to fall into unconsciousness once again. And all of this was done on purpose by Lin San, only wanting his body to break through the bottleneck again. God has blessed you with a great talent and given you a resilient mind. If you're not strong, who is? Lu Sanzhong sighed, and then Lin San began another month of self-mutilation. Feeling that this chain was no longer a threat to him, Lin San then looked squarely at Lu Sanju. Old man, isn't it time for you to teach me your skill as a watcher? Unbeknownst to him, Lu Sanzhong's heart was shocked. Just in this 1 month's time, Lin San had actually smashed a tiny crack out of this chain that could trap a human immortal in a hard way. There's no rush. Below, your second lesson on the other hand, is to smash this chain. As long as you smash it, you will be able to cultivate my mastery. Lu Sanjun said calmly. Are you kidding me, old man? What can lock you up that I can smash? Lin San huffed. How do you know unless you try? Lu Sanzhong didn't say anything. Are you going to give up on resurrecting that spirit? Every time Lin San couldn't hold on, the old man would stimulate Lin San with these words, and no matter when, these words were better than any words. Who says I'm giving up? I'll smash it up for you today, little master. Saying that, he barely coagulated a ghostly chi wrapped around his fist and slammed it up towards the chains. With every punch that fell, the chain emitted an icy cold ringing sound. And it was because with each of these punches that landed, Lu Sanzhong's vitality was less. Lu Sanzhong didn't tell Lin San about all this because he wanted to cultivate Lin San into an absolute powerhouse. After all, it has been more than a year. The feelings of master and disciple rely on each other deeper and deeper. Lu Sanjun is also afraid of Lin San emotional, so he can only hide. Another month had passed, and the chain was already covered in dense cracks. On this day, Lin San sat cross-legged in front of Lu Sanju. What? Giving up? Lu Sanjun asked. Give up? No. I just want to know if you old thing will be free after the chains are smashed open. Lu Sanzhong froze. A trace of warmth flowed through his heart. How could he not know Lin San's mind? Smashing the chains so hard. He also wanted Lu Sanju to get out of the bondage earlier. Can't. Lu Sanzhong said indifferently. After all, I still have 2 claws in my shoulder that penetrate my lute bone. And, unless you reach human immortality, it's impossible to break through. Lin San had some small loss in his heart. Forget it. I'll smash this chain today and let you breathe some fresh air. With that, Lin San directly got up, riveted his strength, and slammed into the chains. As the 3rd punch fell, the chains unexpectedly shattered in response, scattering all over the ground. Congratulations, you made it. Lu Sanzhong's breath became even weaker, but said with forced composure. Haha, old thing, isn't it much more enjoyable to be bound by this thing for so many years? Lin San laughed out loud. Oh, indeed. However, when Lin San saw Lu Sanju's face, his body gave a jolt of fear. What kind of face is that? a whole skeleton with bits of skin hanging from it. You! Lin Sen also inwardly guessed a generalization. Good boy. I'm satisfied that you can help me unlock this chain in my lifetime. Lu Sanjun looked at the dense tears in Lin San's eyes and comforted. You! Why didn't you tell me earlier? Smashing the chains will make your life worse than death. Lin Sen hissed, and all the pent-up emotions seemed to be released with those words. Chapter 9. The stick weighs 36,000 pounds. Oh child. No need to be sad. Old age and death are the norm. Even a human immortal will end up as a pile of yellow earth. And I'll live for at least another year or so now, enough to pass on my 3 sticks to you, Lu Sanjun said and shook his body. I. Lin San fell into a deep self-blame. There. Don't you want to save your spirit body? Lu Sanjong said again. But I want to save you too. Tears fell from Lin San's eyes in response. And this sentence completely broke the shackles of Lu Sanju's dusty heart. And why wouldn't I want to watch you grow up? Lu Sanjun sighed. Now what I'm going to tell you, you must remember. Lin San wiped his face and looked at Lu Sanju. Master, you say? After my death, you detained my soul so that I could survive in a different way. Although my consciousness will be sealed during this period, as long as you can find another Millennium Ghost Pearl, you can awaken my consciousness. At that point, it could also be considered a resurrection of my change of direction. Really? Lin San's eyes were once again filled with a light of hope. When have I ever lied to you, old man? Lu Sanluan said. In fact, there is another sentence Lu Sanluan did not say. Resurrection was true, but with Lu Sanzhong's strength as a human immortal, it would be necessary to use a ghost bead of the human immortal realm to truly awaken him. Otherwise, he could only be nothing more than a killing tool that only obeyed Lin San. Although Lin San had a spiritual Dao body favored by the heavens, he was born in an era where aura was depleted, and it was difficult for him to achieve human immortality. Master, don't worry, it's just the ghost bead. Don't forget my heavenly spirit Dao body. It's easiest to get these things, and when we get out, I'll be sure to get you 1,000, or even 10,000-year-old ghost bead. Lin San said excitedly. For the master, trust you. Although Lu Sanzhong was only left with a skeleton, it was as if a kind smile had appeared above the skeleton as well. Counting the time, you've been here for a year and 3 months, and the strength of your physical body can at least be comparable to a powerhouse at the transitional succession stage. It's time. It's time for you to cultivate the 3 sticks. Lu 3 Sticks said. 3 sticks, ah. Hell knows how long I've been waiting for my little master. Lin San clenched his fists and muttered. Before that, you need to have a stick while you're at it. See that big rock off to the side? Lu Sanjun pointed at the stone. Why don't I know that? That's where I sleep. Lift it up. Lu Sanju said. Lin San is now more than a sentence of nonsense. No, Lu Sanju let him do what he did. He said, easily lifting the stone aside. Master, there's nothing down here? Lin San glanced at Lu Sanju suspiciously. Dig through this plywood. Lin San started digging. At first it was just a pile of dirt, and after digging to a depth of 1 meter, a piece of plywood appeared. There is a pinhole-sized hole at the cleat that is not really visible unless you look closely. Master, you're not going to make me dig through this, are you? Said fist smashed on top of the plywood, and the plywood, surprisingly, did not have the slightest damage, not even scratches. Kid, see that eye of a needle? Saw that. Lin San muttered. Get out of the way. Lu Sanjun said. Then his mouth chanted something, and in the next moment, a bright light flew out directly from the eye of the needle. Only when Lin San saw the original appearance did he realize that it was actually a golden rod. Master, don't tell me that this rod flew out of the eye of this needle. Lin San touched the flying stick suspiciously. Of course, little thing. This will be your weapon from now on. After Lu Sanjun finished speaking, the stick suddenly let out a buzzing sound, as if it was somewhat unhappy. I only heard Lu Sanzhong continue. Ah, stick. I am at the end of my days. Following him is your only way out. Following me will only bury you. As Lu Sanju had just finished speaking, the golden stick flew around Lu Sanju a few times, and then stuck in the ground. It's meant to test you, Lu Sanjun said, and Lin San had a puzzled look on his face. Master, are you kidding me? A stick can still test me? Perhaps it was the stick that was not happy and instantly flew up and knocked Lin San on the head. Lin San only felt that the sky was also turning. Is this stupid stick even psychic? Lin San cursed and said, "Little Linzi, this is a spiritual stick that has followed me for many years, and with it, I have fought my way to the title of the #1 person in this world." Lu Sanjun said, "The first person in the world? I don't know." Lin San muttered and touched it with his hand. "It looks like it's worth a lot of money. It's not really gold, is it?" With that, Lin San was ready to take a bite, but was dodged by Stick in disgust. "All right, Stick. Next I need you to assist this little guy and practice my 3 sticks. He is also my only disciple. Following him is not burying you," Lu Sanju said again, this time as if he felt that Lu Sanju was going to get angry. The stick stopped in front of Lin San, let out a wail of grief. Lin San held the stick with one hand. 10,000 pounds of gravity was instantly transmitted, and without paying attention, he was directly pressed to the ground. "Holy! This thing is heavy!" Lin San shouted. "Little Linzi, this stick weighs 36,000 pounds and can be made bigger or smaller at your will. With your current physique, you should be able to barely pick it up." Hearing it so heavily, Lin San's eyes froze a little. "Master, don't tell me that this is a weapon." Apparently Lin San also knew the story of Journey to the West. "You can use it as a weapon. Che, aren't you the Monkey King then?" Lin San gave Lu Sanjun a blank stare. The palm of his hand then gripped the stick again, and this time, with almost all his strength, he barely managed to get it up. "Next, you need to get used to the weight, and when you do, Master will teach you the open mountain stick." Lin San nodded, moving his stick with extreme difficulty. On the first day, Lin San was already able to barely turn the stick in a few circles. The next day, Lin San was already able to jump high with a stick. On the third day, the stick could not be juggled with a tiger, but it was ready for normal use. Not bad. To reach this level in 3 days, you're considered a top genius. Lu Sanjong made an unprecedented compliment to Lin San. "Then look, I'm Lin San." Lin San proudly puffed out his chest. "All right, next I'll teach you the first style, the open mountain stick," Lu Sanjun said, and then his tone began to be harsh. "Actually, this mountain opening stick, there is no cultivation technique, as long as you keep waving the stick in front of you. That simple? Master, you can't be teasing me?" Chapter 10. Quarry, break the sea, destroy the immortals. Of course it won't be that simple. As long as you can beat the stick tsunami out, you will be considered successful. Lu San's stick said. "It's still not simple?" Lin San held his stick in his hand and swung it towards the air in front of him. Unsurprisingly, there was no sound, and instead, he almost missed his grip, letting the stick come out of his hand. "Child, practice well. Back then, it took me a year to practice this first stick. Anyway, here, you don't have much else, you have plenty of time." Lin San's defiant look once again hung on his face, and without even looking at Lu San's stick, he began to swing the stick in his hand. The same is true of everyday life, with only bland swings and tirelessness. After a month had passed, the air around Lin San vibrated under one of his sticks. Lu Sanjun nodded in surprise. After the second month, Lin San was already able to use the stick chant, and even the stick itself thought Lin San was a genius. No more signs of struggle. At the end of the second month, Lin San stopped swinging, as if something in his head was tugging at him, providing some inspiration. "If so, will it hit the stick whistle?" Lin San muttered, then took a deep breath, and his eyes had some more stern light in them. As he raised his stick and dropped it, Lu Sanju's face, shrouded in shadow, had a look of surprise. "No way. It's only been 2 months for him to touch the threshold? Is it so easy to practice this stick technique of mine?" While Lu San's stick was still in shock, he only saw Lin San lightly swing out a stick. This stick actually really made a sound like a tiger's roar, and the surrounding space shook with it, as if it was unstable. "Wow, Master, I've practiced." Lin San looked at Lu Sanju in surprise, and Lu Sanju hurriedly collected his stunned gaze. "Generally, you possess a constitution favored by the heavens. It's normal for you to be able to spend 2 months understanding the mysteries of this first stick. Next, I'll teach you the second stick. This second stick to break the sea requires you to split this space before you can practice." "What did you say, Master?" "Split this space. If I can split it, won't I be free?" Lin San said disdainfully. "Practice what you're told." Lu Sanjuan's tone was serious. "Just practice. Why are you so loud?" Unbeknownst to him, Lu Sanjong's body was getting worse and worse, and the claw hooks on that peep of bone were beginning to show signs of loosening. It wasn't that Lu Sanzhong was about to be free, but that his body was about to die. Time flies so fast. I don't know if I can make it to the new year. Lu Sanzhong looked at Lin San and sighed helplessly, his eyes full of reluctance. This goodbye, I'm afraid, is forever. Time flew by, and this time, Lin San had practiced for 3 months before he could barely sense the barriers of space. However, this was a good start, and in finding the spatial barrier, Lin San also felt some direction, searching for that crack in the spatial barrier that he could break through. Lin San's current strength was unable to directly split the space, but finding the cracks was still possible. As a little bit of time passed, Lu Sanjuan's body had already reached the point of its limit. One of the claw hooks had also been dislodged, and in order to prevent Lin San from discovering the end, Lu Sanju tried his best to keep this claw hook still on his peepa bone. It looks like it can last up to 4 more months. Little one, go for it. Lu Sanjuan's heart burst with emotion. Just when Lu Sanzhong thought that Lin San would still need a few more months to complete it, he suddenly sensed a subtle cracking sound in space. The next thing he saw was that 2 barriers appeared in the space in front of Lin San. He really did it. Lu Sanjun had a relieved look on his face. Lin San was also excited and shouted to the shadows where his master was. Master, I've practiced. Although Lu Sanzhong also knew that there was something fishy about it, he was satisfied even if he had reached this point. It's okay, but remember to abstain. Aha! Lin San nodded solemnly. Don't worry, master, that 3rd stick to destroy the immortals? Is it possible to teach me now? Once I learn it, won't I be able to defeat the immortal realm? Lin San looked at Lu Sanju excitedly. Kid, do you think the immortal realm is all trash? With less than 2 years of cultivation, it's undoubtedly a fool's errand for you to think of defeating a human immortal. Lu Sanjun splashed down a pot of cold water. Then, you still dare to call it an extermination stick? Lin San muttered in a small voice. You need to use your brain? What has the master taught you these past 2 years? Even if you can fight against each other across levels, but that's a human immortal. You can't shake a human immortal until your strength reaches the transition stage. Transition, that's a long way off. Lin San sat down on his butt and threw his stick aside, somewhat disheveled. Pick it up. Lu Sanju's voice startled Lin San. Although this is the personal weapon I gave you, this weapon is even more your comrade in arms and your master. You can't just throw it away, no. Lu Sanjun said seriously. I know, master. I was wrong, all right, said Lin San with some reddened eyes and lowered his head. I don't have that much time to play with you, so mark your words next. I can't find a human immortal to practice with you for this 3rd stick of immortal destruction, but you can realize this immortal destruction stick from the first 2 sticks. Once you find the key to it, you can create your own immortal destruction stick. Lu Sanzhong barely managed to raise some spirit and said, Then, master, can't you give me what you know? Lin San looked at Lu Sanju with resignation. Child, this 3rd stick, everyone cultivates it differently, and only the one that best suits oneself is the one that matches. So, for the rest of the time, you don't have to swing this stick. Think carefully about whether the first 2 sticks have anything in common. Lin San nodded. Just then, a crunching sound was sent out. Only a rusty claw hook fell to the ground. Master, this is? Lin San looked at the claw hook on the ground with some disbelief at first, and then raised his head to see the one that had disappeared from Lu Sanju's shoulder. Master, are you going to be free? Lin San asked. Lu Sanjun nodded, a smile seemingly on his skeletal face. Good. In a few months the other grappling hook will fall off, and at that point I'll be free. Lu Sanzhong said, in fact, death is also a kind of liberation, isn't it? Learning that Lu Sanju was going to be free, Lin San cultivated even more vigorously. If he succeeded in his cultivation, he might be able to leave this damned 9th prison. Chapter 11. From today, my name is Lin Sanzhong. Time ran forward moment by moment, and 2 years were closing in on Lin San's imprisonment. These past few months, Lin San still didn't have any clue about the 3rd stick. It was today that the other claw hook on the loot bone fell off. Lu Sanzhong's body crumpled to the ground, emitting a thick stench. Master! Master! Lin San saw Lu Sanzhong, who was lying on the ground, and carefully tried to pick him up, but it was stopped by Lu Sanzhong. Lu Sanzhong then sat up reluctantly as if he had used all his strength. It's time to say goodbye, Lu Sanjun muttered. Master, what do you mean by that? Lin San had a bad premonition. If it was true that he was about to be free as Lu Sanjun said, then Lu Sanjun's body shouldn't be so weak and feeble, white bones and corrosion. Little Linzi, don't cultivate today, stay with master for the day. Lu Sanju looked at Lin San with a kind face. Good. Good master. How are you really doing? Lin San eagerly pursued. Actually, it is still unknown whether the master can survive tonight. The great day of the master has come. Hearing these words, Lin San was like being struck by lightning. His heart felt like it was being clenched by a huge palm. During these 2 years of living together, Lu Sanju had long been treated as his closest relative. I don't want master to leave. Lin San's eyes were filled with tears, and his eyes became blurred as he looked at Lu Sanju's hunched body. All right, child, there is no such thing as an unbroken feast under the sky. Didn't the master say that as long as you can find the 1,000-year ghost bead, we master and disciple will still meet again? When Lin San heard this, he couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. After all, a 1,000-year-old ghost bead, even if it was hard to get, it wasn't a rare thing for himself. If Lin San wanted to, he could get it too. Master. Lin San saw through it and didn't say anything. Child, stay with me for a chat, and when the time is almost up, you will detain the soul of your master. This counts as the last gift passed down to you by your master. Lin San nodded as he held back his tears. In my life, I have no children, but I truly consider you as my own, but I am trying to tell you. If possible, kill 3 people for master. Lin San held the staggering Lu Sanjong as he held him up, not paying any attention to the stench emanating from him. Master, you said that my disciple will definitely kill them. Lin San clenched his fists in death. The first person, Old Stick Li, this person is also a person who uses a stick, but in order to get my master's stick, he was one of the people who framed my master. Lin San always felt that the name was somewhat familiar, but he didn't have the time to think about who it was now, and then said, what about the second one? This second one is Su Feng, crane-haired, very recognizable, says one thing in front of people and another behind their backs. When you see him, you must not believe whatever he says. Remember? Lin San nodded with great effort, unable to stop the tears from flowing down his face as Old Stick Lu had no more strength left, lying on Lin San's young shoulders. This third person has no name, but the world calls him the Demon Sword, and is also the one with the highest value of force. Don't ever mess with him until you reach the human immortal realm. Okay? Lin San nodded once again, ruthlessly memorizing the 3 names in his heart. Hey! Well, the master can't hold on any longer. When I die, don't move my body, just leave it here. Available. Lin San tried to say something but was interrupted by Lu Sanjong. Do as you're told, or the master will not die in peace. Master, I promise you just that. You stop talking and get some rest. Lu Sanjong sat up cross-legged as if he had returned to his senses. No more rest. It's been centuries. The master has rested enough. Ready. After Lu Sanjong glanced at Lin San, the starlight in his eyes directly dimmed. Quasi. Ready. Master. Go. Go. After saying this, Lu Sanjong's head dropped. The soul flew out of the body in a flash. Seeing this, the ghostly aura on Lin San's body surged, directly transforming into a huge ghostly claw that grabbed Lu Sanju's soul. Detain. This one word seemed to have used all of Lin San's strength, and after this word was spat out, Lu Sanju's soul was retrieved into his body by Lin San. When Lin San summoned Lu Sanju's soul out again, Lu Sanju had already turned into a normal soul, looking just like a high priest who had attained the way, although there was no color in his eyes. Master, don't worry, I will definitely wake you up. Saying this, Lin San directly kowtowed 3 times to Lu Sanju, whose soul trembled as if it could sense it. From today, I, Lin San, officially change my name to Lin San Stick. The stick unexpectedly bowed down to Lu Sanjun at this moment as well. That look as if to say, don't worry about going. I'll take care of him from now on. It then flew to Lin San's side, and while Lin San was immersed in grief, the stick directly cracked the skin of Lin San's forehead. Then a drop of blood from the center of his brow floated out and directly merged into the body of the stick. From this moment, this stick completely belonged to Lin San's stick. Old Li Stick. Old Li. Lin San had a flash of light in his head. So that's how it is, one of these is actually you. Lin San muttered, and then the heavenly baleful aura directly broke through the 9 heavens. And at this moment, the entire 9th prison trembled because of this baleful aura. In the mortal district, the bodies of all the mortals turned into a mist of blood when they felt the baleful aura. The inhumans on the 2nd level, those with weak cultivation, were all prostrated on the ground, shivering in fear. The warden's cold sweat instantly dampened his entire body when he felt this terrifying, baleful aura. However, above the sky, an old figure looked at the fury below. It seems that Lu Sanzhong is dead. It's time for the little guy to come out. I wonder, the stick, if he got it. The visitor was none other than Elder Li. In the next second, Elder Li's figure directly appeared at the entrance of the 3rd level of the prison. Looking at Lin San, who was kneeling on the ground, his eyes rolled as if he was looking for something. Seeing the stick erected on the side, Elder Li's eyes suddenly blossomed with greed, and he put it away immediately afterward. Little guy, I didn't expect that you actually survived. I came to pick you up today to get you out of jail. Hearing Elder Li's voice, Lin San turned to look at him. The anger flickered and was hidden. Apparently Elder Li's attention was on the stick and didn't notice Lin San's change. Out of jail. Nice. You have atoned for the sins that should be atoned for, and next, you will live in a different capacity. In the meantime, welcome to Bureau 749, Chapter 12. Joining the 749th Bureau for Revenge. Bureau 749? What is that place? Lin San collected his sadness and walked towards the iron door and asked, "Oh, I wonder if you've ever heard of the Polling Bureau? Also known as the Bureau of Civil Paranormal Investigations, a department that specializes in unnatural phenomena." Lin San shook his head. His master didn't talk much other than teaching him stick skills and some common sense. Okay, in layman's terms, Bureau 749 is what used to be the Bureau of Polling. We have a lot of strange people here, so you'll naturally know when you join. Lin San nodded. If he didn't want to avenge his master's death, he wouldn't have chosen to go to some 749 Bureau. But if he didn't join, this Elder Li obviously wouldn't let Lin San out. Haha, you'll be our new comrade from now on. I'll introduce myself. I'm the current director of Bureau 749. Just call me Elder Li like they do. Elder Li wore a smug smile. Instead, his eyes were dead set on Lin San putting the stick away. Elder Li, I wonder if it's possible to open the chains on me now? Lin San was entangled in chains, and most of his cultivation could not be utilized, leading to the fact that he didn't even know what realm he was in right now. Ouch! Look at my memory, said Li Lao with a wave of his sleeve robe and put away the binding immortal rope. When the immortal binding rope left Lin San's body, a huge amount of cultivation instantly poured into Lin San's body, entering the Tao, to gather qi, to build the foundation, until the half-step of Jiandan before stopping. Just this growth in cultivation made Elder Li instantly impressed with Lin San. One must know that before he was imprisoned, Lin San did not have any cultivation and relied solely on his natural divine power. To reach such heights after only 2 years, even human immortal Elder Li had never done so. Hee little fellow, good talent. Even I am a bit envious. Elder Li licked his lips, not caring about the greed he exposed. But there was another idea in his heart, which was to seize Lin San when his own big day was almost up. This old and young two people, each with their own agenda in mind. Well, come on. This isn't the place to chat and talk either. I'm going to take you to Bureau 749 to familiarize yourself with it. Saying that, a cloud once again appeared under the old man's feet, and after putting Lin San on it, he directly flew in the direction of Bureau 749. This 749th Bureau is inaccessible to ordinary people. Even if you heard about it by chance, your memory would be erased by someone with special powers. So the only people who really know about Bureau 749 are their own people. The explanations along the way also gave Lin San a fuller understanding. However, although there were many times that Lin San wanted to sneak attack Elder Li, he strongly suppressed the thought. After all, the cultivation gap with Elder Li was too great now. Even with the presence of the stick, he could not defeat an enemy as strong as Elder Li. Hey, master, you're not going to tell me that the 3 that set you up were all human immortals? Lin San muttered in his heart. As Li Lao's speed soared, in the blink of an eye he arrived over a building. Just looking downward, the building, as if it were a large character of 9, was full of mystery. When they felt Elder Li's aura, many people instantly gathered below, respectfully looking at the sky. Because Elder Li is the legend of this 749th Bureau. Elder Li brought Lin San down slowly, and the crowd was puzzled when they saw Lin San. Elder Li, is this your grandson? The person who spoke was the second in command of Bureau 749, named Xiang Wentian, and was also around 60 years old. That terrifying fluctuation of breath, although it wasn't as powerful as Elder Li, it wasn't very far from the human immortal realm. Remember the extermination 2 years ago? Elder Li looked at the crowd and asked. I know, you mean the incident where the Zhang family was wiped out with 673 people and 6 dogs, right? You're not going to say that he did it, are you? Obviously, the secrecy was done well, even if it was his own people. Li Lao also gave a blindfold. Not bad. This is the creator of the extermination case, Lin San. Elder Li introduced himself. Stop! Lin San interrupted the conversation between several people. My name is Lin San Stick. The old Lin San is dead. Lin San said with a stubborn face. Haha, this little doll. Does it fit the tone of our Bureau 749? Unruly, I like it. Xiang Wentian looked at Lin San. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. Since you like it, he'll follow you from now on. Elder Li thought about it and said, by the way, never look at him as a child, and realize that this kid-esque cultivation is not much worse than yours. You can rest assured, Elder Li. We, Bureau 749, are all capable men and women, so we will not underestimate anyone. But he didn't say the latter. Never mind that Bureau 749 was a special independent department. It's also the only department that allows killing and fighting within, with inferiority being the default principle. But what Bureau 749 lacks most is top talent. Well, now that you all know each other, let's all disperse. After dismissing the crowd, Elder Li took a deep look at Lin San Stick before he disappeared once again. Lu San Stick, Lin San Stick. Interesting, Elder Li muttered. Bureau 749 was incorporating talent on an almost daily basis, so the arrival of Lin San Stick didn't cause much of a fluctuation in anything other than age. Under Xiang Wentian's leadership, Lin San arrived in a huge office. Call everyone to a meeting. Xiang Wentian's tone was icy cold, and compared to just now, he was completely a different person. Obviously, with Elder Li also seemed to be in sync with each other. Although Lin San had been in prison for 2 years, he was still a child after all, and new to everything around him. Was fascinated to see some of the odd paintings hanging in the office. In particular, a picture of a huge octopus was so big that Lin San couldn't take his eyes off of it, in which the tentacles of this octopus were also grasping a small boat. Hey, old man, is this octopus big? Lin San glanced at Xiang Wentian. Old man. However, Xiang Wentian didn't get angry and explained. This is a giant octopus in front of you, and it's not a small boat it's grasping in its tentacles. It's a 10,000-ton ship. However, the octopus was already disposed of by us 10 years ago. Well, I know what you're thinking, and I can tell you that it's not good. Just as Xiang Wentian was explaining to Lin San, a silhouette also walked into the office. When you see Lin San, you can't help but say something. Yo, Sky Bureau, you brought your grandchildren to play? If I had grandchildren, would I still be working in this hole? Xiang Wentian blankly glanced at the person who spoke. Most of the people had arrived, and Xiang Wentian tapped the table. Lin San, right? Come sit here. Just sit next to me. Xiang Wentian said. I told you. My name is Lin San Stick. Old man, if you dare to call me by the wrong name again, do you believe I'll whip you? Lin Sanjun said as he waved his fist. Chapter 13, The Wujiang Dragon Incident. Lin San's remark made everyone laugh, and no one took Lin San's stick to heart. Xiang Wentian was also confused. Haha. Well, I'll reintroduce myself. This little Mr. Lin San Stick will be our colleague from now on. After the meeting, you can get acquainted with each other. Remember, take good care of this little Mr. Lin San Stick. Oh. Xiang Wentian's tone of voice was clearly aggravated by the word, take care of. The eyes of the crowd fell on Lin San, with provocation, curiosity, and a multitude of disdain in their eyes, exchanging words and discussing. Okay, down to business. Xiang Wentian squared his voice and everyone quieted down. According to reports coming from the front, there was a dragon fall in the Wu River last month, and just last night that dragon appeared again. It appeared again? One of them, named Zhang Guangling, said. Good. This time this dragon has a huge wound on its body. This is a video message from the front. Saying that, Xiang Wentian opened the projector, only to see a huge body appear in the field of vision. Looking at it, it didn't look like a dragon. On the contrary, it was more like a large python that was nearly 100 meters long. But there was a unicorn horn on the head. There was a penetrating wound in that abdomen. Among them were some villagers, who had set up an awning for it and kept pouring water on the dragon-like creature. After all, the dragon is a myth from ancient legends, and it is a symbol of auspiciousness. These villagers will naturally take good care of them. This shouldn't be a dragon. It looks more like an augur. Now, whether it's an augur or a dragon, it has caused quite a stir. The spread of the incident should be stopped immediately. There is no telling what repercussions this will cause if the world learns about it. Xiang Wentian said. That's not simple. Just let one eye go? Zhang Guangling responded with a sense of accomplishment. One Eye, without a real name, is called One Eye by everyone because he grew up blind in one eye, but his special ability is his other eye, which can erase the memories of ordinary people. One Eye is already on his way there. Since the dragon has now appeared, forget it, call him Augur. To still have received such severe injuries, I suspect a more powerful foreign object has appeared. That's why we called everyone here today. With that, Xiang Wentian glanced at Zhang Guangling. You've been at Bureau 749 for some years now, so you'll personally lead the men in this matter, and from now on you'll be the team leader of the Falling Dragon team. Toward the beginning of the appointment, Lin Sun looked at the scaly dragon in the video but fell into deep thought. His gaze fell on the horrific wounds on the scaly dragon's abdomen. It didn't look like it was injured from killing. The charred edges of the wound looked more like it had been struck by lightning. Old man, I'd like to ask if there have been any times lately when there have been torrential rains and constant lightning strikes in the Wu River or its vicinity. Lin San's voice rang out, and it caused everyone to stare in disbelief. No, Xiang Wentian said. Are you sure? I'm sure. I don't know. But has little friend Lin found something? Lin San nodded and walked towards the curtain, reaching out and pointing to the location of the wound. There are clearly burn marks on this wound, most likely due to the failure to cross the threshold. The crowd looked at Lin San with smiles and laughter. It was obvious that they had once concluded the same, but not to mention the neighborhood. There had never been a lightning strike within 1,000 miles. Hee. Little friend Lin is really on the ball. However, there is no event of transmigration within these 1,000 miles. Xiang Wentian said. What about 1,000 miles away? Lin San asked rhetorically, and Xiang Wentian fell into deep thought. You should know that Python transforming into Augur and Augur transforming into Dragon have existed since ancient legends. Moreover, although Zhao can't do 1,000 miles in an instant, it's still possible to do 1,000 miles in a day. You just said that this Augur had disappeared for a month. At these words, everyone fell into silence, and a Taoist priest who specialized in pinching the weather frowned. Heaven's Bureau, half a month ago at a distance of 4,000 miles from the Wu River, there was indeed a time when thunderstorms were constant. It went on for 3 whole days in a row. Xiang Wentian glanced at Lin Sanju with slight surprise. What you say is possible. After all, after a python cultivates into essence, whether it turns into a Jiao or a dragon, it has to go through a baptism of thunder tribulation before it can succeed. And this scaly dragon, it has obviously reached the stage of transition, and as long as it passes through the thunder tribulation, it will be transformed into a dragon. Then Xiang Wentian glanced at the crowd again. Although what Lin Sanzhong said was unusual, don't forget, this is Bureau 749. Anything can happen. In the future, you should use your brains more and learn from Lin Sanzhong. Xiang Wentian looked at the crowd seriously and then asked about the Taoist priest. Tell me about this specific place. The Dowser nodded. In the town of Smoky Seas. Very good. Guangling. Immediately bring someone forward to Smoky Sea Town to scout around, and report immediately if you find any signs of a transmigration, Xiang Wentian said. Yes, Sky Bureau. Then with 3 men in tow, he walked out. All right, today's meeting is over, so disperse yourselves. That's right, Lin San stick, follow these people. There's a martial arts practicing ground not far away, you can go and take a look. It would be best if we could cut a deal, and it would give us an idea of what you're capable of. Lin Sanjun nodded, only to see the Taoist priest who had just spoken put his hand on top of Lin Sanju's shoulder. Little fellow, how about letting this Taoist master have some fun with you? Lin San glanced at the sharp-tongued Taoist priest with a twinkle in his eye. Nubizi, just don't let me make you cry later. The Taoist priest froze. You kid, you've got a big mouth. With that, He led Lin San's stick towards the martial arts practicing ground. Unbeknownst to him, Lin San was not impressed with the Taoist priest. After all, there was still a boss Lu who was bent on waiting to avenge the deaths of his two senior brothers. Inside the martial arts practicing ground, dozens of foreigners had already gathered inside, and when they saw the arrival of Lin San's stick, they only took a mere glance at it and started practicing. After waiting for a while, a pair of men practicing boxing just happened to walk down. The Taoist monk monkeyed around and pulled Lin Sanju towards the ring, as if he was afraid that Lin Sanju would escape. "Come on, kid. Get out of here. I'll see how you make me cry," this Taoist priest said with an awesome boom. "You bullnose, you want to get your ass kicked that bad?" Lin San's stick wasn't spoiling for a fight either, and with a leap instantly jumped into the center of the ring. Kid's got some skills," said Dog jumps into the ring as well. When the crowd saw an adult fighting a child, they were all attracted by the hilarity and stopped what they were doing to look at the Taoist priest. "Yo, you're pretty out there for a bullnose. I can't believe I'm fighting a doll." Nubizi's face turned green and purple at the comment. "Shut the up. Whatever the old man wants," he said, turning his head to look at Lin San's stick. "Boy, are you ready?" Lin San nodded. "You're a nag." Chapter 14 Second Kill. "You, kid. Just don't cry for your mommy later." Hearing the word mom, Lin Sanju's fire suddenly surged up. The eyes turned crimson for a split second. "Nubizi, if you don't die today, I'll count you as strong-looking." Lin San roared angrily, and in the next moment, his figure exploded violently, swinging a fist directly at the Taoist priest. Before the Taoist priest could react, his figure directly flew backwards. Holy! What exactly is the strength of this little brat? This Taoist priest has the strength of a foundation establishment even if he's no better, but he was killed by a single punch? The people watching the battle from the sidelines exclaimed in surprise. And that wasn't all. Lin Sanju's figure once again flew towards the Taoist priest. "Nubizi, blame it on your stupid mouth." With that said, that tender little hand was ready to dig into the Taoist priest's chest. "No, don't," the Dowser exclaimed. Then a figure directly kicked the Taoist priest out, and the Taoist priest gratefully glanced at the visitor. "You're going to save him?" Lin San's stick looked at the visitor with cold eyes, only to see that this person's figure was slim. His age was about 30 years old, and he also held a bushel fan in his hand, which was quite a bit of Zhuge Kongming's flavor. "Little brother, my name is Jade-Faced Zhuge. I wonder if I can give him face and spare his life?" "Jade-Faced Zhuge? I think you're a jade-faced porker, you have a hairy face. Get lost if you know what's good for you. Or don't blame me for getting you killed together." The jade-faced Zhuge frowned, not expecting this Lin Sanjong to be so disrespectful. Then with a wave of his hand, 4 figures immediately appeared behind him. These 4 figures were naked, their explosive muscles exuding a terrifying pressure, and the weird thing was that each of these 4 had a yellow talisman attached to their foreheads. "You're a body catcher?" Lin Sen asked. After all, he himself was also playing with ghosts, so he naturally knew about corpse catchers. "Not bad. Kid's got some insight. Now, can you give me that face?" Jade-faced Zhuge gently flapped the bushel fan in his hand and raised his head triumphantly, his nostrils facing the sky. "Here you go." As soon as the words fell, Lin Sanjuan's figure charged directly towards the Taoist priest. There was only a residual shadow left behind. "No. This is Bureau 749, you can't kill me." The Taoist is now repenting in his gut. Why did he have to offend this little killing god? "What did you do early? That's the one thing I'm good at, little master, and that's being vindictive and fair. And, who told you to mention my relatives just now? Go to hell." Saying this, the palm of his hand directly plunged into the Taoist priest's heart, and this Taoist priest's eyeballs bulged out as he watched his heart appear in Lin Sanjong's hand. "Kid, you seek death." Jade-faced Zhuge directly removed the talismans from the foreheads of these 4 muscular men. Then, a horrifying shriek emanated directly from the mouths of these 4 muscular men. The voice shook the entire martial arts training ground a little. "Kid, you dare to kill on your first day here? If I don't educate you, you don't know what this place is." Saying that, the jade-faced Zhuge waved his palm, and these muscular men instantly received the order and rushed towards Lin Sanju. Lin Sanjun squeezed his heart's blood into the milk bottle without haste, then licked the blood stains spilled on the outside of the bottle. Tisk, TSK. That's a feeling that's been missing for a long time. The people watching the battle at the moment had long been dumbfounded. Although this Taoist priest had always been unpopular, his strength converted into cultivation also had the strength of peak foundation establishment. I didn't realize it would be such a suffocating death. I wonder, do you have any heart blood in these 4 little zombies of yours? Lin San Stick muttered, his figure disappeared once again, and he slapped up towards one of the muscular zombies. Only to see this muscular zombie, merely taking a step back, a metallic friction sound emanated from his body. Third-order zombie, adamantine corpse, Lin Sanjun said with a slight surprise. Kid, not bad? You actually know that this is a Vajra corpse. With your strength, you'll never be able to break the defense of this adamantine corpse. Yeah. Lin Sanjong cocked his head and looked at the jade-faced Juga, and in the next moment a golden-colored stick directly appeared in his hand. Since I haven't practiced my 3rd stick yet, you'll be called the Immortal Destruction Stick from now on. The Immortal Destruction Stick spun around in Lin San Stick's hand, clearly liking the name. So what piggy is it? Little master, I'll show you today what it means to be as strong as you are. 3 sticks to break your defense. As soon as the words fell, Lin San's stick directly leapt into mid-air, the Immortal Destruction Stick in his hand blazing with golden light. In the next moment, it was swung down violently, only to see the terrifying shadow of the stick directly smashing into the 4 adamantine corpses. Bang! The stick fell, these 4 Vajra corpses, into a blood mist dissipated in thin air, if not next to a large puddle of blood stains remain, as if it had never appeared. No! No way! How could you have killed my Vajra corpse in one go? The jade-faced Juga was inwardly terrified, and if he hadn't broken his connection with the Vajra corpse, he would have thought that he was hallucinating. A mouthful of blood gushed out directly. As the Vajra corpse died, as its owner, it would naturally be revolted. Just a bunch of little zombies. Being able to make little Master Me use the Immortal Destruction Stick is not burying their name. Lin Sanjong stepped towards jade-faced Juga step by step with his feet in the void. No! My adamantium corpse! Jade-faced Juga practiced these 4 Vajra corpses, but it took many years and invested all of his heart and soul. Without the Vajra corpse, this jade-faced Juga was just a human who was a little more powerful than normal. Jade-faced Juga froze in place as if he had lost his soul. A hideous smile suddenly appeared on the jade-faced Juga's face when he saw Lin Sanju approaching. Kid, since you killed my Vajra corpse, then I'll train you to become a Vajra corpse, said the jade-faced Juga suddenly threw out several talismans towards Lin Sanjong violently, and the talismans emitted a horrible evil aura on top of them. Lin Sanjong froze slightly, fighting to the death? Then, with a slight wave of the Immortal Destruction Stick in his hand, these talisman papers directly turned into dust and flew away before they could even get close to Lin San's stick. It's nothing more than that, Lin Sanju said disdainfully, but the next moment, he saw that the jade-faced Juga's face had already arrived in front of Lin Sanju's body. Kid, that's just a blindfold. Saying that, he slapped his palm directly at Lin San's stick's body. When Lin Sanjun got a good look at the palm of this jade-faced Juga, he couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Only to see where there was no palm, it was just like a handful of dried-up old tree branches, exuding a thick aura of death. After Lin San's stick took this slap unintentionally, the jade-faced Juga laughed heartlessly immediately afterward. After being poisoned by my corpse mountain, I'm not afraid that you won't die. Corpse mountain poisoner? Lin Sanjun shook his head as he looked at the handprint on his chest that was glowing with black gas. It was casually slapped apart. So dirty you. Don't you wash your hands? Chapter 15. Xiang Wentian's outburst. No. No way. What the hell are you? At this moment, the jade-faced Juga's brain buzzed loudly, knowing that this corpse mountain poisonous hand is his own mastery, but even the other party's clothes did not penetrate. I told you, I'm Lin San Stick. If nothing else, then I invite you to die. Lin Sanjong said, approaching the jade-faced Juga step by step. At this moment, the jade-faced Juga looked at his hands with an unbelievable expression. He was at least an outstanding one among the Inhumans, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't even be able to block a casual strike from a child. Just as Lin Sanjun wanted to result in the jade-faced Juga, it was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Stop! Only to see Xiang Wentian walk over and look at Lin San's stick, not expecting this little guy to be so strong. That Taoist priest killed it. He was of no great use except for some feng shui reading. There are plenty of these types of Inhumans. The jade-faced Juga who might have refined the Vajra corpse was of great use. because he was able to read from the corpse part of this dead man's memories of his previous life. Xiao Linzi, can you sell my face and spare his life? Xiang Wentian helped Zhuge, who was frozen in place, up. I'm just wondering why each and every one of you is trying to stop me. Isn't this Bureau 749 supposed to be a very liberal place? Compared to prison, this 749 is a very free place indeed. Kobayashi, although we advocate killing here and won't condemn, there are some talents that need to be left behind. Xiang Wentian explained. Then I'm not a talent? Lin Sanjun pointed at himself. Oh, of course you're talented. All the battles just now Xiang Wentian had watched in his eyes, to have such a cultivation at such an age, even Xiang Wentian was ashamed of himself. So since I'm a talent, am I not allowed to kill talents? This sentence directly choked Xiang Wentian. Lin San stick, are you not going to give me this face? Xiang Wentian's voice iced down. After all, he was also the second in command of the 749. Questioning him like this in front of everyone also made his old face a bit untenable. Although he wouldn't kill Lin San's stick, he could teach him a lesson and let him know what it was like to be outside of people and outside of heaven. In that case, how about I spar with you on his behalf? Xiang Wentian said with a frown. As soon as these words came out, all the people in cultivation got up and stopped to watch, waiting for the two to confront each other. Oh, so can you die for him too? Lin Sanjun said. Yes, as long as you can beat me. Saying that, Xiang Wentian's aura surged, his cultivation at the ferrying stage instantly emanating, and swept over towards Lin Sanjong. The crossing over. Lin San's stick muttered, the stick in his hand, directly clenched. So what if you're crossing the threshold? Let's see how I break all laws with my stick. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Sanjong smashed over towards Xiang Wentian with his exterminating immortal in hand. Sculpture. Xiang Wentian flexed his fingers and a huge energy fluctuation came out, instantly vibrating Lin Sanju's body out. Old thing, a bit of fun. Lin Sanjong stopped himself with his stick on the ground. Kid, today I'll let you know what it means to know that there are people outside of people. Xiang Wentian slapped his palm towards Lin Sanju again, and that mountainous force scraped Lin Sanju's hair into a messy flutter. Lin Sanjong looked at Xiang Wentian and shouted under his breath. Open stick. Only a shadow of a stick was seen, instantly transforming into a roiling shadow of a stick when it first appeared. Once the tiger whistle also turned into a dragon whistle, just the sound of the explosion let many people with low cultivation eardrums cracked flowing silk blood. Xiang Wentian frowned. I didn't expect that old thing to have taught you the skills of a watchman. Obviously Xiang Wentian knew whose stick technique this was. That's my master. If you insult him again, I'll kill you. Lin Sanjuan's voice came out. Xiang Wentian, who faced the strike, was under some pressure, but after all, the cultivation of the fairy stage was there, and in the next moment a boxing glove appeared on his hand, directly on top of the shadow of Lin Sanju's about to fall. Boom! As an explosion appeared, Lin Sanjuan's figure took 3 steps backwards. Xiang Mantian, on the other hand, stood still. Little fellow, in front of an absolute realm, your pitiful cultivation pales into insignificance. Unbeknownst to him, this Xiang Wentian was also not easy to bear, although he resisted the blow, but that hand, even with the protection of the boxing gloves, was also shaken to some numbness. Yeah. Then see if you can take this stick. See breaking stick. As soon as the stick came out, the entire 749 space began to distort, vaguely showing some signs of shattering. Damn, Lu Sanju, Lu Sanju, you're not hiding anything at all. The best skills have actually been passed on to this kid. If I lose today, I'll have to go to that 3rd floor and electrocute you. Xiang Wentian thought in his heart. Facing the stick, he did not dare to take it lightly at all. Booming fist. Xiang Wentian bellowed and directly met him. The immortal destruction stick, which itself possessed 36,000 pounds, was as if it had been recharged at this moment, and its weight directly broke through to 100 times more. The shadow of the stick was like a big mountain, resisting all the light beyond the stick, and for a while the entire martial arts training ground went dark. Today, little master, I'm going to shake you, a powerhouse of the transition realm, with a half-step jet end. Boom, boom, boom. A series of 3 explosions came over, and Xiang Wentian's figure flew directly backwards. It probably flew out a few dozen meters before it braced itself. At this moment, there was not even a little bit of immortal style, just like an old scavenger with messy hair. It was also the first time that Lin San's stick had used 2 sticks against an enemy, and the cultivation within his body had been drained to only 1/3. However, it remained standing in the sky without moving half a step. As the smoke cleared, Lin Sanju took a step towards Xiang Wentian. "Old man, aren't you strong? How did it get so lousy?" Xiang Wentian was really losing his old face at the moment, unless he used a killer weapon to defeat the kid in front of him. But in the face of an 8-year-old, using a killer weapon is undoubtedly a cannon hitting a mosquito, which is even more humiliating. "Kid, I'll admit you're strong. In that case, how about point blank?" Toward the questioner took a step back. "Point to point? That's fine, as long as you give me that jade-faced Juga to get killed." For only 8 years old Lu Sanjong Press simply do not know what is called the human condition, what is called concessions. "You! Excessive, isn't it? Old me, I have already taken a step back. Do you have to make a fish out of water?" Xiang Wentian also came on fire. "Fish out of water? No, it'll just be a fish dying. The net won't break." "Great! Then old me will have some fun with you today." Chapter 16. The Dragon Slayer Program. Saying that, Xiang Wentian's body gradually drifted into the air. "Kid, if you can take this punch, you can take my place from now on." Heavenly Thunder Fist. In an instant, Xiang Wentian's fist was covered with a layer of lightning power. The whole person was also in the midst of thunder and lightning, just like the thunder god. "This, the third stick, must be a success," Lin Sanjun muttered, and the fury in his body surged. And behind him, several grievous souls suddenly appeared, letting out a gurgling scream. The terrifying demonic aura shot straight up into the sky. "Third stick, exterminate the immortals." As the words fell, only Lin San's stick's figure was seen rushing violently into the sky like a cannonball. Then the immortal destruction stick in his hand grew exponentially, instantly extending 100 meters. In an instant, countless densely packed unjust souls, as if they had gone crazy, surrounded the 100-meter-long immortal destruction stick. "Old man, let's decide the winner with one move," only to see Lin Sanju's young body, holding a prime pillar, smashing it towards Xiang Wentian. Boom, boom, boom. A series of 3 explosions rang out violently, and the heavens and earth began to crumble in the midst of these two men's attacks. This ing power that people can have. The people watching from below scattered in all directions. The energy of the two came into contact for a split second, and like a huge mushroom cloud, it shot up into the sky. Soon, the mushroom cloud dispersed, and a young figure fell from the sky above like a kite with a broken string. Xiang Wentian's arm directly broke under this punch. Blood poured over the earth like a torrential downpour. "Is it over?" The people watching the battle below mumbled as they hid in the corner. Xiang Wentian looked at the fainting Lin Sanju. A flash of shock flashed in his eyes. "It's fortunate that you didn't learn this third stick, or else I'd be the one to die." Xiang Wentian shook his head and came to Lin Sanju's side. Picking him up with one hand, he directly left the martial arts training ground. "From this day forward, his status is equal to mine." As the voice fell, Xiang Wentian's figure disappeared into thin air. Only a group of dazed people remained, and some of those who hadn't gone to the meeting had inquired about the identity of Lin San's stick. Early morning of the second day, Xiang Wentian came to Lin Sanju's bedside with a bandage wrapped around his hand. At this moment, Lin San's stick's body had long since recovered as before, and his breathing was steady. Sensing Xiang Wentian's arrival, Lin Sanjun jumped up in one high. "Old thing, yesterday didn't count. We'll fight again today." Xiang Wentian froze and shook his head. "All right, your injuries are all healed. Mine aren't yet. And if you really want to count it, that battle yesterday was considered a win for you." If Lin Sanju could enter the true Jeden stage, then he would be the one standing at the head of Xiang Wentian's bed right now. This also allowed Lin San's stick to fully know his own strength. Thinking of Elder Li's strength again, Lin Sanjong sat down on the bed breathlessly. "What? Not happy? You are now my equal," Xiang Wentian said with a smile. "So what, it's like who cares?" Lin Sanjong said disdainfully. "Okay, since you're okay, let's go to the meeting." Last night, Zhang Guangling came to report that he had found the location of the crossing. "Let's study what we should do." Lin Sanjun nodded. The two took their seats, only to realize that everyone facing Lin Sanju had a look of horror in their eyes. One must know that offending Xiang Wentian could at least have a chat, while offending Lin Sanjong would only result in having one's heart ripped out of one's chest. Xiang Wentian looked at the crowd that had always been noisy, but today they were so quiet, and he couldn't help but put a smile on the corner of his mouth. All of this was in his calculation. The only thing he didn't calculate was that he would be seriously injured as well, but for now, it seemed that the result was still good. We received news last night that the location of that augur dragon's tribulation was found in a mysterious village 3,000 miles away. I wonder what you think, Xiang Wentian said flatly. Found it. Then in that case, it's really as Mr. Lin said, this scaly dragon was indeed injured from the tribulation, so at least we don't have to worry about a more powerful foreign object appearing. Looking at the person who spoke, Xiang Wentian nodded. The lord of the country once said that after the founding of the country, animals are not allowed to become sperm, so this matter. Still need a person to deal with it? I don't know if everyone here has a candidate? Xiang Wentian inadvertently glanced at Lin Sanju as he spoke. Lin Sanzhong, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes in indifference. Heavenly Bureau, we are not capable of such work since our strength is low. However, in my opinion, Mr. Lin is strong and is the perfect candidate. Hearing what this man said, everyone nodded by default. After all, with this bogeyman around, if you accidentally say the wrong thing, you'll be gutted. Xiang Wentian was actually thinking exactly the same thing, although Lin Sanzhong's strength was recognized by everyone, but without any contribution, it was obvious that he was on equal footing with himself, and there were still some people who would be unconvinced. What do you think, Kobayashi? Xiang Wentian looked toward Lin Sanstick. How can I see? Open your eyes. Lin Sanjun said with a yawn. After leaving the prison, Lin Sanjun felt immensely relaxed and had been in a hazy stage. I mean, how about you go for this dragon slaying? Go ahead. But I have a request. Lin Sanjun said. You name it, and as long as it's not too much, I'll oblige you. Xiang Wentian nodded his head. I want the dragon source of this augur. As for the corpse, whatever you want to do with it is none of my business. Dragon source. Most of the people were puzzled, but Xiang Wentian frowned. I'm afraid this is a bit difficult to do. After all, the dragon source contains the energy essence of an entire dragon. It's an unrivaled treasure. Even if I don't want it, certain people might. And it's not like I'm in charge of this 749th Bureau. Xiang Wentian said, obviously saying that he wanted the dragon source, and this matter had to be agreed by Elder Li. As long as you agree, you don't have to worry about anything else. Lin Sanjun looked at Xiang Wentian and said, in that case, that's fine with me. Then scanned the crowd. That's fine with us. The crowd responded positively. Lin Sanjun nodded. Very good. In that case, I'm off. Xiang Wentian nodded and handed a tracking radar to Lin Sanjun. See the red dot on it. That's where the augur is, and that yellow dot, that's where you are. Xiang Wentian explained. All right. I know, you guys just wait for the good news, said Lin Sanstick with a glance at the open window, and in the next second his figure shot straight up into the sky. Only after Lin Sanju left did the crowd drop their taut nerves. Heavenly Bureau, I don't know. This little guy. Where did Elder Li abduct him from? It's too terrifying. Chapter 17. Slaying the Dragon. Where abducted? Why don't you say that your cultivation is low and your skills are inferior? Why don't you get lost and go cultivate for me? Xiang Wentian's voice went ice cold, directly startling the crowd. It seems that this 749th Bureau is going to change. The crowd murmured. Although Lin Sanstick had not reached the jet end stage and could not fly in the true sense of the word, with the immortal destroying stick he was able to fly, and at an extremely fast speed. However, as Lin Sanjun passed through the clouds, he realized that not far from him, there were two mysterious people in black cloaks walking aimlessly. When he saw Lin Sanstick, he didn't show too much surprise. Lin Sanstick naturally didn't bother with these two people. To be able to walk in the clouds, they were at least at the jet end stage. After nearly a day's flight, Lin Sanstick also arrived above the Wujiang fallen dragon. But the augur had disappeared, and in its place only a large shed still stood there. Below that, it was surrounded by the 749th Bureau. At the sight of Lin San walking down step by step, Zhang Guangling and the others who had rushed to Wujiang overnight came up, with a fawning face. After all, Xiang Wentian didn't want this Guangling to disappear into thin air, so he could only tell Zhang Guangling about his battle with him. At first, Zhang Guangling didn't believe it, but when he saw Lin Sanju flying down from the sky, he was convinced. After all, the only ones who could fly were those strong enough to be above the jet end stage. Mr. Lin, you're here? Lin Sanzhong grunted lightly. Nor did he pay attention to Zhang Guangling but directly took out the radar, and when he saw the yellow dot overlapping with the red dot, Lin Sanjun created doubts. It was here, why isn't it there? Hardly underground? He said, taking out a bottle and drinking a mouthful of his heart's blood. Mr. Lin, are you looking for the auger? Zhang Guangling said carefully. Nonsense. Do I travel here without it? Lin Sanjun cursed without a good mood. Mr. Lin, I think you've really been blinded. This radar is never wrong. Is it possible that this auger is in the sky? As Zhang Guangling's words fell, a dragon's roar immediately came out. Roar! The strong pressure and shouts directly blew Zhang Guangling and the others to the ground. Ordinary inhumans had their eardrums cracked after hearing this sound. Lin Sanjun looked deep into the sky, and there was something vaguely wandering about. Half a step to transforming the dragon. Lin Sanjun muttered. It seems that this old man really looks up to me. I can't even beat you, and you're asking me to face off against a half-step transformation dragon? That's a dragon with 1 foot in the human immortal realm. However, muttering aside, Lin Sanjun directly flew towards the depths of the sky. As the hazy figure of the auger dragon became more and more massive and clear, the pressure felt by Lin Sanjun increased. For S sake, if we take it down, then surely my sister will be resurrected. In fact, when Lu Sanju told Lin Sanju that the method to bring the ghost pearl back to life was that it required the inner dan of a demonic beast. But who knew that Lin Sanstick had set his sights on the dragon's inner elixir, the dragon source? When the dragon sensed an aura approaching, it looked down at Lin Sanstick. Baby doll, the dragon murmured. It's true that it's right, it can actually talk. It seems like it's really a half-step in transforming dragons. It's a bit tricky. Lin Sanju also flew to a position flush with the scaly dragon, and one of the teeth in his huge mouth was even bigger than the current Lin Sanju. Little doll, retreat quickly or don't blame me for treating you like a snack. Lin Sanstick was unmoved. Jiao Long in fact, little master, I came here this time to ask you to borrow one thing. As long as you lend it to me, I will leave. How? Borrow what? The dragon subconsciously asked. It's simple. It's to borrow your dragon source. Kid, you seek death. With that, the auger once again raised its head to the sky. The huge tail slapped directly towards Lin Sanstick. If you don't agree, why do you do it? Lin Sanstick looked at the tail that was about to attack, and the immortal destruction stick in his hand violently lengthened. It smashed towards the dragon's tail. Touch! The moment the two came into contact, Lin Sanstick's figure directly flew backwards a few meters away. That's pretty tough. Lin Sanjun looked at the dragon's tail surprisingly without any damage at all. Kid, I'll give you one more chance to retreat, or don't blame this dragon for being impolite. The dragon said again. Although the dragon wasn't afraid of Lin Sanstick, it didn't dare to release its full cultivation. Otherwise, it would trigger a lightning tribulation, and if one were to cross the tribulation under such circumstances, it would obviously be 10 deaths. You're dreaming. If I don't get the dragon source today, I will not leave. So, I'm going to you into submission. With that said, Lin Sanju's figure stormed back sharply while shouting under his breath. Open stick. The roiling shadow of the stick slammed towards the huge body of the Jiaolong. The dragon froze slightly. Kid, are you really looking for death? The dragon opened its mouth violently, and a terrifying dragon breath instantly gushed out. What a mouthful! Lin Sanstick was slightly surprised for a moment as he watched the dragon's breath directly break his mountain-opening stick. I didn't expect that the auger that has been seriously injured would still have such fighting strength. If this is going to allow you to succeed in transforming into a dragon, I'm afraid that even a human immortal won't be able to help you, right? Eat another stick from my little master. Break the sea, only to see the thick immortal extermination stick directly breaking through space, smashing towards the auger's body once again. Are you done? Jiaolong looked at Lin Sanstick in annoyance. Are you a ing pinhead? It sticks and you can't shake it off. However, the dragon's tail directly met the Seabreaker's stick. Ka-ching! Only a cracking sound was heard. The stick had actually smashed the scales of the Jiaolong's tail hard. Bastard! You will die today. I said so. The dragon cursed angrily. Don't brag about being powerful with me first. Wait until you kill me. Seeing that this stick succeeded, Lin Sanstick's figure instantly stormed back. After all, the auger's huge body was obviously not as flexible as Lin Sanstick. Roar! Once again, a dragon roar came out, and it could be heard that the scaly dragon was filled with anger inside. and as the scaly dragon dodged, Lin San's stick quickly captured the huge wound on the scaly dragon's body. The wound was here. Lin Sanjun's heart was slightly pleased. Open stick. His mouth bellowed once again, and he smashed towards the auger's wound. The location of the wound was in the abdomen, and it was obvious that this auger could not touch it. One could only allow the stick to slam solidly on top of the wound. The blood of the dragon clattered down. My chow, what a waste. Lin Sanjun muttered, and the next second the milk bottle appeared in his hand. Then caught up with a drop of falling dragon's blood. Loaded in the milk bottle, just a drop. That 500 milliliters de Nai Ping Zhizhe Zhongman. Haisala Busal. Chapter 18 Lu Sanzhong's Rescue. Lin Sanjun hurriedly licked at the sight. Don't tell me. It's much better than human heart blood. Lin Sanjun revealed a look of contentment. You, stinky brat. How dare you defile the noble dragon blood? You have to die today. Lin San said full of concern. Can you die later without blowing your brains out? And a noble dragon race. You're a ing long worm that's become a spirit at best. Lowly human. Go to hell. The dragon roared once again and sprayed a mouthful of fireballs towards Lin Sanju. You who, or a fire-breathing dragon. But so what if the damage is high? You'll only be considered powerful if you can hit Little Master. Lin Sanjun dodged the fireball with a dodge. The people watching from below had been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. That fireball didn't look big in the sky, but when it was about to fall to the ground, Zhang Guangling was directly confused and his speed instantly soared. Those who didn't run away were turned straight into ashes. Lin Sanzhong's body couldn't help but shiver as he looked at the Jiaolong's strike. That's pretty strong. But you're as strong as you want to be. 3 sticks to break your defense. See breaking stick. Lin San's stick dodged and came directly to the auger's abdomen. Then the stick slammed hard. This one caused the auger to hiss out directly. A dragon bone was smashed out by the stick, and the golden scales of the auger dragon fell off piece by piece. This ribeye, it's so much fun to watch. Lin Sanjun muttered. Then he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. Taking advantage of the scaly dragon's hissing, Lin Sanzhong directly bit down on the scaly dragon's flesh and blood, feasting on the blood of the auger. This blood was mixed with flesh and blood, and a little bit of it was swallowed into the abdomen by Lin Sanju. Kid, if you have the ability to fight me head-on, those 2 small claws of the dragon, no matter how hard they tried, could not grab onto Lin San's stick. There was no way to control the size of the body without completely transforming into a dragon. Instead, the Jiao Dragon spit could smash Lin San's stick to death, but this Jiao Dragon obviously didn't dare to release it easily. After all, with this spitting breath, it was fine if Lin Sanju died. If he didn't, it would be more than worth it. With a mouthful of blood and a mouthful of flesh entering Lin San's stick's body, Lin Sanjun's body also started to get hot. A huge and terrifying energy began to converge directly from his mouth towards his dantian. The energy in Lin San's stick's dantian that was originally only a gas actually began to coalesce into a solid entity after coming into contact with this energy. A huge and incomparable bead was formed within the dantian. Right at this moment, Lin San's stick's cultivation instantly broke through to the Jedan stage. Continues to climb in knots with no sign of stopping. After all, the blood and flesh of the auger dragon was also part of the energy essence. Although it wasn't as pure as the dragon source, it was still enough to send Lin Sanjun into Jedan. Kid, this dragon will let you have enough. I don't believe this energy won't blow you up. After seeing that there was a way out, the dragon directly controlled the energy to be ingested into Lin Sanju's mouth. As for Lin San's stick, as he ingested the huge amount of energy, that body also began to expand. It was only when it swelled into a ball that Lin San's stick reacted. Eat too much. Lin San's stick flew out 1,000 meters away. I only saw that my body was still expanding, and at the moment, my veins were writhing back and forth like a small, curved snake. Then, bang! A blood vessel burst. The skin on his body also began to shatter at this moment. The blood was no longer oozing, it was nourished. Little master, I can't be so miserable as to eat myself to death? The intense pain made Lin Sanjun's teeth click as he bit down. Just when Lin Sanjun was at a loss for words, a pale figure suddenly appeared. Only the deadly Lu Sanju stood in front of Lin Sanju. Then his hands were placed on Lin San's stick's dantian, and in an instant, a huge amount of energy was directly picked up. Towards Lu Sanzhong's body it began to pour in. As the energy entered Lu Sanju's body, Lu Sanju's shadow slowly began to solidify. A terrifying soul fluctuation traveled directly across the sky. The augur dragon that was preparing to make a move from afar directly froze in place after sensing this terrifying energy fluctuation. This is a soul body of the human immortal realm. Grass, you kid has such a powerful guardian. You didn't say so earlier, said the huge body directly toward the distant Tun retreat. Stop! Stop it! Lin Sanjong, whose body was close to collapse, saw that Zhao Long was trying to escape and directly ordered Lu Sanjong to go after him. But Lu Sanju was unmoved and kept absorbing the tyrannical energy from Lin Sanju's body. Master! Lin Sanclub shouted out, and it was this cry that caused Lu Sanclub's soul to tremble slightly, and a light seemed to flash in his eyes. Then he stretched out a hand and swung it towards the fleeing augur. A large net appeared out of nowhere in the sky in an instant, directly trapping the dragon in it. Immortal bondage! The dragon cried out, and although it could shatter it, it would take a great deal of time. Seeing that the augur dragon was bound in the giant net, Lin Sanju then put his heart down and allowed Lu Sanju to draw out his power. After almost an hour of duration, Lu Sanju's soul had turned into a solid entity without a trace of transparency. Lin Sanjun also recovered his original appearance. Master, thank you. Lin Sanju arched his hand toward Lu Sanju, then put Lu Sanju back. He didn't want his master to get hurt a bit right now. Little Zhao Long. Now it's time for little master to have some fun with you. With the help of Lu Sanzhong, Lin Sanzhong's cultivation was completely consolidated at the early stage of Zhedan. Feeling the huge energy within his dantian, Lin Sanju felt invincible again. Kid, I want to know what you want my dragon source for so badly. Zhao Long looked at Lin Sanstick and asked. To have to resurrect someone important. Lin Sanjun said without thinking. It's the resurrection ghost pearl. Isn't it? The dragon guessed what was going on. That's right. The loved ones that are vital to me have turned into ghost beads. So little master, I desperately need your dragon source. Trust me, you'll be the one who dies in the end. Lin Sanjun pointed at the augur and said. At first, when Lin Sanju said this, Zhao Long definitely didn't believe him, but knowing that Lin Sanju had a human immortal realm soul body in his body, he didn't dare to be reckless anymore. Kid, even if I give you the dragon source, you won't be able to revive the ghost pearl. Instead, it will also break the ghost beads. Zhaolong said, this is not a snub to Lin Sanjong. Why? Lin Sanjun stopped in his tracks. Quite simply, dragons are supposed to be a proxy for the divine. And within the dragon source, there is the purest energy with the power to purify everything. If you let the ghost bead absorb it, then it will be instantly purified. After all, the ghost pearl is an evil thing. Chapter 19 Conclusion of the Contract. Hearing this, Lin Sanju fell into deep thought. It's hard to tell if it's true or not for a while. However, Lin Sanstick knew that dragons were the most yang, the most pure thing. So, then do you have a way to be able to resurrect the ghost pearl? Lin Sanjun asked as he clenched his fists. Of course. What doesn't this dragon know? And, I have one of the things used to resurrect the ghost pearl. Saying this, he spat out a bead from his mouth, which was glowing with a thick, shadowy aura. It is. Lin Sanstick subconsciously asked. This is the Een bead. If you are not in a hurry, you can put it together with the ghost bead, so that the ghost bead will absorb the Een chi from the Een bead. Slowly the souls in this ghost bead will be revived, even resurrected. Only this will take longer. If we can go to the middle of hell and get that pishy flower and crush it into powder to go with the Een bead, we can speed up the resurrection of the ghost bead. The dragon explained. The other side of the flower? Hell? Is there really such a place? This touched the blind spot of Lin Sanstick's knowledge. Of course, there are souls, and naturally there is a place where souls live, and that place is hell. How about I give you the Een bead and we call it quits? Lin Sanjong stood still, looking at the augur without knowing what he was thinking. But, I did hear that dragon source is a good thing. As long as I get your dragon source, maybe I'll be able to break through to human immortal? Lin Sanjun looked at Zhao Long with crafty eyes. Kid, I've helped you so much. Do you still want to die with me? The dragon was also a bit angry. No. The fish will die, but the net won't break, said Lin Sanjong behind the sudden emergence of Lu Sanjong's shadow, directly scared Zhao Long. Even if not injured, are not Lu Sanjong's opponent. Not to mention the fact that he was now severely injured and was a complete match for this soul body. So, do you think this will work? The dragon continued in order to survive. I, the spirit of this heaven and earth, can make a contract with you. This way, you can not only enjoy the benefits that my cultivation brings you, and I can be your free hitter. In exchange, how about if you help me transform into a dragon? Lin Sanjun was puzzled in his mind. A contract? What's that? Zhao Long looked at Lin San's stick speechlessly. In layman's terms, my soul can be bound to you. Wherever I am you will know, and, as long as you die, I will die. And, most importantly, after binding a contract with me, the spiritual energy emanating from my dragon source can also help you cultivate. How about that? However, Zhao Long had left one thing unsaid, which was that if Zhao Long died, Lin San's stick would also die. That's how effective the covenant of equality is. If it was a master-servant contract, even if the augur died, it wouldn't get in Lin San's stick's way. But Lin San's stick originally didn't understand the reasoning here, but after hearing that it could help with cultivation and that there was a free fighter, it was still a bit heartwarming. Your statement has me in stitches though. But this time I'm on a mission. Had to get your body. Lin Sanjun sighed helplessly. It's not easy? The dragon's eyes rolled and directly released a boundary. This boundary shielded all those who were watching the battle, and also included the mysterious man who was secretly observing. Afterwards, he only saw this augur dragon, surprisingly, open its bloody mouth, and a putrid stench came out. Looking at Lin Sanju was a wave of nausea. Then, a brand new skeleton spat out of the augur's mouth. The skeleton was like that of an augur dragon, except that a dragon's horn was missing from the dragon's head. It is. Lin Sanjun looked at the skeleton suspiciously. Nothing. I ate a whale the other day. The bones are still digested, and it's about the same size, though a little smaller than me. Should be able to muddle through. But I still need your help. Lin Sanjun pinched his nose and looked at Xiaolong. I don't want to touch that. Lin Sanjun took a few steps back in disgust. I won't let you touch it. I'm asking you to break off my dragon's horn for me and plant it on this. Saying that, the huge head of the augur dragon reached directly towards Lin San's stick. Are you kidding me? Your dragon's horn is the essence. How could I possibly break it off? The dragon blinked. Don't worry. I'll work with you. As he said that, the huge dragon's head suddenly glowed with light, and then one could see that the roots of the dragon's horns unexpectedly had silk cracks appearing. It's now. The dragon held back the pain. Lin Sanju was not polite either, holding the immortal destruction stick, and slammed the stick on the dragon's horn. This time, it completely caused the augur dragon to hiss in pain. However, with the barrier of the boundary, it would not emanate out. A dozen or so sticks fell in succession, and only then did Lin Sanjun smash the dragon's horn down. After the dragon lost its horns, its body unexpectedly became a bit smaller in a weird way. Apparently, this dragon horn also contained a lot of augur essence on top of it. Plug into it. The light around the dragon dimmed and said breathlessly. Lin Sanju nodded and inserted the dragon horn on top of the whale's skull. When the dragon's horn came into contact with the skull, it even directly fused with it, which also made Lin Sanju put down the doubts in his heart. I thought that it would be hard to see when it was plugged in. I didn't expect that after this fusion into one, it would be just like the real thing. Xiaolong raised his eyelids and glanced at Lin Sanjun. That's natural. Next, I'll start making a contract with you. Saying that, a bizarre formation directly appeared on the augur dragon's place where the dragon's horn was missing. Drop your blood on it, the dragon said. Lin Sanjong didn't even think about it and directly bit his finger to put a drop of blood on the formation. When the blood came into contact with the formation, Lin San's stick directly felt that the soul of a scaly dragon had actually appeared in the depths of his soul. That's it, Lin Sanjun said. It's done. When I've done what I promised you, we'll be one from now on. The dragon said breathlessly. Well, since you've done everything right, you should also remember to never cross the dragon transformation tribulation when you're not absolutely certain of crossing it. Hide yourself, Lin Sanjun said seriously. Don't worry. This dragon has lived for nearly 1,000 years, so naturally he knows more than you do. Lin Sanjun nodded. In that case, get the hell out of here. Don't wait for a while to be discovered at the end, because I've discovered that there's someone with extremely strong cultivation hidden in this void. Lin Sanjun said. Well, after I'm gone, I'll remove the boundaries and you try to disguise yourself and strike me down. Okay, you're a nag. After bidding farewell to the augur, the boundary dispersed, and the aura on Lin Sanjuan's body surged. A loud cry escaped his mouth. Little Jiao Long, you go to hell. The Immortal Destruction Stick. Chapter 20, Acting. As the massive energy fluctuations fell, a blinding light violently erupted above the sky. It made everyone unconsciously close their eyes, and then a terrifying aftershock directly lifted Zhang Guangling, who was hiding in the distance, out again. Haha! In ancient times Neza drew the dragon's tendons. Today, I, Lin, will slay the dragon with 3 sticks. Lin Sanzhong's crazy laughter resounded through the earth. Then when the light receded, Lin Sanzhong pulled out a hand into the abdomen of the dragon, and then a bead appeared in his hand. And this bead was also just an energy mass that Lin Sanju had prepared in advance. In Zhang Guangling's shocked gaze, he directly swallowed it into his stomach. The light disappeared, and Lin San's stick tore up in pain, controlling the energy to travel through his body. In a short while, it began to swell up, just as it did just now when it drank painfully of the augur's flesh and blood. With the appearance of a miserable scream, Lin San's stick's figure directly fell down. It smashed a deep crater in the ground. When Zhang Guangling reacted, he saw that Lin Sanju was already dying in the middle of the deep pit. Little dragon, I lost a lot to save you this time. Lin Sanjun muttered, then fainted. At this moment, the fake keel in the sky was also smashing down above the ground. With Zhang Guangling's maintenance, the scene was quickly fenced off. With Lin San's stick in tow, he ran towards the Bureau 749's exclusive medical home. After a week had passed, Lin San's stick only reluctantly woke up from his coma. Then he saw Xiang Wentian's look of excitement. Little Linzi, I didn't realize that you were blessed by a disaster this time. Devouring the dragon source has actually directly allowed you to reach the Jedan stage. Lin Sanjun sat up straight away and stretched his muscles. It's only the Jedan stage, what's there to get excited about? Lin Sanzhong said with a sense of concern. Kid, you don't understand this? You should know that if you want to successfully enter the Jedan stage, you need to pair it with the inner Dan of a demonic beast in order to do so. The demonic Dan of a 1,000-year-old tiger shark was what I used to form the Dan back then to have such an achievement. Like you, use the dragon source to conjugate Dan, your achievements in the future are immeasurable. Maybe you can really break through to a higher realm than the human immortal realm. In the thousands of years of Chinese history, no one has ever used a dragon source to conjugate pills. Even the first emperor used nothing more than the inner Dan of a python that had only transited once. You're a half-transformed dragon source. Even if it's a little worse than a real dragon source, it's not that much worse. Xiang Wentian said with some envy. Che, but I told you that ahead of time. I'll take this dragon source. I was saving it for something else, but I didn't think I'd use it for this. Lin Sanstick said with some loss. Anyway, it was only conjugation and it wasn't like others could see it, so they could only choose to default. However, Lin Sanstick's conjugation of the Dan was really attributed to drinking the blood and flesh of the augur dragon in pain before he succeeded. This augur can be covered in treasures, even if it is not comparable to the dragon source, it is not much different. Coupled with the fact that Lin Sanstick was originally a spirit Dao body, his body would naturally produce ghost chi, and after combining with it, it could be said that it was no worse than using a true dragon source. This was the strength of the heavenly jealousy body. Unbeknownst to him, in the deepest part of the sky, Elderly had a smile on his face, except that it was a smile with a sinister, "Okay, this time, you've gotten a lot of credit for beheading the augur. Count yourself in for a big credit. However, your kid's hand was too hard, to the point where he even hardened and smashed away the augur's flesh and blood. I really don't know. Did you find a fake dragon bone to fool me?" Hearing this, Lin Sanjuan's heart thumped, but his face was disgruntled. "What? My little master's immortal destruction stick. I just happened to use it. Why don't you try it too? Let's see if we can smash you into a skeleton?" Lin Sanzhong had a provocative face. "Don't. My old bones are no match for you now. If you go down with this stick, old man, I might actually become a skeleton." Lin San's stick was already able to go 4-6 with Xiang Wentian even before he reached the end of his Dan. Now that he had reached the Jedan stage and used the last stick to destroy the immortals, even Xiang Wentian's strength at the late stage of the transition was unable to contend with it. "Don't tell me you're a real pervert for a guy. It looks like we, Bureau 749, Have someone in mind for our next director. Xiang Wentian laughed. By the way, due to your outstanding completion of the mission this time, the Kingdom Lord will personally come to give you a commendation in a few days. It's something that a lot of people dream about. Lin Sanzhong had a face that didn't care. What's wrong with the Lord of the Land? It's not like he was born a few years before me. If I could have been born a few decades earlier, maybe I would have been the Lord of the Kingdom. In the face of Lin Sanzhong's childish talk, Xiang Wentian just smiled and said nothing more. Okay. Since you're okay, come back with me. There's still a bit of tricky business for you to deal with here at home. Xiang Wentian said. You guys treat me like a free hitter? What? No one competent in Bureau 749? This sentence choked Xiang Wentian for half a day without holding back a fart. It's a good time for you to build your career. Don't mind this or that. It's not that 749 doesn't have people. It's that the people who do have their own missions. Then he directly dragged Lin Sanju into the car. Although both of them can fly, but which is not as comfortable as riding in a car. The road was long, and Xiang Wentian told Lin Sanzhong what his next mission was. That is, Bureau 749 received mysterious information that 3 days later, at noon, a mysterious loose cultivator chose to cross the threshold in the city of Beihai, in the center of the city. If this was known to the world, there was no telling what kind of a furor it would cause. I say, old man, the district is not a match for you. It seems like a person who has not yet crossed the threshold, right? Why don't you just go set him straight? What do I have to go for? Lin Sanjun said unhappily. Bastard. I'm a deputy director in any case. I have to do everything. What do I need you for? Xiang Wentian's official authority also unconsciously flowed out. Old man Xiang, you're so official. Scare me. Compare and contrast? Lin Sanzhong waved his fists and leapt at Xiang Wentian. Che, you're just as capable as I am. Go find Elder Li if you can. Go fight him one-on-one so I can still honor you as a man. Bullying a weakling like me is nothing. At the mention of Elder Li, it was obvious that Lin Sanju's breath was a bit disorganized, but it quickly stabilized. This scene also made Xiang Wentian, an old fox, smell a trace of a bizarre flavor. Elder Li? Sooner or later I'll clean up this old man. Chapter 21, The Mysterious Man in the North Sea Transits. Could it be that this little guy doesn't get along with Elder Li? Xiang Wentian muttered in his heart, obviously unaware of Lin Sanju's little plan, but in his heart, he had a different view of Lin Sanju. When Lin Sanju rejoined Bureau 749, everyone avoided Lin Sanju like a bogeyman. Anyway, as long as Lin San's stick was located, absolutely no one existed. This made Lin Sanjun happy and quiet. 3 days later, Lin San's stick winded up hiding in the deepest part of the sky in the center of Beihai City, waiting for the mysterious person who had crossed the threshold to arrive. Just as Lin Sanjun was bored of waiting, a loud laugh came over. Ha ha! Today, old me will cross the threshold here, so you and the other ants can enjoy it to your heart's content. As the old man's words fell, they immediately caused countless gazes from below. When they saw the old man levitating in the air, the crowd below exploded at once. Making a movie? A man took out his cell phone and started recording video toward the old man. The old man, however, acted as if he didn't see it. Today, Lao Fu will tell you what this world, hidden by Huaxia, really looks like. You guys think that immortal cultivation only exists in novels? Or in a TV show? But, I tell you, these exist in reality. It's just that you don't deserve to know. The old man shouted in a deranged manner. Hiding on the sidelines, Lin Sanjun yawned and listened to the old guy blowing awesome. However, this old man blowing who the more metaphysical, in turn, the more the crowd below feel that it is in the reading of the lines. What? Is there someone else hiding? The crowd below began to murmur. Xiang Wentian, who was hidden in the crowd, looked at Lin Sanzhong's direction with dissatisfaction. What the hell is this kid up to? In case we do wait for the thunderbolt, won't it hurt the innocent? Just as Xiang Wentian had finished muttering, suddenly the sky violently changed color. The black clouds pressed down, and that terrifying pressure directly made all the mortals' sweaty hairs stand on end. Holy! Does this feel so real? One of the men looked at the sweaty hairs that rose up on his arms as if he had entered a static field. Which movie company is this? What a big handful. It's amazing that a city center of this size is all decked out with magnetic fields. I didn't think that I would be a character in a movie one day, and was kind of looking forward to it. Everyone was getting excited and nervous. As the dark clouds gathered more and more, the thunder in the sky flashed and tumbled crazily, as if it would suddenly surge out the next moment. Xiang Wentian clenched his fists in death. How did I forget he was just a kid? You must know that during this tribulation, once an outsider enters, then the multiplier of this thunderbolt will increase exponentially. When the time comes, don't say you're going to die. Everyone here is going to die. With that, Xiang Wentian was ready to make his move. But in the next moment, Lin Sanzhong walked towards the ferrying old man with his hands behind his back and his feet in the void. The excitement began to build again as the people below saw a teenager appear. Look, here comes the main character. I didn't realize it was still a child. It's hard to see the face, but this is too real. I can't believe my feet are stepping on the void. I give full marks for this wigwam hanging. That has to be a perfect score. Makes me look forward to this big production. Could it be that the act is anti-inflammatory? The teenager who's been around for 30 years? If that's how it's going to be filmed, then I'm going to watch it. The sound from below came from the bottom, and it made Lin Sanzhong even more flirty. Old man, if you want to cross the threshold, you can change to a less crowded place, causing a stir here. Aren't you afraid of being put to death? Lin Sanjun appeared in front of the mysterious man. Baby doll. Upon seeing a 9 on Lin Sanstick's chest, the mysterious man also recognized it. But immediately afterward, he laughed madly. Ha ha ha. Is there no one left in Bureau 749? To let a little doll like you catch me? The old man's voice was so loud that it was directly audible to the ordinary people below. Bureau 749? What's that? If you ask me, who am I going to ask? One by one, they began to talk to each other. What do you care? When we come back and this movie is released, won't we know? While we're at it, let's find a camera so we can show our faces. When these words came out, women who thought they had some good looks instantly began to look for them, and in case they were recorded, they might be able to take off as well. Of course, not everyone in the crowd was convinced that this was a movie. There are some veteran metaphysical fans who believe that what is in front of them is real. Old man, you've got two things wrong. First of all, I'm not here to arrest you. Secondly, I'm here to kill you. Lin San Stick's innocent words directly caused the mysterious man to laugh madly. Ha ha ha. You guys at Bureau 749 really, everyone loves to blow awesome. Though I don't know why you can fly. I'm sure you're a rare and unusual person. But, let me tell you, the inhuman is nothing more than the most trashy existence among cultivators. Seeing as you're a child, you have the sense to back off. Otherwise, when the thunderbolt comes down later, don't chop you to death. As soon as the old man's words fell, the black clouds tumbled even more sharply, and a burst of thunderous whistling was violently emitted from the cloud mass, which was obviously imminent. Although the old man knew that one more person would be an additional danger when crossing the threshold, it was clear that this time, the matter of the cultivator was going to be made public. Even if he died, he would let the world know that in this world, there was still a group of cultivators that existed. It's okay, you should ferry your robbery to ferry your robbery. I just look, long so big have not seen the transition robbery yet. Saying that, Lin Sanstick sat up with his knees crossed, with that look of really wanting to take a look. Xiang Wentian down below had long been infuriated by Lin Sanju's actions at this point. Immediately, he sent a voice message to Lin Sanjun. Kid, what are you doing? I'm telling you now, if you enter the area of the tribulation, then this lightning tribulation will grow exponentially. You won't be the only one who will die then. Everyone will die. Kill him while you can. Giving orders to the asker. Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's voice transmission, Lin Sanju only slightly froze, but still did not make a move. When is it your turn to tell me what to do? When Lin Sanstick had just finished transmitting his voice, the terrifying thunder force smashed down directly towards the mysterious old man. The loud noise directly caused the ordinary people below to cover their ears. Holy! Is this a real tribulation? Such a big commotion. As the first lightning tribulation fell, Lin Sanju got up and walked towards the area of the tribulation. Chapter 22 Thunderbolt, nothing more than that. Just as Lin Sanju had stepped into the area of the thunder tribulation, the force of that thunder instantly locked Lin Sanju in place. Then the second thunderbolt directly began to smash down. At this moment, that terrifying thunder directly swept over the two. Master, you said that my body is equivalent to a strong person of the transitional stage, I hope you didn't lie to me. Be sure to top that. Lin Sanjun muttered. When the thunder fell, Lin Sanju's body directly stiffened. Trying to struggle was difficult to do. Is this thunderbolt so strong? If it was Lin Sanju himself who had crossed the tribulation, it obviously wouldn't be so powerful. Nay, this was two people, along with the power being doubled a few times. With this blow, Lin San's stick slowed down for a full 10 seconds before he could recover. This mysterious man, on the other hand, was not so good. After all, he didn't have a body of the transitional stage. This strike alone caused the mysterious man to be seriously injured, but that mouth was still radiating a crazy laugh. Lin San's stick, who knew the power of the thunderbolt, had an extra stick in his hand at the moment. This was followed by a slight smile at the sight of the mysterious man. All right, Thunder Tribulation Little Master, I'm done experiencing it. Next, it's time to send you on your way. Saying that, the immortal destruction stick in Lin Sanjong's hand directly exploded in length, and he suddenly shouted out from his mouth, "Break the sea!" Then, the entire space directly trembled and smashed over towards the mysterious man. No, no, you're not an inhuman. You're a cultivator. Impossible. Looking at you, you're only 10 years old. Why would you have such a strong cultivation? You know that I have cultivated for more than 100 years to reach my current realm. Over 100 years? Then you're really a loser, Lin Sanjong said disdainfully. Then that sea-breaking stick smashed into the 9 heavens. It directly smashed the thunderclouds apart when the cloud-covering stick fell. The body of this mysterious person directly dissipated into the air. All that was left was a patch of blood that spilled to the ground. With just one stick, he shattered the thunderbolt and killed the mysterious man in seconds. This scene completely confused Xiang Wentian. He had never dreamed that with his Jedan stage cultivation, he would be able to smash the thunderbolt, not to mention killing a powerhouse infinitely close to the transition stage in seconds. As the blood fell, the commoners below went crazy. One must know that it was the blood of a half-step transition stage powerhouse. The moment they were tainted, dozens of ordinary people's bodies were directly burst by this energy. Ai Chow! It's a real Ing transmogrification. At this moment, I don't know who yelled out first, and it instantly caused a commotion, because one of the people who exploded in place was a friend of his. Holy! There really are cultivators out there. Run! The vast majority of people chose to run away, but of course there was also a portion of senior metaphysical fans who didn't choose to run away, with only endless excitement on their faces. Started pulling out my cell phone to record it all. Why did I give this task to this kid? Xiang Wentian slapped his thighs, and his body's aura erupted violently, instantly forming a separate space in the city center. The fleeing man was bounced straight back as if he had touched a wall of air. No, let us go. We don't want to die. The people who were bounced back, each and every one of them were scared pale, and some of the psychologically weak ones had long since fainted. Lin Sanjong looked at Xiang Wentian's face of anger, tilted his head and spat out his tongue, and directly disappeared in place. Old man, you only asked me to kill people. You didn't ask me to take care of your mess for you. I'll go first, little master. At this moment, Xiang Chongweather's teeth itching to immediately beat Lin Sanjong violently. But there were more important things to do at the moment, so he had no choice but to pull out his cell phone and go call One Eye. It was also fortunate that the Wujiang Fallen Dragon had been taken care of by Lin Sanjong, or else One Eye would still be thousands of miles away. With the arrival of One Eye, after erasing everyone's memories, Xiang Wentian only opened the boundary, allowing everyone to leave, and those who woke up had apparently forgotten what had happened. Even the bloodstains splattered on his body were cleaned up. The video recorded in the cell phone was also eliminated right out of the state's operation. After doing everything, Xiang Wentian then returned to Bureau 749 in a rage. When he saw that Lin Sanju was sitting leisurely in his position drinking dragon blood from a bottle, he directly growled, "Brat, do you realize that you almost made a big mess this time? If it weren't for me, how many lives would you have enough to die?" Lin Sanju blankly glanced at Xiang Wentian. "Old man, shouldn't you be the one to take care of these things? Am I to be left to deal with this child?" Xiang Wentian froze. "Did I offend you in my past life? It's your turn to torture me in this life. All right, you've been quiet lately, so some of the smaller tasks won't require your presence. In these few days you will also prepare for the arrival of the Lord of the Land." Xiang Wentian directly walked out of the office after saying that. Lord of the Land? The Lord of the Land is more than what? Then he once again drank a mouthful of dragon's blood. Not to mention, this dragon blood has really managed to be enough since we have little dragon. Just as the dragon's blood was about to be finished, Lin Sanjun watched as the ghost bead seemed to change. It looked as if it had a spirit, floating directly in front of Lin San's stick. "Sister, is that you?" Ghost Pearl didn't respond, just walked up and down in agreement. "Sister, you wait, in a few days I'll study and research how to go to hell, and I'll surely find you that other shore flower." The ghost bead directly trembled madly when it heard that Lin Sanju was going to hell. "Sister, won't you let me go?" As soon as Lin Sanjuan's words fell, this ghost bead once again rose and fell. "Sister, don't worry. I'm determined to win this trip to hell. First, I'll resurrect you, and then I'll behead Elder Li and use his inner elixir to resurrect Master. You're all the closest people to me, and I'm going to save you." After saying this, Lin Sanju was afraid that Ghost Pearl would not agree and directly stuffed Ghost Pearl into the bottle once again. And then his body flashed directly to the depths of the sky, asking the augur dragon for a bottle of dragon blood before returning to his original position. This blood was not even a drop in the bucket for the Jiaolong, and he was too lazy to bother with Lin San's stick. Half a month has passed. The gates of Bureau 749 suddenly opened, and rows of brightly colored convoys drove directly into the compound. Lin San's stick was currently standing at the window watching the approaching caravan. Only after the center car door opened, an immortal old man walked down. When he saw Lin Sanjun at the window, he smiled and nodded. Lin Sanjun also recognized the visitor. "Is this the Lord of the Land who often appears on TV? It looks a lot older than it does on TV." Lin Sanjun muttered. Chapter 23. Meeting the Lord of the Land. Xiang Wentian, on the other hand, carefully led the State Lord to the office. When he saw Lin Sanju leisurely drinking the dragon's blood, Xiang Wentian directly gave Lin Sanju a look. Lin Sanju pressed on without even looking at Wentian, his eyes looking straight at the State Lord. "State Lord, this is Lin San," Xiang Wentian said. The Lord of the Land nodded. "Little one, you've been making quite a name for yourself lately. Another dragon slaying. Another stick to destroy a powerful person who has crossed the threshold. It seems to be quite the hero." The State Lord always wore a smile that simply made it impossible to guess what was really on his mind. "Old man, are you the Lord of the Land?" Lin Sanjun jumped down from his desk and came before the State Lord. As soon as he approached, he only saw the guards around him, directly blocking in front of the State Lord's body, with sharp eyes and a murderous look, staring at Lin San's stick in death. "Come on, you guys don't have to be so nervous. He's just a kid. Child." It was important to know that a guard who could follow the Lord of the Land had to know something about everything, especially this Lin San in front of him. After destroying the Zhang family's entire family could have long been rumored. Lin Sanzhong ignored the murderous gaze and looked around the State Lord. Although no cultivation presence was sensed on the State Lord, but it always gave Lin Sanjun a strong sense of oppression, a kind of intimidation from the soul. At this moment, the Jiao dragon hidden deep in the sky was originally one with Lin San's stick and also felt the old man's pressure. "Boy, you've seen something now. Why? It makes me feel scared." No, it should be the pressure from the bloodline. The dragon was in soul communication with Lin San's stick. Lin Sanjun didn't pay any attention to Jiao Long. Rather, he suddenly saw that this country lord's body actually had a dragon's chi next to it if there was any. It's a real dragon's breath. It wasn't something that could be compared to a character like an augur dragon, and even if the augur dragon transformed into a dragon, it was still just an ordinary dragon. And the dragon that wrapped around the Lord of the Land was a true 5-clawed golden dragon. The State Lord sensed that Lin Sanju seemed to know something. He then looked towards Xiang Wentian and the guards. "You guys go ahead and get out. I have some things to say to this little guy." "I'm afraid that's not good, is it?" Xiang Wentian said. After all, Lin Sanju's temperament, that was a master of killing at the drop of a hat. If you hurt the Lord of the Land, then all 749 can go under the household. "What? Do I need to repeat myself when I speak?" The aura of the country lord's superior figure erupted violently, directly startling Xiang Wentian and the guards. "No. No need. Then stand down," the State Lord said in a cold voice. Before Xiang Wentian left, he gave Lin Sanzhong another stern admonition before going out. "Well, little one, it's just the two of us now. Is there something you want to ask?" the Lord of the Land said. Lin Sanjun jumped straight onto the desk and sat down on his butt. Old man, you have an aura about you that makes me uncomfortable. The Lord of the Land laughed. Is that what you're talking about? As soon as the words fell, only a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared directly in the center of the State Lord's palm as it churned up and down. The golden dragon emitted a massive pressure that made Lin Sanjong feel uncomfortable. Unbeknownst to him, the scaly dragon in the depths of the sky directly let out a terrifying dragon roar when it felt this pressure. It's a good thing it was hidden deep enough, or it would have been exposed. Finally, the Lord of the Land went towards the window and looked up at the sky. Lin Sanclub giggled inwardly. Did the old guy find out? Lin Sanjun looked at the State Lord. There's no need to be nervous, little one. The only reason I know you didn't slay the dragon is because the dragon energy in me told me so. Sure enough, Lin Sanjun secretly said. So, you're going to kill me? Lin Sanjun said. No, 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 no. I'm here to honor you this time. How could I kill you? You know, it's been a long time since we've had a strong young man like you in Huaxia. The future of the country ultimately rests with you. I'm old. The Lord of the Land spoke to himself. Isn't it curious how I got the dragon aura on me? The State Lord turned his head to look at Lin Sanstick. Yes, Lin Sanjong didn't hide it either. It's simple. How do you think the head of a country can shock the world and even foreign countries without cultivation? That's because I can have a country's chi in me, and that chi is dragon chi. If one day I abdicate, then this chi will be added to the new lord of the kingdom. Although I'm not one of your cultivators, I can get rid of even a human immortal with my hands if I want to. Speaking these words, Lin Sanstick suddenly felt an unprecedented pressure that directly pressed him down on the table, unable to move. Good. Good strong. Lin Sanjun looked up at the State Lord with difficulty. In fact, without talking about the addition of national fortune, I'm just an ordinary old man. Though there is a kingdom, it cannot live forever, and old age and sickness are the norm. But it can be used to deter you, and I feel it's enough. Saying that, the State Lord directly dispersed his mighty pressure. Old man, you're telling me all this to tell me that you're good, right? But, little lord, I'm not far behind. Facing Lin Sanju, who did not give himself the slightest bit of face, the State Lord laughed, a laugh from the bottom of his heart. After all, sitting in this position, everyone was treating themselves with respect, which made the State Lord like Lin Sanstick even more. Though you're considered to have made a mark by destroying a powerhouse of the transitional succession stage. However, you are hiding the augur, deceiving your superiors and deceiving your subordinates, and your merits and demerits are offset. Do you have a problem with that? The State Lord said as he looked at Lin Sanstick. How dare I have an opinion, whatever you say? Lin Sanjun said in a nonchalant manner. He hadn't been concerned about the merits or lack thereof anyway. So, it doesn't matter to you if I ask you to hand over the augur? The Lord of the Land said with a twinkle in his eye. That won't work. Lin Sanjun directly refused. If I'm right, you've already made a contract with that augur, right? The State Lord looked at Lin Sanju as if all of Lin Sanju's things had been seen through. Yes, so what? If I am right, you should have entered into a contract of equality. If one side dies, then the other side dies with it. This kind of contract is good though it helps with cultivation. However, if the augur is informed of its existence by outsiders, you will be involved in endless risks. Hearing the State Lord say this, Lin Sanstick realized that he had actually been fooled by Jiaolong again. But you don't have to be nervous. As long as you can hide it well and succeed in helping it transform into a dragon, then you will no longer have any threat in this world except for me. Easy for you to say. That's a transformed dragon, a transformed dragon is equivalent to the human immortal realm. It's not that easy. At the thought of this, Lin Sanjun was a bit disheveled. Chapter 24. The Dragon Group. Like this, as long as you do me a favor, I'll give you a good thing. This thing can quickly help this augur transform into a dragon, what do you think? The Lord of the Land circled halfway around the world and finally circled back over the main line. I knew it, you're not holding back any good farts. Say, what's the favor? Lin Sanjun said. Well, before that, I was wondering if you were going to take a trip to hell. The tone of the State Lord's voice was serious. Lin Sanjun didn't expect that all of his thoughts had been guessed by the country lord in front of him. Good. That's exactly what I was thinking. I just didn't know how I should go about it. Lin Sanstick graciously admitted that he was a completely exposed existence in front of the other party. and there was no point in hiding it. As for how to get there, I can't tell you yet. When you reach the human immortal realm, I will naturally tell you the method. Why wait until the human immortal realm? Lin Sanjun looked at the State Lord suspiciously. You don't see me as the Lord of the Kingdom now, in charge of everything in the Yang world. However, in the Hells, there is also the existence of the King of Earthly Treasures, who is in charge of everything in the Netherworld. I can't control him there, and he can't control me here. And then what? Lin Sanjun inquired. The underworld is different from the Yang, so the living are different from the ghosts. Don't look at our Yang world. It's hard to appear a human immortal realm expert. However, in the midst of their netherworld, the emergence of a ghost immortal is difficult but quite a bit easier than in the Yang world. Because ghosts and monsters have an eternal lifespan, it's only a matter of time before they reach a certain level of strength. So, if you want to go to hell, then you have to reach the human immortal realm to do so. Or your little life will be easily handed over, the Lord of the Land explained. So what? I may be very young, but I'm not that greedy, Lin Sanjun said with clenched fists. You're not afraid, so is your master afraid? Is the female ghost beside you afraid? People can become ghosts when they die, but when ghosts die, they simply dissipate. This? Lin Sanjun hesitated. He didn't dare to bet. What do you want? Lin Sanjun looked at the State Lord, and that sophisticated look made him furious. As long as you agree to my conditions, I will naturally pave the way for you in the future. As long as it's not shaking the foundations of Huaxia, toss it around however you want. The Lord of the Land said. All right, I promise. Tell me what you need from hell. The Lord of the Land, however, shook his head. Now is not the time to talk about it. But there's something else you really need to do right now. Aren't you getting a little ahead of yourself? Lin Sanjun looked at the State Lord. You're a high and mighty Lord of the Land, but I'm not one to be messed with, he said and waved his fist. Oh, it's good to be young and punchy. This whole thing isn't that hard. I have a mystery troupe, named the Dragon Group. How about a troupe just for me? And I need you to serve as an instructor? Are you okay? Lin Sanjun looked at the State Lord. You're asking me to be an instructor for your troops? Have you forgotten that I'm only 8 years old? Lin Sanjun looked at the State Lord speechlessly, his small eyes showing great helplessness. Oh, how about 8? Have you ever seen anyone less than 10 years old haunted by killing? Moreover, as long as the proposed to serve as an instructor of the Dragon Team, its status can be higher than the status of the director of Bureau 749. A one-man existence. Speaking of which, Lin Sanstick was really a bit moved, although there were no tedious requirements here, but to be able to overpower Xiang Wentian and Elder Li, it was still quite refreshing to think about it. Fine. Then I'll reluctantly agree to it, little master. But I have one condition, and that is that my freedom cannot be restricted. Lin Sanjun offered his opinion. Deal, the State Lord said without even thinking, then took out a token engraved with the word dragon from his bosom. This is the identity token of the leader of the Dragon Team. Wait, I'll give you the location, but only if you go there yourself. Lin Sanju looked at the sophisticated State Lord. Old man, you're trying to get me to give them a hard time. Lin Sanjun muttered. Let's do the same for each other. All right, that's enough for today. If there's anything you need in the future, you can come directly to the capital to look for me. With this token here, no one will dare stop you. Lin Sanjun nodded. Okay, you guys stop eavesdropping and come on in. The Lord of the Land cleared his throat and said. Xiang Wentian and the others, who were hiding outside the door, blushed with old faces and walked in. Lord of the Land. The gazes that followed changed when they looked at Lin Sanstick. No one expected that this Lin Sanjong, who was only 8 years old, had transformed himself into a higher official position than himself. More or less, the heart is not in the right place. All right, ask the sky, you don't have to be so condescending. In the future, you have to help little Lindsay more. When he grows up, it will be of great benefit to you. The State Lord patted Xiang Wentian's shoulder, clearly already viewing Xiang Wentian as one of his own. This caused Xiang Wentian to burst into old tears of excitement. Damn, for how many years? I've been pressed down by old Stickly. This time I can raise my eyebrows. Xiang Wentian thought in his heart. Lord of the Land, I'll see you off. Watching the State Lord walk out the door, Xiang Wentian hurriedly fawned. When Xiang Wentian returned, he had another radar in his hand. Nah, This is what the Lord of the Land told me to give you. I really don't know what kind of luck you kid has had to make the State Lord think so highly of you. But you kids are really something. How dare you hide something so big from me? Obviously talking about slaying dragons. None of your business. Now that I'm your top boss, I don't even need a reason to beat you up. Lin Sanju looked at Xiang Wentian with an evil smile on his face. Cut. I'm still too lazy to talk to you. By the way, the State Lord asked you to make a trip to the Dragon Group in the next few days. Those guys from the Dragon Group, if they don't clean up and tidy up, they might be going to heaven. Xiang Wentian said. It was obvious that Xiang Wentian also knew about the existence of the Dragon Group. Now, you guys are going to be in big trouble. By the way, the Lord of the Land also said, can't you just finish in one breath? Lin Sanzhong, who was just about to move, looked at Xiang Wentian with a puff of air. Hey, didn't I forget? The State Lord said that you can pick the Dragon Team's people yourself from the outside, the best and the worst. However, you have to remember that as long as you enter the Dragon Team, you will never come out again in this life. And the only way to come out is to die. Do I need to make it any clearer to you? Xiang Wentian looked at Lin Sanstick. Nonsense. I've only been studying for a few years. How can I understand your bent? Say what you have to say. Hey! Xiang Wentian sighed. What the State Lord means is that all the people in the Dragon Group that you don't like or don't listen to can be killed. But never let a disobedient live one out. Once you're in the Dragon Team, you can't help yourself. Lin Sanjun nodded. Come on. I'm good at killing people. Then with an impatient wave of his hand, he turned into a stream of light and darted off toward the location on the radar. Chapter 25 Punishing the Dragons. After an hour had passed, Lin Sanstick appeared above the radar guide. And in a room below, a group of people were staring at an object displayed above the radar. Captain, are we being invaded here? Instead, the captain's mouth curled up in an arc. What invasion? This should be the State Lord, the new instructor for us. Call it down. Everyone greet the new instructor. Let's see what this instructor is really capable of to come to our Dragon Team. Saying that, this captain directly walked out with his hands behind his back. When he saw that it was a child standing there in the sky, he was a little confused for a moment. Little friend, are you in the wrong place? Outsiders aren't allowed in here. As soon as the captain's words fell, a group of roughly 1,000 people had taken shape. All of them looked at the young figure above the sky. At this moment, Lin Sanjun spoke up. This is the Dragon Team? So scattered and so little more. Lin Sanjun looked at the Dragon Team leader with disdain. Kid, don't tell me you're the new instructor sent by the State Lord. Lin Sanjun didn't say anything and directly flung the token at the captain. The captain saw the token and had a mocking smile on his face. What? Is there no one left in this world? Letting you, an unweaned child, be our instructor. That's right, he must be 10 years old by the look of him, right? I can't believe he's still holding a bottle. Lin Sanjong calmly looked at the chattering crowd below and drank a mouthful of dragon's blood. Enough said. Lin Sanjun said flatly. What? If you have a fart, just let it go. We couldn't be worse, and we won't listen to the teachings of a child. That's right, not as long as my bird, what's he worth? Is the Lord of the Land giving up on us? I don't know who said this, and once again the bottom exploded. Xiang Wentian's figure also appeared beside Lin Sanju at this moment. Kobayashi, these can be pricks, but every one of them is a man among men. Are you sure you can tame it? Xiang Wentian said as he wrapped his arms around himself. Lin Sanjun glanced at Xiang Wentian. Shut up all of you. Lin Sanjong's voice exploded into the crowd, causing everyone to fall silent. Very good. Don't think how much I want to take over this so-called dragon team of yours. It's just a bunch of trash. Little one, if you don't want to be convinced, come down and compete, a man said in a hollering voice. You take it easy. Now I'm going to make 3 announcements. First, I can just kill a few pricks as long as you guys behave yourselves. Secondly, as long as you can withstand a stick of 30% of my power, you will be considered qualified. Thirdly, don't you guys think your captain is strong? If you can resist 60% of my strength, you will be considered qualified. How? Lin Sanjun said icily. You, still resisting 30% of your power, do you know that our captain is a real cultivator? A few days ago, he even just broke through to the stage of the transition, just by you also dare to talk big? The man who spoke was dressed in crooked clothes and was sizing up Lin Sanjun like a gangster. Very good. In that case, let's take them one at a time. As he spoke, Lin San's stick suddenly raised his palm and gave a direct and gentle grip towards the person who had just insulted him. And that person surprisingly didn't even send out a single scream, directly turning into a mist of blood. This scene shocked everyone, although the strength of the person who spoke was not strong, but it is also considered to be the best among the Inhumans, and the ability is even possessed of lightning speed. I did not expect to be killed in seconds at once. Looking at the crowd that didn't speak, Lin San's stick spoke again. Then here goes the second item, saying that immortal destruction stick directly appeared in his hand. On the side, Xiang Wentian's soul involuntarily shivered when he saw the immortal destruction stick. Lin kid, aren't you going too far with this? After all, you've just killed a man. Lin Sanjun glanced icily at Xiang Wentian. What? You want to try this stick too? Xiang Wentian hurriedly shut up and stood in silence. Kid, we'll show you what the dragon team is today. With that said, the remaining 1,000 people directly supported a massive shield, flooded with 3 layers of energy fluctuations. How can the light of a glowing fire compete with the white moon? Lin Sanjong said disdainfully. Open stick. Saying this, the roiling shadow of the stick suddenly appeared, covering the clouds and the sun. Holding the immortal destruction stick, Lin Sanju was like a demon god looking down. With the word go, word fell. The huge shadow of the stick directly smashed upwards towards the protective shield. Xiang Wentian also closed his eyes in an unforgiving manner. I'll let you offend this little killing god. When the stick shadow just touched the shield, those 3 layers of protection directly shattered. Then close to half of them instantly turned into blood mist. Seeing this scene, the captain stepped right up. Stop! The captain bellowed and burst directly towards Lin San's stick. Lin San's stick was unmoved, controlling all the stick shadows to slam down as much as possible, and the only 500 to 600 people left directly disappeared once again by a large margin. Seeing this scene, Lin San's stick slightly raised his eyebrows and looked at the captain. Their deaths are no one's fault but your own, Lin Sanjun said icily, looking at the captain without a trace of emotion in his eyes. What are you talking about? This captain's eyes were red as he stared at Lin San's stick, realizing that these were teammates who had once fought side by side. Now a large portion of it has been destroyed by Lin Sanjong. Today, even if you are an instructor, you'll die here too. Xiang Wentian, I advise you to stay out of this. The captain obviously knew Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian sighed helplessly as he looked at the captain. Liang, I advise you to hurry up and apologize now, or the consequences are not what you want to know. Liang looked at Xiang Wentian. As long as you don't make a move, what else can a mere child do to me? Forget it, you seek your own death. Then there's nothing I can do about it, said Xiang Wentian as he stepped back to observe a moment of silence for Liang. Liang, right, just now I said that if you can resist 60% of my power, you'll be considered successful. Ready, Lin Sanjun said. I prepare you. He was just about to say mom, but when he saw Xiang Wentian's stopping eyes, he swallowed the word raw for some reason. Good, you've gone through the ghost gate. Break the sea. When Lin San's stick's voice fell, space trembled and the sea-breaking stick slammed over towards Liang. Ariang frowned in the face of the stick. He felt an unprecedented pressure, and this was the first time he had felt so close to death since he stepped into the transition stage. A long knife appeared directly in his hand, and he met it towards Lin Sanju. Playing God. Even if you cultivated in your mother's womb, I don't believe that you can reach the ferrying stage at such a young age. Chapter 26 Training. The huge blade chopped right towards Lin San's stick. Lin Sanjun smiled faintly. It's true that I haven't reached the stage of transition. However, the transitional succession stage, it's just a piece of trash in my eyes. All that was said was a click. Liang's long knife broke with a sound, and his figure flew directly backwards. A mouthful of blood directly spread across the long sky, and his body ruthlessly smashed on top of the ground. Even the ground smashed out a deep pit. Those still standing below rushed to Liang's side to help him up. Captain, are you okay? Liang coughed a few times and blood, along with broken guts, was spat out along with the coughing. Deeply scornful, he glanced at Lin San's stick. Lin kid, are you using 60% of your strength? Xiang Wentian asked as he looked at Liang, who was almost killed in seconds. Lin Sanjun shook his head. I told you, how can you, A jet on stage, use only 6 achievements. Before he finished his words, he saw Lin Sanju stretch out 3 fingers. Only 30%, said 60% for fear of hitting them too hard. Air. Xiang Wentian froze on the spot. You're awesome. Lin Sanclub then took 1 step at a time, stepping on the void towards where Aoyang was. At the sight of Lin Sanju's arrival, each of these dragon group members avoided Lin Sanju. Any of you who still have any objections, just step forward. At this moment, everyone was looking at Lin Sanstick as if they were looking at a god of killing, and if they didn't have strong mental qualities, they would have died of fear. You have to realize that this group of people have been through life and death battles. Liang got up with difficulty and looked at Lin Sanju. Instructor, thank you for the lesson you taught us today. It's also true that we've been too loose lately, not realizing that there are people out there. Aoyang looked at Lin Sanstick like a deflated ball. Lin Sanju nodded. I still say that I don't even want to be a ghost instructor for this dragon group of yours or whatever. If the old man hadn't begged me, I wouldn't have bothered to come over. Now how about if you guys just say that you won't let me serve as an instructor? I'll leave right away? Apparently Lin Sanstick didn't want to take this mess either. Rio's eyes rolled. To be able to call the State Lord old man, I'm afraid that he has a great relationship, and with such a strong strength, following him will definitely bring him to the next level. Ahem, instructor, you're joking. With your strength, you're fully qualified for the position of instructor. We can't even beg for it. How could we let you go? Liang shook off his teammates who were holding him up. To formally introduce myself, my name is Zhang Liang. I'm the captain of the dragon team, and my current strength is at the early stage of transition. After saying that, Aoyang gave Lin Sanju a military salute. Lin Sanjong froze. You're not afraid to die? My training isn't training from hell. It's training for 9 deaths. Lin Sanjun looked at Zhang Liang with slight surprise. No fear. It's an honor to die for our country, said everyone who was still alive was rendered emotional by Zhang Liang. So are we. Lin Sanjun nodded helplessly. All right, my name is Lin Sanstick. My current strength is at the Jet End stage. Upon hearing about the Jet End stage, it was obvious that everyone didn't believe it, but they didn't say anything. Instructor Lin. All of them saluted and called out in unison, which was quite enjoyable for Lin Sanjun. Very well, I will give you only 1 day to recuperate. Meet here tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock sharp. Yes, everyone shouted with excitement. Very well. Dismissed. Zhang Liang, count the number of people and let me know. Yes, Instructor Lin. After reporting the number, Lin Sanju spat out his tongue. You're really ruthless. The dragon team of more than 1,000 people froze and let you get only 181 people left. Xiang Wentian looked at Lin Sanju helplessly. So what? You know, the ones that survive are the cream of the crop. Xiang Wentian sighed. You're the only one who picks the elites so much, so when the time comes, I'll see what you tell the State Lord. Early the next morning, Lin Sanstick came on top of the playground at 5 o'clock sharp. But Zhang Liang had long since appeared on top of the playground with his remaining men, waiting for Lin Sanstick to arrive. Each face was so excited that they looked like they hadn't slept much. Very good. Lin Sanjun nodded in satisfaction. Actually, my training is quite simple. That is, if you want to learn to hit, you have to learn to get hit first. So, your first lesson is to get beaten. Taking a beating? The crowd was uncertain. Nice. Unbeknownst to him, every word that Lin Sanju said was something that Lu Sanju had once taught himself. After all, having a good body, that was the root of cultivation. Zhang Liang out. Lin Sanjong called Zhang Liang out. After all, Zhang Liang's strength was too different from theirs. As Zhang Liang walked out, the corners of Lin Sanjong's mouth quirked slightly. Ready. Ready. Lin Sanjong nodded slightly, and in the next moment, several infernal spirits appeared directly behind him, each of them confronting a person. You are not allowed to fight back. You can only be forced to defend. The longer you hold out, the better you'll be. Got it? No. No. The gazes of the crowd towards Lin Sanstick were once again bizarre, not realizing that a cultivator was also a ghost cultivator at the same time. Just as these unjust souls made their move, a miserable scream came out all of a sudden. Lin Sanju nodded in satisfaction and looked at Zhang Liang. You, taught by me personally. Since you've already passed through the Thunder Tribulation, it proves that your body has already been baptized by the Thunder Tribulation, so there isn't much use in refining your body for you. Tell me about the technique you cultivate and I'll listen to it. Zhang Liang didn't even think twice before revealing his gongfu. I cultivate, return to the C1 blade. Currently cultivated to the grand completion stage, a single blade can cut out several slashes. Speaking of this, Zhang Liang said with some pride. Yeah, give me your knife. Zhang Liang was unsure and directly handed his long sword to Lin Sanju. The returning C/, I don't know how to cultivate it. But, from what you mean, I know that as long as there are more blade shadows, it proves that this returning C/ of yours is more powerful chant. Lin Sanjun said. Yes, instructor, you can interpret it that way. Very well, you can now cast up to a few sword shadows. Zhang Liang puffed out his chest. Back to the instructor, 108 knives. Lin Sanju nodded and returned the knife to Zhang Liang. Slash me with that 108 blade you're so proud of. Hesitating for a moment, Zhang Liang instantly leaped into mid-air. Instructor Lin, please enlighten me. With that said, the long sword in Zhang Liang's hand instantly turned, followed by a violent shout from his mouth. Return to the C1 blade. Then the 108 blade-ons directly chopped at Lin San's stick. Lin Sanjun shook his head. Then stretching out 2 fingers, he directly clamped the real blade with quickness and precision, and the blade aura directly dissipated. 2 fingers. And they actually caught the returning C/ that I'm so proud of? Zhang Liang only felt as if he had cultivated a garbage blade technique. At the same time, the heart was shocked beyond belief. It seems that this instructor still hid his strength yesterday. Chapter 27 Mystery Man takes farmers on a 1,000-mile journey by night. Lin, Instructor Lin, could it be that my sword technique is actually really unbearable? Zhang Liang said with hesitation. Lin Sanjun shook his head. No, it's not that your blade technique is unbearable. On the contrary, your blade technique is considered a superior blade technique. It's just that you're practicing the wrong way. Lin Sanjun could tell at a glance that this returning C1 blade cultivation method. Please, instructor, solve the problem. Just like a child. Zhang Liang shuffled his ears and listened to Lin Sanju's words. Lin Sanjun nodded in satisfaction. It's simple, it's called the returning C/. Haven't you ever thought that it's actually not the more blade awnings the better? Rather, is the more astringent the better? Lin Sanjun said. Instructor, you might as well elaborate. Zhang Liang was a bit puzzled. It's very simple, the so-called return to the C1 blade, that's the pre-existing blade technique, is as varied as the C. The so-called pre-mastery stage is where you are practicing at the Mahayana stage now, and if I'm right, this book of your blade is a remnant scroll. Zhang Liang nodded. And for the next scroll, I think it should be a gradual reduction of the 108 blade-ons and finally condense them into a single blade, which is the true return to the C blade. Zhang Liang's eyes lit up. I wonder, can Instructor Lin demonstrate? Lin Sanjun nodded and once again brought the long sword over. I'll only rehearse it once. It's up to you how much you can comprehend. Then Lin Sanjun leaped up. Watch this. This is your 108 blades. As soon as the words fell, only 108 sword shadows suddenly appeared above the sky, covering the sky. Each blade shadow was like a materialized long blade, slashing directly above the open space to the side. In a flash, 108 deep ditches appeared directly in this open space. This? Zhang Liang sucked in a cold breath, realizing that even if he had cast it himself, he would not have been able to achieve this effect. Next, I'll show you what true unity is. Lin San's stick had just finished speaking when his body's aura surged, and those 108 blade shadows once again appeared out of thin air. After the light flickered, these 108 blade shadows directly condensed into a single blade shadow that ran through heaven and earth. Chop! Lin Sanjun spat softly from his mouth. It was only as if the heaven and earth had been chopped open, splitting the entire space in two. After doing so, Zhang Liang had frozen in place. Lin Sanjun smiled faintly. This is similar to my sea-breaking stick. Only cultivating to the peak can only be so good. Lin Sanju then landed in front of Zhang Liang and patted his shoulder. You don't have to practice straight into a slash like I did, because you can't do it. All you need to do is to take the current 108 blades and fuse them to become 54 blades. Then from 54 blades it fused to become 27. And so on and so forth, until the last 3 slashes are just melted into one. Lin Sanjun explained. Zhang Liang asked, but doesn't the 27 blades become 13.5 blades in the end? How does that blend? Are you an idiot? Can't we make him 14 knives to get back into double digits if we don't know? Lin Sanzhong looked at Zhang Liang's not-so-smart appearance with some hatred. Oh, that singular is also a hurdle. And once you cross it, you'll make a qualitative leap. As to whether or not you'll be able to practice a blade in the end, it depends on your comprehension. Lin Sanstick said. In fact, Lin Sanstick can understand all this. The first is attributed to the 3 sticks, and the second is that spiritual Tao body which is naturally more enlightened than others. All right, get on the side and practice. Lin Sanzhong waved his hand, his eyes once again looking at the crowd of people whose bodies were being refined by the unjust souls, only to see that all of them were already lying on the ground with bruises and swollen noses. Unable to do anything about it, Lin Sanzhong retrieved the wronged soul. I don't know, how did your previous instructors train you? Each one of you has such a poor physique. According to my analysis, you guys will need to take a beating for at least a year before you can reach the small success stage. Huh? A year? Hearing Lin Sanzhong's words, the fallen crowd was even more miserable. Lin Sanstick also didn't want to waste his time on training this group of people, and the cultivation method had already been told to the crowd. During the next month, Lin Sanzhong left the dragon group after leaving behind his counterpart's grievous soul. It was only when he returned to Bureau 749 that Lin Sanju let out a long breath. It's still clean here. Xiang Wentian looked at Lin Sanstick. What? It's only been a month and you're tired? Lin Sanju blankly glanced at Xiang Wentian. Old man, how do you have the face to talk about me? Stayed less than half a day and ran away. Xiang Wentian narrowed his eyes and smiled. I'm too old to stand up to that. By the way, you're back just in time. There just happens to be a mission. I wonder if you're interested. Old man, you are not letting me idle at all. Lin Sanzhong looked at Xiang Wentian with a mischievous expression on his face. Hey, it can't be helped. The great ones have their own missions. It's not like there's no one at home. Xiang Wentian said helplessly. Don't complain. Hurry up and tell me what mission. Don't ask me to go if it's too easy. Toward asked Tian smiled faintly. 2 mysterious people of the transitional stage suddenly appeared some time ago. I don't know if these 2 are idle or not, but they even went to bully a peasant. Whenever a farmer rests, he always wakes up again in a city thousands of miles away. And this one was even more outrageous, sending the farmer directly into the middle of the military compound. No, the top knows about this and has asked us to investigate. It was only after investigating that I realized that it was actually the work of 2 loose cultivators of the transitional succession stage. This time, it says it better be alive. Xiang Wentian said. Eh? Are these 2 ferrying stages fed up? Traveling around the world with a peasant? Who says it isn't? I was wondering, do you think it's possible that this farmer is their long-lost father? Lin Sanjun said with a twinkle in his eye. No way. Xiang Wentian decisively denied it. You think everyone is like you, so perverted and cultivating so fast. If a normal person wants to cultivate to the point of crossing the threshold, it would take about 300 years without chance. And even with an abundance of chances, it takes 100 years to cross the threshold. So there's no way this farmer could have lived that long if he were his father. Lin Sanjun nodded. Where was this last appearance? North Sea Military District. Xiang Wentian said. Lin Sanjun seems to have remembered something. Are these 2 men both wearing big cloaks so you can't see their faces? Hearing Lin Sanju's words, Xiang Wentian was slightly stunned. How do you know? Have you seen it? Lin Sanjun nodded. Slaying dragons by chance. Since you've seen it, it's all the more important that you take care of this matter. Coincidentally, this farmer also lives in Ojiang, in a village called Happy Town. Coordinates sent to your radar. Lin Sanjun glanced at Xiang Wentian. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Today I'm going to have a good rest, little master. Chapter 28. He was my father in a previous life. Rizhao High Pole. On the second day, Lin Sanstick was a great sleeper, sleeping until noon, before setting off to the Happy Town. However, when he woke up, Lin Sanstick was surprised to find that his cultivation had broken through to the late jet-end stage, and that speed could be said to be like riding a rocket. After Xiang Wentian understand, only to know after this late stage of Jedon is the baby, only the inner Dan in his body to cultivate into a baby in order to pass through the robbery. Little dragon, are you almost recovered from your injuries? Lin Sanjun flew towards Blissful Town while his soul communicated with the augur. Kid, how about I didn't lie to you? Is it possible that you've broken through too? The dragon said. Che, in that case, you're about to cross the threshold again, aren't you? The dragon spoke again after a moment of silence. Not bad. Except that I still don't have much certainty about this time when I cross the threshold. Lin Sanjuan's eyes rolled, suddenly remembering that the state lord seemed to have said that he had something that could help the augur cross the tribulation. He flirted. In this case, how about you call out to Big Brother, and I'll turn around and help you cross the tribulation? Ghosts will believe you. You must know that the dragon transformation tribulation is not comparable to the human immortal tribulation of your humans. It is at least twice as much as the human immortal tribulation. I'll be happy to stay alive. When do you plan to cross over? That was what Lin Sanjun was most interested in knowing at the moment. After all, in case the augur failed to cross the threshold, then he himself would follow suit. This is probably in 3 months. I still need to prepare some things. When the time comes, you'll choose a place for me to cross the threshold. And if I'm disturbed by outsiders again, both of us will have to die this time. The dragon said. As the one man and the dragon chatted, Lin Sanstick had already arrived at the place marked by the radar. See below, a group of old men and women in the tea party. Lin Sanjong found a place where no one fell down. That's before heading towards the crowd. If you want to know the relevant information, of course, you have to go to the information office at the head of the village, 8 villages in 10 miles, whose daughter-in-law does not return home at night, whose father-in-law wears a small skirt, whose old sow will get on the tree. Here I'll give you a clear picture. When they saw Lin Sanju arrive, the gazes of these old men and women were fixed on Lin Sanju. What an exquisite doll. Must have grown up to be a great beauty, one of the old women said. Lin Sanjun looked at the old woman speechlessly. Grandma, I'm a man. I'm a man. Oh haha. Look at me, I'm so old. By the way, Granny, I wonder if anything interesting has come up in the village lately. Lin Sanjun had just finished asking when the old woman cast a glance toward a tiled room. This one's been wicked lately. I heard that the one they were in charge of was abducted 3 times a month by aliens. Aliens? Lin Sanju froze. It's not great, you know, my village, but the transportation is quite underdeveloped. You have to go over a big mountain to get out of the country for miles. And this pawn, surprisingly, went to a big city more than 3,000 kilometers away overnight. What else could it be, you say, if it's not aliens running amok? Lin Sanjun nodded. So is this alien coming back today? This? I don't know, but it's not too far off. Listening to this pawn, he said he's going to be taken around the world for miles by aliens tonight. Kinda envious, said Granny with little stars in her eyes. Che, what are you envious of? That's an alien. You wouldn't even have a place to talk about it if it killed you. One Moncler outlet store said. After getting the news he wanted, Lin Sanjun found a place to hide. Toward evening, jumped on top of the roof of this family's house and waited quietly. Looking at the curling smoke and smelling the aroma of food wafting out of the window, Lin Sanju was not a good taste in his heart. If Mom and Dad were still around, I'd be able to have a dinner that smelled this good, too, I guess. Lin Sanjun was a bit glum. Once the latter half of the night arrived, Lin Sanjun felt a mysterious aura. He looked up into the sky just in time to lock eyes with the 2 mysterious men. The mysterious man's figure froze when he saw Lin Sanstick. I didn't realize that there was a child waiting for him here. Lin Sanju leapt into mid-air and looked at the 2. You guys are finally here. I've been waiting for you all day. Lin Sanjun said flatly. Little brother, we haven't offended you, have we? The 2 mysterious people obviously didn't want to cause more trouble either. You guys didn't offend me, but you guys offended Bureau 749. We've gone to a lot of trouble to find you guys, Lin Sanjun said as he took a sip of the dragon's blood. Bureau 749. The 2 men froze. We mean no harm, one of the men said. I know, and if you had any ill will, you'd be a corpse by now, Lin Sanjong said with a sense of concern. The other man in black was looking at Lin Sanju with disdain. Little doll, get lost. Is Bureau 749 incapable of doing anything? Letting a kid like you come and arrest us. Apparently the man has some violent tendencies. You're talking, and I'm pretty much out of the loop. Lin Sanjun put the bottle away. You have to listen even if you don't like it. Get lost if you know what's good for you. Don't delay us from doing our business. This man in black said impatiently. Business? Your business is traveling the world with the old man inside the room. None of your business? Very well, since I'm not going to do this until I'm toast. Don't blame me for being impolite. In the next moment, the immortal destruction stick appeared in his hand. The other man's body visibly lurched when he saw the golden-colored stick. It's you. What, you know me? Lin Sanjun raised his eyebrows. No, but I've seen you before. The man in black frowned and patted the man on the side, signaling not to clash with Lin Sanju. Little brother, we really don't mean any harm. It's just that the old man in this house below was once my father. I also just want to show him the greatness of this country. Lin Sanjong froze slightly. Do you think the little master is a 3-year-old child? You must be several hundred years old to have reached your current realm, right? You're telling me that this regular guy is your dad? The man in black sighed. Little brother, I'm not lying. He really was my father in his previous life. I didn't fulfill my filial duty in my previous life. So in this life, I want to make up for my regrets in my previous life. Because my father's biggest dream was to see the greatness of his country. Lin Sanjun nodded. You know, inhumans and cultivators are not allowed to have contact with mortals. You're making it difficult for me. Lin Sanjun pretended to spread his hands. Just this once. Just let me take my father, once around the world, and I'll stay away from the world. Tears welled up in the black-clothed man's eyes as he begged Lin Sanju. Chapter 29, What Happened in the Last Life Ended in the Last Life. Lin Sanstick's parents were brutally murdered and he became an orphan from the age of 6. It was a moment when he clearly experienced the regret and sadness in the man's heart. Big brother, what do you care about him? I'll stop him, you go get father and go. As he spoke, another man in black directly blocked in front of Lin Sanstick. Don't, you're no match for him. The man in black said, arching his hand again at Lin Sanju. Little brother, my name is Zhang Jiao. This is my sworn brother Di Fei. Please be accommodating. Lin Sanjun hesitated. I hope you're true to your word, but I'm going to follow you. A pang of sourness inside made Lin Sanjun compromise. Okay. Zhang Jiao hastily nodded his head. Then, with a lift of his palm, an aged man flew out of the room. At the sight of a few people, a look of confusion came over his face. This was because, every time he took the old man on a trip, Zhang Jiao would erase his memories, which caused the old man to look at the trio in horror. My big day. The old man looked at himself as he floated in mid-air, clearly taking Lin Sanjong and the others as the black and white irregulars. Zhang Jiao, on the other hand, had a slightly trembling voice. Old man, actually this is all just a dream. I am going to take you on a trip around the world to see the greatness of this country. The old man nodded woodenly, unable to think of any reason for it other than dreaming. As the three set out, in one night they turned around almost all the places of interest. When the sky was getting light, Zhang Jiao brought the old man to the Yellow River. Looking at the Yellow River water that rolled up and down, the old man's heart was full of emotions. It was as if a yoke had suddenly been opened in his heart. When he looked at Zhang Jiao again, the old man unconsciously said, Boy! Thank you. When Zhang Jiao heard these words, it was as if he had been electrocuted, and the tears could no longer be stopped. Dad, the child is late. 200 years. Exactly 200 years before I found you. At this time, Zhang Jiao has sobbed uncontrollably. Looking at the Lin Sanjong heart is also bitter. No one understands the pain of losing a loved one better than Lin Sanstick. The old man got up and came to Zhang Jiao's side, gently patting Zhang Jiao's shoulder with his big wrinkled rough and warm hand. Kid. Actually, from the first time you picked me up, I had a feeling you looked familiar. I don't know why I suddenly forgot these things, but it's good that I remember now. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Sanju placed his hand behind the old man's back, which was all it took for Lin Sanju to unlock that sealed memory. That's what allowed this old man to recall more. Dad, no matter how many lifetimes you reincarnate, you will always be my father. Son, I know time is running out. Let me in to see how you are. The old man never admitted he was his father. Good, said Zhang Jiao, directly took off his hat, revealing his true face, a man in his 40s, with a head of white hair. The old man gently stroked Zhang Jiao's face, and while he wanted to say something, he realized that the sky had already dawned. Send me back. Zhang Jiao nodded reluctantly, taking the old man towards his home. When he passed the roof of the house, Zhang Jiao directly knelt down in front of the old man and fiercely kowtowed 3 times. The finger then condensed a ray of light that shot into the old man's brow. The old man also slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. This side is afraid that it is goodbye forever, Diffie said with a sigh. Lin Sanju, however, looked into the distance. Father and mother, have you been reborn? Just as Lin Sanju was lamenting, Zhang Jiao made a bow to Lin Sanju. Thanks, little brother. Obviously Zhang Jiao knew why this old man would suddenly remember these things. All right, now that you're done, you guys are coming with me, Lin Sanjun said. Where to? To Bureau 749, of course. Your unauthorized removal of ordinary people has become a nuisance to this community. As for your end, I'm not sure. Zhang Jiao nodded and looked at Di Fei. Stay out of trouble and go. Di Fei glared at Lin Sanjun before following him towards Bureau 749. Back at Bureau 749, Xiang Wentian had been waiting for a long time. These two are the mystery man? Lin Sanjun nodded and introduced himself before telling the reason. A lifetime ago, as cultivators, you should not have disturbed ordinary people. It's a good thing you weren't found slaughtering the people and committing evil, or you wouldn't be standing here. Before Xiang Wentian could finish his sentence, Zhang Jiao directly interrupted Xiang Wentian. Heavenly Bureau, this is my own business, not Di Fei's. Can you release him? Xiang Wentian frowned. Speak to you properly. Don't get carried away. Big brother. Don't beg him. Big deal. Let's rush out. Diffie has quite a hot temper. Punch out. Xiang Wentian lightly grunted as he looked towards Di Fei. What do you think this place is? Say come and go. Just as Xiang Wentian wanted to continue, Lin Sanzhong snapped his baiga and said, Old man, wait to talk for a moment. And then he turned his head to Di Fei. You're defiant, aren't you? What? An old dead head and an unweaned brat. Is there no one left in your Bureau 749? Zhang Jiao was wildly arrogant. Very good. A murderous intent flashed in Lin Sanjuan's eyes. How about this? As long as you can win against me, I'll let you all go. Diffie's heart was glad to hear it. Really? Seriously? Ahem. You can rest assured that Kobayashi's words represent the words of the entire 749th Bureau. As long as you can win against Kobayashi, I'll agree to let you guys go as well. Great. Diffie nodded. Zhang Jiao, however, hurriedly pulled Di Fei up. You're confused. This little brother is strong. I once saw him kill a strong person who was about to cross the threshold with a single stick. Diffie smiled disdainfully. So what? I can kill even if I haven't transited. Besides, I'm already in the middle stage of transiting. Am I afraid of a doll? Unbeknownst to him, Xiang Wentian had long since stolen a smile. Old me is at the peak of the transition, 1 foot in the human immortal realm, and I wouldn't dare to talk like this. You guys are really good. Please. Saying that, Lin Sanzhong took the lead and flew towards the martial arts practice field. The people practicing in the martial arts arena all involuntarily winced at the sight of Lin Sanzhong's arrival. What's this god of killers doing here again? As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw Lin Sanju's icy gaze. Roll down. The man standing in the ring broke out into a cold sweat and stumbled as he walked. Lin San's stick then jumped directly on top of the ring. What's that, fly? Come on. Diffie didn't hesitate to jump right in. The aura on his body surged, and a terrifying sense of oppression came directly towards Lin San's stick, trying to give Lin San's stick a run for his money. Chapter 30. Dragon Transformation Stone. Lin San's stick smiled faintly and dispersed the oppressive feeling with a wave of his hand. Not bad, kid, you've got some skills, Diffie said calmly. The next moment, the figure violently burst towards Lin San's stick. Lin San Club stood in place and looked at Di Fei's figure with disdain. Just as Di Fei was about to touch Lin San's stick, he suddenly realized that it was just a residual shadow, and the real Lin San's stick had already appeared behind Di Fei. The Immortal Destruction stick appeared directly in his hand. Open stick. Xiang Wentian couldn't bear to close his eyes when he saw the Immortal Destruction stick appear. Then the terrifying shadow of the stick smashed towards Di Fei. Sculpture. Di Fei let out a low gulp under his breath, and a gigantic silhouette violently appeared behind him. Heavenly Incarnation. Then he saw this shadowy figure's hands directly joined together, holding the Immortal Destruction stick that was about to smash in. But after only resisting for a moment, it was directly shattered by the stick. The next moment, Di Fei flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, a mouthful of blood gushing out. He looked at Lin San's stick with a shocked expression. No. No way. You're obviously only at the late Jiedan stage of cultivation. Why do you have such a strong power? You're definitely hiding your strength. Zhang Jiao came forward and helped the severely injured Di Fei up, arching his hand at Lin Sanju. Little brother. This brother of mine doesn't know any better. Please spare his life. Lin Sanju put away the immortal destruction stick and looked down at Di Fei. You have a good brother. He then jumped out of the ring. Just as he jumped out of the ring, that roaring applause suddenly appeared. Haha. Junior Third Master is Junior Third Master. Still so powerful. Zhang Guangling clapped his hands and said. Xiang Wentian also walked up. Convinced. In that case, you'll have to pay for what you've done as well. As of today, you will be incarcerated in the 9th prison to serve a 30-year sentence. He said that he would order the 2 men to be imprisoned. But Lin San's stick's voice rang out. Wait, you're going to plead for them? Xiang Wentian looked at Lin San's stick. Do I need to? I'll take these 2. This? Xiang Wentian hesitated. This is what elderly wants. It's hard for me when you're like this. Lin Sanjun raised his eyebrows at Xiang Wentian. Hard to do. Hard to do then, said a token appeared in his hand. Now I'm talking good? Air. Xiang Wentian also lost his temper when he saw the Dragon Group instructor order. This? If elderly asks. When asked, tell them I took it away from the little master. Let him come to me in defiance. Lin Sanjong left the martial arts practicing ground with the 2 of them without looking back after he finished speaking. I didn't see the smile on Xiang Mantian's face as he got his way. As I can save you, I can kill you. From now on, for 30 years, your freedom belongs to me. You will do what I tell you to do. Know what? Lin Sanjong looked at the 2 Zhangjiao people. It's Little Master Junior. Lin San's stick nodded in satisfaction, then led the 2 to the Dragon Group. Upon seeing Lin San's stick's arrival, Zhang Liang greeted him. Instructor Lin. Well, as of today, these 2 are your deputies. Saying that, Lin Sanju pointed at Zhang Jiao and Di Fei. Then he turned to the crowd that was getting their asses kicked. In the future, these 2 will train you well for me. These 2 are both strong at the middle stage of the transitional succession, so don't be displeased with yourselves. Instructor Lin. Lin, we are convinced. A man who could still barely stand and could barely squeeze out a few words in the face of injustice. Very good. I'm giving you guys a vacation today. With that, he took back as many of the wrong souls as he could, and then said to Zhang Jiao, from today onwards, their cultivation is in your charge. Remember, now it's refining. This group, I don't care what you use, develop their physical limits. If any of them can't hold out, then just let them die. Zhang Jiao froze, thinking he had heard wrong. You mean dead or alive? What? I didn't speak clearly enough? Lin Sanjun frowned. Understood. Understood. Everyone thought they were relieved of the beatings of the unjust souls, but they didn't expect to enter an even more horrific practice. Diffie was taking all his anger out on these unlucky players. However, even then, Diffie didn't dare to kill a single person. After all, Lin Sanjong dared to say so, but they didn't dare to do so. After doing all this, Lin San's stick acted like a shirker and went straight to Kyoto to look for the State Lord. Carrying the token, Lin Sanjun was able to travel unhindered. After all, Lin Sanjong's name had long been rumored among the top echelons of Kyoto. Knowing that there was such an 8-year-old whose force could be called the first under the human immortals. Old man, do you remember what you promised me? Lin Sanju sat on a chair to the side looking at the High Lord of the country. You really don't know what manners are, little one. Lin Sanjun spread his hands helplessly. I grew up without a father or a mother and spent 2 years in the 9th prison, and you're telling me about manners? The Lord of the land smiled. The stuff was ready for you a long time ago. Saying that, he signaled the bodyguard beside him to take it to Lin San's stick. Only an antique box with a lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon painted on it. It is. Lin Sanju opened the box, which contained a bloody stone. Kid, this is the dragon transformation stone. The blood stained on it is real dragon blood. A huge help to that little augur of yours. Lin Sanjun nodded. Kid, I heard that you wiped out more than 1,000 people up and down my dragon group. Aren't you going to give me an explanation? The State Lord's face feigned indifference. Account for it? No. Kill me if you can. Lin Sanjun said indifferently. Haha, this character of your kid is too much like me when I was young. But are you sure you can tame those two new recruits of yours? Old man, you're well informed. So soon. Don't worry. Everything is under my master's control. Well, in that case, I'm relieved. By the way, there's something I wanted to tell you some time ago, but since you're here, it's okay to tell you now. Lin Sanjuan's eyes rolled. It was obvious that this country lord wasn't holding back any good farts. That, I'm not listening to, okay? Lin Sanjun said subconsciously. No, the lord of the land decisively refused. This is something that has to be done by you, and of course the benefits are enormous. If this event is accomplished, then you will become the #1 meritorious official of Huaxia, enjoying the treatment of one person. Lin Sanjun looked at the state lord. Old man, it seems like I'm just one person now, isn't it? Chapter 31 Battlefield of the 10 Kingdoms. Fragment of the Mountain and Sea Scripture. The Lord of the Land froze. Come on, kid. I'm not kidding you. When these words were uttered, there was no trace of the appearance of a country lord, as if it was like an old son educating a kid. Come on. Come on. Count me as scared of you, go ahead. Lin Sanjun listened quietly. This matter is a matter of life and death for the nation. That bad? Lin Sanjun looked at the state lord. Nice. Do you know about the 5 warring nations? Lin Sanjun shook his head. The so-called 5 warring nations are the 5 warring nations that consist of the 5 top warring nations. They have an absolute voice in the world. The 5 warring nations are we, the Kingdom of China, the Kingdom of Fath, the Kingdom of the Eagle General, the Kingdom of the Bear, and the Kingdom of Liebenstein. Lin Sandstick nodded. These 5 countries were powerful, and he was aware of it. And then what? We, the 5 warring nations, decided in our meeting half a month ago to form a 10-nation battlefield. Battlefield of the 10 Kingdoms? Lin Sanjun looked at the state lord suspiciously. Not bad. This so-called 10 Kingdoms battlefield is organized for the sake of battle. Because there's been a lot going on around the world lately. There are a number of small countries that have seen many divine awakenings one after another. It poses a big threat to us. That's why the 10 Kingdoms battlefield was formed, in order to just exterminate these newly awakened gods. Of course, the human immortal realm is not allowed to participate. As for you, I believe that no one other than the human immortal realm should be able to do anything about you. This sweet date had made Lin Sanju a bit fluttery. That's for you to say? A human immortal? Sooner or later, you'll be a ghost under my stick. In fact, as long as Lin Sanjun wanted to, he had the ability to exterminate the murderous immortals right now, only the cost was too great. What's more, Lin Sanju didn't want to let his master suffer a little bit of harm. In case his master couldn't wake up by then, Lin Sanju would never forgive himself. Oh, I like your kid's strength of blowing awesome without a draft. This time, destroying the gods of other countries is only one of the things. While the most important thing is to search for the lost fragments of the mountain and sea scriptures. The state lord's tone was filled with seriousness as he spoke of the Shanhaijing fragment. What was that? This mountain and sea scripture fragment is an ancient divine artifact. As long as we gather them all together, we can reopen the era of immortal cultivation. At that time, our Huaxia will still be the strongest country in the world. The 5 warring nations, in the end, are nothing more than a joke. It's not like I've seen it before, so even if I saw it, I wouldn't recognize it. Lin Sanjun said with both hands. Then the state lord carefully took out a wooden box from his arms. After the wooden box was opened, a rusty piece of iron appeared inside. Only a strong pressure emanated from above this piece of iron, and that pressure was not in the least bit less than the dragon aura on the state lord. Just this piece of broken steel? Nice. The lord of the land nodded. According to the analysis of our top scientists, this is indeed a fragment of the Yamaha Sutra. There should be 95 pieces, and we have one in our hands at the moment. And the other 4 of the 5 warring nations have at least one piece in their hands as far as I know. As for the other countries that were able to revive their gods, I think it also has something to do with this mountain and sea scripture fragment. Exterminating the other countries' deities is a small matter. Finding the Shanhaijing fragment is your true mission this time. Lin Sanjun nodded. That's all well and good, but I feel like this mission seems to be very difficult. I wonder, shouldn't your old man give something to compensate me? Lin Sanju smiled and stared at the State Lord with round eyes. You kid. Will you quit without a favor? The Lord of the Land laughed and cursed. I'm a no-brainer. It was clear that Lin Sanjun would never rest until he extorted something. All right, old me, this fragment of the mountain and sea scripture is given to you. With it, you should be able to sense the presence of other fragments in the 10 Kingdoms battlefield. And wear this shard on your body, and the benefits it brings you are immense. It can also be used as a weapon in a pinch. Lin Sanjun picked up the fragment of the mountain and sea scripture. As soon as he took over, he felt the majestic aura inside, and instantly felt as if he was about to reach the infant formation stage, and the inner Dan in his body showed some signs of rupture. It's still a good one. Remember, even if you die, you can't lose the fragment of the mountain and sea scripture. If that day does come, I want you to simply destroy the shard of the Yamahai Sutra and not let him fall into the hands of another country. The Lord of the Land said solemnly. All right, old man, just don't worry about it. With little Master me here, it's only a matter of time before we get together this what-the-heck fragment. The Lord of the Land nodded. By the way, the 10 Kingdoms battlefield will be held 10 years from now. It's still under construction. In fact, the so-called under construction is that the 5 warring countries are picking a suitable place, which is at least big enough to accommodate the population of a country before it is allowed. And the Eagle Generals, a nation known for its violence, has opened a secret massacre of some of the smaller nations. 10 years? 10 years and I'll be a human immortal, so what's the point of attending? Lin Sanjun muttered. Okay. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Oh yeah. 2 months from now, I need to have Jiaolong transmigrate in the dragon group. You find a way to shield that place. Lin Sanjun was as if he was giving orders to the State Lord. Hearing the State Lord, one froze. Brat, which one of us is the Lord of the Kingdom? However, after all was said and done, this point of convenience, the State Lord naturally had to give Lin San stick this face. Taking a step back, if the Earth's aura recovered, the State Lord was still counting on Lin Sanju to be the face of Huaxia. After all, to have such a perverted cultivation level at the age of 8 was still in an era where auras were depleted. One didn't dare to imagine how strong Lin San's stick would be when the aura was revived. After bidding farewell to the country lord, Lin Sanjong's figure directly vanished into the void. Seeing how bored the augur was, he directly pulled out the dragon transformation stone from his bosom. Little Jiaolong, call Big Brother. When the augur saw the dragon transformation stone, it was instantly and fiercely captivated by the piercing blood stains. This is dragon blood. Real dragon blood. Lin Sanjong dejectedly put away the dragon transformation stone. How about this? How about recognizing me as your big brother and I'll give it to you? At this time, the augur was full of dragonization stones. His eyes were full of green light, and even his 2 whiskers were curling up with excitement. Big brother, big brother. The augur dragon that had lived for nearly 1,000 years of age also dropped its face. Well, I didn't lie to you, little master. When I say there's a way to help you transform into a dragon, there's a way. It was then thrown directly to the augur. The dragon let out a roar the moment it came into contact with the dragon transformation stone. Ha ha ha. I never thought that there would be a day when this dragon would transform into a dragon. With that, he directly swallowed the dragon transformation stone into his stomach. Boy, you did good. Bang! Lin Sanjong struck the Jiaolong's head with a stick. Call Big Brother. Why don't you remember that? Chapter 32 Shenangjia. A big brother. The dragon gave a low growl of aggravation. That's more like it. With this dragon transformation stone, roughly how long will it take you to cross the threshold? The dragon pondered for a moment. About a month or so will do. Because I need to refine the true dragon's blood on this dragon transformation stone in order to do so. Lin Sanjun nodded. By the way, have you seen this? He said and took out the fragment of the mountain and sea scripture. This? The dragon thought about it and directly spat out a piece of iron that looked similar from its mouth. Is this it? Lin Sanju froze. It's okay, little old me, you actually have this. It's something, we dragons are naturally sensitive to treasures. You can have it if you want it. Jiaolong was not stingy. After all, Lin Sanstick had given the dragon transformation stone to Jiaolong, knowing that the true dragon blood on this dragon transformation stone was no worse than the fragment of the mountain and sea scripture. Ha ha! You're a ing blessing to me. As he spoke, the 2 pieces unexpectedly fused together of their own accord. turning into a slightly larger piece of broken iron. According to that old man's speculation, there should still be 93 pieces left to make it all together. Lin Sanjun muttered. All right, you stay well here and refine the true dragon's blood. Let me know when it's almost time to cross the threshold. I've already found you a place to cross the threshold. Don't worry, no one will disturb you. The huge head of the dragon rose and fell up and down, indicating a nod of the head. Lin Sanstick did everything before rejoining Bureau 749. Any recent assignments, old man? Lin Sanjun asked in an unprecedented manner. Yo, is this the sun coming out of the west? You kid can even take the initiative to find a mission. Che, am I trying to do my part for the country? Lin Sanjun said with a snort. Come on, you kids can take the initiative for once unless the sun comes out of the west. There is indeed a tricky task for you to do. Say it. Lin Sanjun looked at Xiang Wentian. Yesterday, the National Scientific Research Team mysteriously disappeared in Shenangjia. This science team is important to the country. We also sent a team, but just after we got there, we couldn't get in touch. Che, just you, the crooked one from the 749th Bureau. Going there would be a death sentence. All right, I'll take this task, little master. With that, he was ready to leave. Where are you going? Shenandoah. Lin Sanjun said. Don't bother. Then Xiang Wentian directly took out his cell phone and made a call. It wasn't long before a woman, probably in her 30s, approached. Sky Bureau, you wanted to see me? Lin Sanju curiously surveyed the woman. Dressed in Bureau 749 clothes, he was average-looking. We just recently recruited a newcomer. Her ability is a very rare one. Xiang Wentian said to Lin Sanjun. Inhuman? Yeah. She's no ordinary inhuman. She can instantly teleport a person to any location they want. However, the distance is only 3,000 miles. But it's still more than enough for getting to Shenandoah. I'll go. That amazing? Then what's the difference between her and a fictional teleportation array? No difference. Xiang Wentian thought about it. However, it can only be teleported unilaterally, but not recalled. That's not bad at all. Saves me the trouble of flying over there again, little master. Zhou Hyang, you may begin. Chaka nodded. Mr. Lin, please also come behind me. Jockin said a little nervously. After all, now that he had joined Bureau 749, he could not recognize anyone, but only could not recognize Lin Sanju. If you offend, there is only death. Lin Sanju nodded and came behind Xiao Xiang. Heaven and earth are limitless, shrinking the earth. As the words just fell, a thick fog directly appeared around Lin San's stick. When the fog dissipated, Lin Sanju had already appeared at the edge of the Shenangjia. Holy! It's amazing! When they saw Lin Sanju appear out of thin air, the two men guarding the gate respectfully arched their hands at Lin Sanju. I didn't expect that the Heavenly Bureau would send Junior Third Master here. Looks like the science team is in business this time. Apparently both guards were from Bureau 749. Master Junior, before we go in, I'll tell you about the strange things that have been happening here lately. Lin Sanjun nodded. This Shenangjia, whenever the night falls, there will inexplicably appear unknown voices and diffuse fog. As soon as the voice is heard, then the person is lost in the mist, and to come back out again is simply impossible. How do you know? Lin Sanjun asked. Oh, young Master San doesn't know. Then something familiar to Lin Sanjun appeared in his hand. Immortal binding lock? Not bad, we used the binding immortal rope to connect the two of us. One of us was outside and one of us was inside. That's how we knew what was happening inside. Okay, I get it. Lin Sanjun waved his hand. You watch this place and don't let anyone in. Yes, Master Junior. Well, saying goodbye to the two, Lin Sanstick stepped directly into the middle of the Shenangjia. After walking for about 10 minutes or so, Lin Sanjun frowned. Where's the road in this hole with all the overgrowth? Then he took out the immortal destruction stick. Open the mountain. As the shadow of the stick fell, the Shenangjia was unexpectedly smashed hard out of the way. The vibrations apparently even startled the guards outside. This little third master is really scary, just went in and made such a big commotion. The other guard nodded as well, his face shocked. Is that right? After opening up a section of the road, Lin Sanstick began to move on, but he seemed to remember something after just walking for a while. Am I going to lose the mark left by the person in front of me with this stick? Lin Sanjun knocked his head. Forget it. What the hell? Just find the guy. As it got a little deeper, night began to fall. And the night inside Shenangjia was clearly falling faster than outside. It was also about 5 p.m., and it was already pitch black inside Shenangjia. However, Lin Sanjong was a cultivator, so this blackness was nothing to him. Just as Lin San's stick was walking aimlessly forward, a cold wind blew from behind him. Lin San Club involuntarily shivered. Is this temperature plummeting so fast? Right after these words were said, a layer of dense fog, directly from the depths of the Shenangjia, began to spread. In the blink of an eye, Lin San's stick was wrapped in mist. Woo! A strange voice followed, only to see Lin Sanju's eyes, surprisingly, become cloudy and wooden, obviously also infected by the sound and the mist. Like the Walking Dead, he began to walk aimlessly. Chapter 33 Strange Cave. In a trance, a ghostly claw appeared out of thin air and grabbed right at Lin San's stick's back. Lin San's stick acted as if he hadn't noticed it in the slightest. Just as this ghostly claw was about to grab Lin Sanjun, Lu Sanjuan's figure suddenly appeared. With a wave of his hand, he directly dispersed this ghostly claw. The next moment, Lin San's stick also regained his senses. Master! Thank you. Apparently Lin Sanju knew what had just happened, but his mind was pulled into an illusion. If it wasn't for Lu Sanclub's outburst, Lin Sanclub would have already lost his mind. After all, Lin San's stick was only 8 years old. Even if he was mature on the outside's eye, he was still just a child on the inside. After putting Lu Sanju away, Lin Sanju realized that a huge deep pit had appeared in front of him. This deep pit was so deep that there was a constant stream of black gas rising upwards from it. Every now and then there was a harsh and miserable cry. It is! Lin Sanjun crouched down and carefully observed. In the next moment, a ghostly claw reappeared. Only this time Lin Sanjun had the sense to directly break the ghostly claw apart. Right at the moment of dispersal, in this deep pit, densely packed ghost claws appeared, coming at Lin Sanjong once again. It seems like the science team should have disappeared here, Lin Sanjun muttered, letting the ghostly claws grab him. The next second it was dragged directly into a deep pit. I don't know how long it took to land, probably 1 hour or maybe 2. In any case, it was a long time before Lin Sanjun stepped on top of the muddy ground. Every step was like stepping in a swamp, leaving a deep footprint. After a few steps, 8 holes appeared in front of Lin San's stick. Each cavern was as if it were alive, swallowing and gulping down the floating mists. Lin San's stick carefully sensed the situation and realized that the frequency of breathing was surprisingly the same in every cave entrance, and there was no scent of any living person in the vicinity. The next moment, the immortal destruction stick appeared in his hand, because he always felt that this place gave him an uneasy feeling. Forget it. Just line up and get in. Having made the decision to start from the left, Lin San's stick stepped directly into it. As soon as he stepped in, Lin San's stick felt that the walls around him were surprisingly sticky, and above the roof of the cave, there were also something similar to tumors, a mass of them slowly writhing and constantly flowing with mucus. Damn, that's disgusting. Is this old man inside some organism? Lin San's stick unconsciously shielded his breath in the face of the stench that ushered him in. The cave wasn't much deeper, and after about a few hundred meters it had come to a head. At the end of this, there was a circular membrane pumping back and forth. Grr. This can't really be inside some animal, can it? Lin Sanjun frowned and once again returned to his original spot, heading towards the second cave entrance. The same is true for 6 holes in a row. Upon stepping into the 7th cave, a change occurred within a few steps. Only the outline of a humanoid appeared above this wall, wrapped in slime and a film of flesh and death. Lin Sanjun stifled his nausea and reached out toward the outline. Halfway through the row, a man in his 40s dropped out. Grass. It's still human. Only this person was no longer breathing and had obviously been dead for a long time. That would be the science team. Look at the clothes, it's a national diet dress code. After placing the man on the ground, Lin Sanjun continued to walk for a few hundred meters before another humanoid silhouette came into view. When it was opened, it was still the body of a man. Just as the man's body was placed on the ground, a violent vibration came out in an orderly manner. Knock, knock, knock. It's like the frequency of a heartbeat. Lin Sanjun continued on in the direction of the vibrations. After moving forward again for a few hundred meters, only a huge meatball appeared in Lin San's stick's eyes. This meatball was connected to densely packed tubes, and every time it vibrated, it brought a wave of vertigo to Lin Sanjun. True enough. This turned out to be really inside a giant organism. Lin Sanjun looked at the meatball somberly. Then a stick slammed up, before the stick could make contact with the meatball. He was then directly shaken out by a terrifying energy. Good. Good strong. Lin Sanjun got up and looked at the meatball in surprise. It was important to know that with Lin San Stick's current strength, the only people who could shake him were the strongest of the human immortal realm. Could it be that this monster has the cultivation of the human immortal realm? Said a few sticks smashed through again. However, it still ended with a bounce. In just a moment's time, an explosive hiss came out violently. Apparently this thing was woken up by Lin San's stick. This sound whistle was like the sound of a landslide, nearly bursting Lin Sanjuan's eardrums. Shut the up. In the next moment, Lin San's stick directly leapt up and let out a low cry under his breath. Open stick. Slamming into the meatball again. After the stick fell, Lin San's stick only felt as if he had been drained of his spiritual energy. Exhausted, he sat down on the ground, panting heavily, and couldn't help but break out in a slight cold sweat on his forehead. This monster is devouring my power. It was only at this moment that Lin San's stick realized in his heart that the energy from each attack had been swallowed by this meatball. Bruce, can you hear me? Lin San's stick and the little dragon began to communicate with their souls, but they never received any response. It's amazing that even souls can be blocked. Lin Sanjun got up and retreated, seeing the last hole and thinking for a moment before walking in. The 8th cavern was different from all the others. The walls were unusually flat and smooth, and after a short walk, he saw 2 dying men leaning on top of the wall. Lin San's stick walked up, saw the conspicuous 9 characters on his clothes, and knew that this was his colleague. He injected what little spiritual energy he had left into these 2 colleagues, who gradually awoke. When he opened his eyes and saw that it was Lin Sanju, there was a joy in his eyes. Master Junior, the man said weakly. Here's where. Lin Sanjun asked. This is not clear to us. We have been in a coma since we were caught in this deep pit. I wanted to rely on my cultivation to resist for a while, but I realized that my cultivation had been swallowed up by this strange cave. Lin Sanjun frowned. So have you guys found anything yet? The 2 co-workers shook their heads in embarrassment. All right, you guys rest here. I'll go in and take a look. Saying that, Lin Sanju got up and walked towards the depths once more. After walking for a long time, a bright light appeared in Lin Sanjuan's eyes. Could this be the exit? However, just a few steps in, a huge pushback feeling directly sprayed Lin San's stick out. When Lin San's stick had just touched the outside world, he was once again sucked in before he could react. This is the mouth? Although it was fast, it was still caught in a shadow by Lin Sanjun. Chapter 34 Mountain Spirit, Demon Sword appears. Lin Sanjun retreated to a relatively safe place. Then he turned his head to his 2 dying co-workers. I have a favor to ask of you now. But the end is likely to be death, and of course, if it works, it means you get out. I don't know, which one of you wants to? The 2 men looked at each other. Master Junior, let me do it. Our lives have long since ceased to belong to us since we joined the 749th Bureau. Lin Sanjun nodded. Okay, come here. After saying this, the man took 3 steps and came to Lin Sanjun's side. I'll throw you out hard later. If you manage to get out, find a way to make some noise and let me know. Aye, Junior 3rd Master. The man had a look of death on his face. As Lin San's stick sensed, his body slowly followed the rhythm of the creature's breathing. Just as the monster was about to exhale, Lin Sanju directly lifted the man up. In the next second, follow the exhaled breath and throw it straight out. When he waited for about a minute and still didn't see the man's figure, Lin San's stick knew that he should have succeeded. The next step is to wait for news to be delivered from outside. Lin Sanjun took a seat next to the other man. Unbeknownst to him, the man outside had come out but had been dumbfounded. For a moment, he froze in place, not daring to move at all. This is a big mountain? Only a huge mountain peak appeared in front of this man, and this huge mountain peak even had a big mouth. Above the mouth is the nose and eyes, looking as if it has become a spirit. Could this really be a big mountain becoming a spirit? This can't be the legendary mountain ghost. The man muttered, then took a bundle of explosives out of his backpack. When the timer on it was pressed, it was thrown directly atop the mountain. This explosive has a strong adhesive on the back, and when it touches the mountain, it sticks directly and firmly to it. The man then flew off into the distance, ran a safe distance and pressed the button directly in his hand. Only to hear a boom. The entire mountain and the ground were shaken by the explosion. For a while, the birds and beasts that were hosted on top of the mountain fled. Looks like the kid really went out. Lin Sanjun felt the loud noise coming from outside. Immediately after, this mountain ghost opened its mouth, a roar came out, and a huge suction force directly blew the two Lins and sticks away. When Lins and Stick just reached the outside world, he turned his head and grabbed the man beside him and flew directly to a relatively safe place before putting the man down. Then he turned to look at the huge mountain, which was surprisingly slowly rising. Then, in Lin Sanjuan's shocked gaze, the large mountain turned into a massive stone man. Mountain ghosts. Lin Sanjun muttered subconsciously. No, shouldn't be a mountain ghost. Mountain ghosts are auspicious in legends, and this stone man at the moment doesn't look like a good thing. You guys get out of here. Lin San Club gave an explanation to the two people behind him, and he himself charged straight towards the mountain ghost. Facing the huge figure of the mountain ghost, Lin San Stick realized that he was like a grain of sand. Little dragon, can you hear me? Lin Sanjun began to communicate with the augur soul. Big brother, did something happen? Lin San Stick then described the stone man, and after waiting for a while, the augur spoke again. Big brother, if I'm right, this should be a mountain spirit. A mountain spirit? What's that? Big brother. This mountain spirit is actually a big mountain becoming a spirit, which is also considered a spirit in the mountain. But, since this mountain proficient body is all made up of rocks, once it generates a spirit, then its strength will naturally reach the human immortal realm. It's kind of heaven's favorite. So, big brother, I advise you, run now. As soon as Jiaolong's words fell, Lin Sanjun muttered, I'd like to run, like it's too late, only to see this mountain spirit waving its arm like an Optimus Prime and swinging it towards Lin San Stick. Don't look at the mountain spirit's huge size, but its speed was as fast as lightning, and the space distorted between waving its hands. It smashed directly on top of Lin Sanjuan's body. Lin San Stick flew backwards from this blow and a mouthful of blood gushed out. Grass. This is the strength of the human immortal realm? Big brother. Are you okay? The dragon said anxiously. I'm good to you. I just got a big smack in the mouth that almost didn't break my little master. Lin Sanjun said with a curse. It's not right. Although this mountain spirit is strong, it is always asleep. The character is also quite calm. Even if he is awakened, he won't make a move easily. Unless, of course, you've offended it. Air. Then count it as an offense. I just woke it up in its sleep. Lin San Stick said breathlessly. Big brother is awesome. The dragon gave a thumbs up in the void. You know, this mountain spirit has the IQ of a child and has a very bad case of wakefulness. You didn't get a bad slap on the wrist. All right, cut the chatter. Do you have a way to defeat it or not? This doesn't. The dragon responded. However, Lin San Stick was thinking about what Jiaolong had just said, that this mountain spirit was a child at heart, so perhaps he could start from here. You know what goblins like? Lin San Stick continued to ask, but this mountain spirit was not idle. Seeing that one blow missed, then swung his other arm, wanting to smash Lin San Stick to death. Hell knows what that thing likes. It's either asleep or on its way to sleep, the dragon said helplessly.
操，你这不放了个没味道的屁吗？
However, what Lin San Stick could be certain of now was that this science team had died as many times as they could. This mission is kind of done. But, just like that, Lin Sanjong felt a little stifled again. While at a loss for words, a man holding a long sword suddenly appeared above the sky. A head of flaming red flowing long hair just like a non-mainstream sun. Long bangs cover no one can see the face clearly. A vague odor of danger emanated from it. The little doll from Bureau 749? The man looked at Lin San Stick. Who are you? Although he felt that the other party's strength was higher than his own, Lin San Stick didn't have the slightest bit of fear. Speaking of which, I have some history with your Bureau 749. I guess you're Lin San, who's been getting a lot of fame lately. The red-haired man said. Not bad. I wonder who your honor really is? Me? I have many names, but they only like to call me Demon Blade. Chapter 35 Blood Sacrifice and Berserk. Demon Blade. So you're one of the people who framed my master. Now it's close to never having met Su Feng. Lin Sanjun clenched his fists in death, ruthlessly branding the appearance of the demon's sword in his heart. Looking at Lin Sanju standing still, the demon blade thought that Lin Sanju had been scared silly by the mountain spirit. Little doll, this battle is no longer something you can participate in. Retreat quickly while you can, said the demon sword, directly drew out the long sword, glowing with a chilling cold aura. Lin San's stick flew off into the distance in silence, but hid in an extremely secretive place. Do you know how long I've been searching for you, mountain spirit? The demon blade looked at the mountain spirit, and the aura on his body skyrocketed as his strength at the peak of the human immortal realm completely erupted. This caused the distant Lin San's stick to be shocked. The goblin twisted his massive body to look at the demon's sword when he saw it blocking his way. The mountain spirit, who was only childlike in mind, didn't even think about it and swung his arm toward the demonic sword. Seeing the incoming boulder arm, the demon blade didn't have the slightest intention of dodging it, and chopped it over. It instantly cut into the arm nearly half as deep. This directly caused the mountain spirit to become furious, and a roar came out. Even the space around him trembled at this roar. A mere mountain spirit that has just entered the human immortal realm is just a mountain spirit. If you don't have any means, then go to hell. As soon as the words fell, the demon blade once again raised its long blade. In an instant, a dazzling light emanated from above that long blade, and the Tao symbols directly wrapped around the blade. Demon Chopper! The demon sword bellowed out, and a blade aura that ran through heaven and earth slashed right at the mountain spirit. Seeing this, the mountain spirit once again raised his arm to resist, and this time, the blade was like cutting tofu, directly chopping down the mountain spirit's arm. The mountain spirit once again erupted into a roar, and kicked out in a smooth motion, directly sending the demonic sword flying. The next moment the goblin with only one arm left deadpanned his chest like a gorilla. As a howl reappeared, the mountain spirit's size unexpectedly became strangely smaller. But the body became crimson, and the severed arm automatically connected back. From being 100 meters tall, he instantly turned into a stone man around 2 meters tall, but the aura emanating from that body was already not much worse than the demon sword. Has it gone into a berserker rage? Demon blade regains the upper hand on the goblin. People, humans, should be damned. As soon as the words fell, the mountain spirit's figure directly disappeared into place, and both its speed and strength received a qualitative spike. When he reappeared, he directly slammed his fist hard into the back of the demon blade. The demon blade took the pain and a mouthful of blood gushed out. The long knives in his hands were nearly dislodged to the ground. This mountain spirit that has entered into a berserk rage is so strong, it seems to have stepped into the earth immortal realm. Demon blade muttered. The distant Lin San stick was the one who heard it in his heart. Earth immortal? What realm is that? The mountain spirit was then seen frantically chasing after the demonic sword. The demon blade was jumping up and down like a monkey at the moment. Even if you can raise a realm by berserking, so what? As long as I can hold you back, sooner or later, your berserkness will disappear. At that time it will be your death. Perhaps the goblin understood the words of the demon sword, and in the next moment clenched his hands into fists in a deadly collision. At the time of the collision, 10 shadows of mountain spirits instantly appeared, directly surrounding the demonic sword. I chow! Split! The demon blade was startled and was just about to flee when one of the doppelgangers slammed directly and viciously on top of the ground. Then these 10 doppelgangers nodded at each other and slammed towards the demonic sword once again. I'll fight you! Demon blade cursed. Heavenly demon slash. One could only see several blade awnings, and they chopped towards one of the doppelgangers. With just one strike, this one detachment was actually literally chopped in half by the demon blade. Just as the demon blade was getting complacent, he saw that the doppelganger unexpectedly split into 2. It directly turned into 11 bilocations. How is this even a fight? Infinite split. The demon blade was confused, and the mountain goblin took advantage of this one opening to instantly slam his fist into the confused demon blade. This strike could be said to contain the mountain spirit's wake-up call, directly collapsing the demon blade's chest. A mouthful of blood spurted out crazily. At this rate, I'm afraid I'll have to explain myself here today. The demon blade then turned his head to look at where Lin Sanjun was hiding. I'm sorry? This can be discovered. Lin Sanjun froze, and in an instant, he saw the demon blade running in his direction. Damn. Seeing that you are immortal with a lofty appearance, I didn't expect you to be a despicable villain. Lin Sanjun cursed. His figure then fled into the distance. This kind of battle was not something he could participate in. Seeing Lin Sanjun escaping, the demon blade was in hot pursuit. Since it was this kid who woke you up, you go get him. I'm not going to fight, old man. Seeing Lin Sanju's figure appear, this mountain spirit was visibly stunned. The goblin, who was already short on IQ, froze for half a day before continuing to chase after the demon sword. It couldn't be helped. Although Lin Sanjun woke him up, the demonic sword had injured the mountain spirit. You can still tell the difference. Grass. Yuing chased him. What are you chasing me for? The demon blade was startled, and that speed had almost spiked to its limit. The distance with Lin San's stick was also closing a little bit. Old man, you're gonna die. Don't drag me with you. The goblin in its frenzy was clearly a step up in speed. A few breaths directly blocked the demon blade's path. Grass, do you really think I'm afraid of you? The mountain spirit cannot have any nonsense. Just simply bent. Unscrewing the demon sword. Blood sacrifice. The demon blade cried out and a mouthful of blood gushed out. Then the blood mist attached itself to the demon blade's body a little bit. At this moment, this demonic sword also exuded an even more terrifying power. One must know that once a blood sacrifice was used, the backlash would be quite great, with the lighter ones dropping a small segment of their cultivation, and the heavier ones directly losing a large segment of their cultivation. But in order to survive, Demon Blade had no choice but to do so. The long knife in his hand directly became blood red, glowing with a terrifying, baleful aura, and chopped directly towards the mountain spirit. This slash directly cut a horrifying wound deep enough to be seen on the mountain spirit's chest. The goblin hissed at the sight. Clearly the blow had caused it considerable damage. Ha ha ha! Mountain essence. Even if you reach the earth immortal realm, so what? Once you take this cut from me, your wounds will never heal again. Sooner or later, your aura will drain from this wound and you will die. The demon blade laughed heartlessly. Then there was a blackout, only to see the goblin slam his fist on top of the goblin's head. There was no head exploding scene though, but the burst of vertigo was still strong enough to slam the demon blade directly into the ground above. Chapter 36. It's all a conspiracy. Shouldn't I strike while I'm at it? Lin Sen's stick tilted his head to look at the demonic sword that didn't know how to die, and the next moment the stick appeared in his hand. Just as Lin Sanjun was about to strike, he only saw the mountain spirit take the lead and slammed towards the fallen demon sword. Just as this punch was about to knot over the demon sword, this demon sword suddenly opened its eyes. The long knife in his hand stabbed directly towards the mountain spirit's chest, penetrating it in an instant. The goblin let out a ripping scream, and his fist slammed hard into the demonic blade as well. The demon blade's already dented chest was smashed down once more. This time, blood laced with internal organs spurted out of the demon blade's mouth. It was obvious that this attack had directly caused fatal damage to both. Lin Sanjun tapped his chest. So sinister. This demon sword is really sinister. It's a good thing I didn't go, or it would have been me that got penetrated. After waiting for some time, and realizing that these two were not in a position to get up and fight, Lin Sanjun also gathered his courage and quietly walked towards the battlefield. As it neared the edge, the goblin let out another howl. Trying to make a move, he realized that he couldn't even lift his arm. The demon blade said directly when he saw Lin Sanjun, "Little dolls, quickly kill this mountain spirit. Be aware, this mountain spirit is full of treasures. How about just kill and all the treasures are yours?" Lin Sanjun looked at the breathless demon sword, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What a heavenly way to go. Didn't you just draw the danger to me? Think of me now? Lin Sanclub was not used to the demon blade in the slightest. Kid, you should know that I'm a close friend to your elder Li. As long as you save me today, you can definitely walk sideways in Bureau 749 in the future. Lin Sanjun shook his head. I'm sorry, but now I've gone sideways in the 749th. Actually, what I want to tell you is, only to see the immortal destruction stick appear in Lin Sanju's hand. At the sight of the stick, a bad feeling rose within the demon blade. I'm Lu Sanjuan's disciple. So it is. Demon blade shook his head. It seems that I am bound to die today, then closed his eyes. Lin San's stick clenched his stick with both hands, and in the next moment, he violently slammed down towards the demon blade. Just as the stick was about to hit the demon blade's head, the demon blade's eyes snapped open. The aura on his body surged once again. A direct punch was thrown towards Lin Sanjun. Lin San's stick, who was already inexperienced in the world, took this punch solidly. One must know that this was a peak human immortal's punch, which directly caused Lin Sanju's chest to collapse. A mouthful of blood spurted out crazily, especially with some broken pieces of internal organs, which was particularly blinding. Boy, how can I not know about you? It was quite a pain in the ass for me to lure you in. The demon blade stood up, then looked to the sky. Old Stick Lee, I'm leaving if you don't come out. As the demon blade's voice fell, Elder Lee's figure directly appeared in the void, looking at Lin San's stick with a smile on his face. It's been a long time, little one. Elder Lee walked step by step with his feet in the void. This strike from the demon blade directly incapacitated Lin Sanjun. Elder Lee came to Lin Sanjung's side and directly picked up the immortal destruction stick that had fallen aside. It's really a divine weapon. That old man, even to his death, he didn't give it to me. And in the end, it was even cheaper for you. Ahem. Lin Sanju struggled up with difficulty and looked at Li Laozhu. I didn't realize that you let me out as a trick from the beginning. At this moment, even if Lin Sanju was stupid, he knew what Old Stick Lee's intentions were. Or what? Elder Lee, who had gotten the stick, was overjoyed. Little one, it's a good thing you didn't sneak up on me when I picked you up in the first place. Otherwise, you wouldn't be alive now. However, what surprises me is that you have grown so fast. I was planning to keep you and seize you when my big day is approaching, but you're growing too fast, and I'm afraid that if I really wait until that day, I'm afraid that your strength will have already surpassed mine. Lin Sanju quietly looked at Li Laozhu. What a big setup you've laid, just to get the stick. Right after Lin San's stick's words, with a gentle wave of his palm, the stick directly detached itself from Old Li Stick's palm and flew into his own hands in the next moment. Unfortunately, as long as I don't die, this stick will never recognize you. Lin San's stick's aura once again skyrocketed, and his late Jeden cultivation directly soared to its peak. Not bad, to have suffered such a serious injury and still have the strength to fight. I guess I really underestimated you. Old Stick Lee looked at Lin San's stick. But, in front of absolute strength, your little cultivation is just a joke. Anyway, you're bound to die today, so let's show you my true strength. With that said, Old Stick Lee's aura began to skyrocket until it reached the Earth Immortal realm, and only then did it stop. The demon blade glanced at Old Stick Lee in surprise. Old man, you're quite capable of hiding, to the extent that you even fooled me. Old Stick Lee looked at the demon sword with full concern. Where else do you think I've been lately? As long as you kill this brat and then result in the mountain spirit, I believe you will be able to break through to the Tao of Earth immortality as well. Then Old Li Stick raised a palm toward Lin San's stick and directly slapped it. Lin San's stick, who had prepared for this, jumped up into the middle of the sky in a split second. Open stick! Lin San's stick shouted, and in the next moment the roiling shadow of the stick slammed towards Old Li Stick. Old Li Stick looked at Lin San's stick with disdain. If you can reach the human immortal realm, I might be afraid of you. But with only a late-stage Jed in you, using this move is just an exercise in futility. Then Old Stick Lee simply dispersed the roiling stick shadows with a wave of his hand. Lin Sanju froze. Am I really going to die here today? Sea-breaking stick. When the stick came out, space was split through a gaping hole. And Old Stick Lee, looking to the demon blade. Borrow a knife. In the next second, the demon sword's long blade directly appeared in Old Li Stick's hand and slashed upwards towards the sea-breaking stick. With just one slash, the sea-breaking stick dissipated out of thin air. Kid, a difference of a few large realms is not something you can pull in with your martial arts skills. If you can't use your last move to destroy the immortals, then go to hell. Saying that, Li Lao casually slashed his sword and slashed towards Lin Sanju again. Lin San's stick raised his stick to try to fend it off, but the immense force once again sent Lin San's stick flying. If it was just an ordinary human immortal, Lin Sanjun might have the possibility of escaping. But facing an earth immortal, Lin San's stick was powerless. As the figure flew out, a scene of experience kept flashing in his mind. Chapter 37: A True Stick to Destroy Immortals. Little Lindsay, you should know that this first stick, the open mountain stick, as long as you can hit the stick tsunami, you will be considered successful. This second stick to break the sea, as long as you can split this space, you are also considered practiced. As for this third stick extinguishing immortality, everyone's understanding is different. It's all up to you to comprehend it. From the moment he met Lu Sanju, Lin Sanju carefully recalled every detail. Stick whistle. Splits space. What exactly is this immortal destruction stick? Lin San's stick roared in his heart. If he couldn't use this third stick to destroy the immortals right now, then he would definitely die today. Extinguish immortals. Just what kind of power can extinguish immortals? Just as Lin Sanju fell into deep thought, Elder Li had already arrived at Lin Sanju's side. It seems that you didn't get that old man's true passages. I was hoping to see how this third stick of yours would be, but it seems it's hopeless. In that case, I'll send you on your way. With that, Old Li Stick raised his long knife once again and slashed directly towards Lin San's stick. Just as this long blade was about to slash into Lin Sanju, Lu Sanju's figure directly appeared. The blade was warded off in a flash. Old man, I didn't expect that your soul would be in this little guy. Lu Sanju didn't say anything. After all, he was still being controlled by Lin Sanju. However, after seeing the appearance of Old Stick Li, the yin qi on Lu Sanzhong's body involuntarily surged out. The mouth said subconsciously, Li, demon. Lin Sanjun was also pulled back into his thoughts at this time. Master. Lin Sanclub looked at Lu Sanclub. Master, are you awake? After all, Lu Sanzhong had never spoken after his soul was detained by Lin Sanzhong. Lu Sanju looked at Lin Sanju, and in the next moment his soul trembled violently. A tearing pain let Lin Sanclub know that the current Lu Sanclub was struggling desperately to leave Lin Sanclub's control. Master! Master! Lin Sanju was dumbfounded. The souls that were detained by himself had never been in this situation. Even Lin San's stick didn't know whether it was good or bad for a moment. Ha ha ha! It's just right. Today, I'll wipe out your master and disciple, and make you 3 sticks to break your door and extinguish your family. Demon Blade. Let's join forces and decapitate these 2 today. And as long as the stick is 1, I can promise you a condition. When the Demon Blade heard this, it immediately became interested. Are you sure? I'm sure. Great. Then I want the fragment of the mountain and sea scripture in your hand. Old Stick Li froze and thought for a moment. Yes. Deal. The 2 of them walked towards Lin Sanju in unison. Kid, blame it on the fact that you were born at the wrong time. So go to hell. Just in the nick of time, Lu Sanju violently erupted a burst of intense hostility, and in the next moment, he directly broke free from Lin Sanju's restraints. A long-lost color appeared directly in those pale eyes, bringing Lin San's stick to flash to a safe place in a flash. Master! You? Awakened. Lin Sanju looked at Lu Sanju with disbelief. Oh, Kobayashi. Long time no see. Looks like you haven't been slacking off lately. The cultivation level has unexpectedly reached the late Jedan stage. Lu Sanju looked at Lin Sanju with a kind face. Master! Master! Seeing that Lu Sanju had really regained his consciousness, Lin Sanju could no longer hold back his tears as he flung himself into his master's arms. At this moment, that broad shoulder was like a sheltered harbor, allowing all of Lin San Stick's grievances to completely flow out here. Lu Sanclub gently patted Lin Sanclub's back. Boy, hard work. Lu Sanzhong, I'll see where you run. At this time, the demon sword and Old Li Stick had already arrived in front of the 2. You 2 old undead can really be imprison me for so long, and now you even want to kill my disciple. Do you really think that I, Lu Sanzhong, am that easy to talk to? Lu Sanclub put Lin Sanclub aside and stared angrily at the 2. Hee. A mere human immortal soul body dares to speak out? I'll let you 2 completely go up in smoke today. Lu Sanclub turned his head to look at Lin Sanclub. Little Lindsay. Next you watch how Master executes the strongest stick, the Immortal Destruction Stick. The next moment Lu Sanzhong directly took the Immortal Destruction Stick in his hands. And at this moment this Immortal Destruction Stick also sensed Lu San Stick's presence and let out a buzzing stick chant. Old buddy, let's fight side by side one last time today. Watch Lin San. This stick destroys immortals. As soon as the words fell, Lin San's stick once again erupted with a burst of strong soul power, which was unexpectedly wrapped with silk currents on top of it. Exterminate the immortals. Lu Sanju poured out a cry. His figure instantly rushed high into the sky. At this moment, he was wrapped in layers of lightning, as if he was the god of thunder, angrily staring at Li Laozhu and the others. Feeling the powerful pressure, Old Li Stick unconsciously took a few steps back, and in an instant, the two of them supported a strong protective shield. Old man, you are now overdrawing your soul power. At most, he will cast this immortal exterminating stick once, and then he will fall completely. As long as you can't kill us with this strike, then we will kill your beloved disciple. Lin Sanjuan exclaimed in shock when he heard Old Stick Li's words. Master, don't. But it was already too late, only to see a huge shadow of a stick, as if it had come from beyond the realm, completely shrouding the entire sky, and darkness directly descended. Just the aura emanating from the shadow of that stick directly tore apart the protective shield held up by the two in an instant. Go! Lu Sanzhong once again poured out a cry, and that immortal destroying stick directly smashed towards the two. The two of them, Old Li Stick, turned around and were about to flee. But it was dark as far as the eye could see, and there was no escape. Boom! As the stick fell, the space was completely smashed, and the turbulence in the space directly swept out, crazily tearing the flesh of Li Laozhu. The clothes on both of them directly turned into nothingness at this moment. No! The two of them, Old Li Stickman, almost didn't pee in fear and exclaimed in shock. The stick squeezed both of them into the spatial crack at the same time. Flesh was instantly torn by the turbulence, exposing bones. As the shadow of the stick disappeared, the space here also gradually disappeared. Lu Sanzhong's soul at this moment was already weak and almost transparent-like. But the figures of both Old Stick Li and the demon sword were long gone. Lu Sanjun came to Lin Sanjun and touched his head. Although, I can't utilize the maximum power of this immortal destruction stick in my soul state. But after blasting these two old guys into the spatial turbulence, I believe they won't be able to survive for long. After all, only by reaching the realm of a heavenly immortal is it possible to survive. Lin Sanju looked at Lu Sanju with eyes full of tears. Master, are you really leaving? The current Lin San Stick no longer cared about the deaths of those two. Hey! Chapter 38 Soul Fragments. Little Linzi, the road ahead is still long, and Master can't always protect you. You need to grow on your own as well. This is the last time for Master to protect you. After these words, Lu Sanju's figure became even more transparent. Then, Master, will you change into a ghost pearl? Lin Sanzhong held onto the last bit of hope with a death grip. Can't. My ghost bead shattered when I finally unleashed the immortal destruction stick. It's time to leave. Lu Sanjuan's figure began to transform into bits of starlight. No, Master, I don't want you to leave. If I had been stronger, maybe you wouldn't have died. Lin Sanju deadpanned his chest, deep self-reproach welling up in his heart. Good boy. Live well. For the teacher. Gone. After the last sentence was said, Lu Sanju completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Dampened by tears, Lin Sanju knelt stupidly in place as if he had lost his soul. At this moment, the mountain spirit had also reached the end of its life, and looking at the sad Lin Sanju, his eyes rolled and he used the last ounce of strength in his body. With a wave towards the air, the broken dots of souls gradually formed a fragment. Here. For you. The mountain spirit crawled with difficulty to Lin Sanju's side. The familiar aura at the sight of a nearly transparent fragment directly sobered Lin Sanjun. A handful of greasy mountain spirits. What's this? Lin San's stick desperately wanted a perfect answer. The goblin slowed for a long time before saying, This is a soul fragment that can be resurrected. Before the words were finished, this mountain spirit directly turned into a streak of rubble. Soul fragments? Resurrection? Xiao Long. Lin Sanjuan's soul screamed out, startling Xiaolong. Little dragon, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you right now. Do you know about soul fragments? Xiaolong froze, sensing Lin San's stick's sadness. He hurriedly thought about it and said, No. Then can this soul fragment be resurrected? The dragon said again after some thought. It can be, but it takes too much and requires too much. In this world, it might be tough to resurrect a soul fragment. However, you can nourish it with the Yin bead I gave you so that the fragment will not continue to dissipate. Looking at the soul fragment that was melting away at a speed visible to the naked eye, frightened Lin San's stick directly took out a milk bottle and filled it in. The shards put into the bottle gradually stopped smiling under the nourishment of the Een bead, and only then did Lin Sanstick let out a long breath. Is it hard to resurrect soul fragments? Lin Sanjun asked. I shouldn't say it's hard, it's almost impossible to be precise. Perhaps the immortal realm might have a way to resurrect soul fragments. But this damned world, even if one reaches the realm of a heavenly immortal, one cannot ascend to the immortal world. Because it's an abandoned world. 10 of the heavenly ways do not exist. Hearing Jiaolong's words, Lin Sanstick then thought of the 2 Shan Hai Jing fragments in his hand. If they were put together and the earth's aura revived, it might be possible to ascend. With this thought, Lin Sanjun instantly swept away his disillusionment. That, Xiaolong, let me ask, can this mountain spirit be revived if it dies? The little dragon froze. You got the goblin killed? Awesome big brother. Apparently the augur misunderstood. That? Something happened, the mountain spirit was not killed by me, but when my master's soul dissipated, it was turned into a soul fragment by the mountain spirit. Since this mountain spirit helped me, I want to see if I can help him too. Lin Sanjun said. I see, I told you, soul fragments aren't that good to keep. Either they directly dissipate, it's impossible to leave them behind. That's still possible if the goblins help. However, I can tell you very responsibly that it is 100% impossible for a mountain spirit to come back to life. Because the mountain spirit has no soul, he's just a spirit, and helping your master's dissipated soul coalesce into fragments has taken all of his life essence. But the contents of this mountain spirit's body are a treasure. For example, the heart of a mountain spirit, when taken, can have an eternal lifespan. You know, on this earth now, even if you cultivate to heavenly immortal, you'll only have a lifespan of a few tens of thousands of years. Also, the inner Dan of the mountain spirit is where the essence lies. Slowly absorbing it to help you break through to the transitional succession stage should be easy. Lin Sanjun nodded. The mountain spirit's heart and inner elixir were then put away. When the palm of his hand had just touched the mountain spirit's heart, a memory that did not belong to Lin Sanjun directly appeared in his mind. This? Lin Sanjun froze in shock. Berserking? This is the mountain spirit's origin mind technique? Berserk. When turned on, it allows strength to instantly skyrocket by 1 realm for 10 minutes. After berserking, one would enter a 1-day period of weakness and would not be able to use any spiritual energy. Lin Sanjun had seen the mountain spirit enter the berserk stage with his own eyes. Entered directly from human immortal to earth immortal. If Lin Sanju used it now, his cultivation would directly reach the late stage of the ferrying. In this way, even if he faced old Stickley again, even if he couldn't beat him, he would still have the certainty of escaping. Wouldn't this be one more card I have to play? Although he didn't have Lu Sanjun as his base card, it was good that he had an extra berserk. Lin Sanjong then kowtowed 3 times to the mountain spirit's corpse. Unbeknownst to him, somewhere along the way, space was directly torn apart and a broken piece of iron was exposed. Then a soul walked out from it, and yes, this soul was old Stickley. The flesh had been completely obliterated by the spatial turbulence. To be able to escape, it was still with the help of this mountain and sea scripture fragment, or else he would have died in the turbulence, just like the demon sword. Lu Sanjong, even if you die, I will definitely kill your disciple. No, no, no. Can't be killed. I will surely take your apprentice. What a wonderfully young body. Lin Sanjun packed up the mountain spirit's things before he found a palm-sized stone from the mountain spirit's broken body and packed it. After all, the mountain spirit had saved Lu Sanjun, and the stone would be permanently preserved by Lin Sanjun. After bidding farewell to Shenangjia, Lin Sanjong returned to the middle of Bureau 749. Xiang Wentian had been waiting for a long time. Well, did the science team find it? Xiang Wentian asked eagerly. Looking? Find it, my ass. They're all Anji dead. Lin Sanjun looked at Xiang Wentian without any good humor, and Xiang Wentian was also a bit confused by this sudden scene. Are you on gunpowder? Don't bother me with nothing lately, or I don't mind sending you to see the tits. With that, Lin Sanju directly shook off Xiang Wentian's hand and walked towards his room. Chapter 39. It was as if the whole world was quiet at that moment. Lin Sanjun held the bottle gently in both hands, for there were the 2 most important people to him. Sister. Master. Don't worry. I, Lin San, will definitely bring you back to life. It's time to take a trip to hell. Lin Sanjun muttered. and the next moment his figure disappeared into the room. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the Lord of the Land. The Lord of the Land was slightly stunned. "Something wrong with you, kid?" Then he waved his hand and told everyone to stand down. Lin Sanjun didn't say anything. "I want to go to hell," Lin Sanjun said. The Lord of the Land pondered for a moment. "Do you have to go?" Lin Sanjun's eyes were firm. "I must go. You're trying to get to that other flower, aren't you?" The Lord of the Land spoke again. "Not bad. I'm bound and determined to get this other bank flower." The Lord of the Land nodded. "In that case, I won't stop you. It's just a search for the other shore flower. There shouldn't be much danger. The entrance to this hell is in the midst of Mount Artemisia at the foot of Mount Tai. At 12 o'clock at night, a gate will naturally appear in Artemisia Hill, and behind it is hell." Lin Sanjun nodded. Before the State Lord could speak again, Lin Sanju's figure directly disappeared in place. The Lord of the Land shook his head helplessly. "It looks like this kid has gotten stronger again." This time, Lin San's stick didn't choose to fly. Instead, he boarded a bus and turned around all the way to Artemisia Mountain. After all, since his release from prison, Lin Sanju had either been in a war or on his way to one, filling his heart with killing. Being quiet and seeing the world was a relief to his mind and body. But just as Lin San's stick was still enjoying the scenery, an extremely ominous voice appeared within the compartment. "Fight, fight, fight, robbery." Only a man was seen unhurriedly putting a black stocking on top of his head and holding a half-meter-long machete in his hand. Will you guys? You guys are worth. What dong? Ah dong 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 dong. Before he could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by another robber. "Uing stutter and stop talking." A large woven bag was then brought out. "Pack everything you have that's worth money into this. And don't blame me if I find out who's hiding something. Don't blame me for being impolite." At this moment, all the passengers froze and panicked when they saw the two brightly shining open knives. "Du. All. Pop." The other robber slapped the stuttering robber directly. "Just Angie hold it in, all Angie quiet. Anyone who calls the police, don't blame me for hacking you to death." After saying that, he directly walked towards a woman who was about to pull out her cell phone when the machete was placed on the woman's neck. The woman was so nervous that she dropped her cell phone right on the floor. Only the screen of that cell phone still showed the undialed police call. "Do you think I talk like?" With that, the man directly slashed at the woman's neck, and blood instantly gushed out. Kill! Kill! The man sitting next to the woman gasped outright as hot blood bared the man's face and a hot stream flowed from his feet. This is what happens when you call the police. After this robber killed someone, he apparently didn't have the slightest panic, as if he had killed a chicken instead of a human being. Lin Sanjuan's head was looking out the window, without the slightest intention of trying to manage. The man sitting next to the woman, shivering, threw his cash cell phone into the bag before the robber nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. Your life, for now, is yours to keep," said the man, who continued on to the next one. After having a previous lesson, this robbery became exceptionally smooth, and wherever they went, these timid people threw their belongings into the bags. Just as he was about to approach Lin San's stick, the robber suddenly turned his head to look at another person. "What the are you hiding?" The robber cursed, only to see a black bag at the man's feet, which he held dead behind his legs. "No! Didn't hide anything. I gave you everything of value. It's really gone." The man's face was pale and his lips trembled. "Open the bag," the robber ordered. "This is really not a valuable thing. It's all the local specialties I brought from my old home." The man panicked and tried to kick the black bag a little farther away. When he saw the man make a move, the cold and still bloody open sword was placed directly on top of the man's neck. "I told you to open it." Seeing no recourse, the man could only take the bag out. The man's eyes suddenly sharpened while the robbers let their guard down. Grabbing the powder in the bag, he swung it toward the robber. This one directly mesmerized the robber. "Proposed. Uing snuck up on me." The robber subconsciously rubbed his eyes, and in the next second was directly kicked out by this man. The stuttering robber, seeing that his companion was wounded, rushed forward with his corkscrew knife raised. Toward the man it greeted. The man was obviously a practiced man, and in a matter of 3 strokes, the stuttering robber was put down. The misty-eyed robber at this moment had already reacted, getting up and kicking at the man. The man obediently a flash, One hand grabbed the robber's feet back a pull, only to hear a piercing sound. The blindfolded robber's pants should be broken. Then a scream came out. My chow! My balls! The misty-eyed robber covered his crotch in death, just as the man was about to make a move. A black hole in the muzzle of the gun was directly above the man's head. Damn it! You're a good fighter. Come on. Fight. Let's see you in a wild one. The man didn't dare make a move and held up his hands. He was the only one in the entire carriage who dared to resist, and the rest of them were cowering and hiding to the side watching the fun. After all, if the man wins, then he gets his stuff back. But the man lost, then at least these people could save a life. That gave me a beating. Almost thought you were the ing robber. The robber had just finished speaking when the man suddenly shouted in Lin Sanju's direction. Little brother, please also help. Apparently, Lin Sanju's calmness had allowed the man to see that he was not simple. If it had been an ordinary child, faced with his head hitting the ground, he would have already cried out in fear. And Lin Sanjun turned a blind eye. Lin Sanjun turned his head to look at the man. You're calling me? The man saw that Lin Sanju responded to him and became excited. We are all sons and daughters of China. We can't just stand by and watch these bandits run wild. Uncle, are you mistaken? I'm only 8 years old. You're asking me to face a robber? Lin Sanjong spread his two hands. An aside was catered to. That's right, even if you can't do it yourself, why do you have to drag a child into it? Right? Go on if you can. Don't embarrass a child. The robber was even more confused. I say, are you kids out of your mind? 8 years old? Even if he's a practiced fighter, you think he can stand up to a gun in my hand? Besides, look at this whole bus. Is any of them on your side? Yeah. Big Brother Robber is right. Who told you to mind your own business? After Big Brother Robber takes the money, we will naturally be safe, right, Big Brother Robber? Another sultry dressed woman, showing off her sultry figure, looked at the robbers and said, You little talk I love. The robber gave the woman a horny look. Thank you for the robber brother's appreciation. In my opinion, lest the night grows long, the robber brother should hurry up and kill him. In case it drags on for too long, it's not good if someone outside finds out the end of the story. The robber nodded. You pussy. I like it. Come with me later, said the man who turned his head to the man who had seen it all. See? This is the real world. You want to see justice? Go see it in hell. Chapter 40 The Crooked Tree of Artemisia Hill. With that, he was ready to pull the trigger, but was stopped by the stuttering robber. Big brother. Don't. Don't shoot. Mrs. Loud. It was hard to get the words out after stuttering for half a day. This robber thought for a moment. Okay, stutterer, you've grown. And you know the gun is too loud. Stutterer scratched his head with a silly look on his face. This way. This kid is all yours. Cut him up for me. Upon hearing this, the stutterer had a look of excitement on his face. Stutterer's reaction was already slow, and in the next moment, he was directly kicked out by the man once again. How can you learn to rob like this? Get your words straight before you come back. No, you're pretty wild, aren't you? The robber once again put his gun above the man's head and turned his head to stutter. You're a ing loser. The righteous man looked at Lin Sanstick. Little brother. And please help. I even raised my girlfriend's ashes just now. Can't you step in for a second? Ashes. Lin Sanjun turned his head to look at the man, and these two words touched his heart fiercely. In the next second, Lin Sanstick's figure directly disappeared in place. When he appeared once more, Lin Sanjun held two hearts in his dead hands. The two robbers, with wide eyes and shocked faces, looked as if they had seen a ghost. Then their bodies fell straight down. It's been a while since I pulled out my heart, and I'm still a little rusty. The man's own heart seized hard at the sight of the heart in Lin Sanju's hand. He knew that Lin Sanju was not simple, and he did not expect that Lin Sanju was an inhuman. You're an inhuman, the man exclaimed. Lin Sanstick, however, didn't care about the alarmed man. Instead, the compartment was awfully quiet for the moment. Not long after, the woman who was dressed in a flamboyant manner suddenly exclaimed, looking at Lin Sanstick's body unconsciously trembled. Ghost! Ghost! After this exclamation, everyone followed and screamed, and for a while the whole carriage began to go haywire. Grabbing a window breaker, he directly smashed the window open and jumped straight down, not caring if it was moving or not. This running bus was suddenly stopped by a car with a black body. As the car was just coming to a stop, a man stepped out of the black car. One wore an eye patch over his eyes, and although Lin Sanjun didn't recognize it, he could guess that the person who came was none other than One Eye. Only One Eye took out a magnetic storm ball in his hand and threw it at the bus. The moment the magnetic storm ball hit the ground, a hemispherical magnetic field directly enveloped the bus. Then One Eye stepped into the bus and glanced at Lin San's stick. Junior Master San is just Junior Master San. He never stops going anywhere. Then he only saw this One Eye directly open his eye patch, and the next moment the light enveloped the entire carriage. When the light disappeared, both Lin Sanju, One Eye, and the corpse had vanished. The people in the car had, apparently, forgotten what had just happened. "Driver, what are you doing? Don't drive yet. I'm still waiting to meet my boyfriend," the demonic woman urged. And the man who had seen it all, clutching a dark bag, was secretly hurt. On the black car, Lin Sanjun sat in the back while One Eye drove the car. "I didn't expect old man Xiang to send you to follow me all the way," Lin Sanjun said calmly. "That can't be helped. The Heavenly Bureau has long guessed that as long as there is a place where you are, there will definitely be a murder, which is why I was told to secretly follow you and take care of your tail for you." Lin Sanjun nodded. One Eye drove fast, and after about an hour's time, the two had arrived at the foot of Mount Artemisia. "It's only about 6 o'clock now, and it's still some time before 12 o'clock. All right, off you go," Lin Sanjun said to One Eye, then turned around and entered the mountain himself. One Eye, however, had been following Lin Sanjun. "Master Junior, do you know why this Artemisia mountain has the existence of the entrance to hell?" Lin Sanjun glanced at One Eye, not caring if he followed or not, and walked forward on his own. "Actually, I guess 500 years ago, this Artemisia hill used to be a mass grave. There are at least 20,000 bodies in there. Do you see these crooked trees? Rumor has it that at one time, anyone who came in could not help but find a tree to hang themselves from. In time, all the trees here became crooked." One Eye spoke to himself, not caring about the unresponsive Lin San's stick. "Junior Master San, speaking at our current speed, we can probably reach the entrance to hell after walking for about 10 minutes. Hearing these words, Lin Sanjun glanced at One Eye. The entrance to this hell is actually a small dirt slope with a tombstone in front of it, which has lost its writing due to severe weathering. As One Eye muttered to himself, a small dirt slope actually appeared in front of the two. Next to the dirt slope was a half-broken stone tablet that looked vaguely as if it had words on it. "Is this the entrance to hell?" Lin Sanjun said. "Not bad, Master Junior. See the hole in front of this dirt slope?" Lin Sanjun nodded. "This hole, if it were in daylight, nothing would happen if you entered it. And when it's 12 o'clock, enter again, and the stairway to hell will appear." "You've been there?" Lin Sanjun asked as he looked at One Eye, who understood very thoroughly. "Well, have been there once. But that was ages ago." Lin Sanjong pondered for a moment. "And do you know where the other side is?" One Eye thought about it. "It's like this other flower, the place where it grows is random. It's like this other flower is alive. One second it's in front of you, the next it could be somewhere else. So, I've only met them once. Just as soon as it showed itself, this piscian flower disappeared, as if it was shy." Lin Sanjun nodded, and then sat down with his knees crossed, and the mountain essence inner Dan in that pocket, at this moment, even took the initiative to release a stream of pure energy to Lin Sanjun for him to absorb. Lin Sanjun took out the inner elixir. "Do you even have to choose to help me after all this?" As Lin Sanju's voice fell, this inner Dan actually did emit a burst of soft light, as if it was responding to Lin Sanju. "In that case, when I break through to the transition stage, I will definitely kill old Stickley with my own hands to avenge you all." Lin Sanclub didn't have any cover for these words and said them directly in front of One Eye. One Eye froze, glanced at Lin Sanju, and stopped talking. This kind of thing can only be buried in the bottom of the heart. After all, he can't offend anyone. Chapter 41. 8 Folds, How to Fold All Faces. As Lin San's stick entered cultivation, time flew by. Only then did Lin Sanju open his eyes and look at One Eye when a trace of coolness fell on him. "What time is it?" One Eye looked at his watch. "Master Junior, there are 3 minutes left before the gates of hell open." The moment it opens, be sure to enter quickly, for the gates of hell are only open for 1 second. After this time, it will have to wait until tomorrow. Lin Sanjun nodded and the two of them looked at the time. When the hands on the watch had just reached only 12 o'clock, Lin Sanjun grabbed one eye and instantly rushed into the cave. As a wave of vertigo hit them, the two opened their eyes again and had appeared on a bridge. This is hell. Lin Sanjun looked around. Besides the pitch blackness, there was only a wooden bridge leading into the depths of darkness, creaking and swaying. Not even a ghost to watch the gate. Yes, Master Junior. This is the Bridge of Nay. Only after walking across this Nika bridge is it truly hell. Lin Sanjun nodded and stepped his foot on top of the wooden bridge, and a creaking sound directly emerged from that wooden bridge, as if it would shatter the next moment. As he walked to the center of the bridge, Lin San's stick glanced down curiously, only to see a black river below. Why is it called the Black River? Because the water is all black as ink with a pungent, fishy odor. After walking for an hour, Lin San's stick realized that the bridge still had no end and looked at one eye with dissatisfaction. What? Is there no end to this bridge? Why can't we get to the other side after walking for so long? One eye glanced helplessly at Lin San's stick. Master Junior, this living person is different from the dead. Souls enter onto this bridge and step across in a few steps, recognized by this bridge because they are souls. It is extraordinarily difficult for the living to walk through. So how long did it take you to walk there last time? One eye froze slightly and scratched his head in some embarrassment. That is almost a year old. How much? Lin Sanjun exclaimed in shock. Ahem. A year. Grass. Why didn't you say so? Lin Sanjong's anger immediately surged to his heart, and he fiercely stomped his foot towards the Naiha bridge. Then I heard a click, and the bridge really broke. Holy! Junior Master San, it's a black river down there. Once you fall in, you will be doomed and never come out. One eye was startled, but his body started to fall down. He couldn't fly. Lin Sanjun grabbed one eye by the collar and began to sprint towards the end of the bridge. After flying for about 5 minutes or so, it looked vaguely as if we could see the end. Master Junior, see that archway up ahead? That's where it ends. After all, one eye was just an inhuman, not a cultivator, and neither his speed nor his physical ability could be compared to Lin San's stick. With Lin San's stick at full strength, it would only take him a minute to catch up if one eye walked for a year. Just when the two saw hope, suddenly, the black river flooded with rolling bubbles. Not long after, a huge object appeared directly in front of the two. Ai Chow! What is this? One eye looked at the behemoth in front of him in shock. Lin Sanjun threw one eye across the room with one hand, only to see that an octopus-like thing blocked Lin San's stick's path. You look like that giant octopus I saw in the picture. Lin Sanjun muttered, unaware that this giant octopus was the soul of the giant octopus that had been decapitated by Bureau 749. Only, he was sent by the hell to the Naiha Bridge to guard the Black River and block the entry of the living. Human, this is no place for you. Please retreat. Remembering that your cultivation is not easy, this time is considered a warning. Lin San's stick looked at the octopus with a disdainful face and was just about to make his move when he suddenly realized that above the octopus head, there was a small red flower growing. Hey, big octopus, I have to ask, is that the one on your head the Pisces? The octopus froze. Human boy, did you not hear me? No one is allowed in here. Get out of here. This is the second warning. Lin San's stick was already ignoring the octopus and was staring intently at the small red flower on the octopus head. One eye. Can you see the little flower on the octopus head? Can't. Master Junior, it's too far away. I can't see. I can't see. One eye yelled. By the time the sound reached Lin San's stick's place, an echo had clearly appeared, and it was obvious that the distance at the end of this was not an ordinary distance. Forget it. I really don't know what else you can do besides wipe your memory. Big octopus, I'm asking you for the last time if that's a pishin flower on your head. If you say a word of bull, I'll you up. With that, the immortal destruction stick appeared in his hand. Very good. The octopus also lost patience as he watched Lin San's stick. It's been so long since I've eaten a human that I've forgotten what humans taste like. Since you're so insensitive, you'll stay and be my snack. Just as the octopus finished speaking, its huge tentacles lashed out towards Lin San's stick. The black water in the Black River also splashed everywhere. Just as this tentacle was about to fall, Lin San Stick's body moved slightly. In the next second, a stick shadow directly chopped off this tentacle. You're a cultivator. This octopus didn't scream miserably. Instead, it calmed down and looked at Lin San's stick incredulously. Now, can you tell me if that's the other side of your head? The octopus hesitated for a moment, and its unruly attitude instantly made a 180-degree turn. Yes, my lord. But this other side flower has become part of my body. If you want it, you can obtain it at the Ghost Capital auction. Lin Sanjun was confused. There's an auction in this hell? The giant octopus moved its severed tentacle, and in the next moment a new one grew again. Yes, my lord. Don't look at this place as hell. It's actually pretty much the same as Earth. This hell also has many territories and cities. And the Ghost Capital is the core city of this hell, and when you go there you can not only buy the flowers on the other side of the river, but also that latest model of fruit cell phone. Oh. Fruit phone. Yes, my lord, know that after Job's wet death, the cell phone he developed was preferred by Lord Yama, and ordered people to manufacture it without darkness, and finally, the Fruit 18 has now been built. Saying that, a small cell phone appeared in the octopus's hand, but when the octopus flung it, this cell phone even directly unfolded 8 screens. Behold, my lord, this is the Fruit 18, 8 folded. How it is folded with a face. Air. Lin San's stick looked at the giant octopus somewhat speechlessly. But I only want it on your head. Chapter 42 Gate Ceiling Auction House. The octopus froze. My lord, this is no joke. You should know that this pilgrim flower on my head is only 25 years old. So whether it's for soul nourishment or cultivation, it's not the best choice. The octopus was clearly taken aback by Lin San's stick's actions. Oh, there are still years left in this pigeon flower. The octopus looked at Lin San's stick speechlessly. My lord, with this pishy flower, the older the year, the better the efficacy. If I'm right, your excellency should be using this pigeon flower to save people. If I can get 100-year-old portion or more of the petunia, the effect is several times that of the one on my head. Lin Sanjun nodded. How should I go about obtaining this centennial portion? My lord is of course going to attend the Ghost Capital's sealed gate auction house. It just so happens that there's an auction today, and it's rumored that there's a nearly 1,000-year-old portion of a superb pigeon flower appearing in it. The octopus said, The living can participate? Lin Sanjun looked at the octopus with a serious face. This definitely won't work with a living person, but it will with this, said the octopus. Took out 2 white beads. A closer look at the beads' vaguely rolling white mist. What is it? Lin San's stick felt the breath of this bead. Surprisingly, it was similar to the Een bead, except that the Een chi inside was not half a star less. My lord, this is the soul bead. As long as you carry it on your body, ghost cultivators below the Ghost King will not be able to discover that you are alive. Saying this, the octopus meadily handed over the 2 soul beads to Lin Sanjun. Need anything else? After Lin Sanjun put away the beads, he looked straight at the octopus. Ouch, my lord, look at my memory. I still need an invitation, said the octopus once again. Meat painfully handed Lin Sanju an invitation that was pitch black and glowing with ghostly aura. That's it. Well, that's fine, my lord. The octopus nodded that huge head. But I always feel as if something is still missing. I don't know, what currency do you guys use in this hell? Obviously, since Lin San's stick wasn't going to kill it, it had to be extorted ruthlessly. Air. So what? Lord Xiaozhang, I'm also shy. The currency of this hellish transaction is naturally the plutonium of the Bank of Heaven and Earth Passage, which you burned in your young world. Plutonium? Yes, my lord. Is there any way to get it? The octopus thought about it. Since your excellency is in hell, you can receive the plutonium if you ask your friends in the young world to write your excellency's name on the plutonium. But what if I just want to rob you? The octopus was once again speechless. Oh my lord, I am truly broke. Lin Sanjong obviously didn't believe it. You even have an invitation to this whatever auction house. Don't you have any money? Are you lying to the devil? The octopus explained helplessly. Your excellency is unaware that the soul pearls given to you are actually the same as the plutonium coin. This 1 soul bead is equivalent to 1 trillion medieval coins. The 2 for you are equivalent to my entire fortune. Yeah. Lin Sanjuan's eyes rolled. Yes, my lord, how dare I lie to you, my lord, little chapter. And the auction house is about to start. So please move over, my lord. The octopus was afraid that if he said any more, what little he had left would be raided by Lin Sanju, and he hurriedly said, "Where is this auction house?" Lin Sanju looked at the poor octopus and asked, "My lord, all you have to do is keep walking, and after you reach the end, it's the gate to the ghost capital. The auction house is in the very center of the ghost capital. You will see it when you arrive. Besides, with my invitation, I can take one person in, and you're exactly 2 people." Seeing that this octopus had said everything, Lin Senstick once again began his journey. After Lin Senstick left, this octopus revealed a wry smile. "District Human, you should know that this auction is organized with a ghost king in attendance." Only when Lin Sanjun reached the end of the stick did he pull one eye toward the ghost capital. After not walking far, he saw a black and gold gate with a plaque that read Ghost Capital. After entering the gate, the scene in front of him directly made Lin Sanjun somewhat puzzled. One eye? Is this the netherworld? Looking at the bustling scenery below, the shouting everywhere, which has the appearance of the rumor, what the frying pan, the knife mountain, and the sea of fire, is simply a scam. One Eye had the experience of having been here once before and explained. Junior Master San, in fact, the netherworld is just like the mortal world. Although ghosts can be reincarnated, many of them usually don't choose to be reincarnated and choose to stay in hell instead. This casting is not mandatory? Lin Sanjun looked at One Eye. This is and isn't true, to be precise, as long as those who have made certain contributions to hell can stay in hell and not have to be reincarnated. Lin Sanjun nodded, his eyes a little bleak. "I don't know if my own parents have gone to the reincarnation now, and if they haven't, maybe we can still meet." Thinking about this, the scenery in this hell, Lin Senstick had no intention of appreciating it. With the soul beads, the 2 of them were not discovered, and not long after, a huge auction house appeared in the sight of the 2 of them. Only the plaque of the sealed gate auction house was made extremely conspicuous, as if it was afraid that other people would not know that this was an auction house. Lin Sanjun walked up with One Eye. "Invitation, please," the 2 watchful brats said. Lin Sanju took out the invitation from his arms, and after the brat saw it, he brought the 2 of them in with a fawning face. "My lord, this last row by the corner is your seat." Lin Senstick nodded. Originally the 2 were living people, but also dared to strut in the ghost capital to participate in the auction. This one-eyed heart has long been nervous. Positioned in the middle of the corner, it did calm One Eye down a bit. After about an hour of waiting, all the people had almost arrived. A bright light suddenly appeared in the middle of the huge auction table, and underneath this bright light stood a ghost dressed in black. Tattooed on his shirt are these 2 big words: "Seal the door." "Hello everyone. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this auction. I won't say too much nonsense below, we have the first lot." With that said, a female ghost in a cheongsam was seen holding a red plate in her hands, while a nearly transparent screen was placed on top of the plate. "I'm sure you're not unfamiliar with this. This is Job Wet's newly developed Fruit 19th generation cell phone, which is being sold by auction this time because it can't be mass-produced. And this time with the 19th generation of cell phones, it's going to be a whole new black technology." After saying that, this auctioneer directly took the cell phone in his hand and flicked it, and a huge screen appeared in front of the crowd. This is the latest technology, Colossus projection. Whether it's for playing games or dreaming dreams for people in the young world, all the functions are available. Starting bid: 100 million plutocrats. As soon as the words left his mouth, all the ghosts got agitated. Chapter 43: The Appearance of the Petal Flower. If you want a dream for your family, then you have to register with the Dream Management Center, and you need to apply, which is a lot of work and money. With this Fruit 19 would obviously save a ton of money. All the ghosts, they started calling the shots, just for a minute. It was pulled straight from the starting price to billions. "Holy!" Lin Sanjun exclaimed and looked at One Eye. "One Eye, I said, has the technology in the middle of this hell developed like this? You know, the mortal world is only up to the 3rd generation of fruit. It's amazing that this hell has been out for 19 generations. Besides, the technology is a little too dark, isn't it? Colossus projection. That is a product that can appear in this era." Looking at Lin Sanstick's surprise, One Eye was actually shocked as well. If this technology could be taken to the mortal world, it would definitely cause quite a stir. 100 billion. Lin Sanstick, who was in a state of shock, instantly felt that the soul bead didn't smell good after hearing this price. After all, a soul bead could only top 1 trillion only. "One Eye, Is there a way to contact old man Xiong? Tell him to hurry up and burn some money for me. One Eye nodded. Yes. Then, while all the ghosts were in agitation, he directly took out a communication talisman paper and instantly ignited it. Not long after, Xiang Wentian's voice appeared in both of their hearts at the same time. What? You two to hell. Xiang Wentian said leisurely as he sipped his tea. Old man Xiang, I don't have time to bull with you, little master. I'm currently in the middle of the sealed gate auction house, and I need a large amount of plutonium. You hurry up and order someone to burn me a few tens of millions of billions to spend. Upon hearing tens of millions of billions, Xiang Wentian directly exploded. Boy, have you got it wrong? Do you know how expensive plutonium that can be used in hell is? 1 trillion is 1 million yang coins. You know, these plutoniums are specially made. Not the kind of fake plutoniums sold on the market. Lin Sanstick didn't know about these things, but only knew that this plutonium coin himself seemed to be able to buy trillions of dollars for $10. I didn't realize there were so many dodos in there. Old man, I don't care what method you use, you must get it for me. Otherwise, when I get back, see what I'll do to you. Xiang Wentian pondered for a moment. I really INGO you. Just wait. Getting a response from Xiang Wentian, this Fruit 19 cell phone was auctioned off for the price of 1 soul pearl. Here begins the second card item, said the Chongsam lady, walking up with a plate once again. On top of the plate lay an ancient gongfu. This is the Earth Stage Ghost Cultivation Technique, Prison Fire Technique. Practicing it to its fullest can condense prison fire to burn everything. Its value is understood by everyone. Starting bid 1 soul pearl. That's $1 trillion gone? Lin Sanjuan's eyes glazed over. Little Third Master doesn't know, this ghost cultivator's technique is quite rare. And there are grades of existence. Soul rank, earth rank, heaven rank, and the immortal rank that only exists in legends. Once one cultivates to the ghost immortal realm, they can coalesce into a solid entity that is no different from a living person, so they are quite expensive. Lin Sanjun nodded. I wonder what grade these 3 sticks of his own are. Just as Lin San's stick was lamenting, a plutonium coin suddenly appeared in his hand with the amount of $1 trillion written on it. Huh? Don't say this old man Xiong is quite powerful. Really screwed up. At this point, the fight for the prison fire art had come to a white-hot stage. 10 trillion. Only a wealthy man with a string of skulls around his neck stood up and shouted with a red face. 12 soul beads. A man who looked like he was probably in his 50s competed. 15 trillion. The wealthy man shouted again. 17 soul pearls. The competing man remained flat, apparently somewhat looking down on the man of wealth. Li Guangwei, you're ING against me, aren't you? Li Guangwei looked at the man with disdain. What? Old man Deng. Not enough money. Tell me if you don't have enough money. I'll lend it to you. Li Guangwei mockingly looked at Deng Laogai. You're good. $20 trillion. Old man Deng raised the price again. Li Guangwei waved his hand. Old man Deng, if you don't have the money, don't call. It's only 5 trillion more after holding it back. 30 soul beads. When these words came out, everyone looked at Li Guangwei in surprise. So it's the ghost capital Li family. You should know that this Li family is a veteran family that has existed in hell for who knows how many years. I didn't expect this one called Old Man Tang to dare to call him out. He really doesn't know how to die. Listening to the comments of the people below, Old Man Tang's face turned green and purple. Very well, Li Guangwei. I hope you can withstand this prison fire technique, said he sat down indignantly. That's not for you to worry about. The Li family has offered up to 30 soul beads. I wonder if anyone else has raised their bid? You know, this is an earth-ranked prison fire technique. The auctioneer said again. Don't look at so many ghosts here, there aren't really many rich ones, especially since no one wants to offend the Li family, so no one is competing anymore. 30 soul beads at a time. 30 soul beads twice. 30 soul beads 3 times. When the hammer fell, unsurprisingly, this prison fire art was successfully pocketed by Li Guangwei. The next lots are 3 plants of the other side flower. One of them has reached 1,000 years of age, while the other 2 are also 800 years old, so if used in conjunction with the prison fire technique, it would be twice the result with half the effort. The starting bidding price is 500 billion medieval dollars. After saying that, he didn't forget to look at Li Guangwei. When he heard about the other side of the flower, Lin Sanstick got excited. Finally waited. The plutonium in Lin Sanjuan's hand also turned into 5 trillion. $1 trillion. Old ghost Deng shouted again. Li Guangwei glanced at Deng Laogai. Old man Deng, you're still so stingy. 2 soul beads. The price more than doubled straight away. 3 trillion. Old man Tang continued to speak. Lin Sen Stick, however, couldn't wait to shout out, and didn't care about One Eye, who wanted to stop him. 5 trillion. In one breath, he directly shouted out all the plutonium he was holding. How dare anyone compete? Li Guangwei looked at where Lin Sanju was and saw that it was an unfamiliar face, and his heart was also a bit puzzled. Instead, old Ghost Tongue looked at Lin Sanjun with a resentful face. Kid, looking at your face, you must have just become a ghost not long ago. As long as you withdraw from this competition, how about if I owe you a favor? Lin Sanjun looked at Deng Laogai with disdain. If you have money, you yell. If you don't, you hold it in. Lin Sanjong was obviously not someone who spoiled his children either, and directly choked Deng Laogai. You. Very well, kid. I'll remember you. 10 trillion. Deng Laogai directly doubled the price again. Chapter 44. Intercepting Tung Lao Gue. Old man Xiong. Hurry up and burn money for me. Lin Sanjun had urgency in his heart. The next moment, however, several plutonium coins once again appeared in his hand. After counting, it was probably around 10 trillion as well. 15 trillion. Lin Sanjun spoke again, and the one-eyed man on the side had a grimace on his face. Junior Master San, you can't spend money like this. You just finished burning $15 trillion for you, and you shouted it all in one breath. Lin Sanjun glanced at One Eye. I'm bound and determined to get this other bank flower. Old man Xiong, hurry up and burn money for little master. Lin Sanjun shouted in his mind. Grass, bastard. You think I'm an ATM? You know, this has burned you for $15 million. All the money I've saved in my life is yours. There's no money. You figure it out. Xiong Wentian broke into a fit of cursing. Your mom. Lin Sanjun cursed and turned his head to look at One Eye. One Eye, I'd like to ask what happens if I don't pay? This? Don't know. But the results shouldn't be what you want to know. One Eye heard this sentence, cold sweat are flowing down, has been very regret this trip to hell. If he gives him another chance, I believe that beating him to death will not come. However, Xiong Wentian cursed and cursed, but in the end, he burned another 20 trillion for Lin Sanju. The total also adds up to $35 trillion. Seeing that Lin San's stick was slow to make a sound, Li Guangwei once again said lethargically, 30 soul beads. At this point, old man Deng completely collapsed. Your mom, Li Guangwei. You damn well have to have it out with me today, don't you? Li Guangwei glanced at Deng Laogai nonchalantly. Money? It's just numbers. And numbers are the last thing I need. Compete if you can. Threats, they don't work on me. Old man Tang was furious and clenched his teeth. 32 trillion. As soon as the words fell, Lin Sanju's voice sounded once again. 35 trillion. Eft. Ha ha ha. Deng Laogai. I didn't expect that even a child would look down on you. I think you're living on a dog at this age. You. Old man Tang glared viciously at Lin Sanjong. Boy. Very well. I'll remember you. Next to him, One Eye had long been trembling with fear. Junior Third Master, you really are born with the constitution to cause trouble. No matter where you are, there's nothing you can't cause trouble. One Eye's bowels were green with remorse. 35 trillion, is there any more bids? If it doesn't, it'll be in this little brother's hands. Oh. You know, there can be a 1,000-year-old pishy flower here. 36 trillion. The words were almost figures that old man Deng had squeezed out of his teeth. Lin Sanjong full count is also 35 trillion, and then asked Xiong Wentian to ask for money. This Xiong Wentian directly did not speak. Lin San's stick was also out of ideas. What do you think will happen if I lie about the price and can't get the money? Lin Sanjun looked at One Eye with a somewhat deranged expression. Master, Third Master, I beg you not to challenge this auction house. You know, to be able to open an auction house in such a good location in Ghost Capital, the strength behind it is not something we can imagine. I reckon that there's at least a ghost immortal sitting in the town to do so. One Eye analyzed the stakes. Lin Sanjuan's eyes rolled. Then, if that's the case, what do you say? To me robbing this dang old ghost. Hearing this, One Eye rolled his eyes, never wanting to speak to this Lin Sanjong again. His ideas are crazy. When old man Deng saw that Lin Sanjong didn't say anything, His gaze turned to Li Guangwei. What? Do you still want to raise the price? If you raise the price again, I don't want it. Only Li Guangwei yawned. These 3 pishy flowers, no matter how valuable they are only worth $20 trillion. That 1,000-year-old plant is only capped at $10 trillion. Since you're such a big fan, I'll let you have it. I've got plenty of this other flower anyway. Li Guangwei proposed Grandpa. Obviously this old man Deng fell into madness, but in this auction house did not dare to attack. Although I can't do anything about your Li family, you little brat must die today. Otherwise, it's hard to resolve the hatred in my heart. The next grand finale treasure, Lin Sen's stick, was already uninterested, and old man Deng clearly didn't have much money left. After handing over the money, he glared fiercely at Lin Sanju and walked out aggressively. Lin Sanjun then got up and followed. Li Guangwei looked at the 2 men thoughtfully and revealed an evil smile. You guys take the last lot here, no matter how much it costs. I'm going out for some air. Li Guangwei gave an explanation and also followed the 2 Lin Sanshongs out. After old man Deng took the lot, he naturally chose to take a shortcut to leave. Fear of being cut off halfway by Li Guangwei again. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Sanju stared dead in the face of Deng Laogai, and the one-eyed man at his side persuaded Lin Sanju to give up all the way. But the duck in his mouth, how could Lin San's stick let him fly? Soon walked into the middle of a dark forest. Lin Sanjong revealed his figure and directly blocked old man Teng's path. Deng Lao Gui froze. Kid, I didn't go to trouble you, but you dare to come to trouble me? Has it been too long to live idly? Old man Deng looked behind Lin Sanju and realized that there were only 2 strangers. Sensible enough to hand over the pishin flower. I can consider keeping you alive. Otherwise, you're going to die today. Lin Sanclub didn't have any nonsense. Except that the words were a bit ridiculous coming from Lin Sanclub's mouth. How dare a mere doll not yet weaned threaten me? You know, old me is now a half-step ghost king. In the auction house, Lin Sanstick also learned about the division of realms in this hell. A half-step ghost king was just equivalent to a half-step transition, and Lin Sanjong didn't put it on his mind at all. Very well. With a mouth like that, I hope you don't beg for mercy. With that said, old man Tang took the lead in launching a sneak attack while the immortal destroying stick appeared in his hand the next moment. Sneak attack. Garbage is worthy? Saying that, he directly slammed his stick at old man Deng. As a huge spiritual energy appeared, old ghost Tang's face stared and he turned around to flee as he realized that he was not a match for Lin Sanju. I can't believe you're alive, Deng Lao Gui shouted as he ran. Do you know that the living will die if they enter hell? As long as I let the word out, I'll make sure you don't come back. Lin San's stick didn't care about this. His figure directly stormed over. Open stick. As the voice fell, the immortal exterminating stick in his hand directly became longer and smashed towards old ghost Tung. When he was about to smash into old man Deng, this old man Deng made a bizarre move. Caught Lin Sanjun somewhat off guard. Only to see that old ghost Tung suddenly knelt down on the ground, his hands raised high, and holding a 1,000-year-old pishy flower in his hands. Chapter 45. The Book of Life and Death. Young warrior, please stay, old ghost Deng exclaimed in shock. However, not long after Deng Lao Gui had just knelt down, Li Guangwei walked out from the woods. While walking, he also clapped. Ha ha ha. Where did that unbeatable old man Deng go just now? Why is kneeling so painful now? Lack of calcium to make up for calcium. Don't have weak knees, ah? Old ghost Tang glanced disdainfully at Li Guangwei. Both of them had the same cultivation level. Both were half-step ghost kings. Old me, this is called knowing the time. You think you can do it, you go on. I will voluntarily give you these 3 pishy flowers. No, 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 no. I have no grievances with this little brother. I only see that you're not happy, little brother. You'd better kill him. This guy is holding a grudge. And he knows the secret that you are a living person, so I'm afraid if we don't kill him, more trouble will arise. Can you die if you don't Anji talk? When old ghost Deng saw Li Guangwei like this, he then became furious. Lin Sanju's eyes rolled, and in the next moment, the immortal destruction stick in his hand erupted with a burst of intense deathly aura. Break the sea. Without too much nonsense. Directly a stick ruthlessly smashed on top of Deng Lao Gui's head. Even a miserable scream did not issue. Only then did he turn to look at Li Guangwei as he searched out 3 pishu flowers from his body. Seeing Lin San's stick being so decisive, Li Guangwei was also a bit scared. Little brother, I don't mean any harm, Li Guangwei said hastily. Lin Sanjun looked at Li Guangwei. If you had any malice, the 2 dead souls would have died with that stick just now. Say, what's following me? Ahem. Little brother, let me introduce myself. My name is Li Guangwei, and I am the sole heir of the ghost capital Li family. And then what? Lin Sanjun took the other side of the flower into his arms. In fact, this time I came, I just want to make a friend with you. I don't know what the little brother intends. Making friends. Sorry, I'm not in that habit of making friends. Saying that, Lin San's stick turned around and was about to leave, but he was intercepted by Li Guangwei once again. Little brother, how about this for you as a friend? Only to see Li Guangwei bring out the prison fire technique that he had captured. Do you think I need it? Lin Sanju blankly glanced at Li Guangwei. Air. It was my poor consideration, forgetting that little brother is a stranger. Actually, it's fine for you to keep it, little brother, as long as anyone in your family becomes a soul you can use this to cultivate. Upon hearing these words, Lin Sanjun stopped his stance. You really want to make friends? Li Guangwei nodded. How about this? If you can do me a favor, I'll make you my friend? Upon hearing that the oily Lin Sanju actually sought his help, he then nodded excitedly. Little brother, if you have any favor to do, just say it. In this acre of ghost capital, there is nothing I can't do. Looking at such a cocky Li Guangwei, a glimmer of hope flared up in Lin Sanzhong's heart. I want you to help me find 2 people, one named Lin Tianqi and one named Lu Qian. That's a good one. As long as they're still in hell, there's nothing I can't find. But would little brother be so kind as to honor us with a visit to the mansion? After all, to find someone, I need to go through the Book of Life and Death to do so. The Book of Life and Death is in the hands of my second uncle. Lin Stick agreed without thinking. It would be best if he could find his parents. If he was a liar with his strength and berserking, he should be able to arm wrestle with the ghost immortal. Li Guangwei looked at the so-calm Lin Sanzhong and thought, Lin Sanzhong is the son of some big family in the Yang world, and wanted to befriend him even more. Li Guangwei led the way, and the journey was much easier. It didn't take long to arrive at the Li Mansion. The Li Mansion was huge, occupying almost a third of the ghost capital. What Lin Sanjun didn't know was that the backer behind the Li Mansion was the supreme ruler of the ghost capital. That costume looked as if Lin Stick thought he had traveled to ancient times. Before even entering the door, the 2 guards at the entrance directly kneeled on one knee respectfully towards Li Guangwei. Young lord, Li Guangwei nodded. Brother Lin, in this case, I'll send you to the parlor first, and then I'll go to my second uncle to ask for the Book of Life and Death. Well, Lin Sanjun promised and looked up and down at the Li Mansion. In a short time, he was brought into the parlor, and only after making arrangements did Li Guangwei walk out. Li Fu Ancestral Hall. You mean that kid is a raw man? And with a strength comparable to that of a ghost king? Li Liang, who was also Li Guangwei's second uncle, looked at Li Guangwei. Not bad. And, by the looks of it, less than 10 years old. Less than 10. Li Liang was a bit surprised. To have a cultivation level of the Ghost King realm at less than 10 years old, it's impossible even if you were to fight your mother to cultivate, right? Is it possible that he took some kind of immortality pill or something? Not like that. I don't sense anything medicinal in him. Lyra nodded in silence. If it's really a Ghost King that's less than 10 years old, then it's best to be better with it or exterminate it in the cradle. Otherwise, in time, it will surely grow into a heavenly tree. Subsequently, Li Guangwei told Li Liang about some of the things that happened at the auction house. Very well, you've done a good job on this one. This is the Book of Life and Death, he said and handed a book with a black aura to Li Guangwei. I won't show up this time. It's about time you stood on your own at your age. Li Guangwei nodded excitedly. This was the first time he had been spoken to in such a tone by Li Liang. In the old days, we would have started without finishing our sentences. Li Guangwei got the Book of Life and Death and ran to Lin Sanzhong's face with great excitement. Brother Lin, living up to my expectations, I've got this Life and Death book. Next, as long as you look into the Book of Life and Death and gently call out the names of the ghosts, you can find out if they exist. Lin Sanjun was excited, his eyes flashing with light, and he carefully received the Book of Life and Death. His heart had long been excited. Father! Mother! You must not go to the afterlife. Carrying the excitement in his heart, Lin Sanju directly shouted out. But after about 10 seconds had passed, there was no response in sight, and he looked at Li Guangwei with a puzzled face. Li Guangwei slapped his forehead and said, "Look at my memory. Should have turned the Book of Life and Death over and looked again." Lin Sanjun glanced at Li Guangwei breathlessly, and only slightly calmed down as he flipped through the Book of Life and Death and began to shout out, "Lin Tianqi Lu Qian." As the voice fell, the Book of Life and Death violently erupted with a dazzling black aura. After the black aura flashed by, it was found that the Book of Life and Death still hadn't changed much. "Is that all right?" Lin Sanjun looked at Li Guangwei. Li Guangwei didn't know what to say for a while. Looking at Lin San Stick's eager eyes, Li Guangwei sighed. Chapter 46. Old Li's stick appears. There's good news and there's bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Lin Sanjuan's heart suddenly stuttered. A frown creased his brow. Let's start with the bad. The bad news is that there are two reasons why the Book of Life and Death can't find out who you want to find out. 1, because the man has been reincarnated, and 2, that his soul has fallen. What about the good news? Lin Sanjun sighed. The good news is that it's possible he's in another ghostly realm. And my Book of Life and Death can only look up the ghost capital and some of the cities attached to the ghost capital. Upon hearing that there was still hope, Lin Sanju's bleak eyes once again lit up. So can you find a way to help me find it? These two are important to me. If you can find it, count me in your debt. Lin Sanjong said solemnly. Li Guangwei fell silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but this kind of thing like the Life and Death book, other cities were in control and wouldn't take it out easily. Is it difficult? Lin Sanjun saw that Li Guangwei didn't say anything for half a day. After struggling with the idea for a while, Li Guangwei clenched his teeth. All right, I'll take care of this matter. Need to give me some time though. How long? Looking at Li Guangwei's hesitation, Lin Sanjong knew that this matter must not be simple. A year. After all, there are 18 capital cities in this hell, and too soon I can't guarantee it. Lin Sanjun frowned. Okay, let me know as soon as you have any news. I'll be coming to Ghost Town once a month, so let me know the news then. Li Guangwei shook his head. Don't bother. This is for you. Saying that, he took out the Fruit 19 he had just shot from his body and handed it to Lin San Stick. Lin Sanju surveyed the cell phone, and it would be a lie if he wasn't impressed. After all, what boy wouldn't love a product of this transcendent era? Brother Lin, although this Fruit 19 can't communicate with cell phones in the Yang world, it can communicate with cell phones in the Yin world. As long as you have it, we're always in touch. If I hear anything, I'll call you right away. I've deposited my phone number in here. Of course, except for not being able to make phone calls with a Yang cell phone, all the functions are normal. Watching a blockbuster movie dreaming, it's all okay. And has a nice feature, that is, if you want to get into anyone's dream, just think of the other person and you can go right in and peek into their privacy, you know. Li Guangwei said cheaply. Air. Lin Sanjong looked at Li Guangwei with a helpless face. I'm still a kid, okay? By the way, did you see One Eye who came with me? Just dropped it off for him during the robbery. Lin Sanjun hurriedly changed the topic. After all, this trip to hell was already considered a successful mission. It would be a surprise to find the souls of my parents. Haha. Brother Lin, don't worry. I've already sent someone to pick up your friend. I'm sure he'll be here soon. Before the words were out of his mouth, One Eye ran over with a sniffle and a tear. With one hand, he held Lin Sanju in his arms. Ooh-hoo. Junior Master San here is too scary too. I almost didn't get to see you. Woo-hoo. Lin San Stick looked at the 1-meter-8 man being so petulant. He couldn't help but feel a pang of disgust in his heart, and directly threw one eye to the side. You're so old, have some reserve, will you? Crying and wailing about how people will look at us. The living. Don't you ever follow me again. It's so embarrassing, said Lin San Stick as he glanced at Li Guangwei in embarrassment. That, Brother Li, I'll be troubling you with that matter. I have things to do, so I'll go back to the Yang world first. As soon as you get any news, be sure to let me know first, good or bad. Lin Sanjun said with a straight face. Don't worry, Brother Lin. Leave everything to me. After the two said goodbye, they took One Eye and flew directly toward the Yang world. After returning to the Yang world, One Eye was relieved. It's better to be alive. It's a heartfelt exclamation. Come on. Look at your lack of talent. Let's go. Back to Bureau 749. After the two of them traveled for more than an hour, They found that they were still circling around Artemisia Hill, and a bad thought appeared in One Eye's mind. We're not running into a ghostly wall, are we? One Eye probed and watched the road as he drove, only to see the infinite fog still spreading. Not long after, the entire Artemisia mountain was shrouded in thick fog. Even though Lin Sanjong had strong strength, he still couldn't see the road in front of him. Ghostbusters, Lin Sanjun muttered. Just as the two of them were at a loss for words, a loud laugh came out from the thick fog. Ha ha ha, kid. The old man has finally found you. I didn't realize you were hiding in hell. Makes old man look so hard. I wonder, is that deadbeat master of yours dead? Lin Sanjun looked towards the voice, barely able to make out the outline of an old man. But by listening to the voice, Lin Sanjun knew who was coming. It was none other than old Li Stick, who was caught in the spatial rift. Lin Sanjong and the two of them got out of the car and looked at the black shadow, only to see the outline of the black shadow becoming clearer and clearer. Upon seeing that it was old Stick Li, One Eye let out a sigh of relief. Elder Li, why do you have time to come here? Don't tell me. This trip to hell has been a real thrill. Only Elder Li stood still and looked at the two with a strange look. Really? How thrilling is it? However, it was only after Elder Li came closer that One Eye realized that Elder Li's figure had a somewhat transparent feel to it. Li, Elder Li, your flesh? One Eye asked in surprise. My flesh? That's certainly something to ask that boy next to you. It was then that One Eye remembered what Lin Sanju had once said. It can't be. Don't tell me that Elder Li's flesh was destroyed by you. Lin Sanju stared at old Stick Li dead in the face and nodded slightly. Get in the car and run. Old Stick Li, it's not what you think it is. One Eye also do not know why, but always feel the heart of Li Lao inexplicable fear. Put down the handbrake, is ready to drive away. Old Stick Li directly blocked One Eye's path with a dodge. Today, none of you will be able to leave, all of you stay for me, said Li Lao, directly slapped his palm towards One Eye. After all, One Eye was just an inhuman, killing him was easy. But in the next moment, it was directly intercepted by Lin San Stick. Old thing, your opponent is me. I'll stop him, you run. Seeing that Elder Li was stopped in his tracks, One Eye didn't care and directly drove off. Master Junior, you hold on. I'll go back and call someone. Chapter 47. So you're the culprit. After seeing One Eye leave, the hostile aura on Lin San Stick's body suddenly burst out, and the unjust souls behind him couldn't stop flashing, flying up and down with a hiss, as if they wanted to devour Li Lao's stick. Old Stick Li, let's settle old scores and new ones together today. Imprisoning my master, killing my master. I will surely let your soul be scattered today. Old Stick Li laughed out loud. Kid, if I tell you that I ordered your parents to be killed as well, I wonder if you'll hate me even more? The moment these words came out, Lin Sanjun directly froze in place. Say that again? I said, I made the Zhang family mess up the death of your parents. Why doesn't it hate me? Is it trying to kill me? I told you, brat. I didn't just kill your parents. Kill your master. After today, I'm going to take over you. Lin San Stick was as if he had gone off the deep end at this moment. The hostile aura on his body surged and instantly turned a bright red color. That killing aura materialized directly. Old thing. You, today, must, die. The next moment, the immortal destruction stick appeared directly in his hand, as if he felt the anger in Lin Sanju's heart. The immortal destruction stick also exuded a strong battle intent. Old thing. You go to hell. Open mountain stick. In an instant, Lin San Stick swung a stick at Li Lao's stick, and in the next moment violently crossed into the sky. When the mountain opening stick fell, the thick mist around them was actually directly dispersed by this stick. An extra piece of iron appeared in old Stick Li's hand, fending off the open mountain stick. Kid, even though I'm only a soul body, I still have the strength of the late human immortal realm. I'll see what you can fight me with. Yeah. Lin San Stick lost some of his mind at this moment, and in the next moment his body's cultivation surged. Since the late stage of Jeden can't defeat you, what about the late stage of ferrying? Saying that, Lin Sanjuan's cultivation directly skyrocketed to the late ferrying stage after he turned on berserking. Feeling the unprecedented power, Lin San Stick immediately doubled his confidence. This time I'll see if you die. Old Li Stick also did not expect that Lin San Stick, without the shelter of Lu San Stick, still had this hand. Brows furrowed down, Lin San Stick was originally an existence that could cross the level of challenge. This time, a feeling of uneasiness also rose in Old Stick Lee's heart. Forcing a breakthrough in strength, sooner or later you will enter a period of weakness. And as long as it comes to that, you will be a lamb to be slaughtered. Saying that, Old Lee Stick pressed not to fight with Lin Sen Stick and directly fled into the distance. Trying to run? Lin Senjun snorted coldly and directly chased after him, though the distance between the two was closing infinitely. But 10 minutes would soon pass if it went on like that. I remember that whoever used a blood sacrifice once. I don't know if I can use it. Lin Sen Stick thought and slapped his palm directly on his chest. And in the next second a mouthful of fresh blood spewed out liberally. Coalesce. Lin Sen Stick let out a soft cry as the roiling blood wrapped itself around him. At this moment, Lin Sen Stick's speed had actually really increased. The distance between the two was also getting closer. So close. Lin Senjun clenched his teeth and fiercely chased after him. Seeing that Lin Sen Stick was so desperate, Old Lee Stick simply didn't run away either. Forced cultivation, plus a blood sacrifice. I'm afraid that if you reach a period of weakness, your strength will also be greatly reduced. Just as well, I'll accompany you for a few moves. Stick come. Only to see Old Stick Lee reach out. A bright light flew directly toward his palm. The next second, a bronze-colored stick appeared in Old Lee's stick hand. Kid, let's show you what real stick skills are. This stick can open the sky. After saying that, Old Lee Stick held his stick with both hands and swung it directly towards Lin Sen Stick. In the next moment, the sky was unexpectedly split with a huge crack. Berserk energy surged out crazily towards the two. Lin Sen Stick hurriedly crossed his stick to parry, but in just one stroke, he was forced back a few steps. A trickle of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Human immortal. It's nothing more than that. Sea-breaking stick. Lin Sen Stick shouted violently. This weak and unshocking space unexpectedly once again appeared Dao cracks. In the face of the strike, Li Lao Stick's figure exploded back sharply. It was important to realize that being caught in a spatial rift again, one might not always be so lucky to survive. Still want to run? Lin Sen Stick once again used the mountain opening stick. The already shattered space could no longer withstand this blow and collapsed once again. Kid, do you want to die? Fighting like this won't do anyone any good. How about we stop here? Stop? Did you ever think to stop killing my parents? Did you ever think to stop killing my master? It's too late to stop now. Lin Sen Stick was fighting for his life, completely disregarding his own death, and about 7 minutes had passed by now. There were still 3 minutes to go before Lin Sen Stick would enter a period of weakness, and at that point it would be true death. Open stick. Sea-breaking stick. The two sticks came out in unison, directly tearing the space around Old Lee's stick completely apart. Old Stick Lee also didn't dare to take another step and could only stand in place. If he were to take another step, he would be caught in the spatial rift once again. Kid, you won't be able to kill me without using the immortal destruction stick. When time runs out, I'll see what you can fight me with. Lin Sanju coldly looked at Li Laozhu. He was right, but this immortal destroying stick, Lin Sanju didn't have any clue. Who told you I can't use the immortal destruction stick? Lin Sanjun said in a cold voice. Upon hearing these words, Old Stick Lee's heartbeat suddenly increased for a moment, but then he reacted. Boy, you paced me? Use it if you can and I'll see. Well, well, well. Lin Sen Stick said 3 good things in a row, but in his mind he was thinking about the scene when his master used this move. Since it's a stick from beyond the domain, so that means that as long as I can communicate with the energies of the upper domain, I will be able to execute the immortal destruction stick? A flash of light flashed through Lin Sanjun's brain. If you want to communicate with the energies outside the domain, then you have to condense the elements between heaven and earth first. And there are 5 elements in heaven and earth. Isn't it possible to form extraterrestrial energy by uniting them? Thinking of this, Lin Sen Stick closed his eyes, and at this moment all of his chi was incorporated into his body. In the next moment, the air was filled with elemental energies of various colors. When he felt the 5 colors, Lin Sen Stick snapped his eyes open. Give me the hop. Then the hands squeezed the 5 elements and began to close. Seeing this scene directly caused Old Stick Lee to be shocked in place, apparently forgetting about escaping. Because of that huge energy, it has approached the immortal extermination stick. Give it to the old man into. Lin Sen Stick shouted violently, and in an instant, his hands directly joined together. And then, a terrifying energy suddenly rose up. Sense. Chapter 48 Resurrection of Mushishi. Only to see that there was a special energy outside the domain that instantly began to intermingle and merge with Lin San Stick's 5 elemental forces. When a tipping point was reached, a behemoth snapped into existence. Master! Is this the immortal destruction one stick? I seem to have succeeded. Lin San Stick spoke in a low voice, and in an instant, clouds covered the sky, and an unseen stick shadow directly appeared. Looking at old Stickly again at this moment where was there a little bit of calmness left. There's nowhere to hide if you want to. Kid, I don't believe that a mere fairy stage can destroy me. The next moment old Lee's stick violently supported a defense barrier. But after resisting for just a moment it became fragmented. No, no way. Old Stickly let out a cry of surprise and once again took the fragment of the mountain and sea scripture in his hands, fusing his soul power directly into it. In the next second, old Stickly's figure unexpectedly disappeared. At this moment, the immortal destruction stick also smashed down. The entire Artemisia mountain also completely disappeared in this stick. When the smoke cleared, there was only this mess, and a deep pit in front of Lin Sanjun. In that scene just now, it was obvious that Lin San Stick had seen it as well, and walked over to the edge of the deep pit. Only a broken piece of iron lay quietly in the middle of the deep pit. Fragments of the Yamaha Sutra? Lin Sanjun muttered and directly picked it up. But there was always a feeling in his heart that old Stick Li wasn't dead. But the old stick of Li literally disappeared in front of him. Could it be that it was blasted into the spatial rift again? When Lin Sanjun took out his piece of the mountain and sea scripture fragment, it unsurprisingly fused into one once again. It's been 3 slices already. In the next second the figure disappeared from its original position, and when it reappeared, Lin San Stick was already in the Dragon team's office. Couldn't be helped, who knew if Bureau 749 had anyone eyeing it, and the Dragon group was the safest place to be for the time being. Luckily, when he had just appeared in the Dragon group, the berserking instantly receded, and coupled with the blood sacrifice, Lin Sanjun couldn't even bring up a single bit of cultivation. Instructor Lin, is that you? Zhang Liang's voice came from the doorway. It's... You call Zhang Jiao and Di Fei over to me. Lin Sanjun said in a pretense of composure, not realizing that his voice was already revealing endless weakness. Instructor, are you injured? Zhang Liang asked worriedly. Cut the crap and go call someone. Lin Sanjun chortled, and not long after, the 3 of them walked into the room. Seeing the blood-covered Lin San Stick, he froze a little for a moment. Knowing that Lin San Stick was like a godlike man in their hearts, they didn't know who would injure him so badly. Diffie took a closer look. Instructor Lin, are you doing battle with nuclear weapons? How did it hurt so bad? Lin Sanjun glanced at Di Fei without a good mood. Although Di Fei, this kid didn't have a good word in his mouth, at least his heart wasn't bad. I can't imagine who in the world could hurt you other than a nuclear weapon. Off. I've been hurt by myself, little master. In fact, Lin San Stick was right. A berserking and a blood sacrifice hadn't really taken any damage from old Stickly. Air. What, is Instructor Lin feeling invincible, having nothing to do with himself? Diffie was chattering like a machine gun. Seeing that Lin Sanju wanted to get angry, Zhang Jiao hurriedly stopped him. The matter of Instructor Lin's injury is limited to the 3 of us. Anyone who dares to spread the word will be silenced. Zhang Jiao quickly changed to see the situation. Can be so seriously injured, do not go to 749, choose to come to the Dragon group. The probability is that 749 is not safe. Lin Sanjun glanced at Zhang Jiao with relief. There are 2 things to tell you. In about half a month, a fairy robbery will be coming to the sky above here, and I hope that you will block all the news. Second thing, guard this place and don't let anyone disturb me. Whoever disturbs me will be executed. If you have something you can't handle, or a strong enemy is coming, don't care, just run away. Lin Sanjong was unusually serious when he said those words. A strong enemy? How strong can it be? Could it be that the 3 of us still can't take it? Lin Sanjun looked at the talking Di Fei with disdain. Are you feeling like you're a bully? To tell you the truth, if there's a strong enemy coming with a cultivation of at least the late human immortal realm, you guys take care of yourselves. All out. After saying that, Lin Sanjun directly gave an expulsion order, because he felt that he had been able to communicate a hint of spiritual energy. After the 3 of them left, Lin San Stick carefully removed the milk bottle and then took out the ghost beads. Sister. I'm going to bring you back to life. He then took out the 1,000-year-old Pishu flower that he had obtained as well. Utilizing the slightest bit of spiritual energy, the flower on the other side of the river also transformed a little bit into a crystal-clear liquid. This liquid contained a terrifying yin qi. Little dragon. Isn't it enough to cover the ghost bead with the liquid refined from the Pishu flower? Yes. The dragon was also at a critical time for refining the dragon transformation stone at this moment, and merely answered with a single word. Thanks a lot. After suspending the two in the air, Lin Sanjuan's forehead was flooded with dense beads of sweat. If uninjured, of course it's incredibly simple to operate. As the liquid began to combine with the ghost bead, the liquid wrapped around the bead as much as it could in just a split second. Uneasy, Lin San's stick once again covered the ghost bead with the little bit of spiritual energy that was left. It's got to work. Lin Sanjun prayed in his heart. Perhaps he was too tired. Perhaps it was the aftermath. This eyelid was getting heavier and heavier. It didn't take long for Lin San's stick to fall into a coma, and this coma was directly 7 days in the past. And each of these 7 days, each day the ghost beads were emitting different changes, and the yin qi was getting heavier and heavier. When it was late at night on the 7th day, this ghost bead suddenly shattered apart. Then a white jade hand reached out from it, followed by those maddeningly round and full legs. When the entire person came out, the appearance was astounding, no longer showing signs of being miserable, but instead it was as if they were alive. Still a soul body though. That's right, Mushishi had actually succeeded in resurrecting herself. Only at this moment, she was naked, and the air was filled with the flavor of temptation. Lin Sanju was still sleeping, and Mushishi looked around in confusion before seeing Lin Sanju covered in blood. His heart couldn't help but ache, and he gently held it in his arms. Little one, I'll take care of you next, sister. Mushishi's voice was like a melodious zither, clear and pleasant to the ear, making people linger, gently pampering Lin San's stick. Perhaps it was because Lin Sanju felt an inexplicable aroma, which awoke him from his stupor. Thought I was dreaming when I saw his daydreaming face. You a sister. Chapter 49, The Juggling of the Dragon. You're awake. Seeing that Lin Sanjun woke up, Mushishi let go of Lin Sanjun. Suddenly, Lin San's stick's entire body was as if he was electrocuted, his eyes staring straight at Mushishi. Mushishi subconsciously realized what was going on and hurriedly condensed a long white dress with her yin qi, her face wearing a scarlet red. This scene watched Lin San's stick become even more mesmerized. Sister, you are so beautiful. I so wish this dream never woke up. Mushishi gently scratched Lin Sanjuan's nose. Brat, can you feel it? Upon feeling the coldness coming from the tip of his nose, Lin Sanjun directly jumped up. Sister, I'm not dreaming. You're really awake? Mushishi spun around in place, her long white dress fluttering as she did so. You tell me. Great. After all this time, Lin San's stick was finally rewarded. In one fell swoop, he hugged Mushishi. Sister, I won't let you get hurt a bit more in this life. I swear. Mushishi gently patted Lin Sanjuan's back. Junior, you're just a kid. Don't tire yourself out so much. Let the Lord do what it is his turn to do. Sister will protect you from now on. When he heard these words, Lin Sanju could no longer stop the grievance and sadness in his heart and cried bitterly. No matter how powerful he was on the outside, he was always just a child in front of his nearest and dearest. Perhaps he had cried for too long, or perhaps Lin Sanju's cultivation had not yet recovered. Surprisingly, he once again fell into a deep sleep, and since his imprisonment, Lin Sanju had never slept so peacefully. Even dreams are sweet-smelling at this moment. After a night's sleep in the sun, Mushishi just gently hugged Lin Sanju. When Lin San's stick rested over, he was surprised to find that not only had his cultivation been restored, but even the Dan in his body showed signs of breaking. Under a slight force, this inner Dan unexpectedly shattered in response, and in the next moment, a baby that was like a shrunken version of Lin Sanjong appeared in the dantian. Is this baby making? Lin Sanjun gently clenched his fist, and space shook with it. What a strong feeling. Mushishi looked at the excited Lin San's stick and pursed her lips as she followed suit. Congratulations, Junior. It won't be long before you can cross the threshold. In fact, the infancy stage is the same as the meaning of the great circle of the Jedan stage, and the distance from the robbery is only short of an opportunity. Big brother, Just as Lin San's stick was still immersed in joy, Jiaolong's voice appeared in his mind. Something? Big brother. I finished refining. I wonder where the place to cross over is. The dragon said excitedly. Lin Sanjun smiled faintly. Can't you sense my presence? Come straight over. Okay, Lu big brother. Wait for me. After saying that, this auger's huge body disappeared into deep space. When it reappeared, it had floated above the dragon group. That appearance put everyone on alert. Holy, guess what I saw? One of the players said. If I'm right, we should both be seeing the same thing. It's a dragon. What a big dragon. While Zhang Liang, Zhang Jiao, and the others looked at Jiaolong with furrowed brows. The massive pressure brought about by the dragon caused the three of them to be unable to stop their hearts from trembling. What the hell? There are actually dragons in this world. Zhang Liang took the lead and arched his hand toward the sky. Unknown. This? Zhang Liang didn't know what to call him, so he simply said, I wonder what this senior is here for? The dragon was playful for a moment. Damnable humans. Damn you all. All of you. Let this dragon eat you all up. Zhang Jiao and Di Fei's auras instantly skyrocketed, as if they were facing a great enemy. A mere long worm. How dare you speak so loudly? Wait. Diffie seems to have remembered something. This big long worm can even spit out human words? Is it really a sperm? Zhang Jiao froze, and cold sweat instantly flowed down his face. Senior, no matter who you are, please leave quickly today. He will come to my door to make amends one day. And what if I don't go? The dragon roared. Not going? If you don't go, I'll roast you, Diffie shouted. Zhang Liang, however, said subconsciously. This can't be the enemy that Instructor Lin was talking about, can it? You call this thing a person? Looking at its aura, it should have at least reached the half-step transformation dragon stage, and its strength is already equivalent to the human immortal realm of humans. Looks like we're all going to be planted here this time, Diffie said helplessly. No matter what, we must stop it. Instructor Lin is still recovering his cultivation. As long as Instructor Lin is able to come out of seclusion, then nothing will be a problem. Zhang Liang said. Easy for you to say. That's a half-step transformation dragon. The three of us aren't enough for someone's teeth. But all said and done, Diffie's weapon had appeared in his hand. Since that kid helped Zhang Jiao once, let me help you this time. After saying that, Di Fei's figure took the lead and darted towards the auger. The dragon circled and yawned, spraying the Diffie, who was almost at his side, out of the way. Holy! Although the injury wasn't very serious, but just a sneeze forced back the Di Fei of the transitional sedimentary stage, it was obvious that all of the people here combined were not its opponents. Diffie's stubbornness came up. What are you guys looking at? Hurry up! Hearing the shout, Zhang Liang tightened his grip on his longsword, and the three of them launched an attack at the same time. Inside the room, however, Lin Sanzhong smiled as he watched the war between the three men and the dragon. Why don't you go out and help? Mushishi also saw that Jiaolong didn't mean any harm and flirted. What's the point of helping? These people always feel invincible. It's good to suffer a little setback. Lin San's stick picked up the red apple on the side and directly nibbled a big mouthful of it, with no intention of stopping it at all. You're still a child. Mushishi gave Lin San's stick a big blank stare. Just as the three of them struck out at the same time, the auger dragon hissed, and its huge dragon tail flung itself directly towards the three of them. With just one strike, these three people were like kites with broken strings, instantly scattering blood across the sky. Bang, bang, bang. There were three muffled sounds in a row, and they were buried directly in the rubble. When they climbed out again, the three of them were covered in clothes, with only their pants still intact. Effed. Ha 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 ha. These three, ha ha ha. Lin Sanjun laughed while taking out that Fruit 19 and started recording. Don't tell me. This cell phone from hell is pretty good. The video is clear and the photos are clear. After retaining the evidence, Lin Sanjun walked out with a smile and said towards the sky, Okay, little dragon. Stop playing. Don't play them to death. The dragon also laughed out loud. Haha, big brother, you don't worry. I'm collecting my hands. There won't be any problems. Chapter 50. The Eve of the Transition. Hearing that this man and dragon were so affectionate, these three people also knew that they had obviously been tricked. Instructor Lin, that's a bit unorthodox of you, isn't it? I almost thought I wouldn't see the sun tomorrow. Zhang Liang dragged his injured body out. All right, You guys think day in and day out that you have the cultivation of the ferrying stage, and your tails are all up in the air. Now you know, what does it mean that there are people outside of people, and there is a world outside of people? These three people looked at each other, you looked at me, I looked at you, and then they looked at Lin Sanjong, who was talking in a serious manner. The atmosphere was obviously a bit weird. After all, these people are already a handful of years old. Being educated by an 8-year-old child is really a bit of a violation. Okay. There's something I need to tell you all next. Lin Sanjun then glanced at the scaly dragon in the sky. When are you going to start crossing over? The dragon pondered for a moment. All at your service. I'm ready now. Lin Sanjun nodded. As everyone has just heard, currently this augur has reached the time to cross the dragon transformation tribulation, and the location of the tribulation has been chosen right here with us. Below, the dragon steps forward. As Lin Sanstick's voice fell, those 180 people looked at each other, and those who belonged to the dragon collectively walked out. Reporting to Instructor Lin. After the count just now, there are currently 54 people who belong to the dragon. Well, those who are dragons stay, the rest can leave. Although these people still wanted to hear what followed. After all, military orders were like mountains, and without the slightest hesitation they directly left the playground. Those of you who stayed, congratulations. You will be taking part in the first mission given by me for the first time. This mission is more difficult, and it is likely that some of you will die. Anyone who wants to quit, I won't stop you, and I certainly won't look down on you. After all, everyone has the right to live. Let the choices begin below. After all, the dragon group was the dragon group, and the elite of the elite, and all of them stood in place with their backs straight. Instructor Lin, please arrange the mission. The voice was loud and resounding. Great. Lin Sanjun nodded in satisfaction. We're going to help the augur successfully cross the tribulation, and just to be sure, so I got a copy of the 5 elements formation by chance. This formation, it can provide the augur with a constant supply of life force. But all the same, it will deplete your life force. If anyone dies in an accident, then when you get to hell you can go to the ghost capital. Look for the Li family and report my name, and you'll be guaranteed a good time. The dragon team was not like ordinary troops, of course they knew there was such a thing as hell. Hearing that Lin Sanstick was even related to hell, he completely threw life and death aside. Then he saw Lin Sanstick take out his Fruit 19 cell phone. To convince everyone that this is the Fruit 19 cell phone that can only be used in hell. Self-contained Colossus projection. Saying that, he directly opened the video he had just recorded. After all, there was no other video in it. In the next moment, a huge projection violently appeared in the sky, and the wretched appearance of Zhang Liang's trio appeared in the video. The current crowd was not amused by the trio's woeful appearance, but rather this transcendent product of the times. Even if they said it was made by the gods, they would believe it. Looking at the crowd that had been shocked, Lin Sanjun nodded in satisfaction. Okay, back on track. The next thing I'm going to talk about is the 5 elements formation. You'll split into groups of 10, and the remaining 4 will come to me. Within a few moments, 50 people had stood in line. Lin Sanjun continued. Stand apart in stations in the shape of a pentagram. After standing in formation, Lin Sanclub held the immortal destruction stick and drew a deep ditch on the ground to connect it. There is just a polygonal open space in the middle of the 5 stars. You 4 go up. All was ready, and Lin Sanstick walked to the center of the 5-element formation. Each of these 5 corresponds to 10 people. Remember where you are standing now, and remember this groove as well. When it's time to cross over, I'll have you all inject your blood into this trench. Remember, it must be injected at the same time, so practice yourselves in the meantime. Oh yeah, don't practice with your own blood. Save yourself the trouble of going down to report before you finally get started. And you 4 at my command at all times. Aye, instructor. Everyone responded. All right, you guys go off to the side and practice. Zhang Liang, Zhang Jiao, Di Fei, come here. These 3 also knew the seriousness of the matter and walked over with serious faces. Your task is simple. Just watch the perimeter and don't let a fly in. Got it? Understood. Instructor Lin. Very good. Lin Sanjun nodded in satisfaction. Little dragon, the time of the ferry. Let's set it for 3 days later. Aha! The dragon nodded, inwardly thrilled and grateful at the same time. To know, this Lin Sanjong was really looking out for himself and even knew about the blood sacrifice 5 elements formation which had long been lost. If it wasn't for Lin Sanstick mentioning this matter to Li Guangwei by chance, I'm afraid it would have been another thrilling dragon transformation robbery. The next 3 days were intense and organized as everyone went about their duties. Zhang Liang and the others even checked the nearby area of 100 miles to make sure everything was safe. Junior, are you sure about this dragon transformation tribulation? Mushishi asked with a slight concern. Lin Sanjun nodded. It should be about right. I've thought of everything I can think of, and I'll leave the rest to Providence. In fact, during these 3 days, Lin Sanstick also sensed that he was about to cross the tribulation. Until now, he didn't have much in his heart, so it was just right that he could grow some more experience with the help of this auger crossing. 3 days passed. Early in the morning, everyone assembled in the playground and the huge 5-element formation was ready. Is everyone ready? Lin Sanju stepped on the void and looked down at the crowd. Ready. One's mind was both nervous and excited. Very well. There are no more words. If you guys help me today, and in the future when you cross the threshold, I, Lin Sanjun, will definitely go all out to help you. Augur, are you ready? Lin Sanjun looked at the augur in front of him. Big brother, it's been ready for a long time. Whether I succeed or fail this time, I will have no regrets. Come on. Don't be so demoralizing. It had to work after all this preparation. In the future, between heaven and earth, you are a true dragon. Saying that, the augur nodded its head fiercely a few times, and in the next moment completely released that strong cultivation level. Then Lin Sanjun flashed into the formation. Go for it. Mushishi also watched from a distance, hands clasped in front of her chest, silently praying. Chapter 51 Dragon Transformation Tribulation. We are all descendants of dragons. With the augur after releasing his entire cultivation. Starting in the sky, the clouds flew darker at a rate visible to the naked eye. For a moment, the winds became violent, and an endless pressure began to envelop the earth. At this moment, Lin Sanstick's brows furrowed as he looked up at the sky. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen a transition, and he had personally experienced one himself. But none of them were as strong as this time's mighty pressure, which was simply small. If the mysterious man's tribulation Lin Sanstick could carry a few thunderbolts, then I am afraid that the dragon transformation tribulation of the Jiaolong could only be carried once at most. Big brother, I'm going to start. The dragon looked excitedly at the thunderbolt that was about to fall. Feel free to let go and go through the tribulation. Leave the rest to me. Lin Sanstick responded. Big brother, if I fail this time, I don't regret meeting you for a while. You'll always be my boss. Lin Sanjun nodded. Then, a terrifying thunderbolt as thick as a bucket of water madly surged through the clouds, like an angry dragon about to break through its shackles. It's coming, the dragon bellowed, and in the next second, this thunderbolt directly struck the dragon's body. The dragon didn't even put up a defense, allowing the thunderbolt to fall. Boss, watch out too. I can sense that you're about to cross the threshold as well. First of all, when you can use your body to resist hard when crossing the tribulation, resist hard, because this thunder tribulation will help you refine your body again and remove the impurities in your body completely. Lin Sanjun glanced gratefully at Jiaolong. Unbeknownst to them, this method of body refining was not suitable for humans at all. It just suits itself. This time, there were 81 dragon transformation robberies, and the power of each of them would gradually increase. If a human being crossed the human immortal robberies, there were only 27 robberies, so one could imagine how difficult it was to transform from a python into a dragon. 21 in a row, the Jiaolong carried through with its strong physique, and with each baptism of the thunderbolt, the scales of this Jiaolong became brighter and brighter, glowing with a divine luster. However, at the beginning of these 22 thunderbolts, the thunderbolts had turned red, and the energy was more than 3 times that of before. Lin Sanjun stared at the augur dead on, fearing to drop every detail. After all, he still had to control the formation activation. When the thunder fell, a piece of scale armor also ruptured, and if he hadn't refined the true dragon's blood on the dragon transformation stone, this strike would have been enough to seriously injure him. Dragon, are you okay? Lin Sanjun asked with concern. Boss, I'm fine. I feel like I should be able to make it to the 40th course. Okay. Don't push it. Every time a thunderbolt fell next, the scales of the augur dragon would shatter one by one in response to the sound, and blood would scatter madly like raindrops. When he lasted until 40 thunderbolts, he only saw the Jiao dragon's eyes glowing red and suddenly hissed, and there were very few scales left on his body. Lin Sanjun frowned. Formation open. As the voice fell, All of them did not hesitate for a second and took out their daggers and slit them directly at their wrists. Blood flowed slowly towards the grooves that had been carved long ago. As the blood was drawn into the formation violently sent out a strong blood qi, which surrounded the bloodless Jiaolong, and in the next moment, it directly surged into that huge body. Jiaolong, don't worry about absorbing it. These are the heirs of dragons. When the blood qi entered the body, the strong vitality directly and quickly repaired the injured places of this augur. 42-43, a series of support to 60 layers of thunderbolt. Below, the dragon group of people can no longer endure a face pale, some even fainted. There is another part of the population that has almost drained itself of the last of its blood. You guys stop, we'll do the rest. Lin San's stick couldn't bear to see these people die, and then slit his wrist, and the blood once again gathered into a diagram and surged towards the augur. Boss! Jiaolong's heart at the moment had completely taken Lin Sanju as one of his own. After all, other than him, who would be willing to risk their lives to help themselves through the tribulation. Don't think too much, hold on. Lin Sanjun said. Boom, boom, boom. Perhaps the heavens sensed that Jiaolong was about to succeed in the tribulation, and unexpectedly rained down 3 thunderbolts in a row. This time the augur's flesh and blood had all been torn apart, and the smell of charring filled the entire space. You 4. Surge all your cultivation into my body. Lin Sanjun stared at the 4 people in front of him. The next moment these few people put their hands on Lin Sanstick's body, a different power madly surged into the body. At this moment, the cultivation within Lin Sanstick's body completely erupted, and his half-step transition cultivation went straight to the sky. Little dragon, absorb this energy and stabilize your mind. Lin Sanjong spoke again. Boss, thanks. The dragon opened its mouth wide and directly greedily absorbed the spiritual essence of Lin Sanju and the others. Then this time the falling thunder unexpectedly doubled again, with a full 6 falling at the same time. Boss, this isn't right. This didn't happen last time we crossed the threshold. The dragon stared at thunder with some confusion. Don't figure it out. It should be caused by you absorbing the blood of a true dragon. As soon as the words fell, these 6 thunderbolts directly bombarded the Jiaolong, and the next moment the Jiaolong screamed miserably. Large chunks of flesh and blood were also splintered and fell off. Thief god! Split me if you can, the dragon bellowed. It was as if the heavens had heard it, and this time the thunder directly doubled again, to a full 12. Jesus Christ, I was wrong. The dragon hastily changed his words. One should know that he had already passed through 69 channels just now, and with the addition of these 12 channels, he had already reached 81 channels. Obviously this was to put the augur to death. Boss, I feel that I can't withstand these 12 thunder tribulations. The dragon said weakly. What are you farting about? Don't worry about the fairy. I'll take it from here. Lin Sanjun clenched his teeth, and the immortal destruction stick appeared directly in his hand, staring deathly at this last thunderbolt. Dogbei Tendo, let me personally meet you today. Saying that, Lin San's stick directly crossed into the sky and blocked in front of the augur. Boss, this won't work. If you join in, this lightning tribulation will grow exponentially. This will kill you and me, the augur said heartily. Don't NGBB. Get your ass in gear. Just as this thunderbolt discovered Lin San's stick's appearance, it unexpectedly stopped churning. There was no movement for 5 minutes in a row. Could it be that the transmigration has succeeded? Someone below said. No, impossible. This thunderbolt should be a few, definitely not less. Some of them who had seen Zhang Liang transiting said. Lin Sanjun didn't know what situation had happened either. However, an unprecedented pressure quietly appeared. In the next moment, the baby in Lin San's stick's dantian stood up and pointed at the sky. Just as Lin San's stick was uncertain, he saw that the already black as ink thunderclouds had actually thickened once again. Grass! It can't be. This is my thunderbolt. Chapter 52 Lin Sanjong's Transition. Lin Sanjun glanced at the robbing cloud breathlessly, then looked at Jiaolong with an apologetic expression. Xiaolong, ah. Big brother, I'm sorry. I accidentally made a big effort and got my thunderbolt out. The dragon's pitch-black face that had been blasted by the thunderbolt was now somewhat green, and its whiskers were drooping on both sides of its mouth, and it looked like it was just one click away from being finished. Hey boss, it's all life. It's not like you're alone in the Yellow Springs. You'll still be my big brother when you get down there. As soon as the words fell, the augur's 12 thunderbolts fell violently. Lin Sanclub's eyes were quick. The immortal destruction stick directly appeared in his hand, and the next moment Lin Sanclub shouted, "Look at my little master's scientific method of crossing over," said he held the stick straight up over his head, as if it were a lightning rod. At the moment, the people below had long since been dumbfounded. Although this instructor Lin is very strong, he's still a child after all. You have to know that this is a thunder tribulation, not ordinary lightning. Just as the crowd was speechless, these 12 thunderbolts were actually drawn towards the stick, and the 12 were synthesized into a single one that smashed down towards the Jiao Long through Lin San's stick's body. Although the power was still strong, the damage that could be inflicted on the augur was almost minimal after being channeled. "That's okay?" The crowd was in a daze. After all, no one had ever crossed the threshold like this before, and it really made Lin Sanju get it right. In the next moment, a holy light shone directly on the augur. The scales that had already been splintered grew wildly at the moment, still glowing with a golden light. The length of 100 meters unexpectedly began to shrink, and the dragon's horns regrew at this moment, and the 4 claws began to be covered with scales. "No way," Lin Sanjun muttered. "You're going to metamorphose into a 5-clawed golden dragon? Aren't you a miscellaneous dragon? Could it be true dragon blood?" The Jiao Long, who was in the midst of the change at this time, had a burst of relief in his body, and upon hearing Lin Sanstick's words, he then said, "It's thanks to Boss's true dragon blood that activated that trace of ancient dragon bloodline in my body, or else I really wouldn't have been able to metamorphose into the golden holy dragon, or the 5-clawed golden dragon as you call it." After the complete metamorphosis was complete, this golden dragon's body also turned into about 2 meters, clearly having the ability to become bigger and smaller. And while Lin Sanju was rejoicing over it, a muffled sound was violently emitted from the thunderclouds. "What am I going to do about this treadmill?" Lin Sanjun looked at the thunderbolt and cried without tears. Just when there was still a desire to say something, he only saw the crimson one directly smashing down. "Do you need to turn it on as soon as it's on? It's clearly the 22nd thunder tribulation of the augur that is like this." In an instant, the thunderbolt ran through Lin Sanju's body, and that bone skeleton was displayed by the electricity. "Boss, what kind of physique are you stepping on? Surprisingly better than me? The better the physique and the more demonic the talent, then the more ruthless the lightning tribulation will be. You're obviously much stronger than me here." Under the strike, Lin Sanjuan's body stiffened. You, your mom, she, Tang, all give. Little Master Electricity numb. "You okay, boss?" Jiao Long nervously looked at Lin San's stick. Good as it gets. Thanks to the ravages Lin Sanjong had suffered in prison, his body had long since reached the strength of the transitional stage. He was worried about not being able to refine his body, so he could just use thunder to quench it. "Come on, thunder. Split me if you can." Lin Sanjun put the stick away, and then the second thunderbolt blasted down, and as usual, it went straight through the body, and different degrees of thunderbolt textures appeared on the skin. Ouch! A crazy idea rose in Lin Sanju's mind at this moment. Just as the third one fell, Lin Sanju charged up against the thunderbolt. In the eyes of the shocked crowd, a bite was placed on top of the thunder. Ka-ching! Boom! This thunder was actually directly bitten by Lin Sanjun, and the shattered thunderbolt extended toward the throat and directly into the internal organs. The internal organs are the weakest place, not to mention the thunderbolt. Even if it is a punch on the ordinary cultivator, will have to die horizontally on the spot. "Holy, boss, what's your situation? Swallowing the thunderbolt raw. You could go down in history." Hearing the Jiao Long's words, Lin Sanstick's body spasmed in agony as that thunder power roamed through his internal organs, willfully destroying them, turning everywhere it went into a scorched black. "It's a big game," Lin Sanjun cursed. Then a mouthful of black blood sprayed out and his body shook. 3. What are you doing? Mushishi was angry and worried. Sister, I'm fine. I'm just feeling physically too strong and looking for some excitement." The words just fell. The fourth thunderbolt also slammed down. This time Lin Sanjong cannot dare to swallow the thunderbolt in the raw. A mouthful of teeth were swallowed to the stomach under that practice just now. Boom! As this thunderbolt fell, cracks appeared on Lin Sanstick's skin, just like that broken porcelain. "It seems that my body is still not strong enough. Since that's the case, then I'll quench this body today, little master." After the next few thunderbolts fell, Lin Sanjuan's skin had very little left, and his taut muscle tissue was completely exposed to the air. Is this, Instructor Lin, so hard on himself? No weapons were used to fend it off even now. That's right. The captain used a full arsenal of top-tier weapons to cross the threshold. 10th Avenue, 15 roads. The muscle tissue couldn't hold on any longer, and it directly shattered, spilling a sky of blood mist onto the earth. At the moment, he only had a full body of internal organs left. Even the skull is hidden. How many thunder tribulations do you actually have? This, boss. Xiao Long couldn't bear to look at the miserable Lin Sanju and wanted to go up to help, but he was stopped by Lin Sanju. If Xiao Long really helped, I guess both said bye-bye instantly. This, Lin Instructor, is really a demon. The captain only had 6 passes through the tribulation. This is almost the 16th, and the lightning tribulation still shows no sign of receding. Boom! The 16th thunderbolt suddenly fell, and the clean white bones were completely revealed. Instructor Lin. 3. Boss! Everyone gasped out at the same time. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Sanstick's vocal cords were now blasted away, he would have really wanted to report to the bottom. This was because Lin Sanstick realized that the strength of his internal organs had now also reached an unprecedented level. Although there was no muscle tissue left, the strength of the bones was already no weaker than that of a human immortal realm powerhouse. 17. Until the 20th thunderbolt fell, it was absorbed by the bones as much as possible, nourishing the internal organs. This, Instructor Lin wouldn't be crossing the Immortal's tribulation, right? There are only 27 Immortal tribulations. This Instructor Lin will be here soon. Chapter 53. The Groping Captain. Perhaps in response to the people below, the 21st channel had begun to brew out. Boss, you must hold on. As long as you succeed in crossing the tribulation, then all the injuries will be repaired by the heavenly Tao. These words, on the other hand, were Little Dragon's soul transmission. This was because Xiao Long could feel that at this moment, Lin Sanju's spirit was about to collapse. I'll be able to. Having said that, these 21 paths began to fall. Just when it was about to smash into Lin Sanstick's body, the immortal destruction stick smashed directly against the thunder. After resisting for a few moments, the split on Lin Sanstick's body, and nearly half of its power disappeared. 22nd channel. 23rd course. When the 24th fell, the immortal destruction stick was directly blasted away. However, it was fortunate that Lin Sanstick had fended it off. Any more. I won't be able to top it. Lin Sanjuan's soul had become weak. Boss, the little dragon hissed out. 3. I command you, must succeed. It cannot fail. Your parents are still waiting for you to find them, and your master is still waiting for you to be resurrected. And I'm waiting for you to grow up. Mushishi's eyes filled with tears and her nails sunk deep into her palms. Rumble. The 25th course has been brewed. Lin Sanjun raised his head with all his strength. You still really want to put me to death? Boom! These 25 blasts slammed down, and just as Lin Sanjun gave up, a piece of broken iron suddenly flew out from within his body. With a slight shake, a huge light directly chopped this thunder into pieces. This is a fragment of the mountain and sea scripture. Although Lin Sanjun was unable to see it, his divine sense could perceive it. 26th channel, chopped to pieces. When the 27th channel appeared, an eerie voice suddenly appeared. Ha 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 ha. God help me. God help me. I can't believe the old man came out. Only the figure of old Li's stick was seen peeling away from the fragments of the mountain and sea scripture. Lin Sanjong froze, and in a flash his anger flipped. Li, old stick. Give my parents back their lives. Now it was Li's old stick's turn to be confused. Little calf, you're actually crossing the threshold. Turning around, he had to run away, or else he would have to burp on the spot with his soul body taking a whiff. Trying to run. Dream on. With his enemy in front of him, endless hatred instantly filled his mind as Lin San's stick shouted, Go wild. Transform. In an instant, that terrifying aura fluctuation surged out, and in an instant the speed soared to the limit. It was important to know that the thunderbolt was equipped with a lock, and no matter where the person who had crossed the tribulation ran to, he could be hit accurately. At this moment, a bizarre scene appeared. Seeing old Stickly running desperately, Lin San's stick chasing desperately, and behind him there was a thunderbolt extending infinitely, wanting to fall on Lin Sen-stick's body. I told you to run. Lin Sen-stick's speed skyrocketed once again, and with one hand, he hugged Old Lee Stick. Let go of me. I don't want to die yet. Old Stick Lee was truly afraid. Thunderbolts followed. Together, I won't be able to pass this thunder tribulation anyway, and pulling you along before I die is enough. Boom! 27 viciously smashed on Lin Sen-stick's body. The tightly held Li Lao stick didn't even send out a scream, and instantly went up in smoke. Lin Sen-stick's eyes went black and his body directly fell down. At the moment of the fall, the sky suddenly cleared and a pillar of light enveloped Lin Sen-stick's body. The injuries were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dragon breathed a sigh of relief. Well, it's all over. When Lin Sanju was about to hit the ground, Mushishi directly disappeared in place, and in the next moment deadlocked Lin Sanju in her arms. Junior, are you okay? Mushishi's porcelain-like face was streaked with tears, but Lin Sanjuan's eyes remained tightly closed, and he didn't even breathe. No, don't you scare your sister. Mushishi was anxious. Xiao Long, quickly look at what's wrong with Junior. Hasn't this already worked? Why isn't he waking up? Xiao Long was just about to approach when he realized that Lin Sanju had raised his middle finger towards himself. This? Cough. That? Sister, is it? Let him wake up is very simple. Just afraid that you cannot give up. The young dragon flew in the air watching the two, his whiskers floating like waves on either side of his head. You say? There's nothing I can't spare. Mushishi's eyes were firm. That is very simple. Toward the root of his thigh, a few hard pinches immediately wake up. Mushishi's face changed when she heard this. Are you kidding me? No. Sister, you believe me. Looking at Xiao Long's sincere eyes, Mushishi took a deep breath, and that slender jade hand stroked towards Lin Sen-stick's thigh. In the next moment, Lin Sen-stick directly jumped up in a high jump. Little dragon, you seek death. Watching this dragon and one-person chase, Mushishi exhaled lightly and smiled faintly. Immediately afterward came the heartbreaking plea for help from Xiao Long. Day 2. Although more than 50 people had lost a lot of blood, with Lin Sanzhong's treatment, their lives were not in danger. Lin Sen-stick had also successfully broken through to the transitional stage, and his combat power was comparable to that of a human immortal, becoming the true number 1 person under an immortal. With nothing else to do, Lin Sen-stick brought Mushishi and Xiao Long to Bureau 749. The little dragon was not fit to show its face in a crowd, so it simply shrunk into a bracelet and wore it on Lin Sanjuan's hand. When the two of them, Lin Sanju, had just stepped into the office, they only saw everyone scratching their ears anxiously. At the sight of Lin Sen-stick, there was a joy in his eyes. You've reached the transition stage? Xiang Wentian asked as he looked at Lin Sanju, whose breath fluctuations were still unstable. Well, the sister you were so eager to save? Xiang Wentian looked at Mushishi. Nice. What's the matter with you guys? Having a hard time? Lin Sanjun asked. Not really. There's an organization that's recently appeared that's been coming after us 3 times. Organization? The state. Lin Sanjun looked at Xiang Wentian suspiciously. No, they're the touchdowns. What's that? Lin Sanjun had never heard of this race. In layman's terms, it's the ancient touchstones, commonly known as grave robbers. Lin Sanju yawned and looked at Xiang Wentian. What does a grave robber have to do with us? Find the police station. Xiang Wentian smiled helplessly. This is no ordinary grave robber. Everyone is a group of cultivators. And they are not below Bureau 749, or even stronger. Elder Li's soul jade simple is shattered. It's obvious that he's dead. The other side has an earth immortal sitting on the ground, and I'm afraid the strongest among us is you. Elder Li is dead? Lin Sanjun gave a surprised cry. But Xiang Wentian blankly glanced at Lin Sen-stick, the look clearly saying that whoever did it knew in his heart. Dead. So now someone has to lead Bureau 749 in taking down this gang of gropers. They blatantly sent a message that they were going to rob the ancestral dragon tomb the night after tomorrow. Chapter 54, Ancestral Dragon Tomb. Ancestral Dragon Tomb? It's the tomb of the founding emperor? Lin Sanjun asked again. Nice. Xiang Wentian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Lin Sanju. In that case, The day after tomorrow you will lead a team of men to do some exploration. It's best if they can be captured alive. But if they can't, they'll all be killed. Bringing people even if it's not enough. This bunch of drunkards will only drag me down, and I'll have to save them at the critical moment. The crowd reddened in shame at Lin Sanju's words. It wasn't that they were too weak, but that Lin Sanju was too perverted. Okay, as long as you're sure whatever the address is on your radar. Lin Sanju nodded, then walked out. Sister, do you know this ancestral dragon? Mushishi nodded. I've heard of it, and there are rumors that this ancestral dragon isn't dead. So I have a feeling that this mission won't be easy anymore. Mushishi analyzed. It's possible that they're using tomb raiding as a front, but they're actually trying to release the ancestral dragon. Air. Lin Sanju froze. Sister, don't be ridiculous. This ancestral dragon is a character from more than 2,000 years ago. If he is still alive, his cultivation must not be invincible. Even if I go, I'm just sending myself to death. Mushishi raised her jade hand and scraped Lin Sanju's nose. Who told you to show off? One without the other, and just go on your own. Lin Sanstick raised his right hand somewhat mischievously and shook it, looking at Mushishi. Sister, who said I didn't bring it? Isn't little dragon following me all the time? Now that Xiao Long's cultivation had entered the human immortal realm, his strength was comparable to that of an earth immortal, and ordinary organizations could not really pose a threat to him. Okay, you're good. Mushishi's eyes were warm as she looked lovingly at Lin Sanstick. Time came to the next day, and Lin Sanstick took Mushishi and set off towards the Qin province, which was also the location of the ancestral dragon's tomb. Before he even arrived at the place, he saw a huge triangular building appear in front of Lin Sanstick's eyes. This is the ancestral dragon tomb, isn't it? Mushishi nodded. I didn't realize that people nowadays have sealed this ancestral dragon tomb so well. As they spoke, the two arrived at the door of the ancestral dragon's tomb. What a guy! The sudden appearance of the two men directly startled the guards. It was only when he recognized Lin Sanstick that he came up with a fawning face. So it's Master Junior. You know me? Lin Sanjun asked as he looked at the unfamiliar man. Hee. It's normal that Junior Master San doesn't recognize me. I'm Ma Wu, who was sent by Bureau 749 to be stationed here. You may also call me Asako. Aha! Tell us what the situation is at the moment, and if anyone suspicious has been here. Ma Vi thought about it. Not at the moment, but getting notices of touching gold in plain sight is making people nervous. However, since Junior Master San has come over, we can have a good night's sleep as well. Sleep, you're off the hook. Give me your best tonight. Even though it's tomorrow they're coming over, it's a guarantee that it's just a front. Let me know immediately if anything blows up. Take me to where you have landed. Lin Sanjuan's gaze was stern and his tone cold, which also made Ma Wu couldn't help but tremble a little. Their campsite, just above the open space on the side of the ancestral dragon's tomb, was not very crowded, only a few dozen people. But these dozens of people were all foreigners or cultivators, and it could be said that there was no one who didn't recognize Lin Sanstick. Of course, the strongest among them was Ma Wu, with a cultivation of the fairy stage. Flanked by the crowd, Lin Sanstick arrived in a tent. Looking around, the living supplies were all there. Okay, get out without you guys. After everyone had left, a strange feeling arose in Lin Sanstick's heart. As soon as he approached the ancestral dragon's tomb, he felt that there was a power in it that was calling him. Sister, do you think they will come tonight? Mushishi nodded. This gropers. They're all just a bunch of rats. There's nothing they can't do. Maybe all of them have entered the ancestral dragon tomb by now, Mushishi said. Lin Sanjun shook his head. No, my divine sense can cover the entire ancestral dragon tomb, and I didn't find anyone. However, there is a place that is blocking my divine sense straight away, and it's as if there is a power there that is calling me. Mushishi frowned slightly. Well, you don't have to put too much on your mind. Everything will wait until we enter this ancestral dragon tomb. Don't worry, as long as I have my sister here, no one can hurt you. As night fell, around 1 a.m., everyone reached the stage of exhaustion. Lin Sanstick, however, kept his divine sense enveloped around him at all times. Although there would be some consumption, it was the only way to do it for better monitoring. Close to 2 o'clock, several silhouettes suddenly appeared in Lin Sanjuan's divine sense. Sister, I really let you be right. These rats really don't speak of martial virtues, and it's really a day early. Should we go out and intercept him now? Mushishi said after thinking for a while. Not yet. The greatest ability of these rats is to make holes. If you want to know what is calling you in this ancestral dragon's tomb, you can only let them finish making the holes first, and then we can quietly follow them in. Well, listen to your sister. Lin Sanclub then branded his divine sense onto these people, seeing them pull out a bunch of tools they hadn't seen before. After exploring around, the choice was made to open a hole at the very top of the ancestral dragon's tomb. That was exactly where the ancestral dragon's tomb was the weakest and at the same time the most dangerous. After an hour of hustle and bustle, the rattlers actually did make an opening at the top. However, when he just opened a corner of the ancestral dragon tomb, suddenly a burst of black fog violently emanated out, followed by a hissing sound that did not resemble a human being also came out. All the 749 personnel were rattled at once. Master Junior, they're on the move. Lin Sanjun nodded. Let your people rest as they should. And from now on, keep your nose out of everything that happens. Lin Sanstick gave the order. Aye, Junior Third Master. After a few people had left, the black mist cleared for a quarter of an hour before one of the rattlers bravely peered into the cave entrance. After observing for a moment and realizing there was no danger, he nodded toward his side. Then he saw one person take out a rope and tie it to another person, and the person who was tied up leaped and jumped directly into the ancestral dragon tomb. In just less than 3 seconds, suddenly there was a scream from the rats in this lower tomb, and the people outside were frantically pulling on the rope. When the rope was pulled back as far as it could go, Lin Sanjun realized that the man no longer had any flesh, only a skeleton frame. Withdraw. This is not a place we can enter. Go back and inform the boss. One of the rats said, and only after receiving consent did he carefully cover up the hole and head off. Sister, shall we go in now? Chapter 55 Manhwa the Groper. Let's wait for now, we don't know what dangers there are yet. And since they want to explore the ancestral dragon tomb, let their people open the way first. Mushishi analyzed. Well, late at night on the second day, sure enough, this touch of gold came with 6 people, each with a minimum cultivation of foundation establishment, and the highest cultivation was at the late stage of transitional hijacking. Apparently thinking that Bureau 749's strongest at the moment was Xiang Wentian, they didn't send a human immortal realm person over either. Just as these 6 people reached the top of the ancestral dragon tomb, one of them took out a Taiji compass in his hand. After looking at it, he threw the compass directly toward the hole. Not long after, a dazzling golden light shot straight into the sky from the hole. Okay, it's ready to go in, said the person with the highest cultivation, taking the lead and flying in. After waiting for a while, Lin Senstick realized that there were no screams or other abnormalities before he followed closely and entered the ancestral dragon tomb. When he entered the ancestral dragon's tomb, Lin Sanjun was shocked by the scene in front of him. This ancestral dragon is so big. Is this the legendary Milky Way? The palace was seen to be grand and magnificent, surrounded by a large winding river. The great river glowed silver, and the walls around the palace were encrusted with all sorts of gems above. Next to each gem is a night pearl. Tens of millions of night pearls glittered on the walls, and the entire underground palace was illuminated. The people who had touched the gold were already nowhere to be found, and Lin Sanjun sent out his divine sense to perceive and found that the group was heading towards a door. Lin Sanjun landed on top of the promenade. The entire floor tile is made of crystal. That's enough for an ordinary person to spend a lifetime if they just deducted a random piece. Right? Lin Sanjun sighed as he walked. Walking to the front of a bronze door, he found that on top of this bronze door, there was a compass, obviously left by the gold toucher. Following the road all the way forward, there were 18 doors in a row, leaving Lin San Stick somewhat speechless. What's the point of having so many doors? To make a show of it? Mushishi explained from the sidelines. These 18 gates are equivalent to the gates of the 18 layers of hell. Every time you pass through a gate, it means washing away a layer of mortal dust. When all 18 gates have been passed, there is a road to immortality behind it, signifying the washing away of all mortal dust and the attainment of immortality. Lin Sanjong wondered how this Mushishi knew so much, but then he thought that Mushishi had lived a long time, so he didn't think much about it. When he stepped through the 18th door, he only heard a chaotic banging sound of metal clashing. Apparently this touchy-feely man, Ed with the organs inside. Through the gate, Lin San Stick found that in front of each of these gold touchers, there was a bronze statue, The bronze statue was clad in armor, holding a spear in his hand. It should be an ancient general type of character. Only to see that this bronze statue seemed to be controlled by some kind of power and frantically fought with these 6 people. Don't look at the fact that the strongest of them had the cultivation of a late stage of the transitional succession, but with their strength, they were unexpectedly unable to cause any damage to this bronze statue. In an instant, he disengaged from the battlefield and observed with a furrowed brow. It's not right. The strength of this statue is only at the highest level of the foundation establishment stage, but this layer of bronze armor can't be broken. If this goes on, I'm afraid all these people will die of exhaustion here. What went wrong? Just as one of the bronze men turned around, a flash of light flashed across the back of his head that he couldn't really notice unless he looked closely. So it is. Do you see the bright spot on the back of these bronze men's heads? Attack there. As soon as the words fell, the remaining 5 dodged their bodies, circled around behind the bronze man, and smashed at the bright spot on the back of his head. When the attack landed on top of the highlights, the bronze man unexpectedly stopped directly, keeping his movements and standing in place. True enough. The back of their heads is the organ. After taking care of the bronzes, the gold touchers continued on. Lin San's stick followed closely behind. Knock knock. Lin Sanjong knocked on the bronze man's body, making a crunching sound. This stuff is good. It would be nice to look at the gate later if I could take it in. Lin Sanjun muttered. Little dragon. Put them all away. The little dragon flew out from Lin San's stick's wrist with extreme reluctance, and in the next second opened its mouth and swallowed it directly into its stomach. It couldn't be helped that Lin Sanju didn't have any storage magic treasures, and there was a part of the little dragon's body that it just happened to use to hide its treasures, and it became Lin Sanju's mobile storage space. Boss, these bronze men, as long as they have control over their weaknesses, are just like a pile of scrap metal. I really don't know what you need this for. Xiao Long grumbled, then wrapped it around where Lin Sanju's wrist was. You're full of, he said, and continued to fly towards the gold touchers. Passing through the everlasting road, a gate that was nearly 100 meters tall appeared in front of the crowd. Lin Sanjun also stopped and watched as the gold toucher banged around near the gate as if he was looking for an organ. All of the gold touchers were on alert when they discovered Lin Sanju. Who are you? The person with the highest cultivation asked. Me? Have you all forgotten who you've given the war invitation to? You're from Bureau 749? Lin Sanjun nodded. Not bad. Count on you guys having some vision. Hearing that it was the 749th Bureau, all the gold touchers dropped their hearts. What? Is 749 unoccupied? Send your unweaned doll. Lin Sanju also took out a milk bottle and took a sip of the dragon's blood. It was as if he was telling them that they hadn't been weaned. Little doll, if you retreat now, I won't make things difficult for you and let Xiang Wentian come and speak with me. The man with the highest cultivation said. That old man isn't coming. If you have something to say to me, I can still say it amongst this 749th Bureau. You? Can it be that you're the recently famous heart-eating maniac? Lin Sanstick? Huh. Lin Sanjun was a bit confused as he listened to his title. When did I become a cardiophagus? Lin Sanjun pointed at himself in surprise. If you say Lin Sanstick, that's me. Lin Sanjun admitted. Oh, it's really you. I'm Marble. Get acquainted? Ma Bo looked at Lin Sanju. After all, he couldn't be clearer about Lin Sanju's deeds, except that the news he received was that Lin Sanju was in hell. I didn't expect it to come out so soon. Let's forget about recognizing each other. You guys do what you need to do. I don't mess with you, you don't mess with me. That was a bit confusing for Marble. You won't stop me from robbing the tomb? Why are you blocking it? Lin Sanjun said with a wink. Then what are you doing here? Marble asked, somewhat breathlessly. Surely a visit? What else? Chapter 56. The Pit. In fact, Lin Sanstick also wanted to find the location of the call to himself through these people. Ma Bo was dumbfounded. If he made a move, it was obvious that he had also heard of Lin Sanjong's reputation and didn't dare to act rashly. But if we let Lin Sanju watch from the sidelines, in case we take advantage of the unpreparedness to make a sneak attack, it will be cheaper for Lin Sanju again. Okay. You guys hurry up and open the door. If you can't open this door, watch out for me to beat you up. Lin Sanstick then looked at Marble and said, Forget it. Even if it's a frontal hard fight, I'm not its opponent. Let's take a step and see what happens. Marble glanced helplessly at the crowd. You guys keep looking for this method of opening the door. Seeing that Ma Bo had decided this, the crowd stopped talking and began to grope the huge bronze door in front of them. As a bout of exploration passed, the crowd was left with a depressed look on their faces. Ma, I'm afraid this door can't be opened without a key. Do you see that hole at the top of the door? It's obviously the keyhole. Even if a human immortal comes and borrows external power, it's not something that can be opened easily. One of them said. Lin Sanjun looked in the direction of the voice and indeed found a round-shaped hole, and there was a familiar feeling swirling in his head. Could it be that my immortal destruction stick is the key? Lin San's stick looked at the cloud dragon pattern on the bronze door. It was really somewhat similar to the immortal destruction stick. If you're so professional, don't you even have a key? Lin Sanjun looked to Marble. Little brother, you're making it difficult for me. This ancestral dragon tomb is not compared to other tombs, anti-theft due top. Even if it is another 1,000 years without a key cannot be opened. Marble said as he observed the door. What a waste. Lin Sanjun looked at Ma Bo and the others with dissatisfaction. Just like you guys still call yourselves the gold-touching colonel, I see. Touching you guys can't even catch up with the heat. All of you, get out of my way. Seeing Lin San's stick say this, the crowd's old faces flushed and wanted to retort, but thinking of the other party's strength, they swallowed their words hard into their stomachs. What are you waiting for? Don't off. Lin Sanju glanced at Ma Bo in dissatisfaction, and Ma Bo gave the rest of them a wink before these people slowly walked away. Just as the entire gate appeared in front of Lin Sanjun brought out his immortal destruction stick. The body leapt smoothly and came directly in front of the keyhole. He then controlled the immortal destruction stick to transform into a size that matched the hole and inserted the immortal destruction stick into it. Long! Lin Sanjong let out a low shout, and the immortal destruction stick instantly began to grow exponentially as the voice fell. A few seconds later, the crowd heard a metallic clash. Then Lin Sanjong slowly turned the immortal destruction stick in his hand, only to hear a click. A certain organ was directly pried. Then the door began to tremble, and the layers of floating ash that had accumulated on the door continued to fall off as it shook. I didn't realize that this kid's stick was a key? A flicker of guile flashed in Marble's eyes. When the floating ash fell as much as it could, a huge golden gate was revealed, as if the gate was made of gold. Am I mistaken? Lin Sanjun said as he looked suspiciously at the gate that never opened. It was at this moment that Marble spoke. The key is right. But then it's up to us to push the door open together, and that's the last lock. You basically can't push it if your strength is lower than a human immortal, but as long as we concentrate everyone's strength on one person, we should be able to shake this gate. Lin Sanjun looked to Marble. What? You want to be this door opener? Apparently Lin Sanju saw Ma Bo's little plan. Ahem. Little brother, you're thinking wrong. I'm not that powerful, and my body can't withstand such a large amount of energy. If I had to have a candidate, I believe that person could only be you. Mushishi's figure appeared beside Lin Sanju. They should be trying to use this huge energy to hold you up, and then there will be one less opponent, but no matter how much energy they have, you can take it all, and I have my sister for the rest. Mushishi said quietly. Lin Sanjong silently cast an affirmative look at Mushishi before turning his head into a human face. Haha. Since you all look up to me, it would be ungrateful of me to push back. Then let's get started. Lin Sanjun's figure came to the front of Ma Bo, who nodded, and then gave his own people a quiet and strange gesture, and then said, in this way, we will move forward in turn to take the shoulders of the people in front of us and use ourselves as conductors of energy to transfer the energy to little brother Lin. Remember, no one should be stingy. It's about whether or not we can open this door. Got it, Ma? Led by Marble, the group quickly stood in line, putting their hands up one by one. It ended with Marble's hand on Lin Sanju's body. I'm going to call out 1, 2, 3, and we're going to start at the same time. Okay? The crowd responded. Very good. 1, 2, 3. Everyone gathered a surge of energy and surged towards Lin Sanju's body. Lin San's stick also took this opportunity to directly be able to surge the amount into Mushishi, who was invisible in the void. That's what Mushishi explained so well. Of course, if Mushishi hadn't wanted to let this happen, with Lin Sanjuan's human immortal realm flesh, this amount of energy wouldn't have bursted. But this group of cuties, but they didn't know it, and continued to frantically pour energy into Lin San's stick. Mushishi's cultivation also instantly skyrocketed through the influx of these energies. Only now did Lin Senstik realize that Mu Shirshir's true cultivation level was only half-step Ghost Dan realm, which was equivalent to the human's Jeden stage. However, with these energies nourishing her, Mu Shirshir's cultivation directly came to the Ghost Dan realm without the slightest bottleneck. Sister, I suddenly feel that you are not simple. Lin Senstik communicated with Mu Shirshir in his mind. Brat, didn't I just not tell you that I was also a spirit Dao body when I was alive? But it's just the soul now, and even then, I can restore my cultivation by absorbing energy from the outside world. Only that's still too little energy, Mushishi said with a smile. It's not easy? Lin Sanjuan's eyes rolled. Everyone, cheer up. I feel like I'm about to reach the threshold of the human immortal realm. Hearing Lin Sanju's words, the group froze slightly, then increased their energy injection. After about a few minutes had passed, Lin Sanjuan's expression twisted in pain as well. I feel like I'm going to explode. Lin Sanjun controlled his body to start slowly getting fatter. This scene really made these cuties believed it, and one gloated even more vigorously, increasing the energy injection. Chapter 57, Ma Tianan. Sister is really smart, you're absolutely right. These people really do have weird minds and want to prop me up. Lin Sanjun said. The human heart cannot be trusted. Then Lin Sanjun controlled his body to expand once more. I can't. Come on. Stop it. Lin Senstik sweated like a pig. His face reddened. He couldn't catch his breath, and he played his acting skills to the fullest. If he was making a movie, then the next Oscar winner would definitely be him. Ma Bo said nonchalantly at the sight of the swollen and ball-like Lin Senstik. TSK, Junior Master San. Don't be in a hurry. You're so close to reaching human immortality. We're also helping you experience the power of a human immortal. I'd like to experience it, but I haven't had that opportunity yet. After saying that, this marble once again increased his output. Marble. I just want to know if your dad's last name is Nay. Marble froze. Namabo. Kid, you don't need to show off your tongue. In a little while your body will explode. At that time I'll see if there are any capable people left in your Bureau 749. Marble laughed out loud. When the more energy was injected, the faster Mu Shirshir's cultivation recovered, and at this time he had already recovered to the Ghost Infant stage, and was only one step away from the Ghost King. Sister, how's it going, okay? Lin Senstik asked with some concern. After all, this was too much energy. It's fine. With a little more effort, I'll be able to reach the transition stage. At this moment, Mu Shirshir tried to make her voice as calm as possible. In fact, she had always felt that she was a drag, and she also wanted to recover her cultivation as soon as possible, so that she could better protect Junior. Lin Sen Roller frowned slightly. Mu Shirshir was one of his most important people. Spending time together, how could he not hear the change in Mu Shirshir's voice? No, I think it's time to stop. Lin Sanjun got serious. The next moment jerked his head around to look at Marble. His body also instantly recovered as before, and his strong cultivation was directly exposed, shaking Ma Bo and the others away. You! Ahem! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Marble. You lied to me! Apart from Ma Bo, who still had a hand in it, the remaining 5, all of them were sent flying backwards by this energy backlash, and directly lost their breath, obviously already cold. Since you want to put me to death, won't you allow me to do the same? With a wave of Lin Sanju's palm, a huge palm appeared out of thin air and directly grabbed Ma Bo's neck and lifted it up. You can't kill me. Ma Bo felt the killing intent of Lin Senstik and almost became incontinent. Oh! Lin Sanjun looked at Ma Bo with icy eyes. You have to realize that there are a lot of people who have told me that, but without exception, they have never seen the sun tomorrow. How about a bet? Bet on whether I dare to kill you. Ma Bo looked at Lin Senstik in horror. He is no longer good, but also a stage of transition, but also higher than the Lin 3 stick, so a little. How can not figure out why he is at this moment with a chicken cub, no power to fight back? My big brother is Ma Tianan. Earth Immortal Ma Tianan. That's my own big brother. If you kill me, he will never let you go. Marble's face was full of panic, but his mouth threatened. Ma Tanan. Never heard of it, but it's just an Earth Immortal. It's not like I haven't killed one before. If this is the only card you have, then it's all over. With a gentle grip, Lin Senstik coalesced his giant hand and directly crushed Ma Bo's neck. only to see Ma Bo's soul vanish from his body in an instant. Kid, so what if you kill my flesh? You wait to die, you. Marble lost his mind and flew toward the exit. Lin Sanjun shook his head. It seems you still know too little about me. Detain the spirit and dispatch the general. Lin San's stick let out a low gulp, and a thick yin chi once again condensed into a giant hand, grasping Ma Bo's soul in his hands. Detain! Lin San's stick lightly spat out, and in the next moment, this Ma Bo's soul was directly yanked back. The panic on his face turned to horror. I didn't realize that not only are you a cultivator, you're also an inhuman. Let me go. I'll give you anything you want if you let me go. Marble struggled desperately, but it didn't help. No, I don't want anything. So you'll be working for me honestly from now on. After saying that, Marble's soul was yanked into the void. When Lin San's stick summoned him out again, Ma Bo was no longer conscious. Just like a log, he stood beside Lin Sanju. Since Lin Sanju had reached the transitional stage, this spirit-detaining dispatch general had also risen a level at the same time, directly grasping the memories of a portion of Marble's life. In this memory, he learned that this ancestral dragon, surprisingly, really didn't die. The purpose of their trip was to obtain the ancestral dragon, and as for the actions behind it, Lin Sanju was not informed. After all, it's impossible to get all the memories. Sister is simply as predictable as God. This ancestral dragon is actually not dead. He is sealed somewhere in this underground palace. Lin Sanjun said as he looked at Mushishi. Well, let's ignore that for now. Let's figure out how to open this gate. There was some frustration in Mushishi's tone, obviously caused by the fact that Lin Sanju had just forcefully terminated the energy absorption. It wasn't that Mushishi was angry with Lin Sanju, but she felt a little frustrated that she wasn't yet capable of devouring huge amounts of energy. Well, Lin San's stick nodded. His aura surged once again. His hands pushed towards the gate, and in the next moment, a burst of power, like a mountain of force, surged in towards the gate. Squeak! Only a dull and slightly shrill sound came from the gate, and then a gap gradually appeared between the two doors. Then an indescribable odor exhaled from the crevice, fishy and antiquated, with a hint of familiarity to the senses. As Lin San's stick continued to increase his strength, the door was opened a little bit. Mushishi was also on alert for everything inside at all times. Once there was danger, she planned to take Lin Sanju and run away at the first opportunity. The gate opened completely, only to see another large hall appear before them. Then just as Lin San's stick was about to enter, two huge sword shadows suddenly fell on both sides of the gate. Swish! The shadow of the knife slid along Lin Sanjuan's hair, and the strands of hair drifted down to the bottom, only to see Mushishi's death grip on Lin San's stick ripping it out. You kid! Can't you see if there's any danger before you enter? If I had reacted any slower, it wouldn't have been a strand of hair that fell, it would have been your head. Lin Sanjun stroked his hair and glanced at Mushishi in embarrassment. Got it, sis. The little dragon suddenly flew out from his wrist, and a roar came out that resounded throughout the palace. What are you doing, little dragon? Scared me. Lin Sanju stared at Xiao Long with round eyes and some fire. Chapter 58. Dragon Guards. As the little dragon's roar traveled into the great hall, the two war gods behind the door were completely revealed. This is the headless war god Interceptor? Only two headless bronze statues stood dead at the door. As soon as Lin San's stick stepped forward, the statue immediately raised the crescent moon blade in its hand. A quick step backward and it was back in place. What's the status of this little dragon? Lin Sanjun looked at Xiao Long. It's not clear. I sense a dragon's aura in them. It's weak, but it's there. Dragon's breath. Mushishi frowned in thought. If I'm right, this should be the ancestral dragon's dragon guard. And what's a dragon guard? Lin Sanjong had a questioning face. Ancestral dragon was the pioneer of China and the first emperor, so naturally he would have a country's aura and dragon energy added to his body. These so-called dragon guards are fed with the blood of the ancestral dragon. By all rights, there should be 18 dragon guards, and they should have heads. These two before us, regardless of their breath or dress, are clearly two of them. Lin Sanjun nodded. Who cares what they are? Watch me knock them to death. With that, the immortal destruction stick directly appeared in his hand and charged towards the headless dragon guard. When the immortal extermination stick smashed into the dragon guard's body, the dragon guard's body immediately flew backwards. Che! It's just a mere dragon guard of the transition stage. It's not worth mentioning. Lin Sanjong said loudly. As a result, the next moment, this dragon guard stood up straight again. Raising the crescent moon blade in his hand, he directly cut through the air and slashed towards Lin Sen's stick. Kinda underestimated you. Let me show my little master just how powerful this dragon guard of yours is. Open stick. The terrifying shadow of the stick smashed towards the dragon guard. The dragon guards pressed their defenses and rushed forward to meet the opening stick. Bang! As a loud ringing sound appeared, these two dragon guards were directly smashed out again. How about this in the face of absolute strength? Even if you're a dragon guard, you'll have to lie down for little master. Lin Sanjun turned his head towards Mushishi smugly. The next second Mushishi exclaimed in shock. Look out! Only to see that these two dragon guards, apart from dropping a bit of paint, pressed on like nobody's business as they continued to slash at Lin Sen's stick. Lin Sanjong cursed. His body instantly rushed out of the palace, and the two dragon guards once again stopped at the entrance of the palace. How is this even a fight? It doesn't break defense at all. What the hell is this thing made of? How come it's so sturdy? Lin Sanjun carefully observed the dragon guard. If it was the bronze man from the ground before, it was fine. At least there was a mechanism at the back of his head that could be controlled. But these two dragon guards pressed their heads, and the organ was nowhere to be found. Mushishi was in deep thought. They can't get out and we can't get in. How does this work? Lin Sanjun sensed that the power summoning him originated from within this great hall, and his heart was quite anxious. Little dragon, can you swallow these two dragon guards? Lin Sanjun looked at Xiaolong. Boss, you're not mistaken. Letting me swallow it? They can still be swallowed without dragon chi on them. Carrying a body full of dragon chi is too zippy, and there's nothing I can do about it. In the midst of the trio's contemplation, Xiaolong suddenly thought, Boss, there are two ways to kill it. You have a way not to tell me earlier, taking me as a monkey? Xiaolong innocently glanced at Lin Sen's stick. Didn't I just remember? Who can remember so well from so long ago? Just hurry up and don't ink. Lin Sanjun urged. This first way is to directly break it with extreme strength. And this second way is just to gain the trust of the ancestral dragon. Lin Sanjun looked at Xiaolong breathlessly. Aren't you Anji farting? How can we gain the trust of the ancestral dragon when we don't even know where he is? I remember. Mushishi looked back at Long Wei. Their bodies are made of the steel of the outer core of heaven. What is the steel of the outer core of heaven? Lin Sanjun listened with a cloud of confusion. This steel of the heavenly core you can understand as the core of meteorite iron. It's a kind of extremely hard thing that even a human immortal would find it difficult to break. Listening to Mushishi's introduction, Lin Sanjuan's good spirits rose. Che, I don't believe how strong a piece of broken copper can be. See breaking stick. Lin Sanclub bellowed. The entire ancestral dragon's tomb trembled from this stick. When the two dragon guards received this blow, they were set directly against the wall like wind-blown leaves. A dented club mark also appeared on his torso. I told you, so what if it's stronger? 2 sticks to settle it. Boss, why don't you turn your head? The little dragon pointed behind Lin Sanju with its little claws. Lin Sanjun pulled the corners of his mouth, only to see that these two guys, other than moving a little slower, hadn't changed anymore. Struggling down from the wall, he slashed at Lin San's stick again. I won't believe it. Exterminate the immortals. Lin San's stick's aura instantly skyrocketed, directly communicating to the power of the heavens, and a huge stick shadow appeared out of nowhere above the ancestral dragon tomb. Outside the tomb, black clouds covered the sky and a fierce wind rose, and the people outside, not knowing what was going on, scattered in all directions. What is this? Are aliens attacking Earth? One of the members of Bureau 749 shouted. As the immortal destruction stick fell, the energy directly penetrated through the ancestral dragon tomb and slammed into the dragon guard. Without any thinking emotion, the dragon guard straightened up and rushed up to meet the immortal destruction stick. Give me death! Lin Sanjong roared. The next moment slammed down. A burst of smoke, 2 dragon guards, unexpectedly, was hard smashed into 2 pieces of discus. You're being crazy with my little master. Lin Sanjun stepped on top of the discus and grunted lightly. This? The 2 Xiaolongs were also shocked by the stick. Pervert! The thought appeared in both of their minds at the same time. Done. These two dragon guards should be the only ones on this floor, right? The young dragon poked his head into the door and looked around. I don't think so, boss. Several people walked into the hall, only to see a dragon chair placed on top of the hall, emanating majesty and mystery. Lin Sanjun felt a summoning sound coming from behind the dragon chair. Just as he approached the dragon chair, his pupils dilated to become pitch black and his eyes instantly froze. No matter how much Mushishi shouted, Lin Sanju was as motionless and unresponsive as if he had entered a demon. The body involuntarily continued to walk towards the dragon chair. Under the two men's shocked gazes, Lin San's stick sat straight up. What made people's jaws drop even more was that the clothes on Lin Sanju's body instantly transformed into a sky full of starlight. A burst of golden smoke appeared, completely hiding Lin San's stick within it. The little dragon froze slightly. Don't let anything happen to you, boss. If you die, I'll go with you. Saying that, the little dragon directly rushed towards the dragon chair. Chapter 59 Dragon Robe, Ma Tianan. Just as the little dragon was about to touch the golden curtain of light, his figure was bounced off by an unknown force. A mouthful of dragon's blood spewed out as if it didn't want money. How? Xiao Long stood in place in a daze. In the next moment, this golden curtain of light was continuously absorbed by Lin Sanjong, and after the color thinned out, only a thing gradually coalesced on his body. Dragon robes! Mushishi and Xiao Long exclaimed at the same time. What's the situation? This man and dragon locked eyes with each other. The little dragon's two paws spread out, his whiskers curling into two question marks. As the remaining golden light was little by little taken into Lin Sanjong's body after that, a huge aura instantly surged towards all corners of the great hall. Even the little dragon, who was the king of all beasts, couldn't help but feel weak in the knees, wanting to kneel down and pay homage. Mushishi's eyes began to drift. She didn't have dragon might on her side, and she was about to kneel down directly towards Lin Sanju. When her knees were about to touch the floor, Lin Sanju snapped her eyes open. In the next moment, a soft force directly lifted Mushishi up. Mushishi also regained consciousness. Junior, you took advantage of me. How dare you ask Sister Me to kneel down for you? Your skin is itchy, isn't it? Lin Sanjun scratched his head and waved his hand in a hurry. Hurriedly, he got up and walked towards Mushishi. Looking at Lin Sanju wearing a dragon robe, Mushishi's eyes blinked as if she saw the ancestral dragon standing in front of her. What's with the outfit? Mushishi asked as she sized up Lin Sanjun. This. The moment I sat on the dragon chair just now, my spirit entered a strange space. There was also an old man inside the space who said his name was Sufu and knelt down toward me. I got this outfit from him too. It seems to say that it's some kind of clothing made from true dragon scales, comparable to a divine artifact. Listening to Lin Sanju's nonsense, Mushishi rolled her eyes. There's not a word of truth coming out of your mouth. Lin Sanju touched his head awkwardly. I'm telling the truth. In fact, Lin Sanjong was telling a half-truth. He did enter the illusion, but there was no such person as Sufu at all. As for the dragon robe, Lin San's stick didn't know why it was attached to him, but it was indeed made of dragon scales. Could it be that the thing that has been calling to you is this dragon robe? Mushishi asked again. Lin Sanjun shook his head. Not all of them, that's just one of them. There's another voice that's been calling out to me as well. If I'm right, there is another space underneath this dragon chair. Lin Sanjong wanted to push the dragon chair away, but this dragon chair was just like welded to the ground. No matter how hard Lin Sanjong tried, he couldn't move it even a little bit. What Lin Sanjun said caused Xiao Long's heart to be extremely shocked. Especially with a dragon robe on his body, it caused Xiao Long to be in a bit of a trance for a moment, as if the Lin San stick in front of him was the real dragon. Boss, try utilizing the dragon chi on the dragon robe, Xiao Long said, and also walked to the other side of the dragon chair, this person and dragon holding the dragon chair on the left and right. Lin Sanjun nodded. He had just put on the outfit and wasn't utilizing it too well yet, but mobilizing a trace of dragon chi was still doable. Then, following Xiao Long's method, he lifted a trace of dragon chi from the dragon robe in his palm and began to push the dragon chair, only to see this dragon chair begin to tremble. Xiao Long frowned. Boss, get out of the way. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Long and Lin San's stick directly flashed away from the spot. They had just left when this dragon chair unexpectedly turned on its own. The next moment, directly reverse direction, and then a hole appeared in the eyes of the crowd. Xiao Long, go see if there's still danger? Lin Sanjun discovered that this little dragon was naturally very sensitive to treasures and danger. Why don't you go? Xiao Long blankly glanced at Lin San's stick. Aren't I afraid of danger? Your skin is so thick that even if there is danger, it won't kill you. Xiao Long looked at Lin San's stick speechlessly, and then at Mushishi, his eyes all aggravated. Okay, I'll go, Mushishi said and headed for the entrance of the cave. Xiao Long directly blocked in front of Mushishi. Don't do it, big sis. If something goes wrong with you, this kid will surely end up with me. Said little dragon helplessly flew towards the cave entrance, sensed for a while and realized that there was nothing unusual going on, and beckoned to Lin San's stick. Just as Lin Sanjun tried to get closer, from the hole, a palm suddenly reached out and grabbed the little dragon's neck and dragged it in towards the hole. Xiao Long. Lin San's stick let out a cry of alarm and directly dashed to the entrance of the cave, grabbing the little dragon's tail and riveting his strength to directly fight against that big hand. And the little dragon was out of bloody luck. The head and tail were in a death grip, being pulled like spaghetti noodles, especially since the big hands in the hole locked around the little dragon's neck, making it impossible for it to make a sound. Xiao Long, don't worry. No one can hurt you with me here. Hearing these words, an endless desolation welled up in its heart, and it directly forgot that he and Lin Sanjong could transmit sound from their souls, and kept whimpering lowly. As the little dragon continued to be pulled and lengthened, the little dragon completely couldn't hold back, and its figure directly grew larger in the next second. Instantly breaking free of all restraints, he flew directly toward the sky. After escaping from the clutches of his clutches, little dragon then looked at Lin San's stick angrily. Boss, it's not good to pull me around like I'm a noodle, is it? Lin Sanju looked at Xiao Long calmly. I didn't do it to save you, not knowing what's good for you. You? Good hearts. You have that, Xiao Long said in exasperation. Okay. You two stop fighting and get on with business. Little dragon, tell us what's going on down there. With a belly full of aggravation, Xiao Long could only nod and said with trembling lips, that claw, I don't know what it is, but it looks like there's a Milky Way underneath it. Galaxy. Well, the young dragon nodded. It's just like the Milky Way out there, except I can't see it as it is. This Milky Way is blocking my divine sense. Xiao Long spoke truthfully. Then in that case, I'll have to go down and see for myself. Lin Sanjun muttered. When he was about to make a move, a figure directly grabbed Mushishi in his hands. Lin Sanjong froze. Sister. Mushishi tried to struggle, but found that she couldn't move at all. Who are you? Lin Sanjuan's voice iced over as he looked at the unfamiliar man. Me, Ma Tianan. The visitor introduced himself. It seems that my brother died at your hands? Ma Tianan gritted his teeth. I'll give you a chance to let go of the man on your hands, and I'll let you go. Or I'll make sure you don't even have a chance to kneel. Lin Sanju suppressed the killing intent that was about to surge out of his eyes, and looked at Ma Tianan with cold eyes. Kid, looks like this soul is important to you? In that case, I'll kill her first to collect some interest. Chapter 60, The Runaway Ma Tianan. Don't you dare. Lin San's stick directly summoned out Ma Bo's soul, and this soul body stared at Ma Tianan deadpan without the slightest bit of emotion. Seeing Ma Bo's soul, the muscles in the corner of Ma Tianan's eyes trembled slightly. Release him, or I'll make this soul go up in smoke. Ma Tianan pinched his hand on Mushishi's neck and slightly exerted force. Let her go, or I'll kill Marble right now. Lin Sanju's breath began to be disorganized. Oh, kill him if you can, big deal. Only to see that Ma Tianan did not eat this Lin San stick, Mushishi's face became more and more pained, tears running down her cheeks. A strong person of the Earth Immortal Realm is relying on a hostage to threaten me. A doll of the transitional stage? You've lived with your face for a year at your age? You! Ma Tianan raised his eyebrows and jawed. Kid, don't think I haven't heard of your deeds. Others don't know how old Stickley died. Don't I know? Besides, this golden dragon beside you can go 50-50 with me. What am I threatening you for? Straight up, what do you want? Looking at the critical Mushishi, Lin Sanju gathered his aura. After all, Mushishi was only a soul body. If she was really killed by Ma Tianan, then she would really be dead. To what? I want you dead, and if you kill yourself in front of me, I will naturally spare her. After all, You're the only one in the world who poses the greatest threat to me. No, no. Mushishi struggled to make a sound. Shut up. Ma Tiannan tightened his palm again, pinching Mushishi's soul to fade a bit. Hey, good advice is hard to come by. I gave you a chance. Lin Sanjun put his stick away and winked at Mushishi. Then, Mushishi's figure directly disappeared into Ma Tiannan's hands, and in the next moment returned to Lin Sanjuan's soul space. She was, after all, Lin Sanju's companion female ghost, and at this moment, her cultivation had returned to half-step Ghost King, allowing her to autonomously travel through Lin Sanju's soul space. Unlike the beginning, when you could only be taken at your mercy. Acting with you, and you're taking it seriously. Lin Sanclub raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly as Mushishi once again appeared behind Lin Sanclub. Junior, how's it going? Did I put on a good show, sis? Mushishi winked playfully. That's a must. The next Oscar winner definitely belongs to my sister. The two of them spoke to each other, not caring in the slightest about Ma Tiannan, who was already on the verge of going berserk. Little dragon, it's your turn, him up for me. Lin Sanjun gave an order, and the little dragon rubbed its claws. Haven't really fought since turning into a dragon. I hope you don't let me down. As soon as the words fell, a giant dragon shadow appeared behind the little dragon. Let you taste this dragon's divine dragon swing. Saying that, the huge shadow lashed out with a tail directly towards Ma Tiannan. Playing with the old man, you deserve to die. Ma Tiannan's eyes were glazed over as his cultivation at the early stage of Earth Immortal completely exploded. Bastard fist! Ma Tiannan shouted angrily, and a glove violently appeared on top of his fist, smashing it towards the dragon's tail. After the two touched, the entire palace trembled. A mere long worm dares to act recklessly. The little dragon froze. Boss, this guy is kinda strong. Lin San's stick looked at Ma Tiannan. His strength was indeed strong, but it was still almost as good as the oldly stick that had once been there. Xiaolong, if you can't even take him, don't say that you're hanging out with me in the future. I can't afford to lose that person. Saying that, Lin Sanju pulled Mushishi's hand and walked to the side, clearly not intending to help. And, that's just what I said. Earth Immortal only. Watch me take him down in minutes, Master Dragon. After saying that, the little dragon's aura also began to skyrocket, and its two claws rubbed against each other. Human, are you ready to get your ass kicked down there? Big talk. Ma Tiannan's brows were furrowed. This was still Lin Sanju not taking part in the battle. If Lin Sanju was involved, then he would not have the slightest chance to catch his breath. His brain spun rapidly. Today I'll show you what my famous stance is. One fist opens the sky. Ma Tiannan's aura surged once again, and a terrifying energy filled the entire space. Just as Xiaolong was preparing to meet the attack, everyone froze in place in the next moment. Only a residual shadow was left behind where Ma Tiannan had just been. The residual shadow disappeared, and Ma Tiannan was long gone. You guys wait for me. I'll be back. A furious roar came out, filled with Ma Tiannan's unwillingness. Knowing that having reached the cultivation level of an Earth Immortal, there was no easy way to want to die. This? Xiaolong withdrew his chi cluelessly, looking at Ma Tiannan's departing back. That? Boss, are we still chasing? Lin Sanjun also stared with wide eyes, forgetting to even blink. Good. A man who knows the time is a man who knows the time. If you can't beat them, you run away. It's true that none of those who can cultivate to the level of Earth Immortal is a savior. Lin Sanjun said helplessly. All right, it's time for us to continue exploring the mysteries of this ancestral dragon tomb below. A few people reappeared at the entrance to the cave. This time, after observing for a long time, it was realized that no ghostly hands had appeared. Tell you what, you guys wait up there. I'll go down and check it out myself. Lin Sanjun said as he looked at Mushishi. No. Mushishi decisively refused. It's me who has to go down. Come on. Don't even argue. This way, sister, you go back into my body. Little dragon is coming down with me. After some thought struggles, Mushishi knew that she couldn't stop Lin San's stick and could only nod helplessly. Boss, in a moment you'll follow me, and if there's any danger, I'll send you out first. Lin Sanju blankly glanced at Xiaolong. A kick to bring it down. Which is so much. Perhaps it was the might triggered by the battle just now that prevented the ghost claws in the cave from appearing. Perhaps for another reason, the man and the dragon fell quickly. Below was just as the little dragon had said. a pervasive Milky Way, with the poisonous fumes of mercury floating in the air. However, it was fortunate that Lin San Stick had an extremely strong cultivation and was not affected in the slightest. It was only when he landed on a small island that Lin San Stick took a careful look at this layer. This should be a Taiji picture. This silver should be mercury, and this black water should be the black river water in hell. Lin Sanjun frowned at the Taiji diagram. Himself and others stood on the Taiji eye. Boss, I don't see anything here either. The little dragon looked around suspiciously. Lin Sanjun closed his eyes and quietly sensed everything around him. The call of the heart grew stronger. Lin Sanju then snapped his eyes open and shot a ray of light directly towards the flowing river. It should be underwater here, Lin Sanjong said with a somewhat grave expression on his face. Mercury was a pervasive thing, and Lin San Stick didn't know if his body could resist it. Chapter 61 Mysterious Coffin. Mushishi flew out of Lin San Stick's body. No, this galaxy water. It's not just any galaxy water anymore. This Milky Way water has become one with the black river water in hell. On the surface, you can't see much, but once you get a meter deeper, you'll realize that it's turned into black and silver water. Black silver water? Nice. Mushishi continued. I've also only heard that once the mercury fuses with the black water, it will form black silver water, and the weight of this water will increase exponentially. I'm afraid that only a palm-sized piece of black silver water has a weight of 10,000 pounds. It looks like it's got to be a couple hundred tons here at a rough estimate, so you won't have any chance of surviving going down there. Although this Mushishi said it was extremely terrifying. But Lin San Stick still wanted to try. Sister, have you forgotten that I still have this dragon robe with me? Lin Sanjong made a tawdry turn. We're not sure of the exact level of defense of this dragon robe, so we still can't let you take that risk. The little dragon nodded as well. Boss, you can't be okay. Now if you die, it's a dead body. Xiao Long's intestines regretted why he concluded this contract with Lin Sanju at that time. Lin Sanjun thought for a moment. Why don't you give me your full strength, little dragon, and I'll see how the defense of this dragon robe is. If I can withstand it, then it's equivalent to withstanding a strike from an Earth Immortal powerhouse, and I can go ahead and try. If we can't take it, how about we turn around and leave? Seeing that she couldn't argue with Lin San Stick, Mushishi could only nod in compromise. Then, boss, I'll increase my power little by little, so tell me if you can't stand it. Lin Sanjun nodded. 50% of your power. Boss, watch out. Saying that, the little dragon grabbed a claw directly at Lin Sanjun's chest. And Lin Sanjun remained standing still, patting the dust on his clothes as if nothing had happened. 50% no, can't feel the pain at all. Then, 70%. Said the little dragon again. A claw grabbed down. This time, the dragon robe emitted actually a halo, as much as the attack to block down. All right, you don't rub it in. Hurry up and use your full strength. Lin Sanjun was a bit eager. All right. The little dragon took a deep breath, and then a claw slammed down, and the surrounding space was given tiny cracks by the claw. Pong! A muffled grunt appeared, only to see the dragon robe erupt in intense light once again, vibrating the little dragon out. This time, although Xiao Long did not use his full strength, he had reached 90% of his strength, but he did not expect that he would still be unable to destroy the defense of this dragon robe. Lin Sanjun also discovered that this dragon robe would consume a portion of its energy every time it was attacked. That is to say, this dragon robe's defense was not foolproof, and the energy consumed needed time to accumulate back again. However, it was obvious that Lin Sanjun would not tell the two of them about all of this. Is this one always okay? Lin Sanjun looked at Mushishi. This? Well, if there's any danger, be sure to come out first, no? Mushishi still couldn't bear to risk Lin Sanju's life, and there was concern in her eyes. Don't worry, sister. I'm an undefeatable little strong man. Lin San Stick showed his small white teeth. Besides, the little dragon can feel the changes in my body, and you'll know if you're hurt or not when you ask. Mushishi nodded and patted him on the shoulder. Be careful. Lin San Club moved his body and held his breath. Although he had the dragon robe as a defense, Lin San Club still held up a shield, nodded towards the two men, and directly leapt down. Eft! Lin San Stick's figure was instantly swept into the watery galaxy. Lin Sanju froze. This? I can't control my rate of descent. Lin San Stick, who was in the water galaxy at the moment, although he didn't receive any damage, the speed of his descent unexpectedly became a little bit faster. descending to a depth of about 10 meters, a pressure, if any, began to appear. The silver-white mercury, too, slowly began to grow a little darker. Is this the black-silver water my sister was talking about? Lin San's stick looked at the water that was turning black a little bit and wrapped his hands around his chest with a bland face. But after continuing to descend for 10 meters, that pressure grew. It's already heavier than my stick by this point, isn't it? Lin Sanjun muttered. By the time they had descended to 50 meters, all the water had almost turned into black and silver water. The terrifying pressure caused Lin San's stick to be squeezed out of breath. I'm not going to die here, am I? Lin Sanjun thought through clenched teeth. Then the body once again flew down uncontrollably. At this point, the weight had already exceeded as much as 1,000,000 tons, and that was how much power a human immortal realm could lift at its highest. The scary thing is that this weight is continuing to increase. Just as the weight reached 5,000,000 tons, the dragon robe once again emitted a soft glow, reducing the weight to around 1,000,000 tons. Although Lin San's stick was able to cross levels against the enemy, his own strength was only at the ferrying stage. Faced with the weight of 1,000,000 tons, his face was turning a little purple. When the hell is this going to end? As far as Lin Sanju's eyes could see, there was darkness, and his own divine sense was unable to penetrate this black-silver water. Just when Lin San's stick was at a loss for words, a huge figure flashed directly in front of him. Holy! What's that? Lin Sanjun was frightened. This huge figure was at least a few dozen meters, its body was black, and the reason why it was visible was because on its body there was a silver texture. As this unknown creature approached towards Lin Sanjun, it suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed towards Lin Sanjun. Ein yet! What a big whale! Lin Sanjun exclaimed out in shock as his cultivation completely climbed to its peak. This is going to make it eat and good? Just as Lin Sanju tried to resist the great whale, he suddenly felt as if, I'm being eaten? Lin San's stick touched the surrounding barriers, a sticky liquid, but all the pressure was gone. God said, "Let there be light," Lin Sanjun muttered, and the next moment the entire whale's stomach lit up. A voice calling from the heart came to his ears. Come here. Come on over here. What about your invocation? Lin Sanjun was dissatisfied as he looked toward the sound, only to see a black, ungainly coffin appear in Lin Sanjuan's line of sight. The coffin was covered with dense inscriptions, and several chains with inscriptions tightly bound the coffin. Lin San's stick walked into the coffin and found that there was no unpleasant smell. Instead, there was a light fragrance that refreshed his heart. This smells so good. Lin Sanjuan's eyes grew more and more vacant, and he said with some fascination, Chapter 62, The Mysterious Corpse. Boss, are you okay? Soulful transmissions from the little dragon. I should be considered okay, right? What do you mean? Xiaolong was dumbfounded, not knowing how to explain to Mushishi. How can this be said? Would you believe me if I said I was eaten? Lin Sanjun was somewhat helpless. Eaten? Xiaolong was even more confused. You've been eaten and you're still okay? Lin San's stick then told Xiaolong what had happened to him. This creature I've never seen before in all my life, Xiaolong said after a moment of contemplation. But it must not be good to stay in your stomach all the time, so you'd better hurry up and find a way to come out, boss, Xiaolong said. Lin Sanju stared tightly at the coffin. After inquiring about Xiaolong, he learned that the coffin should be made of inxiang wood. The strange scent of the inxiang wood ensures that the body never decays. This can't be the coffin of the ancestral dragon, can it? Lin San's stick said to himself, then touched his hand on top of the chains. It was fine if this didn't touch, but once it did, this chain instantly began to extract the vitality of Lin San's stick. It was good that Lin San's stick's vitality was strong enough. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been drained and died in this instant. Lin Sanjun directly drew back his hand. Come open this coffin and you'll get what you want. A strand of demonic sound penetrated Lin Sanjuan's mind's defenses. His eyes clouded over again, and his hands unconsciously tightened on the chains. The next second, life began to be devoured once again. Only, this time, Lin San's stick showed no signs of struggling. Instead, he was as if he had lost his mind. Xiaolong had soul senses with Lin Sanju, and when he realized that Lin Sanju's vitality was fading extremely fast, Xiaolong's heart missed a beat. Holy! Boss, what are you doing again? Why is the vitality lost so fast? Xiaolong attempted to communicate with Lin San's stick with his soul. Obviously, at this moment, Lin San's stick was unable to feel Little Dragon's call. Just as the little dragon was at a loss for words, his body stiffened slightly, then broke out into a yell. My vitality, you goddamned Lin San, what are you doing? Mushishi was startled. What do you mean, little dragon? What else could it mean? This kid found a coffin. I reckon it's this coffin that's devouring the lifeblood of both of us. We're all going to die at this rate. Alarm bells went off in Xiao Long's head and his body began to shake. Mushishi was also out of options. After all, she was a soul body. Even if she entered Lin San's stick, she couldn't rescue her. At this moment, in the belly of the fish, Lin San's stick's body began to gradually dry up. One must know that Lin Sanju was a body of the human immortal realm, but surprisingly, he couldn't withstand this stripping of life. As the feeling of immense pain spread through his soul, Lin Sanjong violently opened his eyes, and a black aura shot out from within them. The black aura smashed on top of the chain, and the chain unexpectedly broke directly in response. Lin San's stick's vitality also stopped peeling away. He sat on his ass, breathing heavily. Little dragon, are you okay? The young dragon let out a long breath as he realized that the extraction of vitality had stopped. I'm borrowing your advice. It was almost time for the two of us to say goodbye to this beautiful world. Hearing that Xiao Long could still joke around, Lin San's stick also let go of his heart. After a moment's reprieve, the coffin was examined. As soon as he got closer, the confused voice reappeared again. Open it, and you'll see what you want. Lin Sanjong shook his head hastily. Damn, I fell for your trick twice, and you still want me to fall for it? Lin Sanjun took a few steps back and thought for a second. But have screwed me over so many times. If I don't open it and see what's inside, it always feels like a loss. Lin Sanjun muttered to himself as he continued to ponder. Forget it. We're here anyway. There's no harm in taking a look, just in case there's something good. Then he approached the coffin again, and the immortal destruction stick appeared in his hand. He only saw him cocking 18 coffins, suppressing nails in a row, and tighten the stick in his hand. Duck to the side, then put a stick against the coffin lid. Long. In a flash, the immortal destruction stick stretched out, and the lid of the coffin was pushed open a little bit. Thought something would change, but it was surprisingly quiet at the moment. No danger. Lin San's stick put away his stick and carefully walked towards the coffin. Looking down, a pair of boots embroidered with an auspicious cloud pattern appeared. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sanjong lifted the coffin lid out of the way, and the lid landed with a loud thud that made the surrounding area tremble. Then, a piece of iron caught Lin Sanju's attention. This is actually a fragment of the mountain and sea scripture? Lin Sanjun took out his own and compared it to his own, and it was even bigger than his own, realizing that his own shard was made up of 3 pieces. After comparing them, Lin San's stick also had a rough guess. It's the size of like 10 pieces at least. With that, he picked it up, and the moment he did, the fingers of the corpse in the coffin moved slightly. Lin Sanjun, whose eyes had been on the mountain and sea scripture fragments, obviously didn't notice this. When his own fragment fused with it, Lin Sanjun managed to obtain 14 fragments of the mountain and sea scripture. Only after doing this did Lin San's stick feel a hint of something strange. Did something just move? Lin Sanjun lowered his head numbly and looked at the corpse in the coffin. The moment he saw the body, Lin Sanjun froze in place. This is sister? That's right, a woman wearing a dragon robe in the coffin, face as usual quietly lying there. Skin just like a freshly cracked egg, glowing. Not at all a corpse should have the color of the air. It can't be, can it? This is too much bull, isn't it? Lin San's stick looked at that exquisite face and always felt that this was too much of a coincidence. If it's not the sister, then it's the ancestral dragon? But Zulan is supposed to be a man. Lin Sanjun was puzzled for a moment. Just as Lin Sanjun was puzzled, the woman's finger moved again. Unbeknownst to him, Mushishi on the shore was as stiff in place as if she had been electrocuted at the moment. The next moment violently disappeared. The sight frightened the young dragon and stretched his whiskers. Where's old sis? Xiao Long looked around blindfolded, but there was no sign of Mushishi at all. Old boss, are you there? Xiao Long gently called out to Lin San's stick, but it didn't call back any echoes. It's over, isn't it? When he comes back, he's going to skin me? And At this moment, Lin Sanzhong's body shivered, and then Mu Shishira's figure appeared beside Lin Sanzhong's body. With empty eyes, he glanced at the female corpse inside the coffin, and then at Lin Sanjun. Sister, how did you get down here? Mushishi didn't reply, her gaze staying on the female corpse. Chapter 63, The Resurrection of Mushishi. Is this me? Mushishi herself felt bewildered. Being able to come here was entirely due to her body being uncontrollably and autonomously using Lin Sanju's body as a medium to teleport over. But when I saw the face in the coffin that looked like a mirror, who was it if not myself? Who am I? Mushishi was as good as lost. Then he was pulled into an illusion. I am you. The corpse faced Mushishi as if it were alive. You're me. So who am I? Fools. We were meant to be one. We are both Zulan and Mushishi, aren't we? Corpse Musish said. Ah! Mushishi screamed miserably as a sharp pain came from her head. No. I am me. I am Mushishi. Say, who the hell are you? Why does it look like me? Mushishi's long hair was flying at the moment, just like a madman, with bloodshot eyes staring at the corpse Mushishi. Have you forgotten? I am your flesh. You are my soul. Have you forgotten that we can only separate our physical bodies from our souls in order to avoid the heavenly Tao? I built the ancestral dragon's tomb for myself, creating the illusion of death to blind the heavenly Tao. And you, searching for a body you can parasitize to hide from heaven. Have you forgotten all this? The corpse Mushishi moved a little closer to Mushishi with every word she spoke. No. No way. Zulan is a male. You can't be an ancestral dragon. Corpse Musish smiled. Have you forgotten that? Ancestral dragon is just an identity for us. We were never meant to be of this world. Saying that, Corpse Mushishi directly pointed a finger at Mushishi's brow. In an instant, Mushishi's soul seal was completely unsealed all of a sudden. A whole bunch of unfamiliar memories instantly flooded into his mind. These memories were originally Mushishi's own, so they didn't produce any side effects. About an hour later, Mushishi sat directly on her butt on the ground. I can't believe I forgot so much. Mushishi muttered a sentence. Is it all coming back to you? The cadaver Mushishi gently wrapped her arms around the soul body Mushishi behind her. The next moment, Mushishi's consciousness returned to her body, and she sighed when she saw Mushishi in the coffin again. When looking at Lin Sen's stick, his expression was a bit complicated, not knowing what to say, because from the very beginning when Mushishi was separated from her physical body, she had been parasitizing Lin Sanjun's body in each of her lifetimes. Once parasitized, then Lin Sen's stick would only live to adulthood and die. Of course, this life Mushishi is still parasitized on Lin Sanjung's body, which means that, in another 10 years, Lin Sanjung will die. 281 lives. Mushishi muttered, tears hidden in his eyes. In this life, Lin Sanjung sacrificed his life to protect Mushishi's safety, and in order to resurrect Mushishi, he sacrificed his life to break into the hell and seize the flowers on the other side of the shore. It was only in this life that Mushishi felt so indebted to the man in front of her. Sorry, Mushishi said subconsciously, confused Lin Sanjun. Lin Sanjun scratched his head. Sister, why are you talking about this for a good reason? Oh yeah, is that you lying in here? Lin Sanjun pointed at the body. Mushishi took a deep breath before nodding. That's right, Junior. That's exactly what I am in the flesh. It's just that there are some things I can't tell you just yet, so I hope you don't blame your sister. Lin Sanju looked at Mushishi with an innocent face and gently took her hand. Why should I blame my sister? I mean, if there's any chance of you actually coming back to life, sister. After all, the corpse looks to me like it shows no signs of decay, just like the living. Lin Sanjun said as he felt it for a moment. Can? Mushishi nodded. Then, if that's the case, what are you waiting for, sister? Resurrect quickly. Lin Sanjun had a look of anticipation on his face. In this world, other than his parents and master, only Mushishi was the closest person to him. It would be a most delightful thing if my sister could be resurrected too, with flesh and blood and warmth. What a trip! Lin Sanjun spoke up. Mushishi froze in place and giggled as she looked at Lin San's stick. Silly kids. Mushishi could feel that the heavenly Tao was now broken and not what it used to be. Otherwise, the underworld wouldn't have guided Lin San's stick here. Even if Mushishi and his physical body were to become one, he would not be suffering the punishment of heaven. After all, any heavenly Tao would never tolerate the existence of a person from another world. That's the reason why it's always been necessary to erase Mushishi. You get out of the way. Mushishi looked at Lin San's stick and said, "Well, sister, don't worry, with me here, no one can stop you from resurrecting." Lin Sanjun held his stick in his hand and alerted his surroundings. Mushishi smiled faintly. Straight away, he stepped into the coffin and lay down, and that soul began to merge with his physical body. In the beginning, the physical body had somewhat rejected the Mushishi soul. But after a period of familiarizing themselves with each other, they also gradually began to integrate. Unbeknownst to him, just as the two merged, the outside world changed radically. Electricity flashed and thunder roared. Black clouds pressed down on the area, as if there were thousands of cultivators crossing the threshold together, and countless thunderbolts crazily ravaged every part of the ancestral dragon's tomb. It was as if the heavenly Tao was still preventing the true resurrection of Mushishi. The people outside were the ones who suffered the old crime of fleeing in all directions to avoid the crazy falling thunder. You say, how come this little third master never stops going anywhere? Wherever you go, follow the bad luck. One of the 749 members covered his lungs, which were about to run and explode, and blurted out an accusation. The mercury and black water of the Taiji pattern in the ancestral dragon's tomb began to stir wildly at the same time. In a short while, this black water directly covered the mercury and completely turned into a black color. The terrifying weight barely made the little dragon fall to the ground. Luckily, he reacted quickly enough and flew out of the hole in a flash. Luckily, this dragon can sense that the brat Lin San is not in any serious condition. Otherwise, I'll have to say goodbye to this newly transformed dragon. The little dragon grumbled. As time passed little by little, roughly a day had passed, and the dark clouds in the sky gradually began to recede. Mushishi's fusion is also nearing its end. Lin Sanjong still looked around vigilantly, holding the immortal destroyer in his hand, always ready to defend. At this moment, Mushirshi's figure stood up from the coffin. Junior. Mushishi looked at the nervous Lin San's stick with some amusement. Sister, you made it. Lin Sanjun looked at Mushirshir dressed in a dragon robe and felt a bit uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because the heavens sensed Lin San's stick's discomfort. In the next moment, Mushirshir's clothes, unexpectedly, directly turned into debris. The crystal clear, glowing skin was completely exposed in front of Lin San's stick's eyes. This, Chapter 64 Mushishir's past. Ahem. That sister is really big. Oh no. Really long. No, it's really big. Blah blah blah. What was I thinking? I'm still young. Lin San's stick was a bit incoherent when he saw the naked Mushirshir. Mushishi blushed in shame and hurriedly used her spiritual energy to coalesce a set of clothes, which got rid of the embarrassment. That? Sister, I have a question for you. Lin Sanjun hastily changed the topic with a red face. What's the problem? Mushishi straightened his shirt. That? Look, sister just wore a dragon robe. Is sister an ancestral dragon? Mushishi nodded. But isn't Zulan a man? Lin Sanjong was puzzled. Mushishi sighed. It's a long story. The universe contains everything, and there are countless planets in it. And within the deepest black hole of the universe, there were 4 immense and incomparable cultivation continents. They are the Green Dragon Continent, the Xuanwu Continent, the Vermilion Bird Continent, and the White Tiger Continent, collectively known as the 4 Divine Beasts Continent. The real controllers of these 4 continents are the 4 great beasts. Mushirshir, on the other hand, was a strong person from the Vermilion Bird Continent. But due to offending the Vermilion Bird, he was exterminated and had no choice but to flee the Vermilion Bird Continent. The journey finally escaped to an azure planet, now known as Earth. But because the Vermilion Bird was too powerful, it eventually found Mushishi's hidden perch. However, a divine beast that was a supreme being could not descend to a weak planet, or else the energy it contained would burst the planet. In that case, it would receive the sanction of the Starfield controller. That's why Vermilion Bird ordered Earth's heavenly Tao to cast a chase on Mushi. In order to hide her scent and identity, Mushishi disguised herself as an ordinary person, and even changed her gender, which led to the ancestral dragon back then. But it only fooled the heavenly Tao for just one life. In order to be able to live, Mushishi found Lin San's previous life and discovered that Lin San Stick's body even had the existence of soul space, which could conceal his breath and block the heavenly Tao's pursuit. Only then did he hide his physical body within the ancient white striped whale, and only now that the heavenly Tao had shattered for some reason did he dare to reintegrate with his physical body. Listening to Mushishi's explanation, Lin San's stick was a bit cloudy. Sister, is this vermilion bird very powerful? Lin Sanjun asked, blinking his round eyes. Well, it's strong. A near invincible existence. Mushishi said. In fact, in your world, everyone thinks that heavenly immortal is the final realm. Unbeknownst to me, there are heavens beyond the heavens, and this heavenly immortal is only the beginning of cultivation. Mushishi recalled the past. Then, what realm is after heavenly immortal? Lin San's stick just kept asking questions like a studious baby, making his eyes wider. After this heavenly immortal comes the Tao realm. Everything in the world has a Tao, the sky has a heavenly Tao, people have a human Tao, have a Tao, only to reach the real Tao realm that is considered the beginning of cultivation. The Taoist realm. Lin Sanjun muttered. Not bad. This Tao realm is divided into 9 grades. 1 to 3 is the lower grade Tao realm, 3 to 6 is the middle grade Tao realm, while 6 to 9 is the upper grade Tao realm. Above these 9 grades is the way of heaven. Heaven's way? The heavenly Tao can be cultivated. Mushishi nodded. Not bad. It's true that the heavenly Tao can be cultivated, but there is a condition, and that is that a new heavenly Tao can only be born after the death of the previous heavenly Tao. Even if it's a peak 9th grade Tao realm, as long as the heavenly Tao doesn't die, then there will never be a new heavenly Tao realm. Upon hearing these news, Lin Sanjuan's chest rose and fell violently, obviously having a hard time digesting these things for a while. Then, what realm is that sister in? Lin Sanjun asked the doubt in his heart. Me? Mushishi smiled disdainfully. 8th grade Tao realm. Hearing that Mushishi had such a strong strength, Lin Sanjuan's heart was filled with shock. 8th grade. Then what is the cultivation level of this vermilion bird? Jubilee. You don't need to know its cultivation for the time being. You only need to know that the heavenly Tao is like an ant in front of it. Back then, I almost dispersed my entire body's cultivation in order to escape from the vermilion bird continent, and that's how I escaped to this place. But the good thing is, my flesh is still the flesh of the 8th grade Tao realm. In this world, only the heavenly Tao can kill me, but unfortunately, the heavenly Tao has already been shattered. I just don't know why the above has delayed sending a new heavenly Tao to your world. Mushishi was a bit puzzled, but with Mushishi's body, no one could hurt her for a single point anymore, except for attacks that didn't work. Is that Starfield controller more powerful than a divine beast? The Starfield controllers can destroy the so-called 4 divine beasts with a single thought if they wish. They're not even human. No one knows what they are, and no one can see them. Mushishi looked into the distance and took a deep breath. So, I'm the one who's in the well. Lin Sanju pursed his lips, his eyes gradually firming up, then clenched his fists. Sister, don't worry, when I'm strong, I'll definitely take revenge for you. When the time comes, I'll pluck the vermilion bird's hair for you to make soup. Mushishi froze, then smiled faintly and gently stroked Lin San's stick's head. Well, sister waits for that day. The heart was full of bitterness, because that day will never come at all, and no one knows how to cultivate to the realm of the divine beasts. Well, let's get out. Mushishi held Lin Sanju in her arms and gently stomped her foot. This ancient white striped whale let out a howl, and then its large mouth opened to directly spray the two of them out of Mushishi. Mushishi floated beside the white striped whale and reached out to gently touch it. White, I'm back. The white striped whale felt Mushishi's touch, shook its huge head, swung its whale tail, walked around the two, and then turned into a little loli. Master, you have finally returned. This loli was about the same height as Lin San's stick. Transformation. Lin Sanjun looked at the white striped whale with some surprise. Little dragon is a human immortal and still can't take form. What realm are you in? Lin Sanjun asked. Che, little doll. This lady is a heavenly fairy. I wouldn't have saved you if my lady hadn't realized that you had your master's scent on you. At this moment, Lin Sanjong realized that he had eaten himself in order to save himself. But his mouth was still relatively hard and continued. Who cares if you save me? What can this area of black silver water do to me? You want to get your ass kicked. The white-striped whale waved its little fists in a way that was adorable. Just you. Lin Stick wanted to break free from Mushishi's embrace to have a fight with him. You two line up. The first time you meet, you become enemies. In my opinion, you two are so compatible. How about if I, sister, am here today to betroth you in a baby marriage? Mushishi smiled. No, no, both said at the same time. Neither apparently looked at the other. Chapter 65 Little Lori White Whale. A little brat. That's not what this lady is looking at. The white-striped whale pinched his waist and rolled his eyes widely. Che, you're big, with no boobs and no ass. The whole lot of a playing card. Whoever could look at you would really be blind. You. If you dare to say one more word, believe it or not, this lady will tear your mouth. Fear. Lin Stick was just about to speak when Mushishi covered his mouth. White, come with me. Master. Xiao Bai stopped making noise and looked at Mushishi with a puzzled expression. Well, the world now is no longer the world of the past. The current heavenly way is broken, we can go out. Mushishi explained. After all, this white-striped whale had been in this ancestral dragon's tomb for thousands of years, and had long been suffocating like crazy. As soon as I heard I could get out, I immediately got excited. Getting out is fine. I'm going to make a date with you, Mushishi said seriously. For one, no bullying of current humans. And two, follow my lead. Third, protect Junior. When Mushishi was talking about Junior, the white-striped whale glanced at Lin Stick with disdain. Little doll, from now on, you have to listen to this young lady, or else this young lady won't protect you. Obviously, this white-striped whale had agreed to Mushishi's request. Although the white-striped whale was Mushishi's contracted beast, it was also Mushishi's only friend. And, who cares about your protection? Lin Sanjun glanced at the white-striped whale with disdain. All right, listen to Junior when you go out. After all, he knows more about the world now. Mushishi glanced at the white-striped whale. Just listen. Why are you so mean? The white-striped whale muttered. Then the three of them rushed straight toward the shore, just surfacing on the surface of the river, only to see this little dragon desperately resisting the huge weight, beads of sweat all over the top of its forehead. Boss, sister, you guys are finally back. Hurry up and go. If we wait for a while, I'm afraid I'll have to explain myself here. Who's this? Xiao Long looked at the white-striped whale and sensed that it was not a human. The white-striped whale was also stunned. There are even dragons in this world? Luckily, it's a dragon that hasn't grown up, or else this lady wouldn't really be a match for it. After all, the dragon was the beginning of all things, and all beasts could feel the presence of an intimidating pressure. The white-striped whale gently patted the little dragon, and in the next moment this weight suddenly disappeared, and then looked at the little dragon with an old spirit. Little dragon, from now on you'll be this young lady's mount. If something happens, this young lady will cover you. Xiao Long glanced at the white-striped whale. Boss, where did you find this stupid girl? Is it lightning in the brain? Pfft. Ha ha ha. Xiao Long, you're right. She did let the lightning strike her brain. Don't bother with her. Lin Sanjun laughed out loud. You too. You're looking for death. The white-striped whale swung his fist. Okay. Hurry up. There's nothing important here anymore. But after all was said and done, along the way, Mushishi took away most of the valuable things in the ancestral dragon's tomb. After all, it was originally hers. And no matter what era you're in, money is always the best thing to use. Sister, you have storage space? Lin Stick was a little excited as he watched the patches of things disappearing. Well, this ring has been with me all my life. If you want it, my sister will give it to you, said he was about to take off the ring on his hand. I don't want it. I have little dragon. Lin Sanjong hurriedly shook his head. After all, it is something from the Vermilion Bird continent. It is good for sister to keep it as a souvenir. Okay. All of my sister's stuff is yours. Just say what you want. Well, no sis. The little dragon changed into a bracelet wrapped around Lin Stick's wrist, and the three of them flew straight out towards the top of the tomb. When he had just left the ancestral dragon's tomb, Ma Wu jogged all the way to the front of the several people. Eyes glanced over the white-striped whale, puzzled but not asking much. Master Junior, did you dispose of this groper? Lin Sanjun shook his head. Most of the men who came are dead, but they let Ma Tiannan get away. But it's okay. He'll die by my hand sooner or later. so don't worry about watching here. There shouldn't be anything more to it. After all the good things inside have been taken away. Only an empty shell is left. Even if the Golden Inspector comes again, it will only be a wasted trip. Ma Vi nodded excitedly. Junior Master San is Junior Master San. There's absolutely nothing that can't be done when he strikes. Ma Wu frantically patted his ass. But it was obvious that Lin Sanjong didn't eat it. All right, I'm leaving. If there's anything you need to do, just look for Xiang Wentian directly. Saying that, he directly shot off into the distance. Deep in the sky, the three strolled through the clouds. Junior, have you ever thought about starting a party of your own? Start your own force? Lin Sanjun looked at Mushishi. Thought about that too, even though I'm in the 749th Bureau and the Dragons now, but after all, those aren't even my own forces. If you want, sister can help you build a dynasty. Mushishi said. If it were anyone else, it would definitely be blowing awesome. But don't forget that Mushishi's predecessor was an ancestral dragon. Founding emperor. That way no need. I don't want to be an emperor either. Just have my own organization. Otherwise, it's a bit of a hassle for me to do everything myself. Mushishi nodded. Che, with us, we can overpower the world. The white-striped whale said with disdain. Okay, you're good. Lin Sanjun didn't bother to argue with him. But then again, what would be a good name for an organization? Lin Sanjun recalled in his mind. In this day and age, it's clearly the world of the internet. The fastest way to build an organization, that's to structure a web applet. After all, there's now Edit app that has writers all over the country, which can be considered a huge organization. Suddenly, Lin Sanjong had a flash of light in his head. In that case, then my organization will be called. Lin Sanjun looked at the two men and smiled mysteriously. What kind of bad idea did you have in mind? Smiling so sinisterly, the white-striped whale looked at Lin Sanstick. In my opinion, how about my organization is called Kill the Map? Did you kill app? What's that? The white-striped whale obviously didn't know that there was such a thing as the internet in this world, much less what an app was. Come on, you don't need to understand any of this. Sooner or later you'll know. Killed. Little Dragon's figure appeared directly in front of Lin Sanstick. Holy, boss, you're a ing genius. Xiao Long wasn't the white-striped whale that didn't know anything. He obviously knew about this app thing. But right? Boss, have you ever thought? In this society now, I'm afraid the state won't let you set up this app. Yeah. The corner of Lin Sanju's mouth slanted. Xiang Wentian. I'm here. Chapter 66. Kill the app. Mu Shirshir had a look of admiration on her face. She didn't expect that this Lin Sanjong's ideas would be so heavenly. 749th Bureau Office. Xiang Wentian was leisurely sipping his tea. The figures of Lin Sanjong and the others suddenly appeared in front of Xiang Wentian, startling him and spilling that tea all over. I say, can't you kids knock when you come in? That's rude. Xiang Wentian breathlessly wiped the tea from his body. Old man, less biting words with me. All the people who came from the Golden Touches are dead. Only Ma Tianan escaped. That kind of accomplishes the mission, doesn't it? Xiang Wentian nodded. Sort of. I've gotten a lot of credit for Bureau 749 before, haven't I? Xiang Wentian looked at Lin Sanju, not knowing what Lin Sanju wanted to say, but he always had a bad feeling, but still nodded. I didn't ask for anything, did I? Speaking of this, Xiang Wentian glanced at Lin Sanju. Don't you dare, you hell of a trip. I've lost all my family's money to you, and you haven't even begged yet? Lin Sanjun sat on his butt on Xiang Wentian's desk. That one doesn't count. I'm going to ask you something. Shouldn't it be too much of a problem? Xiang Wentian thought about it, although Lin Sanjong's strength is very strong, but after all, it is still a child. The top of the sky is also a lack of money. Kill a few people. There is really nothing Xiang Wentian cannot do. Should be okay, Xiang Wentian said as he looked at the smiling Lin Sanstick. That's just right. Is it okay if I plan to start an organization of my own, little man? Xiang Wentian froze. Don't you have Bureau 749 and the Dragon Team already? Why are you still building organizations? Stay out of this. I'll just ask you if you have any questions. Xiang Wentian thought about it. The country lord, this kid didn't even give face, then still nodded. Unbeknownst to him, Xiang Wentian was entering Lin Sanjong's set little by little. Well, since that's okay, it shouldn't be a problem if I have to sign up for the app. Right? App. You kid knows quite a lot. As long as it's not obscenity, gambling, drugs, or anything like that. Lin Sanjun said hurriedly. Don't worry. My little master is very positive in heart. Just similar to the one that ate the map. Oh, that's no problem. I don't know if you're going to call it drinking or sleep. Xiang Wentian Ri picked up the old teacup. Tea to the mouth has not yet had time to swallow when Lin Three Sticks said, Neither. I want to call kill it app. Killed it? Xiang Wentian didn't react for a moment. Kill? Eft. Cough, cough, cough. Apparently Xiang Wentian choked on another mouthful of tea, and there was still a piece of tea leaf stuck on that tooth. What the did you say? Xiang Wentian's voice was a few decibels higher. Don't be so surprised. Just call it a kill. When the time comes, it'll be just like eating out. Just place an order on my app. Then someone will take the order. I've got the service language all figured out. Just say it. Lin Sanjun smiled wryly. Ding, do you have a new kill order? After you take an order, be polite. Like hello Killjoy's home service. After completing the task hello your order has been completed and Killjoy will be there for you the whole time. Hearing Lin Sanju's words, Xiang Wentian's mouth could fit into a basketball. Kid, are you kidding me? Only after a long time did Xiang Wentian say. Old man, who's kidding you? Looking at Lin Sanju's seriousness, Xiang Wentian blankly glanced at Lin Sanju. Why don't you call DDT? Drop a national substitute. Xiang Wentian joked. Well, isn't out of the question. Lin Sanju nodded. Roll, roll, roll. What do you boys want to fart for? And kill? What the do you think? Even if I could agree to it, go ask the lord of the country and see if he can agree to it. If the state lord, his old man, can agree, then Lousy fully supports you. Lin Sanju blankly glanced at Xiang Wentian. You didn't ing say so? I'm on my way, little master. Saying that, he took the two women and flew towards the national capital. Kid, are you for real? Seeing Lin Sanju's hurried figure, Xiang Wentian was speechless. Arriving in front of the state lord, it was obvious that the state lord was also stunned. And when he saw Mushishi and the white-striped whale, he didn't know what he was contemplating. Something for me, little one? The state lord looked at Lin Sanstick. Old man, there's something I need to trouble you about. Yo-ho! The state lord was delighted. Why is the sun beating out of the west today? You kid even had a time to trouble me? Come on, old man. I don't have time to bull with you, little master. The killing of Map was then retold. The lord of the land fell silent and didn't say anything, quietly thinking about something. No, old man, can you give a word? Lin Sanjun urged. Is it good if I say no? The state lord asked rhetorically, but his eyes lingered on Mushishi's body. Nonsense. Surely good to use you do not agree, small master. I even registered app you a word or not to me blocked. The lord of the land smiled. You boys know quite a bit. But there really are some people in this world who should be dealt with. The lord of the land sighed. It's not impossible for me to agree to your request. But I have a request you have to agree to before I do. Lin Sanjuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Okay, you say, as long as the little master can do it absolutely for you. The lord of the land nodded. After your app is set up, I'll need to set up a separate department that specializes in screening your orders, so I don't kill some good people by mistake. Could be. Lin Sanjun nodded. Secondly, you need to get your app to cover the world within a year. Covering the globe? Lin Sanjun looked at the state lord. Old man, you're even more ambitious than I am. The lord of the land smiled slightly. It's time to change the landscape of this world. I thought that Zulong could unify the 6 countries in the past. What's wrong with us Huaxia unifying the globe? After the state lord said this, his eyes once again wandered over Mu Shirshi's body. Old man, when you talk, and look less at my sister. How old are you and still so shameless? Brat. How do you talk to the state lord? The guard beside the lord of the land said. The lord of the land waved his hand. No harm, no foul. Then he looked at Lin Sanstick. One last request, and that is that this app cannot be set up in the name of the state. It is to be set up in your own name. The state will not protect you or recognize you, and if a foreign enemy comes, then the state will be the first to hand you over. Have you thought it over? Lin Sanjun looked at the state lord. You're good enough, huh? Leaving yourself so clean. Okay, that's all fine and dandy, but my app is not allowed to be taken down. No blocking. The Lord of the Land's eyes lit up. Deal. Chapter 67. Killing a man's home service. With the Lord of the Land behind it. In just 3 days, Lin Sanstick's Kill the Mouse app was officially launched. Everyone has inexplicably got such an extra app on their phone. Of course, in order to get the first favorable review for Killmonger, the white-striped whale became the first to carry out the mission. Hello! Killjoys for your home service. The white-striped whale stood at the door of a villa, and the man who opened the door took a chance on placing an order. After all, the app can't be downloaded from anywhere and can't be deleted, so naturally there are many curious people willing to try it. But most people place their orders with a playful mindset, except that the state lord oversees the establishment of a backroom organization that negates all these playful orders. After all, the people who can have a place on the order of the Kill app belong to the extremely evil people, and have a powerful umbrella behind them. This is why the Lord of the Land could agree to this app going live. After all, some of the umbrellas should be cleaned up. Little Lolita, the rich man who placed the order, looked at the white-striped whale with some confusion. What? Looking down on me? Rich shook his head. It seems that I was really confused as to how I could believe that such an app could exist in this world. Let's see. The person who set up this app is a kid too, right? Rich muttered. How do you know? If you count by age, Lin Sanju is really a child. Kinda. Rich smiled helplessly. Okay. I won't make it hard for you, just go. Rich waved his hand. No. The white-striped whale stopped Rich in his tracks. I'm just here to finalize the order with you. And if the information is correct, then I'll go ahead and execute the order. Said the white-striped whale, took out his cell phone and opened the order placed by the tycoon. Executed by Chi Dali. Identity: Chairman of the Zeely Group. Causes: forcible seizure of other people's groups, kidnapping, murder. Initiator: a cabbage. What the hell? It's just a regular guy. The white-striped whale yawned a bit bored. Employer: I don't know if the information is accurate. All the people who place orders, the promoter will not show his real name, also to protect the safety of the person who places the order. Regal shook his head helplessly as he looked at the white-striped whale with a serious face. The information is correct. The white-striped whale nodded. Very well. Since that's correct, you're ready to confirm the order. Each order had the information of being killed on it, and the white-striped whale flexed his fingers, and a light visible to the naked eye disappeared directly into the void. Chi Dali was bragging about his battle achievements in the office when a hole appeared in the center of his eyebrow in the next second. His eyes opened wide, and his life breath directly disappeared, even his soul obliterated. Well, the order is complete and you can be sure. The white-striped whale fiddled with her cell phone in boredom. After all, she hadn't gotten all the way through this thing yet. Finished. The rich man had black lines on his head and felt that this little lowly in front of him was really unreliable. Seeing that you're young, I won't bother with you. Hurry up and go. I have things to do. I don't have time to play with you. But just as the rich man had just finished speaking, the cell phone in his hand rang. After seeing the content, there are only a few short words. Chi Li Li, die. Rich turned his head to look at the white-striped whale with a face full of shock. Although this Chi vigorously robbed his own group, killed his own lover, but within the group of high level have their own eyes, how to blink in the blink of an eye a life. Did you really kill him? Chi Dali had an incredulous look on his face. Of course we killed. Apchild and Mission. How did you do it? Obviously Chi Dali didn't think it was this little lowly in front of him. That's out of your hands. Since you are the first person to place an order, just fill out a positive review. Then you will get permanent 20% off access to your order. This mission was originally priced at $1 million because it was for ordinary people. You only need to pay $800,000 now. Soon after, the rich man's Kill It app popped up a photo, of course only the rich man himself can see, only to see that Chi vigorously brow there is a black hole. Dead cannot be dead again, so far this rich man really believe. Good, good, good. Ha ha ha. Chi Dali. I didn't expect you to have a day. Kill my wife and children. Taking away my industry. It's good to die. It's good to die. The tycoon looked up to the sky and a tear slipped from the corner of his eye before he paid on the platform. Since this tycoon was the first person, the white-striped whale personally stared at the tycoon and gave him a 5-star review before leaving in satisfaction. Employer, your order has been completed, I'll leave you to it then. Saying that, the white-striped whale directly disappeared in front of the rich man. The rich man looked stunned. Inhuman? Apparently, this rich man had also heard of the existence of the inhuman. Just as white-striped whale hadn't been gone for long, her cell phone rang again. "You have a new kill order. Please accept it." After the white-striped whale opened the order and saw that the signature was a cabbage, he returned to the rich man with a face full of speechlessness. In order to create a perfect service attitude, the white-striped whale held back his anger and said again, "Hello, Killjoy at your service." This order managed to reach the white-striped whale's cell phone, but it was all vetted. Executed by Song Tianxiang. Reason: the umbrella of dark forces that treat human life like grass. Identity: Mayor of Jinghai City. Initiator: a cabbage. Please ask the employer to confirm the order. Then Rich clicked on his phone to confirm. The white-striped whale then shot a ray of light from its fingertips once more. Only this time it took a full minute before the task was completed. A minute later, a photo of Song Tianxiang's death popped up on the tycoon's cell phone. After all, Jinghai City was relatively far away, and it also took a while to fly. "Your order is complete. Please pay." The rich man looked at the photo of Song Tianxiang's death, a burst of pain in his heart. "I thought it had been unable to take revenge. I did not expect. Overnight out of an app actually killed the enemy in minutes. The heavens have eyes. God has eyes." The rich man wept with joy, and then painfully paid the final payment of $800,000, and the price of the order was $1 million for all ordinary people, regardless of their status. Wanting to kill inhumans, cultivators, etc., the pay is of course different. Then, under the watchful eye of the white-striped whale, the tycoon actually wrote a 100-word-long favorable review. Rich then saw the reward button and rewarded $198,235,031. As for why there's a zero, it's because Rich bountied all of his money to the killing app. "I have no regrets in this life thanks to your help. Wife, kids, I'm coming to stay with you," said the rich man, directly pulled out a pistol and finished himself with one shot. Even in his final death, the tycoon walked away with a smile on his face. The white-striped whale looked at the dead tycoon speechlessly without the slightest bit of emotion in his eyes. "Not bad. I can't believe I made more than $200 million from these two orders. As for the deaths of the rich and powerful, it's out of the white-striped whale's hands." Chapter 68: The Sky High Club. The cell phone didn't ring again, and white-striped whale returned to his office at Bureau 749. Lin Stick does not yet have an office space of his own and is currently residing at Bureau 749 for the time being. "Mission accomplished?" Lin Sanjun asked as he looked at the yawning white-striped whale. "Nonsense, just a regular guy. Haha. Worthy of being a heavenly character killer. The strike is just clean." Lin Sanjun broke the mold and collapsed a white-striped whale. There are 9 levels of kill app killers. The top assassins, which contained heavenly character assassins, had strengths equal to the heavenly immortal realm. They also contained earthly and human character assassins, both corresponding to equal realms. They were called top-level killers. Intermediate-level assassins, or level 6 assassins, were around the transitional stage in strength. The assassin who just started can only be level 0. The more orders you fulfill, the faster you will be upgraded, and there are also different reward systems. The platform will also only take a 10% cut of the killer's earnings, with the rest being the killer's own earnings. Because of the support of the Lord of the Land, there is no tax on the kill platform, which means that a payment of $1 million goes straight to 900,000. The most important thing is, kill it app, everyone identity is hidden, the night you should kill, the daytime should go to work, 2 do not delay, and there will be no police department door, the so-called legal murder. As the white-striped whale killings festered, people all over the country began to place orders in droves. Going forward, due to the lack of manpower, Lin Stick had the Dragon Team and Bureau 749 both register an account to take orders. The beauty of it is that it's all about the experience. After a month's time, the app jumped to the top of the list of major apps. As long as the orders were successfully taken were completed well. Of course, most of them were orders from some ordinary people, and very few were orders from inhumans or cultivators. In a month's time, the killers registered in the Mouse app are close to 100,000 people, which can be said to be spread all over the country. Of course, there are also unfortunate deaths in the line of duty once you die in the middle of taking orders. The kill app then sends a new killer to fill the order. And, upon completion, the dead assassin will still receive the full amount of the proceeds, and the replacement assassin will be rewarded accordingly. The unfortunate assassin who dies will also receive a pension of 10 times the order. The generous policy has made many people jump on the bandwagon. For a while, all the high tiger officials and the mob were on tenterhooks. After all, as long as you place an order on this legal killing app, once you succeed, no matter what kind of person you are, you can't escape death in the end. Lin Sanstick, who was the boss behind the scenes, was making a fortune at the moment. A month's worth of assets in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Junior, with so many of us, it's not a good idea to always live in Bureau 749. Now that we have money too, why don't we find a place? Mushishi stuffed a peeled grape into Lin Sanju's mouth. Well, listen to your sister all the time. Originally, the possessions that Mushishi had brought from the ancestral dragon's tomb were already enough to squander. But Lin Sanjun didn't want these things to go into the market. He felt that once it flowed in, it would cause a big storm. Even if it was gold, Lin Sanjun never thought of moving it. That's the wealth of the entire ancestral dragon empire. And the remaining 16 dragon guards are all in Mushishi's storage space. A dragon guard was equivalent to a strong person of the Earth immortal realm. In terms of the current generation, Lin Sanju's strength could be considered an unrivaled existence. You guys looking for a place? Xiang Wentian walked in just in time to hear the conversation between the two. What? You have? Tord asked. Tian smiled faintly. Don't tell me. I do have a place, and it's a cheap place. It only costs $10 million. But the land is 1,000 acres, and it was once a top entertainment venue that took the world by storm. It's got everything in there, whether it's office, residential, recreational. It fits your requirements very well. $10 million? Lin Sanstick's eyes lit up. If you buy an office building, it's not something that the current Lin Sanstick can afford. Not bad. But there's something scary about this place. I just don't know if you dare to go. Terror. The white-striped whale puffed. Is there anything else in this world that can make us afraid? Xiang Wentian was stunned, but still said, this place is called the Tianhao Clubhouse, which was once built at a cost of $10 billion. Back in the day, it was also a heck of a money eliminator, with a night's earnings in the tens of millions at least, and even hundreds of millions on a good day. In the end, due to the haunting, hundreds of service staff died overnight, and many Taoist priests were called, including those from Longhu Mountain, but in the end, nothing was done. Even when we at Bureau 749 went there, we couldn't get to the bottom of it and lost some of our men, and the place has been completely sealed off ever since. You guys can try it if you're up to it. Old man, keep your word. Lin Sanjong said hurriedly, directly took out his cell phone and transferred 10 million to Xiang Wentian, fearing that if he was late, he would be robbed as if he was robbed. Don't worry. There's no one there to take it from you. But with a caveat. Xiang Wentian said thoughtfully. When are you going to pay me what you owe me for going to hell? Lin Sanjun looked at Xiang Wentian breathlessly. No money. After saying that, he turned around and left Bureau 749 with the two women. Tianhao Clubhouse once had an incomparable scenery, so Lin Sanjong casually inquired and found the address. Following the address over, a lavish archway appeared in front of the trio. The former splendor no longer exists, only to see the gate shrouded in cold and thick fog, surrounded by 100 trees withered, all around lifeless. Lin Sanjun pushed open the dusty door, and the dead leaves and ayahuasca fell with it. As soon as the three of them entered the gate, they were plunged into an illusion. The white-striped whale looked around. A mere illusionary realm. How dare you act recklessly? With a light stomp, the illusion was directly dispersed, and the true appearance of the courtyard was first revealed, and Lin Sanstick could not help but be shocked. That's pretty extravagant, Lin Sanjun muttered. Only that the illusion had just been broken, and a large amount of yin qi was pouring in from all around, which carried an extremely heavy amount of resentment. People. Humans. Yummy. Dead. Broken voices reached the three men's ears. Playing God. With a wave of its small hand, the white-striped whale dispersed all the yin qi, and the odd sound dissipated. Go! The white-striped whale was the first to push open the 10-meter-high gate in front of him. The moment the gate opened, a strong fishy odor came out, and the crowd couldn't help but feel a little disgusted. Sunlight streamed down the doorway into the hall, and everyone sucked in a cold breath, only to see that the ground was densely filled with skeletons. Even a mass grave would be nothing more than that. It seems that back then, a lot of people really died. Lin Sanjun walked in, and not far away there was a skeleton glowing with a hint of light. The skeleton had a token on its chest. The word dragon and tiger is written on it. It seems that this is the token of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, I didn't expect someone from the Dragon Tiger Mountain to die here as well. You have to know that Longhu Mountain is the top Taoist religion in China, and none of the people inside are people with great skills, and to be able to die here, you can imagine that there was once a horrible scene. Chapter 69. I'm only 8 years old? You're making me a father? Crunch, crunch. With every step the white striped whale took, a sound of bones breaking came from under his feet, which was a little creepy to hear. This Thai place still dare to ask for $10 million, poor and crazy. The white striped whale kicked away the scattered bones with his feet as he walked. Come on, don't complain. You know it's not easy to have a shelter of your own in today's society. Lin Sanjun said helplessly. After a short walk, the stairs to the second floor were on the left. On the right-hand side, there was a huge pool that held 100 people playing easily, with some water toys floating sporadically on it. Only, the pool was bubbling and glowing with bright red liquid at the moment, as if it were boiling blood. There's something in this pool of blood. The white striped whale looked at the blood pool and sensed it. Not long after, this blood pool churned up in all directions, and a huge vortex formed in the center. A crimson skull slowly surfaced. This is a bone spirit. Mushishi recognized the skeleton. What's a bone setter? Is it a white bone? Lin Sanjun glanced at Mushishi suspiciously. What white bones? You watch less TV shows. A spirit made of thousands of wronged souls, birthed from the bones of the dead. Though this is an elf, the character is evil beyond measure. An ordinary person would die just looking at it. The white striped whale explained. Lin Sanjun nodded. It seems that these Longhu Mountain bullnoses, and the people from Bureau 749 should have died by its hands. Lin Sanjun could sense that this bone spirit was at the peak of the human immortal realm, and it looked like it wouldn't take long to break through. When the bone spirit reveals its full appearance, the entire skeleton of a red skeleton, mouth from time to time issued a cackle sound. Taking 3 steps toward the trio, he looked powerless, as if he would fall apart at any moment. The bone spirit held a bone knife in his hand, glowing with an eerie cold aura. Live! D. As soon as the words fell, this bone spirit speed surged and slashed towards Lin Sanju. The corners of Lin Sanjuan's mouth rose slightly. Looks like this is treating me like a soft touch. The white striped whale poofed. Nonsense, you're the only one of the 3 of us with a low level of cultivation, so who will you if not you first? However, his hands were not idle. The moment the bone spirit flew up, the white striped whale instantly struck out, and with just a single punch, he directly slapped the bone spirit and scattered it all over the place. Is this bone spirit nothing more than that, turning into a field of broken bones with just one strike? Lin San Stick said indifferently. Just when Lin San Stick thought that the bone spirit was dead, the broken bones scattered on the ground unexpectedly began to fuse little by little. Within a short time, the bone spirit's body recovered as before, stepped aside, picked up the head, and his withered hands lifted the skeleton high up towards the neck, shook it from side to side, and looked back at the few people. Fight! Can't fight! Run! The words just fell. The bone spirit directly drilled into the blood pool disappeared. The blood pool on the layers of ripples gradually calm. This scene left Lin San Stick speechless to the extreme. Don't tell me. This little guy is kind of fun. Lin Sanjun looked at the disappearing bone spirit. Well, elves aren't supposed to have high IQs. They fight what they can beat, but of course they run if they can't. Mushishi smiled. But this bone spirit in front of me obviously doesn't have much spiritual intelligence. After all, the blood pool is just this big, and to hide in it isn't that silly, the white striped whale said. In that case, this bone setter will stay first. After all, this huge clubhouse needs a janitor. Lin Sanjun nodded and said. Then the crowd walked to the 2nd and 3rd floors and found nothing more bizarre. It seems that only this bone spirit sits in this front door lobby. But it wouldn't be such a big deal if it was just the bone setter, Lin Sanjun said as he walked. Looking out the window, which was covered in dust and coagulated blood, a casino-like building came into view. This casino was filled with a gloomy and deadly aura, and it was obvious that there was a terrifying creature present there as well. Mushishi glanced at the casino building. I would think that with so many single buildings in this place, there would be a creature present in each one. They don't bother each other, as if they're guarding something. After Mushishi finished speaking, she led the 2 to the top of the building. As soon as he stepped onto the roof of the building, the yin qi in the sky became even more exuberant, and the gloomy clouds raged and tumbled in a gust of cloudy wind. Only a huge sphere appeared in front of the three. What is it? Lin Sanjun sensed it and realized that a trace of life had been birthed in the sphere. Begging for layers of prohibitions wrapped around his body, even the white-striped whale, who was at the heavenly immortal realm, found it a bit tricky. This prohibition, it should be naturally formed. I guess even I would have trouble breaking it open. The white-striped whale said with a frown. Mushishi looked at the huge sphere in front of him and remembered something. This thing shouldn't be on Earth for that. Apparently Mushishi recognized him. What's this? Lin Sanjun asked. If my senses are right, there should be a demon birthed in here. Magic? Devil? Lin Sanjun muttered as these two words surfaced in Lin Sanjun's mind. Neither. Mushishi shook his head. The demon race is a very powerful and perverted race. In order to purge the demon race, even the top battle forces of the 4 divine beasts continent were mobilized, including the 4 divine beasts, and that's how the demon race in the 4 divine beasts continent was uprooted. And all the demon races above all the continents have been exterminated for an unknown number of years. I can know this because it was written in a book I stumbled across in my father's study when I was a child. The devil race's physique is very perverted, with the strength of the human immortal realm at birth. It only takes a few short years to achieve the Tao realm. Moreover, the adult demon race, their cultivation will directly reach the realm of the peak of the 9th grade, and although they can't reach the realm of the heavenly Tao is no match for them either. It was because they were too powerful that they were destroyed. Only the demonic cub in front of this has obviously just appeared not long ago, only a decade or so at most. Lin Sanjun nodded. This heavenly Hao association had only existed a decade or so ago as well. Could it be that the bloodshed caused at that time was caused by this devil cub? Mushishi nodded. It's possible. No wonder. There are so many powerful species guarding it in this neighborhood. If we let him grow, I'm afraid it will be another disaster. So should we get rid of it now before it takes shape? The white-striped whale said as he blinked his bright eyes. Lin Sanjong, however, shook his head. Since the demon race is so powerful, wouldn't it be better to stay and use it for yourself? Apparently Lin Sanju moved to try to take it in. That's what I thought, Mushishi said. It's also easy to take it in. Just feed it with your own blood. Let him get used to your scent and it will recognize you as its father as soon as it is born. To regard you as the only one who will never betray. I'm only 8 years old and you're making me a father? That's not good, is it? Lin Sanstick tilted his head to reveal a mouthful of small white teeth as he looked at Mushishi. Chapter 70. 749 Underground Laboratory. If you don't want to be a father, you can be its big brother. Mushishi blankly glanced at Lin Sanstick. Under the guidance of Mushishi, Lin Sanjong slit his own wrist, and the blood poured directly into the so-called devil like a ribbon. That's fine. Just feed a little bit every day. With this kind of feeding, you'll turn into a dry corpse first after a long time. Mushishi murmured with some heartache. Several people surveyed all parts of the clubhouse, mapping out the entirety of the unknown creatures. Pressured by the white-striped whale, the red skull was reduced to being a candidate to watch the gate 24 hours a day all year round. However, there is one thing that Lin Sanjong likes. The skeleton can summon ordinary undead to fight. Utilizing this skill in just 3 days, the Sky How clubhouse was clean as new inside and out. Mushishi led Lin Sanjun to a clearing. There's still some problems here. I'm going to set up a nascent soul formation here. Nascent soul formation? What is that? Lin Sanjun looked at Mushishi suspiciously. To say you're insular would be an understatement. You're a complete idiot. The white-striped whale joked. This nascent soul formation is a formation that only the master knows. It can incorporate the aura of 1,000 miles in a radius into the formation. Cultivating in this formation in the future will yield twice the result with half the effort. Lin Sanstick's eyes lit up. Is it that amazing? Mushishi nodded. Luckily, I collected quite a few spirit stones when I transformed into an ancestral dragon, or else I really wouldn't have been able to make this grand formation. Nowadays, in this world, finding a single spirit stone is nearly impossible. Sister, quickly show me your spirit stone? Mushishi took out a palm-sized spirit stone from the space. This kind of grade of spirit stone put in the middle of today's cultivation world can definitely make everyone fight to the death. As soon as the spirit stone was in his hand, Lin Sanstick felt a strange aura continuously pouring into his body, and after running for a week, he exuded the turbid chi in his body through his pores. Good stuff, sis. Mushishi smiled faintly and scratched Lin Sanjun's nose. When I'm done with this nascent soul formation, I'll give you the rest of the spirit stones. Saying that, Mushishi held a spirit stone in her hand and threw a spirit stone into each of the 4 corners of the Tianhao clubhouse. Then, in the very center, 120 more were dropped, forming a peculiar likeness. That'll do. Lin Sanjun looked at the formation. Not yet. If you want to run this nascent soul grand formation, you still need a formation eye. Mushishi took out another spirit essence, which could be interpreted as the essence extracted from a spirit stone. When putting the spirit essence into the center of the formation, accompanied by a tremor in the heavens and earth, a transparent protective shield directly enveloped the entire Sky-How clubhouse. At the same time, the spiritual chi from all directions converged towards the center of the formation like 100 rivers returning to the sea, before spreading to every corner of the Tianhao clubhouse. The devil in the sky was also shaking as it was empowered by the aura. After a day, the sound of a heart beating surprisingly appeared. Lin San's stick only felt as if the pores of his entire body were opening up at this moment, greedily and recklessly absorbing the flowing aura. So cozy. Lin Sanju let out a long breath. At this rate, I estimate that in another year's time, I'll be able to break through to the human immortal realm. Only, that old man 10 Kingdoms battlefield, I'm afraid I can't participate. Lin Sanjun smiled helplessly. It wasn't that he really wanted to participate in some 10 Kingdoms battlefield, but rather, he already had an inner obsession with the fragments of the mountain and sea scriptures. Over the next month, with the huge financial backing of Killjoy, the Sky High Clubhouse was refurbished. It was renamed to Kill the Mouse and in this way became the Kill the Mouse main base. Mushishi also released all 16 Dragon Guards, placing them around the clubhouse to guard the base. It became a real brick wall. With the nourishment of the nascent soul formation, the little dragon also recovered out of its true form. After all, it was impossible to see the situation inside the base from the outside. The eyes of outsiders could only see that this place was a hazy mountain range, and this was also the illusionary method that the white-striped whale had cast. I'm looking away above the moon, la love songs are sung until dawn. As a dialect version of the cell phone ringtone appeared, Lin Sanjun lazily answered the call. What do you want with me, old man? On the other end of the phone was Xiang Wentian's voice. Brat, can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? Xiang Wentian laughed and cursed. You can pull it off, you old thing has nothing to do with nothing. If you have a fart, let it go. Lin Sanjun said impatiently. Hey, here's the deal. You come to Bureau 749 and I'll be talking to you. It's not convenient on the phone. Xiang Wentian hung up the phone after saying that. The white-striped whale, who was cooking coffee at the side, glanced at Lin San's stick, who was getting up. Do you need my lady to accompany you? Although the two of them often bickered, the white-striped whale was not at all ambivalent about protecting Lin San's stick. No, you drink your coffee. I don't know how you, a big whale, still like to drink this bitter, unpleasant stuff. Saying this, Lin Sanjong turned into a stream of light and flew directly toward Bureau 749. In the office? Say, old man, what do you want with me? Xiang Wentian had a fawning face. Kid, you have been living quite nourishing lately, ah. Bill CC into the account. I all see some I greedy, ah. What? You want to borrow money? Lin Sanju blankly glanced at Xiang Wentian. Interest is good if you want to borrow money. Just charge it at 10%. Remember it's daily interest. Air. Xiang Wentian had black lines on his head. Your ing darker than a lone shark. Don't worry. I will never look for you to open my mouth in this life even if I die of poverty and starvation. Then what did you come to call me for? Lin Sanjong looked at Xiang Wentian in a bored manner. Xiang Wentian blankly glanced at Lin Sanju. This afternoon, all of us are going to take a trip to 749's underground lab. Something seems to have gone wrong there. Can't say exactly, we'll have to wait until we do. An underground lab? What's that for? Lin Sanjun asked. This, in layman's terms, contains unknown things and species that we capture on missions to analyze and dissect, thus exploring uncharted territory. Lin Sanju was a child after all, and was fresh to everything. Then what are you waiting for, go? Lin Sanjun leaped up and had already reached the door. There's no rush. There are still a lot of co-workers who haven't arrived yet, so we'll ride over together then. Lin Sanjun was somewhat speechless. What's the point of riding in that piece of? It's slow and uncomfortable. Why don't you fly with me? Xiang Wentian blankly glanced at Lin Sanju. Even so, wait for me to explain. What the hell are you explaining? Hurry up and show me the way. He then grabbed Xiang Wentian by the collar and flashed into the sky. Chapter 71 Mysterious Code. Lead the way, old man. Do you brats know how to respect the old and love the young? Old me. I'm such an old man, how can I stand up to you? Xiang Wentian slapped down Lin Sanju's hand. You're full of, lead the way. As the words fell, Xiang Wentian breathlessly flew in the direction of the laboratory. After 10 minutes of flying, you're a slow old man. Saying that, he once again grabbed Xiang Wentian's neck collar, and his speed directly increased to the peak. The wrinkles at the corners of Xiang Wentian's eyes were blown away by the wind, and the clothes on his body hunted. This demon, his cultivation has gotten stronger again. Xiang Wentian heart secretly alarmed. 5 minutes later. Hey, stop! Xiang Wentian once again dodged Lin Sanju's clutches. How did it get here? Xiang Mantian straightened his blow-dried hair. Nonsense, at your speed, you're catching up with the speed of light. Just hurry up when you get here and ignore your old mongrels. You know! Xiang Wentian spat into the palm of his hand, and with a handful of both hands, he touched it to his head, and it was instantly shiny and oily. You're dirty. Lin Sanju looked disgusted, thinking, it's fortunate that it was this old guy's collar that was yanked. Go! You can break your head, but you can't mess up your hair, Xiang Wentian said tartly, and then the two of them landed directly on the ground. Old man, isn't this just a mountain range? Where's the lab? Bureau 749's lab, if it can be found so easily, what's the point of calling it 749? Saying that, Xiang Wentian straightened his messy lapel. Then take a deep breath. Open the door! This shout, with spiritual power in its voice, directly startled the birds and beasts that filled the mountain out. Lin Stick shouted unprepared, Old man, are you sick? What are you shouting in broad daylight? Just as Lin Sanjun cursed, he only felt the ground shake. A wigwam in the distance unexpectedly slowly opened up to the sides under Lin Stick's eyes. This? I can't believe I didn't feel it. Lin Sanjun walked towards the open wigwam, and an elevator appeared in front of the two. This is kind of futuristic tech. Lin Sanjun sighed. Don't look, just get in. Xiang Wentian was afraid of being seen. What are you yelling about when you're so afraid of being seen? Lin Sanju blankly glanced at Xiang Wentian. Am I not getting old and forgetting where the door is? This place is equipped with a voice recognition system, so I can't yell if I don't. Xiang Wentian shook his head and pressed the elevator button. There are no layers shown on it, just 3 different colored buttons. Xiang Wentian pressed the first white button, and the elevator began to slowly descend. It was fast, but it was also down for almost 2 minutes. It's almost dry to the center of the earth. Isn't it? Not yet. Lin Sanjun only felt a sound of squeezing eardrums in his ears. There it is. Just as Xiang Wentian finished speaking, this elevator stopped. When the elevator door opened, Lin Stick was in a white space. Everywhere was white, not a speck of dust, including the staff inside, all dressed in white. Heavenly Bureau. When the staff saw Xiang Wentian coming, they hurriedly took out disinfectant water and sprayed it from head to toe without any dead ends. The two were finally taken to the locker room and changed into white coats before being ushered into the conference room. In the conference room, the State Lord had been waiting for a long time. He smiled slightly when he saw Lin Sanjun. If it isn't the little fortune teller. It's been a long time. The State Lord flirted with the idea that this kills. Once online, it was a big hit. It's not a bad way to make money. Why are you here too, old man? Those who hadn't seen Lin Sanju couldn't help but pinch themselves in a cold sweat when they heard him address the State Lord in such a manner. But the Lord of the land was not concerned. All right, just you two. Hurry up and take your seats. Saying that, Lin Sanju directly sat on his butt beside the country lord. Okay, you can talk. The man standing at the podium gathered his thoughts and opened the screen. This is the most recent space signal we've intercepted. Lin Sanjun watched as 2 strings of codes appeared on the screen, completely bewildered. In fact, the lecturer was the only one here who knew what it meant. Don't you sell me short, get to the point. The State Lord urged in a deep voice. These 2 strings of code were extracted from our interception of sound transitions in space. It's about 10,000 light years away. 10,000 light years? Lin Sanjun was even more confused, but the State Lord explained in a small voice. You can understand it as a place where light runs 10,000 years to reach. Lin Sanjun nodded. Of course sound travels extremely fast, and it took us all of 20 years to receive the message. The content of this message is something I'm sure everyone will be surprised to learn. You hurry up and say it. Do you believe I'll beat you up if you're dawdling? Lin Sanjong said with some anxiety, and the State Lord didn't stop him, because the State Lord also felt that it was too abrasive. Eh? Then I'll make it quick. The first sentence is hello, and the second sentence is, who are you? We're also now considering whether to respond to give it our message. The lecturer said. The State Lord looked towards Lin Sanju. What do you think? Lin Sanjong pondered for a moment. If I may say, it's time to go back, even if it's dangerous to the planet. Isn't this still me? Lin Sanjun proudly puffed out his chest. The Lord of the Land smiled slightly. Kid, do you know that in case this alien civilization holds a power that can destroy everything, then won't we expose our own position if we respond hastily? If one is not handled well, it could very well put the globe in jeopardy. Crisis is crisis. You guys deserve to die. Anyway, little master, I have the bottom card to save my life. Lin Sanjun said disdainfully. You boy. The State Lord slapped Lin Sanju's head in anger. 3 men then came in with some equipment in their hands, connected to a large screen. It showed a bunch of unintelligible gibberish again, but there were 3 repeated gibberish paragraphs that kept blinking, which was a bit jarring. Lord of the Kingdom, this is the communication keyboard. Just tap the appropriate characters on this keyboard and you can respond. A staff member placed a circular keyboard in front of the State Lord, but one and all were frowning. Say what you have to say, don't swallow, the Lord of the country said with displeasure. The lecturer froze in place for a moment when he saw the characters flashing on the screen. This? The lecturer sucked in a cold breath and glanced at the State Lord. If you have something to say, say it. The lecturer nodded. The 3 flashing codes at the bottom of this mean. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Chapter 72. Found you. Apparently the other side has already discovered our presence. They just couldn't find our coordinates for a while. Lin Sanjun took the keyboard in one hand and put it in his hands to play with it. As a result, just when the State Lord wanted to say something, only an O character appeared on the screen. And this character was the very button that Lin Sanjun had inadvertently pressed when he was playing with it. The lecturer froze. Crap! I was just about to delete it when I realized it was too late. Once again, 3 rows of shiny code were displayed on it. What do you mean? The atmosphere was terribly quiet at the moment, and the State Lord even frowned and glared at Lin Sanstick. Tell me what it means. The Lord of the Land asked with a sigh. Found you. Found you. Found you. That fast. The Lord of the Land froze. The lecturer nodded. The other side's civilization is clearly more advanced than ours. With our Earth's current level, we can only reach a level 1 civilization, while the other party is most likely a level 2 civilization, or even a level 3 civilization. The Lord of the Land nodded. Old man, what is a first-class civilization? The State Lord rubbed his temples and helplessly glanced at Lin Sanju. This so-called level of civilization, on the other hand, is human development and technological development. A level 1 civilization, that is, the current us, our bodies are only developed up to the heavenly immortal realm at the highest. Technology, which is what you see now. And a level 2 civilization means that the other party can use at least as much as twice as much energy as we can, and when converted into cultivation, it could be a god. An omnipotent god. A tertiary civilization is even more so, definitely above God. Lin Sanjun was deep in thought. Above the celestial immortals is the Tao realm, and once one enters the Tao realm is considered the beginning of cultivation. According to what this old fellow is saying, the other party's cultivation level has probably reached the Tao realm. If it's a tertiary civilization, it's probably the heavenly Tao realm. Lin Sanstick also had a rough perception in his mind. What now? The lecturer looked at the Lord of the Land and the others. What else can we do? Didn't the kid say there was danger of him going on? If an advanced civilization does come to invade Earth, hand him over first. The State Lord pointed at Lin Sanju. Old man, don't be so shameless. I'm still just a kid. What's wrong with the baby? Other people's children have a tolerance for error. You're a messy touch, directly allowing advanced civilizations to find our coordinates. This responsibility you do not resist. You expect me, an old man, to resist? Although Lin Stick said that he didn't care about the death or life of the Earthlings, once it came to the critical moment of life and death, he would still be the first to step forward. Tee-hee-hee-hee. There was another beep from the instrument and the crowd turned their heads toward the large screen. Only a string of numbers appeared on it, and the string was pulsating. 99 days, 99 hours, 99 minutes, 99 seconds, 98 seconds, 97 seconds. What does that mean? The Lord of the Land frowned at the lecturer. Lord of the Land. This should be the countdown to their arrival on Earth. It will land on top of the Earth in about 100 days. The State Lord glanced at Lin Sanju and then at Xiang Wentian. Ask Tian, you immediately contact the major hidden clans and the people of the small worlds. Yes. With a word to ask Tian, he walked out. You, kid, are a real troublemaker for me. Well now, right? All that wanting to meet aliens, you can have your wish. At the same time, this huge countdown of 99 days appeared above the entire sky. What are you afraid of? Don't you have all the nukes in the world? Lin Sanjun said. Nuclear. Kid, do you think a nuclear weapon can blow you up? How do I know? Then the Lord of the Land explained. The maximum power of a nuclear weapon is equivalent to the full force of an Earth Immortal Realm strike. Can you handle it? Lin Sanjun nodded. So weak. Weak. The Lord of the Kingdom slapped Lin Sanjun on the head. Even if I threw out all my nuclear weapons, at most I would be able to reach the full force of a heavenly immortal strike. You know, that's enough to destroy the planet. You tell the old man weak? Lin Sanstick had the enhancement of the dragon cloak, and an Earth Immortal's full force strike was probably just a matter of spitting out blood. The full force of a celestial immortal's strike. Lin Sanstick had not yet experienced how strong it was. However, Lin Sanjun thought in his heart. Old me has a sister of the 8th grade Dao realm. That body's defense is no joke. If there's really danger, little Master Me hiding in her arms is definitely the safest place in the world. Lin Sanjun YY. A smile could not help but appear at the corner of his mouth. You kids want to eat? Still laughing at this hour? Or what? Lin Sanjong spread his two hands. By the way, what's with the hidden families and small worlds you just mentioned? The State Lord glanced helplessly at Lin Sanju. This hidden family, which is also a cultivation family, has the strongest of them sitting at the heavenly immortal realm. This small world, on the other hand, is the Kunlun lineage, a world left over from the ancient times, and although they're all on Earth, they're a separate space. Almost every person in there is a cultivator. Even I don't know how many people of the heavenly immortal realm are in there, in short, not a few. But the people of their small worlds have always been rather solitary in character, and they rarely have dealings with us in Huaxia. We're facing a big enemy this time, so let's hope they'll step in as well. After all, those below the immortal realm are no longer of much use. The Lord of the Land side. This world, it's getting more and more complicated for me. Lin Sanjun said with a bit of a headache. Then do you want me to arrange for someone from Hell to come up and help? Hell? Lin Sanjun took out the product of Hell, Fruit 19. Of course? Or do you think I went to Hell just for fun? The Lord of the Land was delighted in his heart. If the people of the small world don't want to help, then the equal strength of Hell and the small world should be able to compete with them as well. It was only that Hell had always been at odds with the mortal world, so I didn't know what method this little thing in front of me could use to invite it. You have an idea? The Lord of the Land asked. I'll try. Saying that, Lin Sanjun released the Colossus projection and dialed the only phone number on it. The call was quickly answered. Brother Lin, long time no see. Only Li Guangwei's appearance appeared in the projection. Looking at that leisurely sipping tea, Lin Sanjun frowned slightly. How's that thing I asked you to do for me going? Li Guangwei froze. Brother Lin, I've scouted quite a few capital cities for you, but I haven't found the whereabouts of those two. And don't you worry, I'll let you know as soon as I hear anything. Li Guangwei said. By the way, I have a favor to ask you. Lin Sanjong had just finished speaking when Li Guangwei stood up excitedly. Brother Lin, feel free to say anything. Underneath the table, the State Lord gently patted Lin Sanjong, signaling him not to say some things. Chapter 73, Extraterrestrials. Brother Li, after 100 days, can you come up here? Lin Sanstick was already small and didn't know how to say it politely. Li Guangwei took a listen. Brother Lin, could it be that someone from the family has gone? It's okay. Tell me what day. I'll pick up on the 7th day of the first month, and I'll definitely get you set up. Lin Sanjong had black lines on his head. What the hell, first 7? Someone from your family just went. I mean, there's going to be a battle fought in 100 days, and I'd like you to come up and help. Of course, it's best if we can arrange for an expert of human immortal or above to come. Li Guangwei froze. Battle? And a strong human immortal or above. Brother Lin, have you offended the people of the small world? No, just say if you can come. Lin Sanjong was a little impatient. This? I have to ask, after all, our Li family only has 8 ghost immortal realm powerhouses. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to help others. If it's to help Brother Lin, there shouldn't be any problem. After all, we in the netherworld have never been on the same path as you in the yang world. Lin Sanjun continued as he got serious. This matter could be a matter of life and death for the planet. If the earth is finished, there's no place for you to survive, even if you're in the nether realms, right? Li Guangwei frowned. Brother Lin, just go into detail. I have seen your Lord of the Land. The Lord of the Land froze and smiled helplessly. A recounting of what happened ensued, and Li Guangwei suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha! Brother Lin is Brother Lin. The ability to cause trouble is still so strong. In that case, you don't have to rush. I'll talk to the elders of the family about this matter in the next few days. If your situation is true, I'm sure no one will stand by and watch the planet go to ruin. Lin Sanjun agreed and directly hung up the communication. This is the Li family of Ghost Capital? The Lord of the Land asked. Aha! Lin Sanjun nodded. You kid can do it, I told you. Besides the Li family, who else's family could have 8 ghost immortals? The following is to see if Xiang Wentian can communicate to the people of the small world. The hidden families don't have much of a problem, they don't have independent worlds, and ultimately they can only participate in the war. But small worlds, even if the earth is destroyed, it won't affect them. The Lord of the Land analyzed it. What about if I make a trip to the small world myself? Lin Sanjun looked at the State Lord and said, What do you want? With your temper, you can with the other guy without 2 sentences. When the time comes, do I send someone to save you first, or do I leave you alone? Lin Sanjong was just about to speak when he was interrupted by the State Lord. Anyway, it's still early in the day, so everything will be finalized after deliberation. You're going somewhere with me first. After the State Lord finished speaking, he took the lead and stood up, and Lin Sanstick followed closely behind. Walking into the elevator, the State Lord directly pressed the last button. Where are we going? Lin Sanjun asked suspiciously. You'll see when we get there. The elevator stopped while the two spoke. The moment the gate opened, a wave of disorganized energy directly came at the 2 Lin Sansticks. The State Lord was unaffected by the eruption of dragon chi protection around his body. Lin Sanstick was also simple and rough, directly blasting over with a punch, instantly blowing the messy breath away. The 2 stepped out of the elevator, only to see several glass houses, each containing many closed glass containers of various sizes. The container contains a variety of strange and unknown creatures. It is. The State Lord led Lin Sanju into the room. These are some of the exotic species we used to hunt. Without taking 2 steps, a container several meters high appeared in front of Lin's and stick, filled with liquid, with occasional bubbles floating upwards. The creatures in here are very similar to the human form. Only its limbs were thin, and it could be about 5 meters tall, with its 2 arms exactly flush with its feet in an upright position. What's this? A flatulent spirit. The creature's limbs were flat and long, almost the same as a stretcher. Flatulent sperm. That's a good name for you. But we call it the upright man. It was found 50 years ago, and was dying when it was found. Inside the container is a nutrient solution, and while the creature is still alive as of now, it will die immediately once it leaves the nutrient solution. The Lord of the Land explained. Is this an alien creature? The Lord of the Land shook his head. No, it's genetically almost identical to a human, except that the looks are way off. Come with me. I'll take you to the real aliens, said State Lord led Lins and stick through room after room. And as he neared a white wall, the State Lord stopped his footsteps, only to see the Lord of the country knocking regularly on the wall a few times, and a dark door opened from it. Okay, old man, what kind of treasure are you hiding and still making it so mysterious? The moment the dark door opened, a blinding light flickered before a container filled with nutrient solution appeared in Lin Sanjuan's field of vision, only to see that it also contained a fully translucent creature. It had some dots of starlight in its body that flickered from time to time. The head is shaped like a Coke can, and you can see its brain squirming right through. With 2 eyes the size of goose eggs, the creature struggled violently in the container when it saw the 2 men enter, its twig-like arms constantly banging against the clear glass walls. All right, don't struggle. You'll die as soon as you leave this nutrient solution immediately, and the container is made of super strong silicon. It won't break easily. In here you'll at least survive. These words from the State Lord directly silenced the little monster in front of him, but the corners of its mouth were bubbling madly. Looking at the frequency, it clearly didn't say anything good. This is an alien creature? Lin Sanjun stroked the glass container in front of him and realized that he could not sense the cultivation of the creature at all. Nice. The State Lord nodded. 3 years ago, an alien ship fell at the North Pole, just in time to be discovered by our science team. Nearly half the members of Bureau 749 died trying to capture it alive. It's strong. Lin Sanjun glanced at the State Lord suspiciously. The physical body is not strong, and as soon as it encounters air, the creature suffocates, as if the air were a deadly poison. Except that it's heavily armed. To this day we haven't worked out exactly what the energy is. The State Lord operated a control button on the side, and a secret door opened in the wall, from which a gun-like object was pulled out. The body is pitch black, roughly 40 centimeters in length, and the circumference also flashes blue from time to time. The technology is so full of it that it doesn't look like it's from this era at first glance. As soon as this gun was taken out, Lin San's stick sensed a familiar aura, and he took it and tossed it around for a moment. An extremely small protrusion was found at the bottom end of the handle, and with a gentle break, an energy storage bin was directly opened by Lin Sanju, from which a crystal fell out. The Lord of the Land looked away and said, "Good. This is the energy crystal that powers this gun." Chapter 74 Tritons. Other people might not know what this was, but Lin San's stick was familiar with it. The Eye of Sister's nascent soul formation was this kind of crystal. "This is a spirit? Lin Sanjun muttered out. "You recognize this?" The State Lord's face was slightly surprised, and a glint appeared in his eyes. "Well, seen it. Do you know about spirit stones?" Lin Sanjun asked. "I know, it's just that the thing called spirit stones are too rare. There aren't many of them even in the whole of China." "Does this have anything to do with spirit stones?" Lin Sanjun nodded. "This is a spirit essence that is higher than a spirit stone, and it contains more than several times the amount of aura as a spirit stone." "So it is." The Lord of the Land nodded. "I'd say this thing has such strong energy that explanation makes sense. Can you find out what planet it came from?" Lin Sanjun asked. "This alien, if only rely on technology, is not a waste of such a good resource. If we can find the other side of the planet with the help of this spirit essence, Lin Sanjun's cultivation does not want to go up as difficult." After all, the benefits of the nascent soul formation were something that Lin Sanjun had a deep understanding of. The Lord of the Land shook his head. "Its ship is near scrapped, and because the technology is so far ahead of its time, we can't complete the restoration with our current strength. And of course, there's no way to probe the exact coordinates and get more useful information." The Lord of the country said somewhat helplessly. "And does have a way to communicate with it?" Lin Sanjun asked again. "Can't." The Lord of the country said directly without thinking. "Not that I'm talking about you, old man. How many cultivators can this spirit essence cultivate?" "I don't know about this, I don't know about that, you've been eating for years." Lin San's stick said breathlessly. "Brat, how do you talk? Isn't that what we've been trying to do?" The Lord of the Land was also a little angry. "Come on, you don't have to make an effort. I'll call someone over and show her." Lin San's stick then communicated with Little Dragon's soul and told Little Dragon to tell Mushishi to come here. Mushishi's soul could leave his body at any time, using Lin Sanju's physical body as a medium to directly teleport over. After getting the message, the next second Mushishi appeared in front of Lin San's stick. "Sister." Mushishi smiled faintly. "Do you recognize this thing?" Mushishi nodded toward the State Lord, then looked at the glass container behind her, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Obviously should know something. Looked at the Lord of the Land. "Why do you need me to recuse myself?" The Lord of the Land said. "That's not necessary. Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to reach it with your current strength." "What kind of creature is this?" Lin Sanjun asked again. "This is the trisomy," Mushishi said. "Trisomy?" Both of them were puzzled at the same time. "Not bad. Their planets, which are extremely bizarre, change coordinates almost every second. There's no way to find their habitats without special flying machines. What's even more amazing is that they can't cultivate, but their planet has endless spiritual essence. You could say that the whole planet is one giant spirit. This big? Lin Sanjun exclaimed in shock. Good, and they have a planet that is as much as twice the size of Earth. Spirit essence is inexhaustible. They have developed weapons that can kill even a heavenly immortal with a single blow. So horrible? Lin Sanjun's mouth could fit into an egg. The lord of the country was excited inside, and although he hit it well, the muscles in the corners of his eyes trembled a few times. Well, sister, do you have a way of communicating with the Trinus? Mushishi nodded. It's also easy to communicate with them. Just combine your divine sense with their brains. But their brain is extremely fragile, and a few words or even a sentence can kill it instantly. Lin Sanjong was caught in a conflict. It's fine if you can ask something useful, but if you can't, it's a wasted opportunity. Mushishi added again. Is there any way to forcibly extract its memories? Like, for example, just like in the novels Memory Searches. The Lord of the Land asked. After all, if one could know a portion of the Triton's technology, it would be enough for China to advance 100 or even 1,000 years. Mushishi hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. It's okay, but I'll have to come over in my own body to do it. With the strength of my soul, I can't do it for now. Sister, then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and let the main body come over. Lin Sanjun said impatiently. Instead, Mushishi looked at the State Lord. Although I can forcefully peer into its memories, I'm afraid it won't be able to support itself for long with its current physical condition. As for how much can be probed in the end, it is unknown. Mushishi said again. The Lord of the Land also frowned and fell into deep thought. After all, in the whole world, there is only this one Trinity, and if there are a lot of resources, the Lord of the country doesn't even have to think about it, and will directly agree to the search. In fact, the Lord of the Land was still holding out a glimmer of hope that it would be better if a device could be developed that could talk to it. However, upon further consideration of the current level of technology, the State Lord shook his head after a brief moment of thought. All right, do as you say, but be sure to probe for as many useful things as you can. Mushishi nodded. The soul then disappeared directly in front of the two. In the next moment, at the headquarters of Killmonger, Mushishi, who was sitting cross-legged, opened her eyes. I didn't realize that the Tritons had found Earth. I just don't know what there is on this planet that would make the Trinitarians search it at the cost of thought death. Could it be I'm missing something? Mushishi muttered, then flew in the direction of the lab. Boy, this sister of yours is quite something. There's something about her that's familiar to me, the State Lord said as he looked at Lin San's stick. Old thing, you want to pick up my sister? Lin Sanjuan's eyes flashed with a hint of ice. Brat, you want a fart to eat? How old am I to be picking up your sister? It's just that every time your sister appears, the dragon energy in my body will involuntarily converge towards her. So I can't help but be a little confused. Lin San's stick froze and put away his icy aura, thinking to himself. Nonsense. Laozi's sister was the founding emperor. Your dragon energy is probably all passed down from her. Guess. Lin Sanjun didn't say anything either. I guess. The State Lord helplessly glanced at Lin San's stick. Then the walkie-talkie at the waist of the State Lord went off. State Lord, there is a strange woman outside approaching our base. Should we take action? The State Lord took out his walkie-talkie. Have her come in and send her straight to me. Roger that. Chapter 75 Memory Search. Not long after, Mushishi arrived in front of the two in a freshly changed white coat. Lord of the Land, I'll be sure with you one more time about exploring its memories. Mushishi didn't have any unnecessary nonsense and looked directly at the State Lord and asked, Explore. Well, after the quest, it's definitely going to die, so prepare yourself. Obviously, Mushishi was giving the State Lord an early warning not to die looking for trouble. Well, just explore in peace, and all that afterwards is none of your business. Mushishi nodded and placed her palm on the container. Then, a huge wave of energy went down Mushishi's palm and wrapped directly towards the triumvirate's brain. When the three-bodied man came into contact with Mushishi's energy, his body tensed straight up as if he had been electrocuted. In the next moment, the starlight flowing around the Trinity gradually dimmed, and his eyelids drooped. The countdown to life has also begun. A minute or so passed, and the light in the eyes of the Triskelion disappeared completely. Mushishi also withdrew her palm. The lord of the land hurried forward. Well, did you find out any useful information? Mushishi ignored the state lord and instead passed a wink to Lin Sanjong. It's okay, sis, just say it. Mushishi nodded. There are few memories of the quest, but a way to repair its craft has been grasped. When these words came out, the state lord was directly agitated. Really? Well, I don't have to lie to you, but to repair this ship, you'll need to have spirit essence as an aid to do so. The lord of the land froze. I said why I could never fix it after all these years, so it's the lack of spirit essence. But even if we know that now, we still can't fix it without spirit essence. Just as he finished speaking, the lord of the country thought of something and once again took the spirit essence out of the gun. Is this enough? Mushishi's beautiful eyes glanced up. For what it's worth, you'll be consumed before you even get close to the flying machine, let alone repair it. Mushishi directly poured a pot of cold water. This isn't going to be easy. If it's just spirit stones, it might still be possible to make do, but this spirit essence is probably hopeless. The lord of the land sighed helplessly. Any other information? Mushishi nodded. Yes, there is. It's the design drawings for the gun that was just there. It also requires spirit manipulation to use, so giving it to you won't do much good. However, you can barely drive it if you have a spirit stone, only it will be much less powerful. It's probably equivalent to a casual strike from the transitional stage. Mushishi analyzed it. The lord of the land's eyes lit up. That works too. If it can be built in bulk, it's also equivalent to having a bulk of transitional powerhouses. I wonder if you could map it out, the lord of the land asked. Mushishi looked toward Lin-san. Sister, give it to him, that crap isn't much use to me. Upon hearing Lin Sanju's agreement, the state lord hung a satisfied smile. Don't get all happy yet, old man. If you want this drawing, are you ready to trade something for it? The lord of the land froze. You kid. It's never me who wants something from someone else. You're robbing me instead. Lin Sanjun spread his hands. Old man, don't say those useless things. You know that if this gun can be built, it can definitely drive Chinese technology forward for 100 years, or even 1,000 years, and it's even more equivalent to you having a troop of powerful people in the transitional sedimentary stage. So don't really think you're losing out. How could the state lord not know what Lin Sanju meant? Say, what do you want? Want something? That depends on what you have. The state lord's eyes narrowed slightly. In this case, in a moment, you'll come back to Kyoto with me, and I'll take you to the treasury to take a look. You can pick whatever you like, but you can only pick 3. Deal. Lin Sanjong was afraid that the state lord would back out and said directly, that's the treasury, and the good stuff speaks for itself. But I'm taking my sister with me, is that okay? The lord of the land smiled slightly. You can, after all, the drawings are still in your sister's hands. After the two reached an agreement, they didn't care to stay in the lab and set off straight for Kyoto. Arriving at the state lord's office, the state lord found a pen and paper and handed it to Mushishi. Apparently you don't give me the drawings first. Then I won't let you go to the state treasury. Mushishi took the paper and threw it smoothly into the sky. 13 pieces of paper in succession, directly surrounding Mushishi. Mushishi's eyes moved, and all of a sudden the pen was like it had a soul, drawing the drawings quickly. In about 10 minutes or so, Mushishi checked 3 times before she was satisfied and put away the 13 diagrams, placing 2 of the key ones in front of the state lord. The lord of the land went right deep into the drawings when he saw them. After looking at it for a long time, this is what he said. Well, a weapon worthy of a Triskelion. I don't think that's a kind, is it? The lord of the country looked at Mushishi. Good. That's a total of 3 weapons, and the kind I'm showing you are the drawings for the first 2. This third weapon, I wasn't going to give it to you. That weapon is so powerful that even if you were given a short period of time, you wouldn't be able to find the materials. The other lords of the country were not listening at all, and there were only 4 words of great power in their ears. How powerful is it? Well, it's the equivalent of a human immortal's power stroke. The lord of the land froze. Wouldn't that be the equivalent of a nuclear weapon? The nuclear weapons that are in control now are too big to fit in your pocket. If such a weapon were built, would it be the same as being able to carry a nuclear weapon on your person at all times? Now it's time to show us the treasury. I'll give you the rest of the drawings as soon as I'm done picking things out. The lord of the land nodded and casually slapped his hand on his own chair. Then the state lord's chair slowly moved out of position, and an underground passage appeared in front of Lin San's stick. I just wonder how they all like to hide things under the bench. Lin Sanjun muttered and glanced at Mushishi. Go! The lord of the land went in first to show the two men the way. With each step, the lights will illuminate one spot. As they walked to the bottom, all the lights in the entire underground passageway were also lit up. A titanium door presented itself. There was a black round hole next to the door, and a light recognized the pupil of the lord of the land directly as he leaned his eyes towards it. The next mechanical sound came out. Reconciled correctly. Then a wave of steam rose up from under the door and the titanium gate slowly opened. The moment the gate opened, several golden lights spread out from inside the gate, which was blinding. Holy, old man, how many countries have you plundered? What's with all the gold bricks and bars? Looking at the mountains of gold bars and gold bricks, Lin Sanjong was a bit dazzled and had never seen so much money in his life. Chapter 76 Evolution of the Immortal Destroying Stick. Oh, it's the treasury. A little bit of money mesmerizes you? After the state lord finished speaking, he led Lin San's stick to continue walking towards the second floor. Most of the second level was newly developed tech-based weapons, which Lin San's stick didn't have much interest in. Several people came to the third floor, where many ancient boxes were displayed, carved in sandalwood and of different sizes. Lin San's stick casually opened one, which only contained a few spirit stones, and lost any interest. Opened a bunch of them in a row and didn't find a single one that satisfied me. What? This spirit stone still can't get into your eyes? Lin Sanju pursed his lips. If it was someone else, he would definitely be attracted by the spirit stones in front of him. But his sister had a ton of this stuff there, and he really didn't need it much at the moment. It's all rags. Nothing good? Lin Sanju raised his eyes to the state lord. You kid. Come on, let's go to the fourth floor. The lord of the land smiled and shook his head. As soon as the door to the fourth floor was opened, one could feel a burst of rich spiritual chi. Looks like there should be something good in here. Lin Sanstick's eyes were happy, only to see that not far in front of him, there was a stone the size of an ostrich egg, and on the stone, there was actually a sharp sword sticking out. The sharp sword sensed Lin Sanju's aura and let out a shiver. What is it? Lin Sanjun walked forward to scrutinize the sword. Kid, you're quite knowledgeable. This is the legendary Regulus sword. Regulus is an ancient divine weapon, and it was the personal weapon of the Yellow Emperor. Lin Sanju gently touched the Regulus sword with his hand, and this Regulus sword directly flew out and hovered in front of Lin Sanju. The immortal destruction stick also flew out involuntarily. The two danced in the air, and the moment they touched, the Regulus sword was actually entwined with the immortal destroying stick, and there were signs of fusion. The state lord was a bit surprised. This was the only ancient divine soldier in the whole of China. With the passage of time a little bit, Shenyuan sword and the immortal extermination stick suddenly golden light shrouded even Lin 3 stick cannot see the situation inside. Not long after, the Regulus sword began to melt, and the stick spirit in the immortal destruction stick slowly took shape. Although Shenyuan sword was an ancient divine sword, it had long been damaged in the ancient battle, and the sword spirit had already fallen in the river of history. This had allowed the immortal destruction stick to pick up the slack. When the fusion of the Shenyuan sword with the immortal destruction stick was completely finished, the immortal destruction stick unexpectedly emitted a burst of dragon roar. The light dispersed, and both the Regulus sword and the immortal destruction stick had disappeared in front of the crowd. In its place was a bare-bottomed doll in a tiny belly band. The little doll looked up and saw Lin Sanju and directly hugged Lin Sanju's thigh. Brother! Brother! The bare-but doll called out. Air! Lin San's stick was a bit at a loss for words, but Mushishi smiled faintly. Congratulations, Junior. This immortal destruction stick has successfully metamorphosed into a stick spirit, which also means that the quality of your weapon has risen another level. Lin Sanju froze. So, can I still use him? Lin Sanjun looked at the bare-but doll with a little bell exposed for a moment of speechlessness. Yes, just tell him. Lin Sanjun nodded. Ahem. That little bell, can you still turn it into a weapon? Yeah. Little bell is still unable to speak. However, in the next second, it directly turned into the immortal destruction stick, and unlike before, the stick as a whole wrapped around a lifelike dragon, looking domineering and majestic. The weight of the stick itself can be varied to your heart's content. This stick that can take shape, how can it be in the realm of heavenly immortals? The stick once again turned into the appearance of a small doll and rode directly on top of Lin Sanstick's neck. You ride, but don't. Lin Sanjun muttered. His strength should have already reached the peak of the heavenly immortal realm, only that he is unable to break through to a higher realm on top of this earth because of the limitations of the rules. Mushishi explained. Well, if we do this math, together with Little White and Little Bell, our strength should not be underestimated. Lin Sanjun sighed. However, the State Lord suffered, looking at Lin Sanju with a grimace on his face. Brat, this Xian Yuan sword is the national treasure of our China. Just let you take it? Are you giving me some compensation? The State Lord looked at Lin Sanstick with a face of fleshly pain. Old man, you're the one who told me to pick 3 treasures, and this is only the first one you can't stand. Lin Sanjong said with a snort. After all, he had made his immortal destruction stick upgrade a notch, and was a little embarrassed in his heart. This? One size fits all. The State Lord's old face reddened. Well, okay then, so as long as I'm still on Earth, fixed to protect the integrity of Huaxia, this is always okay, right? The Lord of the land was delighted in his heart, waiting for that. From now on, you will do whatever I tell you to do, and no more excuses. Lin Sanjuan's dark eyes rolled. But don't you do everything that sucks for me, or I'll drop the ball. Deal. The Lord of the land nodded in satisfaction. Look again, what else do you want? Lin Sanstick looked around, and in an inconspicuous corner, a broken iron box caught his attention. What is it? Lin Sanjong took the iron box out, and after opening it, there was a dark piece of iron lying quietly inside, unable to tell what it was. The little doll riding on Lin Sanju's neck also saw it, and jumped directly into Lin Sanju's arms to snatch the iron block. Then he swallowed it in one bite, and then the little doll unexpectedly grew up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Sanju was shocked and directly loosened his arm. The little doll stood up after landing, only to see that he had already grown to be about the same height as Lin Sanju. Brother! I want more. The little doll's articulation was also clearer at this moment, only to want to sit on Lin Sanju's neck again. It was obviously no longer possible. For this piece of black iron, or the lord of the country is not clear what it is, once also looking for someone to exercise, but are unable to refine it, simply thrown in the corner, long forgotten. If Lin Sanjong hadn't brought it out, the State Lord wouldn't have been able to recall it. Ahem. That's kind of the second one. The Lord of the land said with a light cough. Lin Sanstick didn't retort anymore. After all, the one who benefited the most this time was the immortal exterminating stick. With this unknown iron or enchantment, the immortal exterminating stick was upgraded another notch. Although it couldn't reach the Dao realm, it was still considered the peak weapon in this world. Don't worry, little master, I'm not that insatiable. After taking your things, I will naturally do things for you. Lin Sanju rubbed Little Bell's hair. The State Lord nodded, then took out a piece of iron from a box on the side and handed it to Lin Sanju. This is even the third treasure. This is a fragment of the mountain and sea scripture. I thought you didn't have any more? Lin Sanjun picked the shard up.
Chapter 77. Heavenly God Xu Fu, Emperor Shitian.
Looking at the size, there should be about 3 pieces as well. Taking out his shards of the mountain and sea scripture, he fused them, and now he had 17 shards. There was both surprise and approval in the eyes of the Lord of the land. I didn't realize that your kid has already collected so much. It seems that it's not far away from the recovery of Chinese aura. As for these 2 pieces, they were obtained by destroying 2 small countries in preparation for the 10 Kingdoms battlefield. Where else would I get it? The Lord of the land said. However, I've heard that the Sakura country is supposed to have a good number of fragments of the Yamahai Sutra, and that their country has resurrected a number of deities. These words were clearly addressed to Lin Sanju. The Sakura country? It seems a trip is necessary. The State Lord's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. I didn't say anything, and your words don't represent Wasia. Come on. You think I don't know what you're thinking? After getting so many of your treasures, it's time to do something. Lin Sanjun said. Sister, do you remember the Sakura country? Mushishi nodded. If I'm right, it used to be bonobos, right? Yes, it's bonobos. The Lord of the land responded. Speaking of which, it's still because of me that this country can appear, and it's time to settle some things. The State Lord's expression froze when he heard Mushishi's musings. Well, Since we're done picking things out, let's go. After leaving the State Lord, Lin Sanju stood deep in the sky with Little Bell and Mu Shirshir. Sister, you mean Su Fu? Mushishi nodded. Back then, he was sent out to look for spiritual objects that could evade the heavenly Tao, but he didn't expect to go straight away with the treasures I gave him and never return. Mushishi said with a frown. It's a shame I trusted him so much. Lin Sanstick, however, was puzzled. Not looking for the elixir of immortality? That's for outside rumors. This Su Fu, too, was a cultivator among the folk, and at that time he already had the realm of a human immortal. He teamed up with Zhao Gao to trick me into saying that he had discovered the heavenly Tao stone and could deceive the heavenly Tao, and I was also being chased by the heavenly Tao at that time and was somewhat powerless, which is why I listened to the slanderous words of these two. Lin Sanjun nodded. That? Sister, I want to know, who hi? Fusu really your son? Lin Sanjun asked with some gossip. Nonsense, of course not. Mushi Shirshir glanced at Lin Sanstick without any good humor. They're just kids I found with decent credentials. Your sister, I'm very clean. Well, that's good. Lin Sanju let out a sigh of relief. What's good, you little guy, only 8 years old. Still dare to hit your sister's idea. Be careful of getting beaten up, oh. Which is not. I'm not worried about my sister being cheated. Lin Sanjun made a lame excuse. An extremely secret meeting is being conducted at the top level of Sakura Nation. Yamamoto-kun, is the blood sacrifice of the Tendo stone ready? Yamamoto-kun looked at the contemporary emperor and nodded. Please don't worry, Heavenly Emperor, with the blood of the Orochi added. I believe that it won't take long to resurrect the heavenly god Sama. This god of heaven is the Su Fu mentioned earlier. Very well, Yamamoto-kun, as long as we resurrect the heavenly god Sama, then we are getting closer to unifying the globe. What the Emperor Sama said. As long as Lord Celestial God can be resurrected, then resurrecting Empyrean will not be a problem. The Emperor's face was filled with excitement when he mentioned Empyrean. One must know that Emperor Shirtion, the highest god in their Sakura kingdom, was still above the heavenly gods in terms of strength. Haha, if Empyrean can be resurrected, then the entire earth will be trampled under our feet. Let's see if this Wasia still dares to be arrogant. By then, what 5 warring nations are all just trash. These two were chatting with a face of excitement, but unbeknownst to them, Lin Sanstick had already begun traveling to the Sakura country. Sister, when we arrive at the Sakura country in a while, let's give him a big gift first. It's really a peaceful era that makes them forget the lessons of their ancestors. Lin Sanjun said excitedly. The hatred for the Sakura country is imprinted in the blood of every Chinese child. About to reach the sky above the Sakura country, several streams of light violently shot towards Lin Sanstick. Lin Sanjun stopped his body. This must be the defense system of the Sakura country, right? When the two came, they didn't hide their breath, which allowed the defense system to catch them. When a dozen missiles flew towards Lin Sanclub stretched out his 2 hands, and the shadow of his hands also appeared in the void. Then a handful of a dozen missiles were held in his hands as much as he could, and before they could explode, they were kneaded into a large iron ball by Lin Sanju. Give it back. Saying that, Lin Sanstick directly threw the large iron ball towards the Sakura nation below. Boom! As a violent explosion rang out, a mushroom cloud shot up into the sky. Yoo-hoo, not bad power, Lin Sanjun muttered. At the same time, a siren suddenly sounded. Enemy attack! The Sakura nation's army stationed at the border went straight out and dozens of warplanes took to the air. When they saw that there were only 2 people in the clouds, the people from the Sakura country were a bit dumbfounded. Chinese cultivators? Sato Ichiro, now the first sergeant, was sitting in the command room looking at the images cast by the fighters. Go, notify the Godslayer group and say that the Chinese cultivators are coming to commit crimes. Aye, Major, an officer darted out. Lin Sanstick didn't give a damn about the densely packed warplanes in the sky. What? Is that all you Sakura Kingdom can do? With that said, with a wave of his hand, these fighters exploded out of thin air, lighting up the daytime sky with the most brilliant fireworks, and the pilots were reduced to smoke without even having the chance to parachute out. However, Lin Sanstick still left the centermost fighter plane. Lin Sanjun sensed that the warplane was their eyes. Baka! A furious voice came from the warplane. Chinese pig, do you know that your behavior will cause a war between the 2 countries? Osamu's voice came from the fighter, though the Chinese seemed a bit rusty. Doggone it! What are you barking at? I'll give you a chance to call someone. Don't call out trash like that. Lin Sanjuan's eyes rolled with fury as he looked at the war machine in front of him. Very well. Chinese pig, since you're looking for death, don't blame me for not being polite. As soon as the words fell, the members of the Godslayer group had already arrived at the command center. Osamu, what happened? After these members of the Godslayer group understood what happened, each of their faces were covered in anger. Baka! It's the critical time for the resurrection of Tenjin-sama. No one can disturb it. Saying this, the Godslayer group, a total of 8 people, flew directly into the sky to confront it. Lin Sanjun looked at the ninja costume that was all black and covered his face, and couldn't help but laugh. The Japanese in the district are really shameless, covering their faces and squirming so much. Chapter 78. The Heavenly Patience. Baka! Chinese pigs. Leave quickly and we'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, a meeting of the 5 warring nations will surely be opened and war will be declared directly on you. The leader of the Godslayer group stood at the forefront and said, You who? And a declaration of war? Who gave you courage? Just you stinking fish. Liang. You. The leader, who had a face of anger, but with the mask covering it, it couldn't be seen. You are given 3 warnings. That's a first. Lin Sanjun picked his ears in boredom. First time. Saying that, he slightly raised an index finger and gently pointed it towards one of the members of the Godslayer group, and immediately a terrifying light ray directly shot through the member's brow, and his body fell straight down. Despicable Chinese pigs, you. How dare you sneak attack? Second warning. Obviously this leader was also on the verge of anger, although Lin Sanjong did not speak of martial virtues, but it could not be helped that Lin Sanjong was young and underage. Even if we find Wasia now, the most Wasia will come up with is a comment. The child is still young and doesn't know any better. As soon as the words fell, another member of the Godslayer group fell. Baka! You seek death. Third warning. The leader held back his anger and warned out again. Yo, ninjas are ninjas, they can really hold back, said the third man who also fell down helplessly. You keep counting. I'll see how many you can count, little master. After 3 warnings and 3 deaths, this leader couldn't stand it any longer and roared at Lin Sanjong. 3 warnings are over. Next, even if you go to an international court, you have no reason. Lin Sanclub then raised his hand again and a ray of light extinguished another person. For people died before they could strike. Good. You've succeeded in provoking me. Fire transportation Kirin. When these words came out, the only remaining Godslayer group looked at the leader in surprise. This jutsu was an S-ranked super jutsu, and as soon as they came up to amplify their moves, they also took out the bottom of their jutsu. Water transportation, heavenly serpent. Earth transportation, earth explosion, heavenly star. Kaze spiral maru. For huge strands of energy whistled directly towards Lin San's stick. Another unicorn. Another snake. It's quite a sight to behold. Little Belle followed Mu Shirshir's example of wrapping her arms around her chest to watch the battle from the side. After all, these trash are not really enough to watch. In the next second, he only saw Lin Sanju holding the Qilin by the neck with one hand and carrying the water-evading heavenly serpent with the other. A foot flew out of the air, and the earth-exploding star cut through the sky and disappeared into streams of light. The spiral pill that was like an impeller was crushed by Lin Sanju's bite. With a slight force from both hands, this whether it was the Qilin or the heavenly serpent, they all turned into debris in the sky and disappeared. No, no way. What we're performing are all top S-ranked jutsu. Why can't we even support a single glance from the other side? This lead ninja was in a cold sweat. A mere bunch of foundation stage trash. Is there no one left in your Japanese country? Lin Sanju disgustingly patted the dust on his palms without the slightest bit of emotion in his eyes. Although the other party were all upper ninjas, and the leader was the best of the upper ninjas, with one foot having long stepped into the heavenly ninjas, he didn't even touch the corner of Lin Sanju's coat. Heavenly ninja was also equivalent to the transition stage, and this leader was only at the infant formation stage. Baka! How could it be so strong? Could it be that the other party has the strength of a heavenly ninja? The leader muttered and looked at Lin Sanjun. Dare me to call someone? The corner of Lin Sanjun's mouth quirked. Why go to all that trouble? Just lead the way and I'll find them. With that said, he casually waved his hand, and the 3 upper ninjas instantly exploded in place, sending the leader flying as well. However, Lin Sanjun gave his opponent a breath of fresh air. Then he grabbed this upper ninja by the collar, just like carrying a chicken cub. Hurry up and lead the way. I'd like to see what's so great about your Japanese country that you dared to bully me in China back then. Do you really think I have no one in China? There is a pact between cultivators not to intervene in the wars of mortals, or else multiple forces will join forces to wipe them out. But Lin Sanstick doesn't care about these rules. Life and death are not important. If you don't serve, do it. Very well. Chinese pig. I hope you'll still be happy in a while. This Shang ninja shook off Lin Sanstick's hand for half a day but couldn't shake it off, so he could only be carried helplessly. After flying for a few minutes, the OP opened his mouth and shouted, "Tenjin, save me." The sound was so loud that it startled Lin Sanstick. Can't you keep it down? Lin Sanju directly threw a slap, smacking this upper ninja's eyes and spitting blood from his mouth. As the voice fell, 3 figures also appeared in front of Lin Sanstick. Chinese pigs. Let go of him. Come at me if you can. Oh. Lin Sanjun looked at the 3. That's what you guys told me to let go of him. Saying that, he directly threw the upper ninja out, and just as these 3 heavenly ninja tried to catch it, this upper ninja's body directly exploded, blood and flesh flew all over the place, and the fluctuation of the explosion blew these 3 people back a few steps. You. Seek death. Tenjin said through gritted teeth. I've heard that one a lot, but I'm still alive and well, and my life is here, so come and get it if you can. Yamada-kun. This kid's strength may be above ours. After all, he can kill a shinobi in 1 hit. Yamada-kun nodded. In that case, let's use our combined techniques. I don't believe he won't die. After the 3 heavenly ninjas had made their decision, their bodies flew back, directly pulling away from the battlefield. Yo, wanna run? Lin Sanstick was just about to give chase when he realized that these 3 people had stopped. Chinese pigs. Come and taste our combined skills. Combined skills? Lin Sanjun frowned. That's some serious taste you 3 have. Apparently Lin Sanju had misunderstood something. Kid, give us some time if you can. Don't sneak attack. Lin Sanjun clasped his hands around his chest. Then I'll give you guys a chance. Don't say I'm bullying you with my smallness. It won't be good to spread the word. Puff. Mushishi couldn't help it and laughed outright. Great. Only to see these 3 heavenly ninjas begin to hold hands and become a circle. Within the circle, a hexagonal star formation was presented. Tian Luo God General. These 3 shouted at the same time. Then the formation began to vibrate, and a huge spike was revealed from it. Well, it's still a summoning skill. Lin Sanjun commented. When the spikes appeared, these 3 heavenly ninjas' bodies exploded back once again, forming a huge circle. An identical 6-pointed star was also reflected in the sky. It looked like a giant bull's horn as it spiked out at the tip of the forehead. Then a monster's head revealed itself, followed by the body, clad in a black armor, holding a huge katana in his hand. With a height of more than 10 meters, the fluctuation of breath on his body was already approaching the realm of the human immortal. Chapter 79. The Yamanano Orochi. Summoning the monster completely, these 3 heavenly ninjas laughed heartlessly. Chinese pigs. Just Chinese pigs. Still so arrogant. You will pay for your arrogance with your life. Be aware. It has the strength of a ninja god. A ninja god? As it turns out, your god is only at the realm of a mere human immortal. Lin Sanjun looked at the ninja god with some disappointment. If it was an ordinary person, it would really scare the piss out of them. Lin Sanjun smiled contemptuously. God General, kill them for me, Yamada-kun yelled, only to see the huge God General, lifting his huge head, raising the katana in his hand above his head, and swinging it towards Lin Sanstick. The whistling of the blade cut the space around it by inches. TCH, it's still a God General with no sanity. Isn't that the same as an idiot? Lin Sanjun stared at the huge katana and leisurely extended his index and middle fingers. Clank! As the sound of metal clashing came out, only to see Lin Sanstick's short figure use 2 fingers to harden the huge katana between his fingers. No matter how hard the God General tried, he couldn't shake it in the slightest, and the aftermath of the impact shook the people around him to the ground. This group of heavenly ninja each showed a horrified expression and got up in a sorry state. This can't be right. Why does this little brat have such terrifying strength? With a thought, Yamada-kun controlled the God General to start struggling frantically. The God General's eyes violently erupted with a piercing light. Yo, still not convinced? Lin Sanstick's eyes were full of ridicule. The next second of spiritual power surging. A slight force, only to hear a click sound. The huge katana unexpectedly out of thin air broken into 3 sections. This time it was even more so that these 3 heavenly ninjas were left with their mouths open. He can't be a sky god. The so-called heavenly gods were also in the realm of the earth immortals. No, he can't be a heavenly god. I guess he borrowed the power of some kind of treasure to resist the god general's attack. The 3 little devils cowered, no longer daring to come forward to challenge Lin Sanju for a while. Looks like we're going to have to use that trick, Yamada said with a frown. The thief's eyes met, and the remaining 2 nodded in response. The next moment the god general's eyes once again erupted in a wave of energy. The eye of the triad. The aura of the 3 people was instantly drawn away from the god general, and 3 different colors of light coalesced at the place of their eyes. Combined skills. Lin Sanjun felt the energy of the god general climb a little, and had even reached the late human immortal realm. Then the god general's eyes looked directly into the sky, followed by the 3 colored eyes of the triad shooting directly into the sky. Not long after, a huge eyeball loomed in the clouds. Purify him for me, Yamada bellowed again. A raging wave like purifying power poured from the sky towards Lin Sanstick. Exterminating immortal stick out. Lin Sanju reached out and made a move, and the little bell flew and turned into a stream of light that landed in Lin Sanju's hand and condensed into the immortal destruction stick. In that case, I'll let you taste little master's second stick, break the sea. Only to see him holding a stick in both hands, he leapt into deep space, and in the next second, his feet stepped into the void as if he was possessed by the god of war, and the space shattered layer by layer as if it were a mirror. This stick slapped down, and the shadow of the stick directly enveloped the entire island, and the transparent protective shield on the island turned into pieces the moment it came into contact with the shadow of the stick. The eye of triple harmony also dissipated without a trace under the stick, and before the shadow of the stick touched the 3 heavenly ninjas, the bodies of these heavenly ninjas evaporated like steam. Yunyo. Are you planning to destroy the Japanese nation with a single stick? Lin Sanjun didn't expect that this immortal destruction stick would be so strong. Still hesitating whether or not to stop, an even more terrifying energy erupted directly from below. All that could be seen was a man, naked on the upper half of his body, bracing the blow with both hands in death. On the man's chest, there was an extremely bizarre pattern, as if the sun had been drawn in blood, surrounded by sinuous lines that extended outward in a hideous manner, looking like the big snake in 97 Fighter. Who are you? Lin Sanjun put away his aura and looked at the man. He's a Japanese sacred beast, the Orochi Orochi, Mushishi mused. Looking at the 9 small snake silhouettes on the head of the Orochi Orochi, his cultivation is close to that of an earth immortal, but he is still short of a critical step. Humans of Huaxia, retreat quickly or I'll let you be buried here. Yagyu Orochi didn't have too many words, and the round of sun on his chest emitted a thick aura of blood. You lean back. I'll take care of him, Mushishi said. No need, sister. Just a peak human immortal in the district. I can still hold it. His finger was connected to a bloody band, and the other end was connected to something unknown. Mushishi looked down the blood band, which curved and swam out as a hostile aura was born from the bottom of his heart. The heavenly Dao stone. I didn't expect that the heavenly Dao stone would actually be found by Su Fu. This heavenly Dao stone was in the chest of a middle-aged man in an ancient costume, devouring the blood chi of the Orochi Orochi. Looks like they're resurrecting Su Fu. Mushishi felt the Su Fu figure, and in the next moment, Su Fu's heart began to beat, followed by his pulse, followed by his breathing. With the presence of the heavenly Dao stone, even Mushishi would have trouble matching it. After all, this heavenly Dao stone could not only shield the heavenly Dao, but it could also devour the essence of a Dao realm body. Quickly kill the Orochi Orochi. Never let him revive Su Fu. Otherwise, even I am no match for Su Fu. After all, Mushishi had an empty Dao realm body, and his strength was only at the late stage of the ferrying. Yes, sis. With that, Lin Sanstick's figure dashed towards the Orochi Orochi. Chop the blood band first. Make him stop supplying blood chi. I'm going to grab the heavenly Dao stone. Mushishi gave an explanation, and his figure flew over in Su Fu's direction. Su Fu is the ancestor of the Japanese and protects so many people, even the god of ninjas has dozens of them. Sister, wait for me. Finish him off and I'll be right there to back you up. Lin Sanjun shouted at Mushishi's back. Open stick. Lin Sanclub directly slammed his stick into the arm of the Orochi. No matter what, Orochi was still at the peak of human immortal cultivation. Solar flare. The serpent leaned out with a cry. Then densely packed solar flares erupted violently from his chest and shot right at Lin Sanju. Lin San's stick was unmotivated to resist, and was focused on chopping off the big snake's arm. As soon as the solar flare stained the clothes, a soft glow emanated from Lin San's stick's circumference, directly consuming a third of the dragon robe's energy. It's kind of scary. Lin San's stick hastily withdrew his hand, flipped over, and blasted his stick at the incoming solar flare at his chest. The densely packed flares were like maggots attached to the bone, and it was impossible to fully resist them. After just a few flares fell, the energy-filled dragon robe directly dimmed. Apparently resisting a blow also defeats the original purpose. Chapter 80 Exterminating the Immortal Stick, Turning the Island into a Sea. Brother, let me do it. The stick directly transformed into a human form and blocked in front of Lin San's stick's body. The remaining solar flares could not penetrate Little Bell's body. Brother, watch me destroy him, only to see that in Little Bell's hand, there was also an additional stick, only that this stick had less coil dragons on it than the immortal destruction stick. Little long worm, dare to bully my brother. I'll get you killed today. Orochi froze. Dark green cunning pupils tightened for a moment. After all, this solar flare is unbeatable, never miss a time, even if it is a heavenly immortal stained although not fatal, but can quickly reduce the other party's cultivation. Anyone under the human immortal will die. Although Little Bell hadn't practiced any kung fu, with the combat experience of following old Stick Lu and Lin San's stick, she was also no match between her and Yaki Orochi. Little Bell, chop off his arm. Lin Sanjun shouted. Roger, brother. Then Little Bell lifted her stick and slammed it towards Orochi's arm. Orochi also fought to fend it off, and with a single punch, he rushed towards the Little Bell. I'll help you. Lin Sanclub swung a punch directly into the chest of the Orochi. Facing a two-sided attack, Orochi could only use one hand to protect his chest in death. That single glance allowed Little Bell to find an opening and swing her stick directly at the other arm. Puff! With just a single stick, this arm was actually directly chopped off, and the blood band dissipated, completely severing the connection with Sufu. The arm was falling, transforming into a large snake that slammed hard on top of the ground, sending smoke and dust in all directions. Great job! Little Bell's come back. Watch me give him a fatal blow. The Little Bell nodded and transformed into a stick and flew into Lin San's stick's hand. Third stick. Exterminate the immortals. Lin Sanjun communicated to the power of the extradimensional domain, and the immortal destruction stick instantly took shape. It slammed right into the Orochi, along with an indiscriminate attack from below. After all, Mushishi was an 8th grade Dao body, and Lin San's stick couldn't harm Mushishi. District projectiles, all disappear for me. As the shadow of the stick fell, space was squeezed layer by layer, and when it was squeezed to a certain extent, it exploded violently. When this stick landed on the head of the Orochi, the Orochi directly let out a miserable scream, and then its body turned into a puff of blood mist. Once the immortal destruction stick comes out, as long as the energy doesn't dissipate, it's bound to be courageous. Mushishi was also going crazy with the ninja god. Sensing this terrifying stick shadow coming, Mushishi directly drew several cages with one hand, trapping these dozen or so ninja gods within them. Flower girl, with this move of yours you can bind us for 3 seconds at most. When I release this bond, you'll wait for us to savor it. Shameless. Mushishi's eyes were glazed over. 3 seconds is enough. As soon as the words fell, this immortal destroying stick also smashed down, and as space was squeezed, spatial turbulence flowed around. Ordinary people turn into nothingness just by looking at it. The death toll rose by millions at a time. Heavenly God Sama, quickly awaken, or our Sakura kingdom will be finished. Feeling the massive pressure, everyone looked towards Sufu, whose eyes were tightly closed. Mushishi also attacked Sufu's chest at this time, wanting to seize the heavenly Dao stone. But the moment it had just touched, Mushishi's Dao body unexpectedly began to be absorbed by it. This heavenly Dao stone, surprisingly, was refined long ago. Just when Mushishi didn't know what to do, this stick also smashed down. What ordinary people, what upper ninja, heavenly ninjas, ninja gods, All of them turned into blood mist after blocking for only 0.01 seconds. The strange thing was that these blood mists did not dissipate, but even directly surged into Sufu's body. The next moment Sufu snapped his eyes open. Ancestral Dragon Lord. Long time no see. As soon as Sufu's words left his mouth, he felt a terrifying wave of energy coming towards him. In a flash, he extended a palm to send Mushishi flying out. Holding the heavenly Dao stone tightly in his hand, he took one step into the spatial rift. Although Sufu had been resurrected, his current strength was only that of an earth immortal, and he was completely unable to withstand the destructive strike of Lin Sen's stick. With the immortal destruction stick all smashed down, the large island was shattered and disintegrated until it disappeared, with no survivors except Sufu. With just one stick, 130 million people died completely. A wave of energy then squeezed and contracted towards the center from all sides. Lin Sen's stick froze, being at the edge of the energy, and after resisting for only a moment, he was sucked into the spatial rift. No, Junior. Mushishi's eyes reddened as she stepped into the spatial rift right after him. Knowing that the only ones who could withstand the spatial turbulence were those who were strong at the heavenly immortal realm, it was obvious that Lin Sanjong would hardly be able to survive. As everyone disappeared, the waters churned and agitated wildly, and a whole bunch of sea creatures surfaced with their bellies turned up. The Japanese nation, which had existed for nearly 2,000 years, was reduced to a flicker of fireworks in the river of history. The State Lord, on the other hand, had been keeping an eye on Lin Sanju's movements. When he learned that the island had been lost to Lin Sanjong with a single stick, he looked relieved. For other cultivators they might be bound by the rules, but for a teenager who was only 8 years old, any bull rules were just garbage. This little guy was caught in the middle of the spatial turbulence. I don't know if he can survive. Never mind. I'll go and help you out too. After saying that, the State Lord waved one hand and a spatial rift appeared, and the next moment his body disappeared in place and appeared in the spatial rift. The country lord had the aura of a country to add to it, so obviously this turbulence couldn't do anything to him. Lin Sanjong, on the other hand, was out of luck. When Lin Sen's stick just entered the spatial turbulence, the dragon robe on his body was already without energy support, and was directly torn and blown apart by the flying turbulence. The turbulence was like a path of wind blades, but without any directional rules, constantly tearing at Lin Sen's stick's body. Looking around at the pitch blackness, Lin Sen's stick realized that he couldn't move his consciousness at all. As far as the eye could see, it could only make out tens of meters. Right after the dragon robe was completely torn apart, the body was also cut by the turbulence following suit, and just for a moment the wound was deep enough to be seen on the bone. Seeing this, the immortal destruction stick transformed into a small bell, blocking the attack of the turbulence on one side of Lin Sen's stick. Lin Sanjuan's heart was delighted. Isn't this the best time to refine your body? Saying that, he stretched his hand out of the range protected by the little bell, and as a result, the next moment his fingertips were chopped off in unison. And before he landed on the ground, these fingers were chopped into nothingness by the turbulence again. Pull the machine bully down. I'd rather not practice this body. He then sealed the bleeding broken finger and followed closely beside Little Bell. Lin Sanjun realized that this space was very good at cutting through from the outside, but if he wanted to break it from the inside out, he simply couldn't move it in the slightest. Not even if he was holding the immortal destruction stick. Ding dong! A sound of metal clashing came out. Chapter 81: The Mysterious Black City. Lin Sanjun looked down, and it turned out to be a fragment of his mountain and sea scripture that had fallen out. Brother, give me this, Little Bell said as she looked at him with stars in both eyes. You like this one too? Little Bell nodded with some excitement. No, I have a use for this, brother. Brother, I know this is a fragment of the mountain and sea scripture. I can become one with it, and when my brother gets all the pieces together, I will have all the powers of the Shanhaijing. Put another way, I don't lose anything by eating it, and it improves my quality. Little Bell played with her fingers. Well, line it. The district was just a fragment, and if it could make the immortal destruction stick strengthened again, Lin Sen's stick would not hesitate. After all, improving your strength was the key. After Little Bell had devoured the fragments of the mountain and sea sutra, originally she could only use her flesh to help Lin Sanjun block the spatial turbulence, but now she could even directly form a vacuum. However, due to Lin Sen's stick's strength being too low, he was still unable to use a strike from the heavenly immortal realm, so he could only walk aimlessly through the spatial turbulence. At this moment, Mushishi and the State Lord, were also constantly searching for traces of Lin's and stick, but unfortunately, within the turbulence was very huge, and the divine sense couldn't be outwardly released, making it difficult to find it for a while. Junior, you'll be fine. Mushishi prayed in her mind that the turbulence blowing on her was no different than an ordinary wind blowing on her. The State Lord was blessed with chi, and he was walking idly in the turbulence. Even if Mushishi had entered the turbulence together with Lin Sanjong, she would have been randomly passed to a different place, making it more difficult to find. Lin Sanjun walked for an unknown amount of time before his body suddenly stopped. Only a huge black city appeared less than 100 meters away. There were 2 heavily armed guards at the entrance to the city, and the turbulence didn't do a single bit of damage to them. Why is there a city in the middle of this spatial turbulence? Lin Sanjun walked towards the city, and when he reached the entrance, he was stopped by the guards. Who is coming? Spoken with some ancient flavor. Lin Sanstick sensed carefully and realized that he couldn't even see through the other party's cultivation. With a slight shock in his heart, he arched his hand. 2 big brothers. I was just fighting someone in the outside world and was accidentally caught in this turbulence. I wonder what this place is? Lin Sanjun asked. As soon as they heard him say that, the 2 guards also lowered their weapons in their hands. So it is also the banished. This is the land of banishment, and this city is the city of banishment. Just as he was conversing with the guards, a tall orc with the head of a tiger approached. Brother Muba, it's been a year, found a good treasure? The tiger-headed man looked frustrated and disheveled at the guard's inquiry. Don't mention it. Where's the treasure? Almost I couldn't come back. Is this in danger? Muba nodded. Encountered a turbulent thunder pool and almost died in it. Turbulent thunder pool? The guard was slightly startled. It seems that Brother Muba's strength has refined again. When you encounter the thunder pool, there aren't many people who can come out alive. Muba arched his hand. It was just a fluke, and these 2 are? Muba gazed at Lin Sanju and Little Bell. Junior brother, Lin San, has just been banished in. So if I'm disturbing you, I'll leave now. With that, Lin Sanstick was about to leave, but was stopped by Muba calling out. Little brother, looking at your age, you even have a cultivation level of the ferrying stage. It seems that this little doll next to you should be your artifact spirit, right? Muba recognized it at once. Indeed, it's my artifact spirit. If it wasn't for him, I might have died in this turbulence. Muba nodded. Since we're here, we're our own people. We're all banished personnel from different continents in this city of banishment. I'm from the Beast God continent. You can call me Big Brother Muba. Lin Sanju froze, clearly not having heard of the Beast God continent. At that moment, he rushed to arch his hand. Brother Muba. Ha ha ha. Very good. Don't look at the people here as mean, but they're all very easygoing. Once in the outside world, they were all powerful on one side, only that they also offended certain opponents and were banished here. Once you're in, you can't get out. Muba explained. It shouldn't, should it? Isn't it true that you can go out once you reach the heavenly immortal realm? Lin Sanjun was a bit puzzled. Elder brother Lin doesn't know. If it's not too bad to expect, elder brother Lin is from a lower realm, right? Lin Sanjun nodded. About the information about the realm, Mushishi had also explained it to Lin Sanjun. Similar to Earth, it belonged to the lower realms, while the 4 divine beasts continent was the higher realms. Our beast god continent, which can be described as a medium realm, comes in from the turbulence there, and the turbulent wind blades felt are also different. If the turbulence that scraped on me had scraped on you, I think that together you would have gone up in smoke. Muba hadn't really been lying. One could interpret the spatial turbulence as an extremely large continent. No matter where one is banished from, the end will only be here. But the strength of the turbulence is determined by which realm one comes from. With Muba's explanation, Lin Sanjun nodded. Like me, I was a 2nd grade Dao realm before I banished in, so the wind blades I received were Dao realm wind blades, and only by breaking through to the 3rd grade could I possibly get out. However, in the midst of this turbulence, there are simply no cultivation enhancements available, and it's almost impossible to raise another realm. Muba sighed somewhat helplessly. Lin Sanju froze a bit when he heard this. I wonder how long Big Brother Muba has been in this city of exile. Muba shook his head. It's been so long that I've forgotten the time, but it should be almost a couple thousand years, right? By the way, you can also call this place the Black City. That's what we call it because it's pitch black. Thousands of years. Lin Sanjun sucked in a breath of cold air. A few thousand years have not raised a realm, Then can I still go out? Lin Stick was vaguely worried. Now that we're here, we'll be family from now on, and everyone in this town is in harmony. And there will be no killing or looting. After all, one needs to rely on one's own cultivation to live here, and if one uses their spiritual energy indiscriminately, they will soon die due to spiritual energy depletion. Elder brother Muba, I've been taught. Lin Sanjong arched his hand. Come on. Come in with me. Let's find 2 sets of clothes for you two first. Lin Stick and Little Bell looked at each other and smiled, their second faces reddening as they hurriedly thanked each other. Thanks, old man. Ha ha ha. It's been a long time since there were any newcomers in this black city as well. Change your clothes and I'll take you to meet the Lord of the city. Chapter 82. The Crossers. This black city's clothes are specially made, the material also turbulence in the Blackstone Mountain in the Blackstone refined, once put on like Lin Stick cultivation so low directly can resist the turbulence outside the wind blade. After organizing his clothes, Muba led Lin Sanju and Little Bell to the city lord's location. Along the way, Lin Sanjun realized that this black city even had as many as several 100,000 people, and everyone's cultivation level, Lin Sanjun couldn't even see through. Apparently, he was the one with the lowest strength. The city lord's place was the best location in the Black City and the Black Stone Castle, and although everyone who saw Lin Stick, a strange child, exuded some curiosity, they all wore a kind smile. I didn't realize that in this place of spatial turbulence, there is such a pure land. How nice it would be if the outside world didn't have all these hookups too. Lin Stick sighed a little in his heart. As the 3 stood in the middle of the great hall, about a dozen people had gathered, some whispering to those around them, wondering how such a young child had gotten here. Look, it's been a while since we've had a newcomer. Exactly. Only this newcomer's strength is a bit low. Still a little kid, really don't know how he survived this turbulence. You seem like that thing between Tiger A and Tiger C. What's that? The speaker asked. Tiger B being? Didn't you see that little kid beside him? That should be a top-grade immortal weapon, and it's still an immortal weapon that has transformed into a spirit. He must be the one who protected this kid from dying. Are you kidding me? Weapons can only produce an artifact spirit when they reach the Tao level. You're being a bit unscientific, aren't you? You know a sesame seed. He should be from a lower realm. There are rules that bind him. His weapon can't be raised to the Tao level if he breaks through the bindings. Looking at how mature the spirit of this weapon is, it's at least a 3rd-grade Tao weapon. The man nodded thoughtfully. City Lord, the people have been brought. Muber arched his hand to the man in black above the great hall. Lin Sanjun then stared at the man in black trying to see his appearance, but he was so tightly covered by a huge cloak that he was simply invisible. Welcome, newcomer. The city lord opened his mouth and said, only the voice sounded lazy and hoarse, and it was impossible to hear whether it was a man or a woman. The cloak was as wide as a wing, covering the entire figure completely, and it was even more difficult to see what the figure was like. Greetings, City Lord. Lin Stick didn't know what to say. After all, there were ancient people and modern people here, as well as people from other continents, and the language was a mess. Hearing Lin Sanju's words, this City Lord was slightly stunned. You're from the Earth Plane? Eh? Yes, Lord, City Lord. Hearing Lin Sanju's words, this City Lord's voice trembled with some excitement. Stand down, all of you. The City Lord forced his excitement to give an eviction order. The crowd retreated in reverence. Lin Sanjun was just about to turn around when he was intercepted by the City Lord. You wait. Lin Sanjun looked at the City Lord with some confusion. I don't know. Are you from modern times or ancient times? This City Lord's question made Lin Stick a little unsure of how to answer. Are you from Earth too? The City Lord nodded. Me, from modern times. Lin Sanjong said. Hyundai. The City Lord's voice was a few decibels higher. In Lin Stick's speculation, this City Lord should be a person from ancient times. After all, he's been here for I don't know how many years, so how can he be modern? The City Lord fell silent, and his thoughts flew off to nowhere. Lord of the city? Lin Sanjun called out gently. Ahem. Sorry. Got a little carried away just now. I wonder if you remember where you came in from? The City Lord asked excitedly. This? Came in from Japanese territory. No. That's not what I meant. I was asking you about the place where you entered into the turbulence, what you call the coordinates. Lin Sanjong pondered for a moment and shook his head. I don't know about that. They all look the same, so dark that their divine sense can't even expand. The City Lord sighed. Forget it, Even if I knew, I can't get out of here. The city lord's voice was a bit frustrated and disheveled. Why can't you get out? Lin Sanjun asked. I've been coming here for almost 1,000 years. Having tried many methods, I couldn't open the spatial barriers of this turbulence. I was thinking of boosting my cultivation to give it a try, but having survived until now, it's already pretty good if I can guarantee that I won't lose my cultivation, not to mention boosting it. 1,000 years? Lord City Lord, you're not a modern man, are you? The city lord froze, his eyes filled with sadness under the dark brim of his hat. I'm actually a traveler. The city lord sighed and said, this secret had been hidden in his heart for a long time, so long that he had almost forgotten about it. Don't look at the hundreds of thousands of people in the huge black city, but only the city lord himself had come from Earth. And Lin Sanstick was the second person. Traveler? Lin Sanjong froze slightly. No wonder you're so powerful. So you're a traveler. The city lord looked at Lin Sanstick, then slowly removed his hat. A peerless face appeared in front of Lin Sanstick, willow eyebrows and starry eyes, cherry lips and shell teeth. The appearance was not much different than his sister. However, there was more than a hint of fatigue in her eyes, and Lin Sanjuan's eyes shifted. Lord of the city? So it's a female? Lin Sanjun muttered. To be precise, I'm from modern times, but due to an accident my soul traveled to ancient times, a country that doesn't exist in history. In the ancient kingdom of Dongyu, I practiced desperately to seek the way of longevity, wanting to return to the modern era, but the devil knows that cultivation to the Tao realm is followed by ascension. Ascending to a higher realm, but since I'm a traveler, my soul doesn't belong to that era and isn't recognized by the heavenly Tao. So even if I try to cultivate as hard as I can't ascend. It wasn't until I cultivated to the 6th grade Tao realm that this heavenly Tao wanted to obliterate me when it saw that I was growing too fast. I fought with all my might to hide in this spatial rift. I didn't realize that this hiding would be for 1,000 years. Although Lin Sanjong has not read the novel, but being in the 749 Bureau, his colleagues have read it with great interest, and they know some information about the travelers by ear. I thought it was just a fiction plot, but I didn't expect that I would see myself alive today. This city lord sister is actually a 6th grade Tao realm powerhouse. Lin Sanstick rather sighed, originally thought that he was already very powerful if he could arm wrestle with an earth immortal, but only after coming to this black city did he realize that he was like a frog in the bottom of a well, with Tao realms everywhere. Sister City Lord, don't worry, I will definitely take you out. The city lord slightly picked her vermilion lips and arched her eyebrows, directly meeting Lin Sanju's eyes, causing his small face to blush. It's so beautiful. Chapter 83 Cultivation in a Secret Room. Hee little fellow, even if you are able to break through your own rank to enter the human immortal, even if you are able to open this spatial barrier. But that's just one of the conditions met to get out of here. To return to your world, you must be able to control the timeline to do so. Otherwise, you could just slice through a random space and appear in some other timeline. So there's no other way? Lin Sanstick asked with some anxiety. After all, his sister was still waiting for him outside. There is. You can also get back to where you were as long as someone is out there to meet you, but it's a hard way to do it. If I'm right, today's Earth should be entering the end times, right? Lin Sanjun nodded. That method is probably impossible then. It's already rare for someone of your transition stage to appear in the end times. Only those who have reached the Tao realm can receive you out. The Tao realm? Isn't one sister of the Tao realm. Even though only the physical body is, but that's still the Tao realm. All these words Lin Sanju held in his heart and did not speak out. I don't know. Is there any place around here that has a particularly heavy in energy? Lin Sanjun looked at the city lord and asked. What are you asking for? The city lord looked at Lin Sanstick in disbelief. Lin Sanstick could not only raise his cultivation level through aura, but also through in chi or devouring souls. If there was such a place, cultivating to a human immortal would only be a matter of time. Don't worry about that. Just tell me if it's there. Well, the city lord thought about it. There is such a place, but you can't enter it with your current strength. Only when you cultivate your physical body to the point where it can withstand the turbulence here can you reach that place without any problems. Thinking of the fingers that were turned into blood mist by the turbulence, Lin Sanju froze. This is a little hard. My current physical body can't withstand this spatial turbulence at all. To take a hit, you have to cut flesh and break bones. The lord of the city listened. That's easy. In a moment I'll take you to a secret room, which I built in my spare time, to put it mildly. The turbulence there can be controlled for strength. You adapt little by little, and in less than a year, you should be able to withstand the turbulence. When he heard that the city lord had a solution, hope flared up again in Lin Sanjong's eyes. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Lin Stick was a bit anxious, who wanted to stay in this hellhole when he could get out earlier. And what an anxious little fellow. Come with me. Lin Sanju followed behind the city lord with the little bell, only to see the city lord turn his head directly to look at the wall behind him. After a burst of knocking, a crack appeared out of thin air in the flat wall. With a slight force, a big door opened in front of Lin Sanju's eyes. Come on in. The secret room is right here. As the voice fell, Lin Stick trailed behind. It was only when he entered within the room that he realized that the room wasn't very big, probably only about 100 square feet. There's a lever on the wall. The city lord walked towards the pull-up bar. See the number on the side of the lever. That's a total of 1 through 10. Each number represents a level. Since you've just entered here, I suggest you start at level 1, so that even if you get injured, you can recover. Lin Sanjun nodded, and then only heard a click as the city lord pulled the lever to the 1 position. In an instant, the turbulence was all over the place, but it was many times weaker than the outside world. Lin Stick stretched out his hand and sensed it, realizing that the turbulence fell on his own hand, only scraping out a tiny wound and not causing fatal damage. But even at this level, it was enough for Lin Sanjun to familiarize himself with it for a while. You'll take your clothes off, and then you'll cultivate in here. There's a round hole in the door, so if you want to get out and stick your fist in the hole, this door will open automatically. Thanks a lot. Lin Sanjong arched his hand in thanks. What are you thanking me for? You and I are both from the same world. Sister, I'm going to rely on you to get out. You can cultivate in peace here. Just call me if you need anything, said the lord of the city, snapping her hat on her head once more, hiding her delicate face. The voice has also changed back to that of a misogynist. After the city lord left, Lin Sanjun took off his special black city clothes. The moment he took off his clothes, he was immediately wrapped in turbulence, and it was as if his body was being scratched by small knives, and within a few breaths, tiny wounds spread all over his body. A slip of the tongue scratched even the little bell. Lin Stick subconsciously covered the little bell. Grandma, what if this thing is gone? For 3 days in a row, Lin Stick's body was constantly being destroyed and repaired, and his skin gradually became tough. By the 5th day, Lin Stick took a deep breath and directly adjusted the drawbar to the 2 position. The 2-step injuriousness was directly multiplied. The wound was the size of a bamboo leaf, and the turbulence was laced with hints of blood. It's been a month. Where the hell are you, Junior? Mushishi walked aimlessly through the spatial turbulence, and everywhere she went was dark. And after a month had passed, the country lord had no choice but to walk out of the spatial turbulence. With the addition of a country's aura, the country lord could easily locate where the outside world was. Oh, little one, you've really left me a mess this time. The state lord emerged from the spatial turbulence and sat down in his office, densely packed with documents, nearly 90% of which were dissatisfied with the extermination of the Sakura kingdom. The remaining achievement was to demand the handing over of the Lin San stick. I'd like to hand over Lin San, but I haven't found him after searching for so long. So what do you want me to do? The lord of the land rubbed his temples. Hand over the people, hand over the people. If Lin San comes back, I'll immediately let him go to your country and make your chickens and dogs restless. Lin San stick had pulled the switch to the 3 position after this month's practice. The blood all over his body congealed into a scab, and with a slight movement of his body the wound was once again torn, and the scab crumbled into slag and fell to the ground. It's been a month since I did the math. It's time to move up to 4th gear, said Lin Sanju, moved his body and pulled the lever to 4th gear. The violent turbulence raged again, and the skin was blown away a little bit. The huge wind force prevented Lin Sanjun from opening his eyes. The cheeks blew out in the shape of waves out of control. After only resisting for less than a minute, all the wounds all over his body were blown open, and blood stained the walls and floor. The whole room was filled with blood. Little Belle looked at Lin San's stick with some intolerance in her heart. Does brother have to be like this? It must be accomplished. In the gusty wind, Lin Sen Stick squeezed out a few words with great difficulty. Chapter 84 Mushishi's Arrival. Second month. Mushishi's figure also looked a little haggard amidst the turbulence. And the frown of the state lord was getting tighter and tighter, looking at the countdown above the sky. His heart was incomparably depressed. Brat, will you ever come back? You know, there's still over a month to go before the aliens invade Earth. At this time, the lord of the kingdom was also distracted. Lord of the land. A man from the RD department walked over with a tech-laden gun in his hand. Built it. The man nodded. Not bad, but the power is not as great as imagined. The current maximum release power can only be equivalent to the realm of the Jedan stage. Why? Is there something wrong with this drawing? The lord of the land took the gun in his hand and then shot himself directly in the head. When the energy attacked out, the state lord raised his hand to slightly resist it and felt the energy fluctuation. Just as this RD person had said. No, the drawings are fine. It's just that the materials are a bit lacking and can't carry such a strong power. Material again. Follow me. I'll take you to the treasury to pick out materials today. Make sure you build me the perfect gun within a month. The lord of the land was upset and said, 2 months in, the number on the side of the drawbar had shown up to 6. Only, Lin San's spirit had also wilted down a bit. After all, 2 months had been spent in devastation, and if it hadn't been for a strong faith and an obsession with her sister, she would have given up or even died. Looks like there's not much time left for me. Lin San's stick got up with difficulty and once again walked towards the drawbar and pushed it straight to 7. The city lord outside was also very worried about Lin San's stick's safety. City lord. A man ran in hurriedly. Say. The city lord's voice was cold and hoarse. Lord, city lord. There's a stunningly beautiful-looking woman outside, requesting to see the city lord. She should also have just come to this spatial turbulence, and hasn't been seen before. The city lord was slightly stunned. A stunning looker? Let her in. The words were followed by a voice. No, I'm already here. The woman was dressed in red. Her black hair was like a waterfall. Her face was like fat jade. Her eyes were red, but her gaze was like a torch. Mushishi was standing in the center of the hall looking at the 6th grade Dao Realm City Lord. I didn't realize that there was a city in the middle of this turbulence. Mushishi surveyed the situation and opened his mouth. Who are you? The City Lord asked. Mushishi didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly took out Lin San's stick's photo. Ever seen this guy? Receiving the photo and seeing the person on it, the City Lord's hand shook imperceptibly. Never seen it. I'll ask you again. See, no see. Mushishi's tone went ice cold. If I say I've never seen it, don't you understand human language? Perhaps Mushishi's appearance was too shocking and made the City Lord a little upset. Why in the world are there women who are not as good-looking as me? Women, this damn jealousy, Apparently the City Lord was jealous of Mushishi's looks, and that's why he hid where Lin Sanjong was. Seek death. Without saying a word, Mushishi directly slapped his palm at the City Lord. The City Lord froze. Stinking. You dare to make a move against my old lady? This City Lord was also a hot-tempered lord, raising a palm to directly confront Mushishi. Boom! After a powerful energy fluctuation dissipated, Mushishi frowned. For his part, the City Lord took a step back and looked at Mushishi incredulously. 8th grade body. Who are you? If the City Lord did not use his undercard, the two of them were not on par with each other, and every grade up in the Dao realm was a qualitative leap. Mushishi withdrew her palm. Not bad, it's actually a 6th grade Dao realm. It seems like this place is really a crouching tiger hiding a dragon. I'm the sister of the person in this picture. If you see him, please let me know immediately. Mushishi said as she turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by the City Lord. That was an 8th grade Dao realm body, and with Mushishi's presence it was the same as having a hope of getting out. Wait, you told me you were Lin San's sister. The City Lord resumed his seat. Where is he? After 2 months, finally hearing the news of Lin San's stick, Mushishi was filled with joy and her eyes lit up. It's okay to tell you, but you have to promise me one thing. Mushishi agreed without even thinking about it. You say. Before we say any more, I'd like to ask you if you're ready to leave this NG place anytime you want. Mushishi nodded. The City Lord's eyes lit up. My condition is, take me out. Mushishi shook his head. You change your request. You're already at the 6th grade Dao realm. The inferior realm can't withstand your pressure once you descend, then the entire inferior realm will disintegrate. It shouldn't, the city lord muttered. To know that he was originally an earthling, although the soul traveled, but the crossing is still above the earth, only the times are different, so where does the problem arise? Isn't there any other way I can get out? Mushishi said again after some thought. If you are from this lower realm, you can naturally enter it. What do you mean? The city lord asked. Mushishi was also very patient in solving the city lord's confusion little by little in order to be able to meet Lin San's stick. It's very simple. For example, if you come from Earth, even if you have the strength of the Tao realm, you can return to Earth because Earth won't reject you and will recognize your energy. If, for example, you were a strong person coming from another planet or continent to enter the Earth, you would be ostracized, and the immense amount of energy in your body would instantly cause the Earth to crumble. The city lord nodded. I'm an Earthling. If you can take me out, I'll let you see Lin San. How's that? Mushishi mused for a moment. Let me see Junior first. The city lord turned around and opened the hidden chamber, and Lin Sanjong's wretched figure appeared in the two's field of vision. Lin San's stick, who was fighting, felt the door open and subconsciously covered his vital parts. Holy, Sister City Master, what are you doing? I'm not wearing any clothes. However, when his gaze landed on Mushishi, Lin Sanjun froze directly in place, and his hands left his private position, rubbed his eyes. Sister? Am I blind? Lin Sanju walked towards Mushishi, and in an instant the young heart broke through the shackles of longing, and tears could not be stopped from pouring out. It's me, Junior. Mushishi opened her arms, and Lin Sanju didn't care if he was but naked or not. He directly jumped into Mushishi's arms. Sister, that's great. I thought I'd never see you again. Silly child, your sister has come to your rescue. Mushishi lovingly stroked Lin Sanju's back. Ahem. That. Junior, why don't you put something on first? Chapter 85 Out of the Turbulence. The city lord's show hand covered his face as he warned from the sidelines. Hearing the city lord's voice, Lin Sanju's small face flushed, and he hurriedly turned his head and ran back to the secret room, putting on his clothes before coming out. Mushishi kindly smiled and looked at the somewhat embarrassed Lin San's stick. What a grown-up! And carrying your sister on your back. Mushishi rubbed Lin San's stick's hair. Sister, where did you say it was big? Lin Sanju's dark eyes rolled mischievously. Of course it's year. Brat, you dare to flirt with your sister, die. Mushishi slapped Lin Sanjun on the body. Agu, sister, spare my life. Well, after being away from home for so long, it's time to go back for a visit. Your little dragon is probably mad with anxiety. Mushishi said. That? Sister, let's take the city lord with us. After all, this city lord has also helped me a lot. And besides, she comes from the same era as us. The city lord looked at the duo with eyes full of anticipation. Mushishi said after thinking for a while. It's possible, but your strength no longer belongs to the realm of the mortal world. And if you use your energy at will, it's very likely that you'll destroy the earth. So I'm going to make an appointment with you. The city lord nodded. First, no power beyond the Tao realm is allowed to be utilized without my permission. Good. Agreed the city lord. Second, no matter when, as long as you are still in the mortal world, you must protect Junior's life. The city lord thought about it, a little limitation compared to freedom, and finally nodded again. Very well, as for this third, divide a portion of your soul and give it to me. This? The city lord was a bit hesitant. After all, once he gave his soul to the other party, then it was equivalent to handing over his little life to the other party. If the other party wanted to do something to himself, he only needed to crush this soul, and he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Looking at the city lord who was slow to speak, Mushishi didn't have much patience. If that's not agreeable, we'll be on our way. With that, he was ready to move, and the city lord froze and clenched his teeth. Good. I promise. Then he handed over a strand of his soul to Mushishi, who took out a jade slip from his ring, threw the city lord's soul into it, and casually put a restriction on it and handed it over to Lin Sanjong. Junior, take this. If after you go out, this woman backs out or has bad intentions, you can directly crush it and you can put her to death. When you feel strong enough one day, you can give her back her soul. Mushishi said. Lin Sanjun reached out and took the jade slip with a slight force, frightening the city lord's almond eyes into two wide stares. Holy, little ancestor, be gentle. I'll lose it if you crush it. By the way, Sister City Master, I still don't know your name after knowing you for so long. The City Lord helplessly glanced at Lin San's stick. This is like the second time we've met, right? The first time we met you locked yourself in a secret room. However, the City Lord complained, but still told Lin Sanju his name. Just remember, my name is Mo Russian. Now we can go. Mo Rushung was a bit anxious. After all, he had been stuck here for 1,000 years. Mushishi nodded and closed her eyes. When she felt a familiar aura, she violently opened her eyes and slashed her finger directly toward the southeast with force. The turbulence was as silky smooth as slicing tofu, and a fissure was made in the void. Mushishi grabbed Lin Sanju's hand and took a step inside. Mo Russian followed close behind. When the other foot stepped out, the trio had already appeared above the base of Kill the Mighty. The white-striped whale sensed Mushishi's aura and flashed directly in front of the trio. The little dragons also transformed into the size of a man and looked at the two who had disappeared for more than 2 months. What are you guys doing? The young dragon was the first to ask. After all, these 2 months could be said to be completely disconnected from Lin Sanju. If not for the fact that he was still alive, he would have thought that Lin Sanju was already dead. Cultivate, what else? Lin Sanjun said without a trace of anger. The white-striped whale looked at Mo Russian warily. Who's this? Mo Rushung didn't answer, but opened her arms and breathed in the fresh air with a big gulp. This actually has a nascent soul grand formation. It's not simple. Mo Rushung muttered, then arched his hand at Lin Sanju and Mushishi. Two of you, the mountain doesn't turn. Let's have a long time to come. Saying that, Mo Rushung's figure directly disappeared in front of several people. Mushishi was just about to say something when Lin Sanju stopped him. Forget it, sister. She hasn't been home in a few years either, so it's good for her to come home for a visit. Mushishi gave Lin San's stick a big blank stare. You kid, you're not looking at this woman, are you? Lin Sanjun shook his head and looked at the sky as the countdown continued. There are now only 26 days and 12 hours left. I'm glad I came back. If I hadn't come back, I guess the country would have gone crazy, right? The little dragon spoke up. Boss, I reckon the Lord of the land has gone mad, and has come here several times, and when he saw I was still there, he left without saying anything. Obviously this country lord was trying to determine if Lin Sanju was dead or not. Well, I know, I'll take a trip to him. What's the rush? The ass isn't even warm yet. Mushishi muttered as she looked at Lin San's stick's distant back. Kyoto. At this moment, the state lord was sitting at his desk, rubbing his temples with both hands and frowning. There was also a pile of information in front of him, and he apparently didn't notice Lin Sanju's figure. What's on your mind, old man? Sad face. The state lord lowered his head and didn't look at Lin Sanju. Think what can I think? This brat threw down a bunch of… The lord of the country heard something familiar about the voice and immediately looked up. Seeing Lin Sanju's figure, the body of the state lord froze, then picked up the folder in front of him and threw it towards Lin Sanju. You boys know to come back? You show me what a mess you've made. But the heart of the lord of the land breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Sanjun picked up the folder on the floor and casually flipped through a few pages. Looking at the Earth's logo on it and then seeing the contents, Lin Sanjun frowned. The general content was, hand over the culprit who destroyed the Sakura country, or else China would be kicked out of the 5 warring countries. The end of the article is stamped with the seals of 3 countries, so apparently 3 countries have already joined together to boycott Huaxia. Lin Sanju threw the document to the state lord, knowing in his heart that this document was definitely something that the state lord had intentionally allowed himself to see. Otherwise, so many why did he have to throw this? Old man, it seems like you're on pretty good terms with Bear Country. How come they haven't come forward to demand a handover? The state lord didn't have the good sense to glance at Lin Sanju. Your kid is so ruthless. You actually exterminated the Sakura kingdom. Do you know why we, China, are among the 5 warring nations? 86. Meeting of the 5 warring states. Lin Sanjun shook his head. Back then, when we were able to join the 5 warrior nations, it was only after we had truly subdued 18 countries that we were able to get to where we are now. Coupled with the rapid development of China over the years, it has threatened the remaining 4 major warring states. This time, even though you're the culprit, it's an opportunity for us to leave the 5 warriors' kingdom. The lord of the country said with old wisdom. What? You want to quit the 5 war states? The lord of the land nodded. What do you think is so great about being in a 5 war country? being sanctioned at every turn, always being a good old boy, suffocating. Then return it. Lin Sanjun said indifferently. Retreat? It's so easy for you to think that each of the 5 warring nations has a veto. Once when the Cherry Blossom Nation sat in on a World War V meeting, they said they wanted to take our place in China. At the time, I was holding my hands up. Guess what? The State Lord mysteriously looked at Lin Sanstick. What? Lin Sanjun had a puzzled look on his face. All 4 votes passed, except for the old hairy guy with the cutie. Voted against it all the same. Because what? Lin Sanjun gossiped. What else can it be? Because the bear country is the closest to us and knows our Huaxia's pissiness the best. If once we withdraw from the 5 warring countries, then it would mean that Huaxia is completely relieved. Anyone else who dares to fool around doesn't have to be looking at the face of the 5 warrior nations and whoever they want. And Bear Nation, of course, is wary of vetoing us. We Chinese are the ancestors of all people. The State Lord slammed the table, and that kingly aura radiated out in no time. In the ancient myths, have you ever heard of any old hairy, eagle people appearing? Lin Sanjun shook his head. That's right then. These other countries are nothing but old natives. If it wasn't for the battle in the ancient past, where would they get their turn to come out and fool around if we yellow people hadn't died out? An ancient battle? Lin Sanjun looked at the State Lord. Talking too much, you don't need to know these things now. I'm going to take you with me to this meeting of the 5 warring nations. Didn't they tell us to hand it over? I'll see who dares to be reckless with you here. If we can get 5 votes in favor, then old me, I'll go crazy with you boys. As soon as these words came out, a gleam shone in the eyes of the State Lord, as if he had gotten a few years younger. The sleeping dragon, it's time to wake up. Send out a little wake-up call and exterminate a few small countries. It shouldn't be a big deal. TSK. Old man, I think this is the real you, right? Lin Sanjong looked at the spirited State Lord. Little fellow, this vision of yours is getting more and more venomous. Only because of the treaty of the 5 warring countries we have been bound. This time I will crush the treaty. If we want to fight, then let's fight. 3 days later, accompany my old man. In these 3 days, Lin Sanstick's cultivation had also completely reached the peak of the ferrying stage, and was only a foot away from the human immortal realm. But now was not the time to cross the threshold. So Lin Sanju indulged his cultivation. 3 days later, Lin Sanjong stood before the State Lord on time. The exclusive channel. Exclusive airplane. Bright red flag spreads with the wind, shining with bloodthirsty light. Huaxia line of 18 people, face grim, see Lin Sanstick over. There are some who have not seen myself come up to make conversation. It's true that heroes come out of youth. I hadn't realized that you were really a kid. Zhang Guodong, the commander-in-chief of the Kyoto military region, looked at Lin Sanju with a majestic face and a gaze of approval. Who are you, old man? Zhang stroked his chin. You can just call me Old Chong. I think you did a really good job on this one. But you have to be honest with me. You really destroyed the entire Japanese nation with one man. Lin Sanju blankly glanced at Zhang Guodong. Nonsense in this case. I don't think anyone but me would dare to come forward and admit it, right? Ha ha ha. Good boy. Fits the old man's piss. Kid, remember, don't be afraid of anything. This meeting of the 5 warring nations, even if the King of Heaven comes, he won't be able to take you away. Okay, old Zhang, we're almost there, don't talk nonsense. The State Lord glanced at Zhang Guodong. Seriousness rose in the cabin and the plane began to land slowly. When the cabin opened, it was only to see that people from all the countries had already stood outside long ago, welcoming the arrival of the Chinese VIPs. It's not that they have much respect for Huaxia, but the country's lord has to play a big tail to wolf this time, deliberately letting these people wait. The racks of the Huaxia are really getting bigger and bigger, making us from the 4 warring nations wait for you? The leader of the Eagle Sauce Nation said grimly, while the fascies and the rebels agreed. The State Lord, followed by dozens of people, slowly walked down behind him, not even looking at these people. The leader of the Bear Country was the first to come up and shake hands with the Lord of the land. It's been a long time, Lord Lu. Full name of the State Lord, Lu Jianxiong. You're not dead yet, old mongrel? The Lord of the land was not polite. After all, this was the time to run to the loose and talk. The Bear Country leader froze in place, embarrassed, thinking, this Lord Lu, what kind of wind is he smoking? How much is this drinking to come to the meeting of the 5 warring nations? Hehe. Lord Lu is still really temperamental. The leader of the bear country didn't know what to say and helplessly let go of the hand of the country's leader. Let's go, what are you looking at? Are you waiting for me to treat you to dinner? The state lord swept the crowd. That kingly aura shocked the crowd. Originally Lin Sanjong was the protagonist. Did not expect the state lord a few words. Directly led the spearhead to himself. Old man, you don't have to stop all the complaints on you. Lin Sanjong said as he followed behind the state lord. The lord of the land patted him on the shoulder without saying anything else. As the crowd entered the conference room, a huge circular hollow round table appeared in front of Lin San's stick. The flags of the 5 warring nations are erected in the center. The lord of the country found a seat at Wasia's place and scanned the crowd. Lin Sanju stood quietly by the side of the state lord. Why aren't they talking? The lord of the land was the first to speak. The leader of the bear kingdom bowed his head down, not daring to meet the gaze of the lord of the kingdom. Instead, the leader of Eagle Jam slammed the table. Lord Tung is so powerful. This one comes without giving face to anyone. Why is this an attempt to challenge the bottom line of our 4 warring nations? Are you worthy? Lin Sanstick looks to the Eagle Sauce leader. Boy, you have a big mouth. The leader of the Eagle Jam Nation looked at Lin Sanstick. What? I've been like this since I was a kid, so I'm not going to do it. Lin Sanjong doesn't care if you're the head of state or not. He'll you if he has to. Great. I suppose you're the one responsible for destroying the Sakura Kingdom? Fusoku stepped forward and said. What? You want to invite me around your country too? Lin Sanclub arched his eyebrows and looked at the leader of the Fathom Kingdom with disdain. Chapter 87 Conference of the 5 Warring Powers Middle. You, kid, don't you get so puffed up. The leader of the state of Liechtenstein said that there was an atmosphere of saber rattling in the conference room, as if it was going to start the next second. Mind you, there are quite a few smaller countries on the sidelines here. Is it called youth if you're not exuberant? Lin Sanjong slapped the table. Rubbish! Li Bengguo glared angrily at Lin Sanju. Who are you calling trash? Lin Sanju calmly stretched out a finger, pointing everyone except Huaxia. I say, here is trash. Snap! The leader of the Eagle Jam Nation clapped his hands a few times. Very well. If you boys are men, don't stand behind your country. Lin Sanstick's body gently leaped and directly stood in the hollow of the round table, stepping on all the flags except for the Chinese flag. This flag is the face of a country, and Lin Sanjong is obviously running to hit the face. The leader of the Eagle Jam Nation gritted his teeth in death, his beard crooked to one side in anger, already on the verge of an outburst, and looked at the lord of the nation. Master Lu, what a good tutor. Your Huaxia country is even more powerful. Do you want to challenge the authority of our 4 countries? The state lord opened a bottle of mineral water, gently took a sip, exasperated everyone's teeth, and slowly said, Our tutoring doesn't seem to be under your control, does it? You 4 countries. Are you the only 4 countries in this world? Aren't everyone else's countries countries? One sentence from Lord Deng directly caused all the small countries to look at the Eagle Jam country, all wanting to see how the Eagle Jam country would reply. The leader of the Eagle Jam Nation was so infuriated by Lin Sanju's mind that he clearly did not expect the always easygoing Lu Kingdom Lord to speak so spitefully today. I didn't mean that. The Eagle Sauce Nation said, What we're discussing now is that your country's people wiped out the Cherry Blossom Nation, and our 4 countries suspect that you, Huaxia, ordered it. Shouldn't you Huaxia give us an explanation? Otherwise, what if you Chinese go to any other country and this still happens? Eagle Sauce Nation said with great righteousness, as if how noble he was. Oh, Lord Lu glanced at the small country. Have you forgotten that this Eagle Sauce country was originally one that started by invading and stealing homes? How many small countries have perished in their hands, and instead of pursuing his responsibility, you are coming to pursue us? Huaxia? The words of the Lu Kingdom Lord caused everyone to wake up, and it was only then that they remembered that recently, the Eagle Sauce Kingdom had frequently invaded small countries, invading countless assets and expanding its territory more and more. Once again, Eagle Jam Nation has been thrust into the limelight. The state of Fath stood up. Lord Lu, this time it seems like we decided to set up the 10 Kingdoms battlefield together, right? It was also us who decided together that we would exterminate a few insignificant small countries to set up a venue for the 10 Kingdoms battlefield. Wasn't it? Before the Kingdom of Fath could finish his words, the Lord of the Land Kingdom directly interrupted. Are you farting? I did agree to set up the 10 Kingdoms battlefield, but I didn't agree to exterminate the smaller nations. After all, the Earth is so big. Where is it not the same to set up? Look at the territory of the Bear Country. Almost half the country is empty. Can't you go to him? The leader of the Bear Kingdom froze. Lord Lu is joking. Our country has also seen a sharp rise in population recently, is also running out of places. In his heart, he was cursing. My territory is my territory. If you guys open a battlefield on my territory and destroy me in the process, where can I reason with you? When the people thought about it, in the last session, Huaxia really didn't say that it agreed to exterminate the small countries, but it didn't say that it didn't agree either, and it was neutral anyway. But as long as it doesn't say that, that's good enough. Heh, the great righteousness of the Chinese nation. Since you love to be a good old boy so much, why don't I see it as a good idea to put the battlefield in the Chinese nation? The leader of the Eagle Jam nation said. The state of Fath agrees. The state of Liechtenstein agrees. Bear Country didn't say anything. Yes? The state of China agrees. Lord Lu said. Bear Country, aren't you going to give a damn? The Lord of the Bear Kingdom is in a cold sweat. This is a ING giveaway, what do you want me to say? But in the dispute, the Bear Country voted against it. After all, you are far away from the mountains of China, but the Bear Country is different. Across a river is the Bear Country. Wait! I say, have you guys forgotten about me? This meeting, isn't it about me? Lin Sanzhong said as he stood in the middle of the meeting. Kid, it's none of your business now, so you'd better shut up. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a Chinese cultivator. We've also resurrected quite a few of our gods in the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. That is, we in the land of Fath have also resurrected many gods. And we, the kingdom of Laban, if you don't want to submit, come and fight at any time. You three old guys, you can really piss in the same pot, and you don't mind being a tart. Lin Sanju blankly glanced at the three. No matter how strong Lin Sanzhong was, he was only one person. In fact, Eagle Sauce Kingdom had another biggest idea, which was to get Lin Sanzhong into their hands. If Lin Sanstick could agree to join his side's camp, then it would be best. Even if he didn't join his side's camp, dissecting him for research would be good. Alright, you guys are grumbling for half a day. Don't you just want to kick our Huaxia out of the 5 warring countries? Hurry up and vote. Said Lu Guizhu directly opened the button on the table and pressed the consent button. Voting options immediately appeared on the huge screen, and the 5 warring countries canceled China's quota, with 1 vote for China. The Eagle Jam country also did not expect China to be so tough and come up to vote for itself. Just as he was thinking about whether he should vote or not, this lapdog from Fast Nation just pressed the yes button. With the state of Fars leading the way, the state of Liebenstein also pressed for consent. Good. That's 3 votes already. What do you 2 countries mean? Lord Lu said, and this Bear Country looked at the Eagle Sauce Country, and then at the Huaxia Country, and finally, surprisingly, pressed the vote of agreement. Seeing the screen agreeing with the ballots turned into 4. Xionggu's hands shivered, his heart bursting with excitement and nervousness. Pressed the wrong button. Eagle Sauce, you mustn't press consent. The Bear Country leader was somewhat speechless. Eagle Nation was also in a daze when they saw Bear Nation press for consent. The two began to make eye contact with each other. What's your situation? Kumaguni had both hands in the air. Wrong press. So what do you want me to do? Eagle Jam Nation gesticulated. You deny it, huh? Kamoku cocked his head with a shrug. Are you kidding me? I initiated this meeting, and you want me to deny it? What do you want the rest of the world to think? Lord Lu watched the 2 men sign language with a helpless look on his face. No, I say if you guys are going to say something, say it in a big way, don't play dumb. And you kitty sauce, weren't you the one who asked to open the cancelled quota meeting? Chapter 88 Meeting of the 5 Warring Powers Below. Eagle Jam Nation is like an old sow in a dilemma. The lord of the land was so angry that he didn't give an inch. Eagle Jam Nation looked at the crowd. Who said I turned it on? What I turned on was sanctioning the culprits who destroyed Sakura Country. Zhang Guodong slammed the table. Put your mother's ass on the line. Eagle Sauce, is that your mouth or that old cotton pants waist? How can you be so irresponsible? Zhang is a big old man who scolds you when he's upset. But it's just that his identity and background are here, so no one dares to do anything to him. You! Eagle Sauce looked at Zhang Guodong with an angry face. You what you? Are you blind? Can't you see what the vote is showing on the big screen? If this wasn't an ING vote you guys prepared in advance, I'd give you my head for a nightcap. And don't blow your top with me. Just you little calves. Believe it or not, I'll have Spring Express come to your door. Let's show you know what a family package is. As soon as they heard about the Springbok Express, everyone quieted down. Huaxia Spring Express, once sent, cannot be rejected. Accurate positioning to the Eagle Sauce is only 20 minutes, but also cannot be intercepted. What? Do you want to start a world war? Eagle Jam's voice rose a few decibels. And you guys are worthy? Zhang Guodong was just about to point his nose and curse Eagle Sauce when the State Lord gently patted his arm with his hand. Eagle Sauce, are you guys voting or not? The Lord of the Land asked. Hawksbane was in deep thought. China had a nuclear weapon, the Springbok Express, but so did Hawksbane, except that Hawksbane's nukes were incapable of precision strikes. If it deviates from its trajectory, it will arouse the discontent of countries around the globe, and then it will become a global public enemy. And Eagle Jam, the old man with the cheap hands, had a habit of playing with something when he thought about things. Just snap around on the cover of that button. Zhang Guodong growled in displeasure at the sight. Eagle Sauce, have you thought about it yet? The voice startled Eagle Jam, and her hand just barely pressed the agree button. In the next moment, China directly withdrew from the seat of the 5 warring countries with 5 votes. Eagle Sauce froze. FUCK, this vote doesn't count. You scared me. Eagle Jam looked at Chong. What do you think the 5 Warriors Conference is? If you say it doesn't count, it doesn't count. Obviously, Eagle Jam convened this meeting, but also just to put pressure on Huaxia, and as a result, he did not expect a slip of the hand, but actually expelled Huaxia from the 5 warring countries. Everyone knows in their hearts that the sleeping dragon of China has begun to awaken, and no one can stop it. The Lord of the Land got up and scanned the crowd, his heart pounding, so afraid that this Eagle Sauce wouldn't push the consent button. Without the constraints of the 5 warrior states, he could completely indulge, and then gently patted Zhang's shoulder, signaling that he had done a good job. Zhang pressed his hand on the State Lord's hand and passed a look that meant, I can't guess through that little mind of yours? Junior, come back, the State Lord said as he looked towards Lin Sanju. Lin Sanju nodded and returned to the side of the State Lord. Since we, Huaxia, are no longer a member of the 5 warring nations, let's meet again here, said the Huaxia crowd as they prepared to evacuate. But Eagle Jam Nation came out to intercept. Stand still. The meeting isn't over yet, and you're still one of the members of the 5 warrior nations, at least for today. The Lord of the Land snorted. You're sick, aren't you? You proposed the meeting, so wouldn't it be right in your favor for us to withdraw? The Kingdom of Liechtenstein. Brother Eagle Sauce, since they want to leave, let them leave. That's right, but before you leave, hand over this brat, or the next step will be to crusade against you, Huaxia, Fast Country said, pointing at Lin Sen's stick. After Huaxia withdrew from the 5 warring states, the state of Liebenstein and the state of Fast stopped pretending and directly sided with the Eagle Sauce state. Shut up, you guys. Hawksbane Nation was furious. What a bunch of ING pygmies. Do you think it's a good thing that Huaxia has left the 5 warriors? However, the matter is settled. Then the Eagle Jam country can only try to bring most of the countries to its side. Eyes to bear country. That means clearly that the time has come to take sides. Kumagaki froze. What are they all looking at me for? Do they all think I'm a soft touch? Do you really think we're called a fighting nation for nothing? Then Xiongua with steely eyes seemed to have made some kind of decision, and stood directly behind Huaxia, the meaning of which was obvious. I am in the same camp as Huaxia. Those who are not stupid know that the gods are now awakening little by little. China has thousands of years of heritage. The gods are even more numerous, and the random awakening of a few is enough for these countries to drink a pot of water. If you change before or Cold War hot weapons era, then the bear country is not afraid of anyone. After all, they have this bottom. Old Dog Bear, are you sure you want to stand behind Huaxia? Fast Nation looked at Bear Nation. Are you blind? Zhang pulled Xiongua to the side, but it was dodged by Xiongua, who directly stood up for himself. Are you all idiots? You guys really think this kid is that easy to catch? Have you guys forgotten that this kid wiped out a country all by himself? Remember, it's one man, and this Sakura Nation and the nuclear weapons provided by your Eagle Sauce Nation can be exterminated. Do you all have your heads up your asses? Thought this Earth was the age of spamming nukes? If Huaxia completely awakens the gods, it would be the same as everyone being a humanoid nuclear weapon, and just you few crooked people wouldn't be enough for others to piss in a pot. If you guys are so capable, let him try walking around your country. Saying this, he didn't forget to pat Lin Sanstick's shoulder. Lin Stick stepped across and stood proudly in front of the crowd and said with a smile on his face, "Right, fast country, later on, little master will go around your country. Awesome boom boom looks like it has everyone in stitches, and this bee is mounted on top of the globe." As Fusoku looked at the leaping Lin Sanju, his body unconsciously stepped back and hid behind Eagle Jamaku. "Yeah." Eagle Land clapped his hands, and then a fully armored man stepped out. "Flesh and bones. I don't believe it can really match our latest nano battle armor." Lin Stick looked at the nearly 2-meter tall mecha warrior and curiously went up and patted it. It didn't make the sound of metal clashing. Instead, it was more like ordinary fabric. Fusoku, who had been hiding a moment ago, saw this and started bragging about it again. "See? The nano battle armor has been researched. Technology is the king of this world." Unbeknownst to Lin Sanju, with a slight force, this nano battle armor was ripped out with a large gash. Prick! With a sound, the crowd sniffed and looked, only to see that the person inside this battle armor was exposing his big snow-white buttocks. Chapter 89 Competition equals Despise? A. Lin Sanjun grabbed the nanofragments and didn't know what to say, so he could only scratch his hair helplessly. Ahem. That's sorry, accidentally gave it away. I'm not pushing it either. The words were small, but he was standing so close to the mic that the amplifier carried his voice to every corner of the conference room. Zhang took a look. Ha 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 ha. Boy, good job. I don't think this is any kind of nano battle armor. It's just rags. Isn't it? Eagle Jam Nation's old face flushed. Although this nano battle armor rupture was repairing rapidly, it was also brittle as paper. Obviously, it was not expected. In his mind, he had already given a polite greeting to the person who had researched the nano battle armor. Humph. What's wrong with that? This is just the research and development stage, and in addition to this nano battle armor, we've already researched and succeeded in mutated potions that can develop the human body's functions to the limit. And one can also have the means to control wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, said another man walking out. The crowd burst into laughter as they looked at the man in red tights and a hat with a thunderbolt symbol on his head. Ha ha ha. Eagle Sauce, are you here for a laugh? Do you come to yoga in yoga clothes? Humph. Show. Eagle Jam spoke up. This man in red was pretentious and arrogant, rubbing his fingers together quickly, so fast that only remnants could be seen, and not long after, his fingertips produced an arc of electricity that crackled and popped. Well, that's our mutant, Lightning. He's lightning fast and can release electricity. Awesome. Hawk Jam is Hawk Jam. Never let us down, Fusoku said in greeting. Zhang Guodong once again burst out laughing. No, I mean Eagle Sauce, why don't you guys hurry up and go home? Is this supposed to be funny? This little arc you're rubbing out isn't as big as the residential electric current in my house. Once these words came out, all the Chinese people couldn't hold it in and simply let go and laugh directly. The State Lord also held his old face red and raised his eyes to look at Zhang Guodong. What are you looking at? I'm telling the truth. Lin boy. Show it to these people who have never seen the world? Zhang Guodong looked at Lin Sanju. Showing this? Lin Sanjun lightly grunted, then gently snapped his fingers, and immediately a thunderbolt as thick as a bucket directly blasted onto the man wearing the nano battle armor. When the lightning cleared, all that was left on the ground was a dark, smoldering mess of dark brown smoke, and the man had disappeared. Is this the ability of a Chinese cultivator? Some small countries have long been shaken. After all, this meeting of the 5 warring countries, China is strong from the beginning to the end, which is on the way out, but also did not forget to give the Eagle Jam country a downward spiral. However, these small countries can only think about it due to the obscene power of the Eagle Sauce country. There hadn't been much hair on Hawk Jam's head, and now the roots were standing on end, veins taut and protruding, completely exposed to the air and obviously pissed off. President, let me do it. Lightning stepped forward. After all, this lost face had to be recovered. Hawk Jam looked to Lightning. Can you do it? It should be fine. Although this kid's lightning is very strong, with my speed, he definitely can't touch me. I'm going to beat the out of him. Eagle Jam nodded. As long as you take care of this Chinese cultivator this time, our Congress will fully support you when we return. Lightning's eyes flashed with excitement as he looked towards Lin Stick with an arrogant expression. Kid, do you dare to fight me? Lin Sanjong didn't know any foreign languages, so he could only look at the State Lord, who translated to him. Then Lin Sanjun looked at Lightning with a raised eyebrow. That's fine. What do you want to compare? I want to compete with you for speed. Lightning hooked his finger towards Lin San's stick. Could be. Well then, it's about 10 kilometers from here to the airport, so how about just removing any part from the plane and coming back here and counting it as a victory? The State Lord translated to Lin Sanjun, who nodded. Only to see this lightning take out a small firecracker from his pocket and look at Lin San's stick. Once the firecracker goes off, it will begin. Good. Lin Sanjun stood beside Lightning with a bemused face, while Lightning had already made a starting stance. With a burst of friction between the two fingers, the fuse of the firecracker was directly ignited, and when a bang was heard, the lightning surprisingly transformed into an electric snake, spinning and whistling as it rushed out of the door. Lin Sanjun stood in place and yawned, his figure disappearing in place in the next second. In the blink of an eye, his figure reappeared in front of the crowd, holding a huge impeller in his hand, clearly having accomplished his mission. Lightning, on the other hand, was slow to return. 10 seconds passed and an electric snake flashed into the conference room, only to see Lightning holding a screw in his hand and looking at Lin San's stick with an angry face. You're a bad boy, aren't you? I can't believe they took the airplane apart. Everyone was shocked to hear that Lin San's stick had used only 1 second to dismantle an airplane and return here. Lin Sanjuan's head tilted, revealing an unruly face. This is too much of a waste of time for me. I want to fight you again. Zhang Guodong stood out. You're done. Another 100 matches would be futile. Eagle Jam glared at Lightning with an angry face. Punk! After cursing, he directly turned around and led the crowd to leave. Today's face was lost. Not a bit left. After leaving the crowd's field of vision, a look of madness appeared on this Eagle Jam's face. Putting on a show for you guys. Do you really think I have no one in Eagle Jam? Apparently everything that just happened, as wimpy as it looked, was done on purpose by Eagle Jam. After watching Eagle Jam leave, all of the smaller nations followed suit, leaving only one bare nation by the Lord of the land. State Lord Lu. All guests come from afar. How about we find a place to sit and talk about the following cooperation? The Lord of the country blanked the bear country. Old dog bear. Just stay on your acre of land and don't jump out of your skin for a while. Otherwise, how do you not have it all? Zhang said from the sidelines. Could it be, you guys are going to make a big move? Xiong was heart-thumped. That would be out of your hands. After leaving the Five Warriors' Kingdom, several people also embarked on a journey back to their home country. The State Lord sat on top of the airplane and picked up a glass of wine. Little Lindsay, don't drink when you're still young. Let's celebrate the successful completion of this mission, said a few people clinking glasses and sharing a drink. The State Lord then looked at Lin San's stick. Kid, what are you going to do about this alien invasion? Lin Sanjong looked at the State Lord in boredom. What else can we do with it? Come one to kill one, come a pair to kill a pair. Right now, Lin San's stick could have a true 6th grade Dao realm powerhouse by his side. An absolutely invincible existence on Earth. Chapter 90 Heavenly Heavy Industry. You say that lightly, the weapons shown to you are but the tip of their iceberg. What if, in this invasion, they bring weapons of even greater power? Lin Sanjun looked at the State Lord. It's all right, everything has me. Old man, you just put your heart in your stomach. Seeing Lin Sanju so confident of the State Lord no longer say more, if the safety of the world are handed over to Lin Sanju, obviously that is not the style of the State Lord. In fact, the backhand he had already prepared. Only, if you cannot fight this battle is best. A screw-up, the whole planet will disappear in the long history. Kill the base. Lin Sanju lay on top of Mushishi's long and full jade legs, and from time to time, he even took the peeled grapes from Mushishi's hand and chewed on them. Looking at the countdown in the sky, there were only 9 days and 8 hours left. Junior, don't worry, everything is with my sister. Even if this earth is gone, my sister will take you back to my hometown. Mushishi said as she looked at Lin Sanju, who had a preoccupied face. The white-striped whale glared at Lin San's stick. Master, do you look at him like he's the least bit worried? I think he can't wait for the earth to be destroyed in a hurry. With his master here, he must be intact. What do you know? Lin Sanju blankly glanced at the little lowly who had been chattering. Little dragon, give me some blood. I feel like I'm about to cross the threshold. Drink some dragon blood in advance just in case. Lin Sanjun said as he looked towards the little dragon in the sky. The little dragon tore off a piece of scale and received 500 mao of dragon blood to Lin Sanjong. Lin San's stick side was enjoying his last good time, while the State Lord's side was all fired up. State Lord. This new type of weapon, we still haven't found a material that can cope with the huge energy. Not even those among the treasury. The State Lord looked at the person who spoke with a frown on his face. Never mind. Stop all the work at hand. There are only a few days left, and even if the materials were given to you, you wouldn't be able to mass produce them in such a short time. In that case, activate Plan S and have Celestial Heavy Industries ready for war at all times. Hearing the Heavenly Court heavy worker, the person who spoke had a worried look on his face. State Lord. This Heavenly Court heavy industry is currently only in the experimental stage. If we rush against the enemy, once we can't control it, I'm afraid it will lead to disaster. I say, Little Wang, what disaster do you think can outweigh the one in 8 days? The Lord of the Kingdom looked at the young king and said meaningfully, this, don't this and that. It's time to raise you guys for so long. It's time for the Heavenly Court heavy worker to come out. Yes. Little King nodded and then retreated. Xiang Wentian walked in at this moment, brushing shoulders with Little King. Neither of these two people took any notice of the other. After all, one played with scientific research and the other was a psychic who didn't see eye to eye. How did it go? The State Lord looked at Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian took a deep breath. Kingdom Lord, the people of this worldly family have already spoken, and will come to help in 8 days. But the people of the small world pressed for help. The State Lord's expression iced over. Humph, these people from the small worlds are using our Earth's resources, but they don't come out to do their jobs. When this side is dealt with, it's time to clean up the assholes from the small worlds as well. In that case, you'll first take all of 749's personnel to Linsan, and just keep following him for the next 8 days. Make sure to coax this kid properly, and when he's happy, maybe if he teaches you a trick, you'll be able to break through to a human immortal as well. Xiang Wentian looked at the State Lord. Big brother, this is a bit bad for you, isn't it? Let me hang out behind a kid. Xiang Wentian was actually the cousin of the State Lord, and the two were quite close in private. You know, I can feel that this kid has already reached the time to cross the threshold, only that he has been suppressing his power. What? Xiang Wentian was shocked. Big brother, you're not kidding, right? This kid has only been cultivating for 2.5 years full time, and he's actually going to cross the threshold? Why else would I ask you to follow him? Also, his sister is definitely hiding some big secret. One of the reasons for letting you go is that you need to find a way to break through to the human immortal realm, and the other is to investigate the secret between them. Remember, make sure you don't startle the snakes. You really think highly of me. This kid is as shrewd as a monkey. I reckon he'll see right through me before I can investigate his secrets. Xiang Wentian looked at the State Lord with difficulty. All right, hurry up and go. By the way, call Zhang Guodong over to me. The Lord of the country waved his hand impatiently. With only the Lord of the land left in the room, he raised his hand and rubbed his temples. I'm at a loss to understand why other countries are resurrecting deities one after another. Our great Chinese deities are their ancestors, and there is not the slightest hint of resurrection? Can't it be that this brat is too strong and the suppressed gods can't be resurrected? The Lord of the land said to himself. Kill the base. What are you doing here, you old man? And bringing so many people. Lin Sanjun looked at the dusty Xiang Wentian. Brat, haven't seen you for so long. Miss you come to see you, can't you? Don't. Absolutely nothing good happens when I see you, old boy. Lin Sanjun turned his face away. Brat, you think I want to come? If it wasn't for his old man, the lord of the country, giving the word that from today onwards, Bureau 749 would be included in the kill organization, I wouldn't have bothered to come over. Lin Sanzhong turned to look at Xiang Wentian. Is the old man confused? How could he bear to break up Bureau 749? What else should we do? In 8 days, all the secrets will be made public, and all the ordinary people will know about the existence of cultivators and aliens. It's definitely impossible to hide it, so it's better to just let them all know about it. Xiang Wentian said helplessly. It's not impossible to join, but I have one condition. Lin Sanjun said with a twinkle in his eye. Speak up, now at this critical juncture. I think the Lord of the land will agree to any terms. Let me go to the treasury again. Lin Sanjun jumped up in a high jump. This? I have to ask first. Afterwards, Xiang Wentian made a call, and after getting the State Lord's consent, Lin Sanju couldn't wait to pull Xiang Wentian and flew to Kyoto. At the moment, the State Lord was making a tight layout with Zhang Guodong. Seeing Lin Sen's stick, this Zhang Guodong got excited. As a veteran general who had fought in hundreds of battles, he liked this thunderous teenager. Haha, kid, we meet again. Lin Sanzhong looked at Zhang Guodong. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and open the treasury gate. And don't show me the junk stuff. I know you guys must have something good. Lin Sanju walked towards the State Lord on his own. The Lord of the country froze. You kid isn't finished until you've plucked me clean. Chapter 91 Heaven and Earth Grinding Wheel Heaven Slayer. With that said, several people had already arrived at the treasury. Take your pick. Don't be shy, take whatever you want. Lin Sanju blankly glanced at the State Lord. Old man, this is a bit unorthodox of you. What do you want me to pick on the first level? Don't think I don't know you have a hidden level here that I didn't go to last time. The State Lord looked at Lin San's stick. You kid, you really can't hide anything. In desperation, the Lord of the land opened a secret door and passed through a passageway that led directly to the last floor. The last floor was small, only about 50 square feet. But what was inside really shocked Lin San's stick. Displaying a wide array of cold weapons, Lin Sanzhong casually picked up a nearly transparent sword. You kid is really good at picking. This is the ancient famous sword dryad. Next to it is Emosia. However, Lin Sanjun just weighed it and put it aside. For ordinary people, it was indeed a famous sword, a priceless treasure. But for Lin San's stick, it could be shattered with the snap of a finger. Looking to the side, a huge mill appeared in front of him. This mill looked full of vicissitudes. The surface was covered with traces of age, but Lin Sanzhong could feel that inside it even released a pressure if nothing else. Lin San's stick had already reached the peak of the transition. Even a heavenly immortal wouldn't necessarily be able to exert much pressure on him. And yet, this inconspicuous millstone was able to, although it felt small, and Lin Sanjun put his hand on it, and his consciousness detached itself from his body all of a sudden. The eyes went dull and empty. What happened to this little guy? Zhang Guodong asked. The State Lord shook his head thoughtfully. He should have entered some strange space. Zhang Guodong was full of doubts. But then again, where did you get such a millstone, State Lord, and what are you collecting this for? Is it okay to come and pull the mill? The State Lord gave Zhang Guodong a slap on the face. What do you know? This is not an ordinary millstone. Only, I don't know what its exact function is. When the boy awakens, all the mysteries should be solved. Lin Sanjuan's consciousness was pulled into the millstone. Opening his eyes, he was standing on top of a land full of corpses. Corrupt bones were piled up in mountains, and the land that was occasionally exposed was a crimson color. Not far from Lin Sanju, on top of the mountain of bones, stood a skeleton holding a huge sword, looking up at the sky with a resigned expression. The two deep holes in the eye of the skull seemed to shoot out two gazes staring at the sky above. But looking at the crumbling armor, this person should have been dead for a long time. As Lin Sanjun broke in, this corpse's tiger body shook and a soul body floated out. Ha ha ha, 1,000 years. A whole 1,000 years. Someone has finally discovered this heaven and earth grinding wheel. This soul body, roughly 40 years old or so, with reddened eyes and veins filled with madness, as fierce as a gnarled dragon. The moment his eyes glanced at Lin Sanclub was as if he was struck by lightning. His body directly froze in place. Just when he wanted to move, he realized that he had been confined to this place. Who are you? Lin Sanjun looked at the middle-aged man and asked. Me? You may call me the Kingslayer. Heaven Slayer? Lin Sanjun looked at the man with a puzzled expression. Nice. I exist for the purpose of regicide, this Heaven Slayer said with a haughty face. Lin Sanstick sensed it and realized that he was unable to see through the other party's cultivation at all. And this action also allowed the Heaven Slayer to discover it. Kid, you don't have to feel my cultivation. I don't have any. Because my powers only allow for regicide. Then, isn't this body all over the ground you're doing? No cultivation and still managed to kill so many people. Hearing Lin Sanju's words, the Sky Slayer responded, Who told you that they were human? These are all just the bilocations evolved by this square sky. I didn't expect that this ordinary lower realm sky would be so cunning that I hunted it down for nearly 1,000 years before completely killing it. Once he thought about the fact that today's Earth was the end times, it was obvious that the middle-aged man in front of him was the culprit. Then, in that case, the depletion of Earth's aura is also your doing? The Kingslayer nodded. I was born specifically to hunt down Earth's heavenly Tao. Why? Lin Sanjun didn't understand. There's no reason. From the moment I was born, my mission was to hunt down the heavenly Tao. As long as I don't die, I'll be hunted down in a steady stream. Lin Sanjong seemed to understand somewhat. I heard my sister say that as long as the heavenly Tao does not die, a new heavenly Tao powerhouse cannot appear. I am afraid that the appearance of this Heaven Slayer is to accomplish the appearance of a new heavenly Tao powerhouse. Heavenly Tao powerhouses are all near invincible existences. How can you kill them without cultivation? Perhaps it was because the Heaven Slayer hadn't spoken for too long, and instead patiently explained to Lin Sanjun. It's simple. I can't beat cultivators below the heavenly Tao, but I also have an invincible defense below the heavenly Tao. No one can kill me. Of course, even if it's an ordinary person, I can't kill them, it's like a rule. All of my powers only work on Tendo. Lin Sanjun looked at the Heaven Slayer and felt quite pitiful as well. The ability to kill the heavenly Tao at birth, an invincible defense under the heavenly Tao. But this life can only exist for one purpose. Lin Sanjuan's eyes looked towards the Heaven Slayer's physical body. Your physical body has already died, so I'm sure that when a new heavenly Tao is born in this heaven and earth, you won't be able to obliterate it anymore, right? The Kingslayer shook his head. The body is dead, but my soul is still there. Even if the soul perishes, then a new Heaven Slayer will be born. In short, in this heaven and earth with my existence, there is absolutely no way that the heavenly Tao will be allowed to appear. The Kingslayer didn't have the slightest expression on his face, as if he was talking about something unimportant. That won't work. Little Master, I'm still waiting to gather all the fragments of the mountain and sea scripture to revive the aura. Besides, I don't want to be stuck in this world forever. Lin Sanjuan's eyes rolled. What good does this do you? The Kingslayer was silent for a long time. No, I said I only follow the rules to do things. Lin Sanjun also fell into deep thought. Since my body can imprison souls, I wonder if I can imprison this Heaven Slayer in front of me. Thinking about it, Lin Sanstick's spiritual energy moved, directly unlocking the restraints and extending his claws towards the Heaven Slayer. What are you doing? The Heaven Slayer couldn't help but stare when he saw the demonic claws appearing behind Lin Sanstick, but he didn't take it to heart. Take a shot at me. I advise you to give up. After all, my defense is invincible under the heavenly Tao. Although I can't hurt you, you can't hurt me a bit either. Really? Lin Sanjong looked at the Heaven Slayer with a strange expression. Do you dare to stand there and not move, so that I can try to see if you are truly invincible? The Kingslayer looked at Lin Sanstick and nodded helplessly. Very good. Detain the spirit and dispatch the general, said a huge magic claw directly grabbed to the Kingslayer. The Kingslayer's face as usual, as dead gray, very calm, not in the slightest on the heart. Chapter 92, I'm the Soul Prison Controller? However, the next moment the Sky Slayer's expression froze, only to see that this demonic claw shot out countless thin threads from its fingers, instantly wrapping up the Heaven Slayer. No, no way. You can't possibly hurt me. The Kingslayer struggled hard, but it didn't help. I never meant to hurt you, so your defenses are useless to me. Lin Sanjun slightly clenched his fist, and the Sky Slayer that was wrapped into a cocoon directly disappeared in front of him. It worked. Lin Sanstick's heart rejoiced, and then summoned the Heaven Slayer, only this time the Heaven Slayer's eyes were hollow. After only a few seconds, this Heaven Slayer began to struggle frantically again, trying to escape Lin Sanstick's control. Little bastard. Let's see if I can get you out of my control, little master. In an instant, a huge prison silhouette emerged behind Lin Sanjong. Within this void, each prison held a soul, but none of these souls were hollow-eyed and thoughtless. The reason why Lu Laozhu could free himself from Lin Sanju's detention was because Lin Sanju didn't take any measures. Otherwise, even Lu Laozhu would have to stay honestly in this cage. With the appearance of the prison, the Kingslayer in his madness unexpectedly quieted down and sank his eyes shut. After a minute had passed, the Kingslayer's eyes snapped open and shot out a brilliant light before turning his head to look at Lin Sanstick. You are actually a soul prison controller. The Kingslayer's eyes were filled with horror. Why do you still have a sense of independence? Lin Sanstick was puzzled, and then sensed, realizing that this Heaven Slayer had always been under his control, and that he could take the Heaven Slayer's little life as long as he moved his mind. I didn't expect that the soul prison controller who disappeared for several epochs would appear. Looking at you now, you shouldn't be able to completely control the soul prison yet, right? Kingslayer asked. What are you talking about? What era, what soul prison controller? What soul prison? Lin Sanju was a bit confused. He had never even heard of these terms. The Heaven Slayer seemed to have remembered something. I see. You're still in the sealing stage. Otherwise it's impossible that you don't know this information. I say that what's his name, Sky Slayer? Can you tell me about what you just said to me, little master? Lin San Stick asked. The Kingslayer sighed. That's just it. Everything is destiny. It wouldn't hurt to tell you. The Kingslayer's eyes then looked into the distance as if recalling something, and not long afterward, he opened his mouth and said, You already know the purpose of my existence, which is to destroy the heavenly Tao. And you, soul prison controller, have appeared with the mission to suppress all souls. As long as the other party is a soul body, no matter how high their cultivation level is, you can detain them. Of course, if the opponent has a physical body, unless you can beat them to death, you'll be backfired. The soul prison controller is an extremely unpopular character. You're just like me, and once you let people know you're a soul prison controller, they'll be the first to snuff you out before you can grow up. After all, when the physical body falls, the soul can still survive and even cultivate to a higher realm. But once they meet you, it's the same as a soul being scattered and completely annihilated. When Lin Sanjong heard these words, his heart surged with excitement. I didn't realize that, little master, I am also an open existence. So, the whole of hell is mine, and I can take it for myself whenever I want? Lin Sanjun muttered, just in time for the Sky Slayer to hear. Hell, too, is nothing more than a portion of the soul prison that diverged from yours. What's the saying? The sun god rules over mankind. And you, in charge of the soul class. Hissed Lin Sanjun, sucked in a breath of cool air. Kid, you don't have to be happy too early. If you don't break through to the Tao realm before the age of 18, you'll be wiped out by the rules. If I'm right, you've been reincarnated many times as well, and have been obliterated in each life. However, seeing that you have such a cultivation level at such a young age, I think it is really possible to break through to the Tao realm in this life. Nothing but. The Kingslayer hesitated. Only what? Lin Sanjong asked anxiously. The heavenly Tao of this heaven and earth has already been decimated by me. If you want to reach the Tao realm at the age of 18, the aura of this heaven and earth is not enough. Lin Sanjun looked at the Heaven Slayer. But I can strengthen myself by absorbing souls, can't I? The Kingslayer smiled slightly. You're thinking too naively. Devouring souls to grow in strength is also truly your unique skill no one can do. But that's also your downfall. Cons? Lin Sanjun was even more puzzled. Not bad. Although the reason you can cross levels against your enemies is because you can absorb energy in both directions to advance. Below the Heavenly Immortal, you can reach it by either way, but at the Heavenly Immortal to Tao realm, you'll need to control both aura and soul power before you can break through. This? Lin Sanjong didn't know what to say, and subconsciously asked, if I can get together all the fragments of the mountain and sea scripture, won't the aura recover then? Fragments of the Yamaha Sutra? The Kingslayer fell into a deep thought. So that's how it is. You know? The Heaven Slayer nodded. If you can gather all the fragments of the mountain and sea scripture, you might really be able to revive the aura. But the cost is also extremely large, and I hope you can withstand it. As for what the price is, you don't need to know now, you'll naturally know when that day comes. Also, don't try to steal my memories with the power of the soul prison. Because my memories are sealed by the rules, once they are stolen from the outside world, I will instantly die a violent death. The Kingslayer spoke lightly, as if the person who died wasn't himself. True. Lin Sanjun secretly cursed. You always tell me rules and regulations. What exactly are the rules? Who the hell made up this rule? Lin Sanjun had the urge to curse his mother. I don't know. But it must have been made by the people who made the rules. Isn't always human. Lin Sanjun looked at the Heaven Slayer speechlessly. You'll let out less of this kind of tasteless fart in the future. By the way, does the Heaven and Earth Grinder work? After all, this Heaven Slayer was sealed in the Heaven and Earth Grinder. It works, but it doesn't work. Because this Heaven and Earth grinding wheel is something that evolved in the body of the Heavenly Tao for use in controlling the realms. Once the Heavenly Tao dies, this millstone will be equivalent to useless. No one can activate this Heaven and Earth grinding wheel except for himself. And what do you mean by useful? Lin Sanjun asked again. The usefulness I'm talking about is useful to me. this heaven and earth grinding wheel, was derived to detain me. As he said these words, the Kingslayer's eyes were once again red, his anger catching on. Chapter 93 Support from the 8 Great Families. So it means that whenever there is the appearance of a heaven and earth grinding wheel, it must be the fall of a side of the heavenly Tao. And all sealed with a Kingslayer? The Kingslayer nodded. Not bad. The two of them were chatting feverishly, unaware that the world outside had turned upside down. State Lord. This kid has fallen into a deep sleep for so many days. Can he still wake up? The State Lord looked at the Lin Sin stick who had been standing still and didn't dare to touch it for fear of a bad situation. How do I know this? You can't help it. There's only an hour left until the alien invasion. Zhang Guodong eagerly circled around Lin Sanju, knowing that during this period of time, in addition to eating and drinking, Zhao Guodong had been guarding Lin Sanju's side. Forget it. Let's not worry about him for now. Are the heavenly heavy workers ready? Zhang nodded, ready for standby, and the energy injection is complete. Very good. Notify the dragon team. All hands on deck. Yes. Zhang Guodong's blood boiled in his bones. After all, he was too comfortable for too long, and it was time to move his muscles. Lord of the country, do you need to bring the special forces with you? The State Lord shook his head. Forget about the special forces. They are just ordinary people even if they are strong. Yes. Zhang Guodong then walked out, and Xiang Wentian also arrived in front of the State Lord at that moment. State Lord, all 749 members have been brought in and are standing by. Very good. How many people can this kid's kill mobilize? The State Lord looked at Xiang Wentian. This is also strange. This kills it all the members only listen to the words of the white-striped whale. We can't instruct each other. And since this white-striped whale only listens to Mushishi, and this Mushishi only listens to Lin-san, there's nothing I can do. Never mind. How are those worldly families preparing? As soon as the State Lord's words fell, an old man with a head full of white hair and a terrifying aura wave emanating from his body walked in, arching his hand at the Lord of the country. Long time no see, old country lord. When the State Lord saw the visitor, his face was slightly pleased. Isn't this Patriarch Lu? I didn't expect you to even come out in person. The earth is facing life and death, and we will not stand idly by. This time, plus me, our Lu clan has a total of 8 human immortals, 4 earth immortals and 1 heavenly immortal on standby. Celestial immortal? The State Lord looked at Patriarch Lu. You old man, I didn't expect that dying actually allowed you to break through to heavenly immortal. Ha ha ha. It was a fluke, just the other day. Then, one after another, a number of worldly family controllers walked in. The Wang clan has come to support the State Lord, 7 human immortals, 6 earth immortals, and 1 heavenly immortal, he said and sat down on his butt in a side chair. The Qian clan has come to support Huaxia with 10 human immortals, 3 earth immortals, and 3 heaven immortals. Saying so, he also arched his hand at the Lord of the country and sat down. The Sun clan has come to help, 5 human immortals, 3 earth immortals, and 1 heavenly immortal. Ha ha ha. Good. The State Lord looked at these people with satisfaction. These families had always been people who didn't walk around in the secular world, but they didn't expect to be surprisingly united this time around, and had actually brought out all of their cards. Even though these people are all right with fighting, when something happens, no one is really ambivalent. It's true what they say, I can bully my people, but outsiders don't even think about insulting my Huaxia a little bit. The Dragon Clan has come to join the battle. 18 human immortals, 11 earth immortals, and 7 heaven immortals. Hearing this, the State Lord couldn't help but stare. Long time no see, Dragon Patriarch. The State Lord greeted. Old thing, don't come up with something false. I haven't made up with you yet. We'll settle the score when this is over. The Dragon Patriarch was clearly estranged from the State Lord, but facing a great enemy, all old grudges could be put aside. The Dragon Clan can be said to be the strongest clan in the world. The rest of the clans need to look at the face of the Dragon Clan to act. After all, when the people come out, the heavenly immortals are 7, the strength can be imagined. The Mu clan has come to help. 7 human immortals, 4 earth immortals, and 2 heaven immortals. The Shin clan has come to help. 8 human immortals, 3 earth immortals, 1 half-step heavenly immortal, and 2 heavenly immortals. The Shin clan patriarch looked at the Mu clan patriarch and raised his eyebrows. Obviously a little stronger than you guys. and sat quietly to the side when he saw the dragon clan. The Feng clan came to charge. 3 human immortals, 1 earth immortal, and 21 at the transition stage. The State Lord looked toward Xiang Wentian, clearly not having heard of the Feng clan. State Lord, this Feng clan is a recently upstart clan, so its strength is relatively low, but these people are also the entire Feng clan. The State Lord's face was as normal. His eyes filled with relief as he nodded at Patriarch Feng. All of you, please take your seats. Patriarch Feng found a seat to the side and sat down. You count the number of people just now, the State Lord said to Xiang Wentian. The State Lord then looked at the 8 great clans that had come over. Thank you all for being able to come to the aid of the earth at a time of life and death. Without further ado, as long as we all pull together to get through this time, if you need anything in the future, just ask. Of course, our private agreement must not be voided. After all, if ordinary people know about your existence, it is likely to cause unnecessary trouble. Dragon Group Leader, Che, what a trouble. Such a big battle this time. Do you still want to erase everyone's memories? Just one leak is enough to cause chaos in the world. What the Dragon Matriarch said was true, but it was also true that it was not the right time to take that step of picking it apart from the common people. After all, the place where this alien had landed would be the area of the underground laboratory. After all, the airwaves had been sent from there as well, and it had long since been cleared out into a large open space. Even if there are some villages and towns that exist, all of them have been relocated by way of demolition, and the high demolition fees are paid directly in a lump sum. It also became the fastest demolition payment ever. Keep it under wraps as long as you can, until you can't, the State Lord said in a low voice, then looked at the watch on his wrist. There's still half an hour until the alien invasion. Let's go. Xiang Wentian also counted the number of people. 66 human immortals, 35 earth immortals, 17 of the heavenly fairy. Transitional powerhouses weren't counted, and even if they came, they would still be cannon fodder-like existences. Very well. Depart. The lord of the country waved his hand. These strong clansmen, one by one, directly rose up in the air. The scene was spectacular. What beasts and birds along the way encountered this breath are honestly hiding. Arriving at their destination, all members of the Dragon Team and 749 had been waiting for a long time. The 8 great clans couldn't help but be amused for a moment at the sight of the person the State Lord had called. Old man, you're really getting back on your feet. What's the use of fixing these crooked dates? Chapter 94 Alien Invasion, Deities of the Bear Country. The Dragon Patriarch said with a mocking face. Couldn't be helped that the strongest of these 2 special teams was just Xiang Wentian, who was also only at the half-step immortal realm. Seeing the crowd fall from the sky above, both Dragon Team and 749 were shocked in place. Is this the hidden strength of our Huaxia? Looking at the several terrifying aura fluctuations, one couldn't help but tense up. A random strike from the other side could kill these people in seconds. All right, now is not the time to fight in the nest. When this matter is over, I will accompany you to the end any way you want to fight. The State Lord looked at the Dragon Patriarch without the politeness he had just had. Very well. Old man Lu, you'd better be true to your word. After saying that, the Dragon Clan chief flung his sleeve robe and stopped talking. The lord of the country looked at his elites and shook his head helplessly. For S sake, how did this worldly family cultivate so many immortal realm powerhouses? The more he looked at the Dragon Group and Bureau 749, the more angry the State Lord became, while Xiang Wentian, who was standing on the side, was slapped hard on the back of his head by the State Lord. What are you doing, Lord of the Land? Xiang Wentian looked at the State Lord in aggravation. What for? Guess. The State Lord lazily ignored Xiang Wentian. You go to the State Treasury to see if Junior is awake, and if he is, tell him to hurry over. How can he be missing in such a big battle? The State Lord said through gritted teeth. This is it. Xiang Wentian did not dare to stay too much, otherwise the State Master a displeasure, and then give a slap that can be a big disgrace. With 15 minutes left in the countdown, the entire sky suddenly darkened, not to mention the moonlight, even the daylight had been covered tightly. A huge roar then resounded directly between heaven and earth. Ordinary people thought there was a solar eclipse, and the clear sky stretched out all of a sudden. Radio broadcasts, television, and lighting all inexplicably flickered silkily at this moment, and in less than a minute all signals, radio and television broadcasts, and lighting fell completely silent. Even a generator stops turning when it comes to this moment. Driving in the high-speed car but also suddenly cut off the connection, the gas pedal steering wheel involuntarily shaking up, completely out of control, together with a car accident Wolverine smoke, deaths and injuries are not counted. All flights crashed to the ground like birds with broken wings. The whole of China was like the end of the world. The Bear Country, the closest to China, was also affected, with nearly half of the cities experiencing the same scenes as China. The leaders of the Bear Country, who ordered people to step up efforts to restore communications, tried to get in touch with China, but it didn't help. Both the lines and the communications equipment have inexplicably exploded. Miserable screams, cries one after another, Western medicine without the equipment to add, all of a sudden dizzy, and Chinese medicine at this moment to play beyond the level of medical equipment. But the number of dead and wounded is too much. The whole hospital has long been surrounded by the water. The moment the sky was completely dark, suddenly, a light began to flicker in the sky. The State Lord looked to the sky. This wouldn't be an alien ship, would it? Isn't that a little big? The Lord of the country was in a state of shock. Old Man Lu, if you're scared, hurry up and roll to the side and hide. Leave the rest to me. Elder Long took the first step to block the State Lord behind him. At the moment, Eagle Sauce, the first to get the news that China is in crisis, is celebrating the country. Haha, damned Wasi, let you guys go wild. The meeting of the 5 warring nations is out of the limelight. This time I'll see how you can still escape. Come on, man. Leader Hawksbane chanted excitedly, and then a group of people who had been vaccinated with the mutant vaccine walked in. From now on, you guys give me a full-scale attack on Huaxia. When you meet someone, kill them, men, women and children, and leave no survivors. This time, I will make China disappear completely. Hawk Jam then contacted the Fath and Lebensraum countries, and at almost the same time, they both sent their country's deity mutant biochemists to Chinese territory. This one is really a wolf in front of a tiger. The leader of the Bear Nation frowned, reaching all the way to the northernmost edge of his country, which was where the communication signal came from. But the first one was first approached by Eagle Jam Nation. Old Dog Bear, are you still going to stand behind Huaxia now? You know, this time, Huaxia has messed with a high-level civilization that it shouldn't have messed with, and it will die 10 deaths without a chance of survival. As long as you can join forces with us and annex the territory of China together, then we can let you continue to survive in this land as well. Otherwise, Huaxia will be your forewarning. Eagle Jam came up with a threat, apparently not caring about the already enraged Bear Nation leaders. That's ING bullying. The Bear Country leader slammed the phone right down. Afterwards, but in deep thought, after all, this is a big gamble. If Huaxia survives this crisis, then there is still a possibility of rising. If Huaxia dies in this crisis, once it is on the wrong team, the Bear Country will also cease to exist. What to do? Someone tell me what the hell to do. The Lord of the Bear Kingdom grabbed at his already few hairs and panicked. There are cultivators in Huaxia, mutants in Hawksbane, and gods appearing one after another in other countries. How come we're the only ones with nothing in Bear Country? Just as the Bear Country Lord was frantic, a strong and deep voice rang out. When have my sons and daughters of the Bear Country been so conflicted and undecided? The Lord of the Bear Kingdom looked up, only to see a bear-headed orc with a body nearly 3 meters tall and a giant axe in his hand appear before him. You! Who are you? The Lord of the Bear Country was alert, his hand feeling for his sidearm at his waist. Me? I'm the brown god bear bastard. Xiong Batian? A Chinese name, the State Lord asked subconsciously. Xiong Batian looked at the leader of the Bear Country. Good. You can understand that I am a deity of the Bear Kingdom. Bear Country gods. A glimmer of light flashed in the disheveled eyes of the Bear Country's lord. My country finally has a deity. I don't know what the deity Sama should be called. Xiong Batian looked at the Bear Country's State Lord. You can address me as old ancestor. Although we are a bear country, our predecessors were Chinese. This sentence made the Bear Country's lord a little confused. Taking out a mirror and looking in it, old ancestor? You're not kidding, are you? Whether it's the looks or the eyes, it's different. The Lord of the Bear Kingdom said. You know, Xiong Batian cursed. In the ancient times, I was a war rider under Lord Chiyu. In that era, there were only 2 races. One was the modern Huaxia, and the other was the demon race led by Chiyu. We are collectively known as the Huaxia clan. So, by definition, we are all from Huaxia. Xiong Batian explained. This is so bull, isn't it? The Lord of the Bear Kingdom felt like he was in a dream, and vigorously patted his head, hurting his brain and being confused. Chapter 95. Unity of China. All the people are soldiers. I was able to awaken today solely because I sensed that Huaxia was suffering a crisis. You are hereby ordered to send men forward to support Huaxia, Xiong Batian said in a commanding tone. This, after having a backbone, the Lord of the Bear Country directly chose to take sides and instantly sent several elite troops and special weapons to China to support him. When the huge flying object in the sky revealed its full appearance, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This is at least a second-tier civilization to make, isn't it? Zhang Guodong came to the side of the state lord looking at the flying machine above the sky and exclaimed, Old Zhang, this is not the place for you. Hurry up and get out of here. Zhang Guodong looked at the state lord. State lord? What are you talking about? With Huaxia facing such a calamity, how can I back down? This is no longer something you can participate in. You only have the cultivation of the Jeten stage. You can't even be considered cannon fodder. Listen to me and hurry to retreat. Now is not the time for you to show off. Zhang Guodong had a resolute look on his face. State Lord, you don't need to say anything. My mind is made up. I was able to fight back when the little devils invaded China. Not to mention this time. I can still fight back. Not long after, a roar shook the ground, only to see rows and rows of armored vehicles, troop carriers appearing in view. This is Zhang Guodong's exclusive unit and Zhang Guodong's old subordinates. With a per capita age of over 50, no matter what they wore or their combat weapons, they were all bloody blades that had once followed them to kill countless enemies, and were clearly no longer worthy of modern armed equipment. Report. State Lord. Commander Zhang. The former artillery company has come to report. 1,300 men in total. 980 in total. This so-called 1300 said that once the full complement of the team, and now still survives in the world only 980 people, did not arrive, either seriously injured on the battlefield, has died of disease or disabled, and even some wheelchair-old subordinates also want to participate but was stopped by Zhang Guodong. Report. State Lord. Commander Zhang. The former infantry regiment has come to report. A total of 3,600 men. 1,800 in total. The infantry regiment was the vanguard of the charge, and those who survived were the best of the best. But through the years, only 1,800 were left to arrive. Report. The Great Sword Regiment comes to report. 2,100 men in total. 800 in total. A former regimental commander hissed as he tore his heart out, and one by one, the regimental company commanders all came forward in droves, looking at Zhang Guodong and the state lord. Tears welled up in the eyes of the lord of the kingdom. These people should all have been living in their old age. Today they were back on the battlefield. You guys, what are you suffering from? The state lord said as he looked at these founding ministers in front of him with impatience. Lord of the country, commander, since we are at war, how can we be missing? Although we can't catch up with the young men in combat, with our bodies we can at least take some bullets for our descendants. Let's wait until all of us old guys are dead and clean before we let our juniors go. After all, they are all the flowers of Huaxia, the future of Huaxia. What's the use of leaving us old ones in vain if the young ones are all dead and clean? Another regimental commander said loudly on crutches, missing half a leg that had once been blown up by a ghost mine. At this time, whether it is the state lord or Zhang Guodong, all present, eyes are moist, can have today's peace era, can be these predecessors a little bit down. It's with blood, with flesh, peaceful times piled on top of each other. Good, good, good. A single tear crossed the cheeks of the state lord, and 3 good words came out of his mouth in a row. Call it down. Get the network back up quickly for me. From this moment on, give me a full live broadcast out. Let these brats look at their fathers, their grandparents' generation, how they fought. Let every one of our sons and daughters in Huaxia remember this well and ing well. There is no era of peace. There is only a group of lovely warriors carrying the weight for us. The words were practically roared out by the lord of the land. Feng Xiaotian, the patriarch of the Feng clan, stood out and only felt his blood boiling. Lord of the country, leave the restoration of communications to us. Saying that, he ordered the 21 transition stages to scatter to all corners of Huaxia. And in just a few minutes, a huge energy shield appeared out of thin air, followed by the state lord's phone ringing. The communication was restored. It's the communication that these 21 powerful people of the transitional stage supported with their lives. The state lord calmed down and picked up the phone, and on the other end of the line was none other than the anxious-looking Bear Country State Lord. Old Dog Bear. Oh, thank goodness you've finally resumed communications. We in the Bear Country will send our entire nation's forces to aid Huaxia through this difficult time. The Lord of the Land froze, then rejoiced. Comrades, do you hear me? Reinforcements are coming. And at the same time, live feeds suddenly appeared on the big screens of all the tech buildings and offices. All the radio stations also resumed their communication functions, and all of what had just happened was broadcast. The ordinary people who survived the scene thought it was a hallucination at first, but by the end of the day some saw their grandfather and pointed at the big screen in shock. Did you? You guys see that? That's my grandfather. The crowd in front of the building roared into commotion. That's my father. That's my old partner. An old woman cried out in pain. Huaxia. Huaxia even faced such a life and death test. I even insulted Huaxia just now. I really deserve to die. With that, the young man slapped himself hard. No way. With all this going on in Huaxia, I can't be left out. I want to apologize for what I just said. I want to fight. Then drove the vehicle in a beautiful drift and sped towards the mysterious mountain. Once there was a leader, all of them had gathered courage, and the fighting factor in their bodies was directly activated. That was the unique fighting bloodline of Huaxia. Once ignited, it would be immortal. Wait for me. I'm going too. I'll go too. But I don't have a car. Get on mine. Go. In just a few moments, the formation was complete, and even all the female compatriots unanimously chose to participate in the battle. But they were all stopped by the lords. Chinese gentlemen can die out, but not the pussy. You have to take care of the future generations. Let the future of China grow up smoothly. That is your responsibility. And your responsibility is also the greatest contribution to Huaxia. The mothers looked at their men with silent tears of pride. The lovers looked at each other, hugged each other tightly, and ran to the battlefield without looking back. This go. May be goodbye forever. Chapter 96. All-out war. Ka-ching. With a deafening ringing sound, several pillars of light shot out from the bottom of the massive ship. Dense humanoid creatures fell from each pillar of light. Is it coming out? The State Lord stared at the falling figure dead-on. The 8 great families directly protected the State Lord behind them, and the atmosphere immediately tightened. These veterans who arrived, without saying a word, had the vein to set up their mortars, and the infantrymen had their guns in their hands aimed dead center at where the aliens had landed, and the battle was imminent. The crowd was a bit confused when an alien of almost 1.5 meters or so in stature revealed himself. Only to see this alien, the brain was actually exposed, with a layer of transparent cover outside to cover it up. Extremely similar looking to a human, only shorter, with a protective suit that carried a metallic stream of light. There was also a palm-sized gun-like object in his hand. The two parties just stared at each other wide-eyed. The alien was the first to speak. Ola ola, squeak. What are you talking about? I can't understand you. Zhang Guodong shouted in a loud voice. The alien turned his head to look at Zhang Guodong with his 2 black googly egg-sized eyes before aiming at a random person with the gun in his hand. Then a laser shot through the man's brain, and the man's flesh and blood disappeared into thin air at a speed visible to the eye, leaving only a skeleton. As the human began to curse angrily, the alien spoke again. This time they opened their mouths. They had mastered the human language. Earthlings, don't try to challenge our bottom line. We have come here to mine only half of the Earth's energy, and then we will leave. If you try to stop it, then the humans just now will be your downfall. The aliens spoke with a mechanical coldness. I'll you up. Who the hell are you? How dare you get your hands on our planet's resources? Zhang Guodong took a step out and cursed angrily. The alien's head tilted. You seem to be scolding me. Our race, however, doesn't have a mom, so your insults to me are irrelevant. But you inferior astral bodies have dared to insult the higher civilizations, so please go to hell. Saying that, he once again raised the weapon in his hand and fired it towards Zhang Guodong. The Dragon Clan chief sighed, and in the next second, he appeared directly in front of Zhang Guodong, casually waving his hand, dispersing the energy in place. Humans! Resist! Kill! This alien wasn't the least bit frightened by the strength of the Dragon Patriarch and directly ordered the aliens behind him to attack. Zhang turned to look at the troops he had brought with him. Comrades, the time has come to die for your country. Kill all these mother heirs for me. At Zhang's order, the loaders instantly filled their ammunition, and nearly 1,000 mortars roared into action. The shells rained down on the aliens, and the aliens turned a blind eye and fired the energy guns in their hands with reckless abandon. In just a single glance, the veterans in the front row instantly fell down, their bodies disappearing into thin air, becoming a skeleton. No! Father! Grandpa! Images of veterans dying in battle were broadcast live on the big screen, and women who had not participated in the battle cried out in direct pain. The Lord of the Land frowned. Dragon Team, Bureau 749. Listen to the order. Protect the veterans. Yes, the voice shook the heavens, and a protective shield shielded all the veterans in an instant. The infantrymen raised their hot weapons in their hands and charged directly. Old boys, these sons of ES are only about 5,000 at most. Let's fight. Yes, it is my greatest honor to die with you in battle today. As the words fell, these veterans started charging like mad. And the aliens' onslaught didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, and the shields that had been braced up withstood only 2 rounds of fire before they dissipated. Whatever. All of a sudden 749 and the dragons took the lead. Instructor, where are you? Zhang Liang shouted and entered directly into the middle of the battlefield, his cultivation at the ferrying stage completely exposed. Humans, monks, not bad. Equivalent to the strength of an intermediate weapon. Then this alien leader spread out his palm like a tree branch, and the gun in his hand unexpectedly became strangely larger by a circle. The gun was aimed directly at Zhang Liang. Boom! As a destructive ray shot out, Zhang Liang held his long sword and tried his best to resist it. As a result, the long sword in his hand even broke in response to the sound of a single glance, and just when Zhang Liang was glad that he had dodged this blow, another death ray appeared. Captain! A member of the dragon team realized that Zhang Liang's life was being threatened and did not care about it as he directly lunged towards Zhang Liang. The ray was like the scythe of death, penetrating the member's head, which exploded like a watermelon. Blood sprayed all over Zhang Liang. Lu Hailiang! Zhang Liang shouted. You bastards! Give me death! Faced with the fall of his teammates, Zhang Liang raged and charged at the alien leader once again. The speed was so fast that the leader was a bit stunned, but then the aliens following behind him had their guns aimed at Zhang Liang's chest once again. Bang! Several energies shot through Zhang Liang's chest, and he collapsed helplessly. Seeing that Zhang Jiao and Di Fei were seriously injured, Zhang Liang was directly saved in the next moment. Now Zhang Liang's mouth was spewing blood. His face was like paper. He wanted to speak but found that the blood had long been blocking his throat. His hands were gripping Zhang Jiao's collar in death. His eyes were full of unwillingness. Zhang Liang! Zhang Jiao shouted, and as a result, both of Zhang Liang's hands drooped powerlessly, and the light in his eyes turned dead. Di Fei sighed helplessly and closed Zhang Liang's eyelids. Brothers! Have a good trip. Leave the following to us. Zhang Liang was then placed in a relatively safe place. The person was dead, but it was important to make sure that the body was a complete one. Where the hell has this Lin San gone? Did he really just give up on us? Diffie said angrily. All right, this is not the time to complain. Killing one doesn't pay. Killing two still earns one. The dragons obeyed. Give me the offense. After the Dragon Clan Patriarch spoke, the rest of the 7 great clans also gave their orders. In an instant, human immortals and earth immortals joined the battle. Straight away, the aliens' firepower was silenced. Damned earthlings! The aliens in charge watched as their teammates around them began to fall one by one, and brainwaves opened communication with the ship. In just a few moments, several pillars of light once again descended, and this time what fell from them shocked everyone. Chapter 97, The State Lord's Might. Only to see a person took the lead to walk out from the light column, then followed by a dense crowd behind him, hitting the eye to look less than a few hundred people. Xiang Wentian, who had just rushed back, had a cold look in his eyes when he saw the person who appeared in the lead. Ma Tiannan. Not bad, it was the same Ma Tiannan who had escaped from the ancestral dragon tomb and was now hooking up with the aliens. Moreover, that breath fluctuation was clearly reaching the realm of a heavenly immortal. And the most terrifying thing was that the people behind him were all heavenly immortals. Oh, Director Tian, it's been a long time. Ma Tiannan looked towards Xiang Wentian and mocked. Ma Tiannan, as a human, you even hooked up with aliens. Aren't you afraid of being reviled by the world? Ma Tiannan said in disbelief. Huh? The people of the world? Those humble mortals? Just ants. As long as I destroy all of you, then all of China will worship me as king. You're dreaming. Xiang Wentian glared angrily at Ma Tiannan. Ma Tiannan looked around with a turn of his thieving eyes and did not find the figure that was on his mind, and asked directly, "Where's that Lin San kid? Having once driven me out of the ancestral dragon tomb, this humiliating revenge will be returned 100-fold today. Want to see Lin San? You're dreaming. You'll never see it in this life." But Xiang Wentian's heart is praying Lin Sanju must not appear, at least with Lin Sanju's age. Within a few years will reach the heights of the people to look up to. Wait until that time and then kill back to grasp even more victory. If now appear will only add one more body just. Old man, you talk a little too much. Saying that, he pointed towards Xiang Wentian, and immediately the cultivators behind him rushed out directly towards Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian only had a cultivation level of the ferrying stage and was clearly no match for these people. All of a sudden, shouting towards the sky, "Junior, you listen. Don't ever come out. Never think about revenge. Come out when you're strong enough to kill these people." As soon as the words fell, Xiang Wentian's chest was directly penetrated, and his eyes were open until he died. "Goten!" The State Lord was furious when he saw Xiang Wentian fall. "Don't you ing stop me. I'm going to avenge Shao Tian today." The Lord of the Kingdom looked to the Dragon Clan chief. "No way. Nothing can happen to you. Leave this matter to me." Before the Dragon Clan Patriarch could wait for the State Lord's consent, his figure directly disappeared in place, and in the next moment, a palm slammed out, directly sending the two people who had struck out at Xiang Wentian flying. The cultivation of a peak heavenly immortal was unmistakable. "Who are you?" Ma Tiannan confronted the Dragon Patriarch. "It's none of your business who I am. Traitor of China, you don't deserve to know the old man's name. Go to hell." Ma Tiannan's eyes were bubbling with a sinister color, and then his own cultivation exploded, not much worse than the Dragon Clan chief in the slightest. "Old man, don't think that you're the only one who has reached the peak of heavenly immortality. How can this outside world be something that people like you can pry into? Go to hell, frog in the well." The Dragon Patriarch froze for a moment, then tangled with Ma Tiannan. "Big brother," Di Fei shouted out, only to see Zhang Jiao's body fly backwards like a kite with broken strings. And when Di Fei caught Zhang Jiao's body, he realized that Zhang Jiao had already lost his life. "Dog scum, your grandma!" Di Fei's forehead veins rippled. The next moment he directly slashed his wrist. Blood directly turned into blood mist around Di Fei's body. His breath skyrocketed to a half-step human immortal, and he rushed towards the murderer who had killed Zhang Jiao. Instead, the murderer looked at Di Fei indifferently. "Even if you use a blood sacrifice, you're still no match for me. So let's let you know what it means to be a heavenly immortal," said a finger directly pointing towards Di Fei. A terrifying energy instantly penetrated Di Fei's head. There was not even a chance to fight back. Watching one by one the people of the country fall, the lord of the country's heart was filled with grief and indignation. What's the use of having a country when the family is gone? As the highest leader of China, if I don't do something for this family, even if I die, I won't have the face to face my ancestors. The Chinese aura is added to my body, the State Lord shouted, and immediately the entire Qi of China began to converge directly towards the State Lord. An ordinary old man, under the enhancement of Qiyun, his cultivation directly climbed to the peak of heavenly immortal, and if not for the restriction of the rules, he would have directly broken through to the Dao realm. "Whoever slaughters my Chinese sons and daughters dies." The State Lord's voice did not carry a trace of emotion. The wrath of Huaxia. In an instant, a huge dragon Qi directly converged into a huge dragon that stretched for 100 meters, and it blasted towards the enemy group of heaven immortals. Wherever they went, several aliens directly died out in this strike that contained anger. When this furious blow exploded into the pile of enemies, 7 or 8 heavenly immortal realm powerhouses were directly killed at the very center. Some of those who were closer were also seriously injured to varying degrees. The Dragon Patriarch glanced at the State Lord. "You old boy, why are you so uncaring?" After this strike, Ma Tiannan instantly ordered, "That old man to death. 10 spirit essences per person as long as you it up." Under the effect of the money ability, each of these heavenly immortals pounced on the State Lord as if they were red-eyed and frantic. And when the Dragon Patriarch tried to go over to help, he was directly intercepted by Ma Tiannan. "Old man, your opponent is me." Dozens of heavenly immortal realm powerhouses looked at the State Lord as if they were seeing that endless wealth, and the attacks came before the person arrived. Countless channels of magnificent energy slammed right towards the State Lord. The State Lord took one step and his figure appeared directly above midair. Want to kill me? First ask if this country's chiaroscuro is dry. Then his hands began to join together, and the huge chi rhythm madly surged into his palms, and in a short time it converged into a terrifying ball of energy. Let's give you guys a taste of the power of chiropractic bombs. With that, he directly threw out the Qiyun bomb, which expanded wildly during its flight. The dozens of heavenly immortal realm powerhouses that chased after him were only beginning to enter heavenly immortality, dodging frantically in the face of the strike, and the energy that came at the State Lord was all but annihilated in the Qiyun bombs. Want to run away? Dream on! The State Lord coldly snorted, and his hands directly spread out. The Qiyun bullets divided several small Qiyun bullets in the air and chased after the fleeing person. Blast! The State Lord's palm violently clenched his fist, and in the next moment several celestial immortals who fled slowly were directly blown away by Qiyun bombs, their lives and deaths uncertain. Bunch of losers! Ma Tianan cursed angrily. All in to get on me. There are only a dozen or so heavenly immortals on the other side. The rest of them will go and get this country lord killed for me. All of a sudden, the heavenly immortal realm powerhouses that covered the sky left their battlefield and swarmed towards the State Lord once again. Come on all of you. Today, let me die with you. The State Lord went crazy, his white hair flying and his breath beginning to be confused. Chapter 98 Group Thunderbolt Hell comes to the people. Seeing that the State Lord was going to fight to the death, the 100 or so heavenly immortal powerhouses that had rushed here, without saying a word, directly launched their strongest strikes at the State Lord. Get him dead. This old man is going to blow himself up. Once he blows himself up, we'll all die. Don't hide. All of you, show your skills. The light on the national lord was great. Farewell forever, Huaxia. The lord of the land closed his eyes. But then a voice reached the ears of the lord of the land. Kingslayer, go and protect the State Lord for me. Little Bell, kill them all. The soul-bodied Heaven Slayer nodded slightly, and in the next moment directly appeared at the side of the State Lord, deftly protecting the State Lord behind him. And as Little Bell gently patted the State Lord's shoulder, the raging aura was directly suppressed. Old man, flash to the side and watch us down there, Little Bell said. The State Lord couldn't help but be shocked when he turned around and saw the figure of Lin Stick. You're confused. Lin Sanzhong also came to the side of the State Lord. All right, old man. Just settle down and be your country's leader, and leave the rest to me. But the State Lord stopped Lin Sanzhong. No, you need to get out of here. It's out of your control. This alien doesn't know what method he used to make Ma Tianan lead a large number of heavenly immortal realm powerhouses to appear. We can't resist even if we have all the reserves of Huaxia. You're still young now. There's plenty of opportunity to avenge Huaxia. There's no fear of not having firewood to burn when you've left the Green Mountains behind. The Lord of the Land bitterly persuaded. At this moment, Lin Sanju's gaze looked towards Ma Tianan, while Ma Tianan also felt Lin Sanju's gaze, and at that moment, the two's eyes touched. Kid, you've finally shown your face. Once I've finished with this old man, I'll go and finish you off. Lin Sanzhong disdained it and shouted under his breath. Come on. Then from all parts of China, several figures rose out of thin air, all of them grasping some yellow-haired, curly-haired, blue-eyed corpses in their hands. Apparently these were members of Killmonger, who were tackling the people who had sneaked up on Huaxia. The little dragon let out a shocking dragon roar, and its figure directly disappeared into the Kill Them abyss, appearing by Lin Sanzhong's side in the next second. Mushishi casually slashed open the space and took a step in, reappearing again, already standing beside Lin Sanzhong as well. The white striped whale transformed into its original body and flew above the sky with the little dragon, a huge body that stretched for hundreds of meters. In the next moment, Mo Rusheng also appeared in front of the crowd. Mo Rusheng, don't make a move. Your strength is too strong. Once you make a move, you'll destroy this earth. Mo Rusheng looked at Mushishi and nodded in silence. Don't worry. I'll just guard Lin-san. I won't care about anything else. Mushishi nodded. Junior, what should we do now? Lin Sanzhong looked at the group of aliens and Ma Tianan's men and waved his hand. Leave no one behind. Then took the lead and rushed into the middle of the battlefield. And the little bell directly transformed into the extermination of immortality L. The stick appeared in the hands of Lin Sanzhong. Ma Tianan, little master is here. The white-striped whale faced several hundred heavenly immortals with a relaxed expression, clearly not taking it to heart. Devour! The white-striped whale droned out, violently opening its bloody mouth as a massive suction force directly appeared. The heavenly immortal powerhouse who rushed at the front was directly swallowed into the belly by the white-striped whale before he could react. The little dragon was a divine beast, and although it only had the strength of the human immortal realm, it could fight against the heavenly immortals for a bit, but only for a bit. Xiao Long, get out of the way, Lin Sanjun said to Xiao Long. After all, the two people's destinies were linked together. Roar! The little dragon roared and directly disengaged from the battlefield. A bloodthirsty smile hung on Lin Sanjuan's face. Alien traitors, since you like being dogs so much, you must have the realization of being dogs. Today, little master, I'll let you guys accompany me to cross a calamity for fun. The next moment Lin Stick's suppressed cultivation was released in full force, and dense thunderclouds appeared directly above the huge airship. Due to the fact that Lin Sanju was rushing into the crowd to cross the tribulation, the power of the lightning tribulation increased exponentially. Ma Tianan was shocked. Kid, you seek death. Saying that, he blasted his fist at the Dragon Clan chief, and in the next moment he exploded towards Lin Sanju. Want to run? Stay here. The Dragon Patriarch followed closely behind, and in an instant, thunder rolled as if an angry dragon was howling. Xiao Long was almost scared to death by this scene. Boss, there are too many people here. For you to cross the threshold here is a complete act of seeking death. The energy of that thunderbolt is definitely unprecedented. After all, one person is double the power, and with at least hundreds of people down there, plus the aliens, that's thousands. Don't worry, I've got the numbers, Lin Sanzhong said as he looked at the thunder that rolled across the sky at the touch of a button. But this scene could scare the aliens. After all, once this thunderbolt fell, their own ship would be the first to withstand it. Only to see this alien suddenly let out a howl, as if he was releasing a signal to return. The next moment, all the aliens involved in the battle flew straight toward the ship. The Hell-Li family has come to join the war and send a great gift. On the ground of the battlefield, a figure emerged directly from the ground. They wore different kinds of armor, and the shadowy aura they emitted directly enveloped the land. Lin Sanjun saw Li Guangwei's figure, and his heart rejoiced because he also saw the souls of Xiang Wentian and other people who had already died. Boy, you really can't help but chant. You didn't let you come out, and you did. Xiang Wentian smiled as he looked at Lin Sanju, who was ready to cross the threshold in the sky. Old man, I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Brother Li, thanks a lot. Lin Sanzhong arched his hand toward Li Guangwei. Haha, Brother Lin, in a time of death and survival, how can we be missing from hell? Hell brings a total of 108 ghost immortals, 76 earth immortals, and 47 heavenly ghosts. We will make these invaders have no return in this battle. Everyone was a bit surprised when they heard about the strength of hell, not realizing that there were so many strong people in this hell. Haha, good. Let's fight together today. You stop anyone who tries to escape. I'll take care of the rest, Lin Sanzhong said with a spirited voice. Good. Li Guangwei agreed and waved his big hand, wrapping the entire battlefield in it. The aliens who were ready to enter the spaceship were not stopped by Lin Sanju. After all, it's just a bird in a cage. Thunderjack, blast them to death for me. Those sons of Es, Lin Sanzhong shouted, and as if this thunderbolt had sensed the order, the group of thunderbolts in the sky angrily tumbled and flickered, each one as thick as a bucket. Bomb me! Boom, boom, boom! Several thunderbolts directly blasted towards where Lin Sanju was, and when Lin Sanju saw this, he dodged and came directly under the airship. Chapter 99. Alien Ship Girdle. The raging thunder, indiscriminately bombarded directly on top of the airship, and the airship's huge body unexpectedly dropped a little after resisting this thunder hard. Immediately afterward, a massive energy shield directly enveloped the ship. Again, Lin Sanju pointed to the sky with one finger. The descending thunderbolt let the airship resist it as much as it could, and Lin Sanju surprisingly didn't receive a single bit of damage. The Lord of the Land saw such a scene and let go of his heart. Then the second round of terrifying thunder power was already stirring. Ordinary thunder, at this moment, emitted a burst of dazzling red light, and its power was once again increased by several times. At this moment, the whole of China was like the end of the world, the violent energy destroying to every corner. The wind whistled up, and the skyscrapers, roads and bridges were as fragile as paper at this moment, scraping them to pieces. Holy, boss, this second thunder tribulation of yours is comparable to the world-destroying divine thunder. I don't know if the ship can withstand it. The little dragon took a bite out of an alien that was about to escape, and before he could exert any force, the alien turned into two halves, dark green blood scattering down from the middle of the sky. Rumble! Muffled thunder scuttled. A red thunderbolt transformed into the appearance of a small dragon, frantically hissing and surging, and in the next moment it directly smashed down towards where Lin Sanju was. Ouch! Lin Sanjun shouted, and then that thunder blasted on top of the airship's energy shield. In just a few breaths, the energy shield directly turned into a sky full of stars. But the power of thunder didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. Boom! Ka-ching! The outermost layer of the ship's armor was splintered with several cracks. Yet just as the aliens thought they had resisted, a third blast fell immediately after. Several cracks were madly torn apart at this moment. This time, the thunderbolt unexpectedly carried the power of penetration through the ship, directly electrocuting the aliens inside the silo, scattering in all directions and taking cover for shelter. Lin Sanjun wasn't that lucky. The lightning tribulation directly blasted through the airship onto Lin Sanjun's body. Several thunderbolts exploded through the crowd once again. Ma Tianan fled the battlefield in a hurry, but the Dragon Clan chief was still in hot pursuit. The rest of the men and horses that didn't have time to escape took the blow hard. A thunderbolt fell, and these heavenly immortal realm people fell to the ground like dumplings. Although he didn't die, he was seriously injured to varying degrees. This won't work. If we let this brat continue to transmigrate, we're all going to die. Now we should focus on killing him in seconds. One of them mentioned it, and in an instant the crowd agreed, brewing up big moves to slam right at Lin Sanju. Kingslayer! Lin Sanclub shouted, and then the Heaven Slayer's soul instantly resisted in front of Lin Sanclub. The attacks that were as dense as rain landed on the Heaven Slayer as if they were scratching an itch, and they couldn't even come close to Lin San's stick in the slightest. If Lin San's stick hadn't wanted to exterminate these invaders with the thunder tribulation and the baptism of his own body, he wouldn't have suffered a single bit of damage even after crossing the tribulation, and this was the bottom line brought about by the Heaven Slayer. No! No way! The people below were stunned in place when they saw that the Heaven Slayer hadn't even had his robes blown. It's just a soul body. Why can it block these attacks of ours? Could it be that he has already surpassed heavenly immortality? No way! The rules of this world are such that no one can surpass a heavenly immortal. The way I see it, this soul body might have some kind of protective treasure, or else it couldn't possibly not move at all. As long as we stick to the attack, I don't believe we can't get them both killed. After saying that, this group of heavenly immortal powerhouses once again condensed a superb strike. At the same time, the huge airship made a burst of mechanical sounds, only to see several huge thrusters appear at the bottom of this airship. Each thruster is 10 meters in caliber. In the next moment, red-colored flames erupted directly, and a ring of mock rings wrapped around the flames. The airship also began to rise a little. We can't let them get away. Lin Sanjun frowned. Holding the immortal destruction stick, he appeared directly on top of the airship against the fourth thunderbolt that was about to fall. Berserk! Third stick! Exterminate the immortals! The two major skills were emitted at the same time, and the cultivation level directly began to climb until it reached the Earth Immortal realm, which is where it stopped. The huge shadow of the immortal extermination stick directly covered the entire airship, seemingly falling very slowly. But in the blink of an eye, it had arrived on top of the ship. The climbing ship met the blow just in time. Boom! Thunderbolt falls. Boom! The shadow of the stick fell. Ka-ching! The airship was actually cut off by a stick. This strike from Lin Sanju had already surpassed the realm of a heavenly immortal. But when the thunderbolt was penetrating Lin Sanju's body, Lin Sanju didn't hold back, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out. Luckily, Lin Sanju had refined his body in the turbulence, or else just this hit would be enough for Lin Sanju to fall. Ouch! Lin San's stick was glowing with a blood-red light, just like a god or devil coming out of hell, looking at the airship that had been cut off at the waist without the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. Of course, being able to decapitate this ship was not possible without the power of this thunderbolt, and all of a sudden the erupting thrusters stopped in unison. Some of these aliens, too, died under the shadow of this stick. Brother Li, Do these dead aliens have souls? Li Guangwei hid on the side. After all, this kind of battle was simply not something he could get his hands on. But still, he shook his head at Lin San's stick. These aliens, they don't seem to have souls. Lin Sanjun nodded. Kirikou. The aliens in the lead. Their bodies floated towards Lin Sanjun. However, there was an additional energy cannon in his hand, with the holes aimed at Lin San's stick. What the are you muttering about? Speak human. Lin Sanjun cursed. Earthling, your strength has earned our respect. Just let us leave in peace and I swear I won't invade your planet again. The alien said. Oh, what do you think Earth is? You come when you want? Leave when you want. The alien tightened the energy cannon in his hand. Earthling, the pulse particle energy cannon in my hand is not something you can resist. Once I pull the trigger, the entire planet will be blasted through a big hole, so think twice before you do it. After a pause, he added, Big deal. The alien, speaking from snatched memories, said, You're blowing awesome with the little master? Why don't you blast it and I'll see? Lin San's stick was clearly not intimidated and completely ignored the alien's words. Being able to live, even aliens don't want to die. Then said again, Don't you want to know why Ma Tiannan defected to us and why all of their strengths have broken through to heavenly immortal? Chapter 100 Choking, Fear. Lin Sanjun froze for a moment. He now knew that he would die if he couldn't break through to the Tao realm at the age of 18. And as the alien was actually able to create Ma Tiannan directly from an earth immortal to the peak of a heavenly immortal in a short period of time, he was indeed a little heartbroken. Go ahead. I can let you go if you satisfy me. Lin Sanjun said, his gaze carrying a hint of cunning. The alien leader organized his language and spoke again. There is an old saying in your China that says you do what you say you will do. I hope you won't play any tricks. Lin San's stick nodded. Don't worry, I'll do what I say. Just after these words were said, the thunderbolt began to brew again, and a terrifying pressure swept towards the two negotiating. Seeing this scene, the aliens raised their hands and pulled the trigger directly toward the robber cloud in the air. Terrifying energy fluctuations converged on top of the cannon's muzzle, and the next moment a pulse rushed high into the sky. Above the sky, the thunderbolt that was about to be ready to fall was unexpectedly dispersed hard in this cannon, and the calamity cloud disappeared. Space cleared up and a holy instant of light spread over the land. In this moment, Lin Sanju's cultivation grew to the realm of the human immortal. Lin Sanjun's brows were a bit stagnant. I didn't expect that this thunderbolt that had condensed thousands of people would be blown apart by this alien with a single blast from this cannon. The power of this cannon can be imagined. Even a heavenly immortal wouldn't be able to carry this cannon, right? Lin Sanjun secretly thought. Earthling, I know you're in transit, so consider this a gift from me to you. Although the alien leader said this with his mouth, Lin Sanjun didn't believe it. This was clearly a threat to Lin Sanjun. If we don't let the people go, we're all going to die together, and we're all going to die together, and we're all going to take the people of Earth with us. Seeing that the lightning tribulation had disappeared, Ma Tiannan's people instantly began to flee and scatter. Don't let them get away, the kingdom lord shouted, and then all the powerful people who had surpassed the human immortal realm chased after them. Lin Sanjun looked at the alien leader. Hurry up and tell me. What method did you use to raise these people to the heavenly immortal realm? The alien made a pleased gesture to Lin Sanjun, and then the two of them came to the interior of the ship. Looking at the various controllers inside, some dazzling, as if coming to the future, the sense of technology washed over every cell of Lin Sanju, at the moment just like a bumpkin while walking and looking, but also blindly touch. Sinning, Lin San's stick muttered. How nice it would have been to leave this thing to me if it hadn't broken. Led by the alien leader, the two arrived within a space capsule. Only to see that in the middle of this space capsule, there was actually a huge spirit essence erected, which was more than 10 meters tall. A spirit essence of this size would not necessarily appear even in the higher realms, and at this moment it appeared in this airship. The spirit essence pillar emitted a fluctuation of spiritual energy, and Lin Sanjong felt it for a moment, feeling that his cultivation level was rushing towards the middle stage of the human immortal realm. You're not going to tell me that this is what they used to ascend to heavenly immortal, are you? Lin Sanjun reached out and gently stroked the spirit essence. Of course not. The alien leader came to a device. After opening it, inside was actually a virtual space, pitch black, floating a little starlight, as if in the middle of space. Come in. The alien leader took the lead. The moment Lin San's stick went in, a sense of suffocation arose from the bottom of his heart. and then a wave of fear inexplicably took over his entire heart. With Lin San Stick's current cultivation, breathing and not breathing could be done. It was impossible for suffocation to occur. Not to mention fear, Lin San Stick hadn't known what fear was when he grew up. Lin San Stick forced himself to look at the alien leader with a sense of suffocation and fear. What do you mean? Just after saying these words, he realized that the air in his body also began to dissipate a little bit, and the feeling of suffocation became more and more intense, and his face turned red. The alien leader remained silent as he watched the change in Lin San Stick. When Lin San Stick wanted to withdraw, he realized that his body could no longer move, and it was difficult to lift an ounce of strength to do so, and his eyes stared blankly as they began to protrude outwards covered in blood under the effect of suffocation. Fuck! The alien is a liar too. Am I going to die here today? Not long after, Lin San Stick's entire body also began to tremble, and his skin gradually turned purple as he rapidly lost his life breath. The little dragon in the outside world felt a sudden decrease in its life force, and a great fear rose up in its heart. A dragon roared directly interrupting all of them. All stop. The boss is in a life and death crisis right now. When these words came out, White Striped Whale, Mushishi, and Mo Rusheng were all dumbfounded. Especially Mushishi, who grabbed Mo Rusheng over. Didn't I tell you to protect Junior at the Tama? What are you doing here? In response to Mushishi's questioning, Mo Rusheng was also dumbfounded. Now is not the time to argue, all of you, go find someone. The little dragon shouted urgently. After all, it was also the one who was going to die. Mo Rusheng spoke up. I saw him walk into the airship at the end. Before the words were finished, the Mushishi white striped whale little dragon directly turned into a ray of light and entered the airship. If anything happens to Junior, I'll let you be buried with me. I'll let the whole earth die with me. Mushishi stormed a sentence. Coming inside the airship, Mushishi asked, Little dragon, can you feel Junior's aura? Xiao Long shook his head. I lost contact with him. And if my life wasn't draining away, I wouldn't have realized that something had happened to Big Brother. Split up and look. Let me know the first time you find it. Mushishi's face was terribly gloomy. Even the white-striped whale had never seen Mushishi so furious. Mo Rusheng also walked in right after her, glancing apologetically at Mushishi, but Mushishi obviously had no time to pay attention to her and directly began to search. It's only a trash cultivator. Is there a need to be so angry? Mo Rusheng muttered, but her body also began to move. Lin Sanjong, who was in the virtual space, had his hands deadlocked around his own neck, and his body was beginning to struggle. If at the beginning Lin Sanju's life breath was like a raging flame, now it was like a wobbly flame that would die out when blown by the wind. As all the air was about to be expelled from his body, Lin San Stick's body began to dry out. This alien leader, when he saw that the time was almost right, took out a transparent helmet and clasped it directly onto Lin Sanjuan's head. After putting it on, a strange gas appeared inside, and as soon as this gas entered Lin San Stick's body, all the pores on his face were opened, greedily absorbing the unknown gas. After 10 minutes, Lin San Stick stopped struggling. Chapter 101 Extreme Pure Body. Who? Come to life. Lin Sanjun slowly opened his eyes. It was only at this moment that he suddenly remembered that the unidentified gas was emitted by the spirit essence. Only the flavor was slightly different. It should be the result of this alien's improvement. Hey gringo, what did you just do to me? The alien leader looked at Lin San Stick. Actually, you are a contaminated human, and I just helped you remove the source of contamination from your body. A source of contamination? What's that? Lin Sanjun looked at the alien leader suspiciously. The source of this pollution is the air, oxygen that you humans absorb. All think that this air is something good, not knowing that it is the most horrible poison. And there is no cure. Lin San Stick was a bit speechless for a moment. It shouldn't be, we all live in this air, how could it be poison? The alien leader's head tilted. Everything in this world is meant to exist for eternity, including you earthlings. What you think of as time is really just a nothingness. The reason why you can feel the passage of time is because of this highly toxic air that oxidizes the organs of your body, thereby creating changes in the body that will cause you to age a little bit. At best, it's just 100 years of life. I have traveled to many planets, the vast majority of which are airless, and none of the creatures there are eternal beings. And planets with air become dead planets after a few eons. The only reason you are still alive is that the time has not yet come. When the earth is completely and totally oxidized and corroded, that's when this earth will dry up, and on that day all humans will die. Lin San Stick nodded thoughtfully and felt his cultivation. He had really reached the middle stage of human immortal, and was only one step away from the late stage. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he achieved this effect in only 10 minutes. If I want to get stronger according to you, I can't breathe air later chant? The alien nodded. But I have alternatives to breathing air. He then led Lin Sanjun out of the virtual space, and as he walked out, Lin Sanjun could feel that the air was recklessly trying to enter through the pores in his body. But it was blocked out by a transparent barrier. It could be said that the current Lin San Stick's both perception and field of vision were several times greater than before, and the dots of particles condensed in the air could be seen extremely clearly. What a way! Lin Sanjun looked to the alien leader. See the spirit. Just carry it and you can breathe normally. Lin Sanjun looked at the huge spirit essence and pulled the corners of his mouth. You're not kidding me, are you? You're asking me to carry something this big around at all times. The alien smiled slightly, an unknown firearm in his hand, and aimed it at the giant spirit and pulled the trigger. A strong energy directly erupted out, instantly wrapping the spirit essence in it, frantically becoming smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, this spirit essence was actually compressed to the size of a thumbnail and floated in midair. Then he took out another ring with a pitted surface, which happened to have a circular groove on it, combining the two together and casually tossing it to Lin Sanjun. It is. The alien leader glanced at Lin San Stick. Since you've agreed to let me live, this ring will be given to you in exchange. Don't look at this ring as ordinary, but know that it was refined from a planet, has a planet-sized space inside, and can be entered by both living and dead things, including yourself. The size of this spirit essence is enough for you to use for decades or even 100 years, and at that time, I believe that with your strength you should be able to search for more spirit essences. Lin Sanju heart a joy, they do not have any space ring or something like that. Immediately some love, the moment you put on the ring, this ring directly and Lin Sanju produced a strange induction, as if the original belongs to himself. With a thought, Lin San Stick's body directly disappeared in place. However, just as Lin San Stick disappeared, the little dragon's scales stood up all over his body and his whiskers stretched straight. No, impossible. Why have I lost contact with the boss? Is the boss already dead? What did you say? Mushishi grabbed Xiao Long's neck and shook it frantically. No. Shouldn't, if the boss died, I would also die. It is possible that the boss is into some closed space, cutting off the connection between us. Hearing Xiao Long's words, Mushishi was slightly relieved and loosened her grip on Xiao Long's hands. Lin San Stick had stepped on top of a land at this moment. The surface of this land was as pitted as a ring, just like the surface of the moon, dead. With a thought, he was back in front of the alien leader once again. When Lin San Stick entered into the ring, the contract with the little dragon also broke the link, which was the same as a dissolution of the contract, which meant that in the future, no matter who died in one of them, the other wouldn't be harmed anymore. This was something that Lin San Stick had already felt when he came out. When Lin Sanju came out of the space, Mushishi's face was delighted, and she instantly sensed Lin Sanju's aura. Found it! The next moment the figure appeared directly in front of Lin San Stick. Seeing the alien leader in front of him, he was ready to strike. Lin Sanjun rushed to take her hand. The alien leader was now just like an ordinary person without a weapon at hand, unable to threaten anyone, and of course, even with a weapon at hand, Mushishi would be able to result at the moment it pulled out a weapon. What's wrong, Junior? There's a use for keeping it? Mushishi looked at Lin San Stick doubtfully, and even more doubtful was the little dragon, because he also sensed that he was actually relieved, and he didn't have to be afraid of dying somehow in the future. Well, Lin San Stick told the crowd what had just happened. After learning that the air was poison, everyone found it unbelievable, but Mushishi and Mo Rusheng didn't care. After all, one possessed the body of the Dao realm and the other possessed the strength of the Dao realm. The only people who could be threatened were just those below the Dao realm. However, once the body was emptied of toxins, it also meant that Lin San Stick's physique directly leaped into an extremely pure body, which would be overwhelmingly helpful for future cultivation. Can I take this mask now? Lin Sanjun looked at the alien leader and asked. It's okay. The alien leader's brain squirmed. The deal was successful. So can you let me go now too? Chapter 102 Crisis in China. Wait. Mushishi stopped the alien leader who was about to leave. It's not impossible to leave, but you have to eat this. Saying that, Mushishi took out an elixir from her space and handed it to the alien leader. The alien leader was a little hesitant. After all, human cunning, that is known throughout the universe. If you don't eat it, you won't be able to leave this place. Mushishi spoke again when she saw the old foreigner's hesitant look. The alien leader's eyes looked towards Lin Sanju to ask for help. Lin Sanju whistled as he surveyed the cabin's inner structure and did not respond to this leader's eyes. Once he let it go back to develop more sophisticated weapons, at that time, it would be difficult for the Earth not to be annihilated. After hesitating again and again, the alien took the elixir in his hand, quickly opened his mask, and swallowed the elixir. Very good. Mushishi nodded in satisfaction. Now you can go. Under the gazes of the crowd, the alien actually managed to get out a small spaceship, and in just one breath it directly disappeared. Lin's stick looked at Mushishi. Sister, what did you give it to eat? Mushishi smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, it's not a poison. It's a special elixir for tracking. Once you eat it, unless you're dead, I can sense it no matter where you go. In this way, later on, when you are strong, they're planets as leaving you a gift. You can't do harm, but you can't defend yourself. If this damn thing is going to attack Earth again someday, I'll be able to know ahead of time. Worthy of being a sister, witty as always, Lin Sanstick said to Mushishi with a mouthful of neat little white teeth showing. However, what made Lin Sanjun speechless was that, in the end, this alien hadn't revealed just how he had accomplished so many heavenly immortal powerhouses. But that's irrelevant. Although the crowd released the alien leader, there were still many living aliens, and with the joint attack, they managed to capture 18 aliens, while most of the rest died in battle, and a small portion committed outright suicide, as if they had been given some sort of order. As for Ma Tianan, he had once again managed to escape and took several powerful people from the heavenly immortal realm with him. With that, the alien battle was over for good. And all those who died in the battle were taken by Li Guangwei. After all, people are dead, so try not to associate with the living. However, Li Guangwei also promised all the dead people's requests that those who wanted to be reincarnated would cooperate with the reincarnation and be guaranteed food and clothing in their next life. Those who don't want to reincarnate will also become a member of the Li family directly, and the Li family will also provide the cultivation method for free. As for Xiang Man Tian, he is still dead set on staying in the Yang world and continues to be his 749 bureau chief. While the alien matter is resolved, bigger problems are revealed from it. Only to see the gods of several countries, they all flocked in the direction of China, killing people on sight, killing ghosts on sight, so to speak. As long as they were gasping for breath, they would be killed. Report. A heart of the State Lord was just about to be placed in his stomach when a blood-covered cultivator ended up running to the State Lord's side. What's all the panic about? North misses. What did you say? The Lord of the land was startled. In the northern region, many gods suddenly descended, killing people on sight and giving no chance of escape. And there are several humanoid creatures among them, possibly mutants from the Eagle Sauce Nation. The Lord of the land took a deep breath. The more he thought in his heart, the more angry he became, having just solved one worry. This came with a bunch of bad things. They all think that old China is easy to bully, don't they? Pass on my order. Celestial heavy workers head to the north to stop the killing from spreading. Dragon Team, Bureau 749. Anyone who isn't dead, kill them back. The 8 great families, stationed in place in case of a sneak attack. Yes, in the twinkling of an eye, the Lord of the land made the arrangements. Junior, come with me. I'll show you a sensational fireworks display. Lin Sanjun nodded, his divine sense directly covering the entire China. I am the creator of Kilmax. All members of Kilmax listen to the order. As long as they are not from China, all of them will be annihilated without leaving any survivors. Let these invaders of China have no return. Yes, strong people scattered all over China responded. For a while, the whole of China was in a state of tightness. Upon returning to the capital, the Lord of the land sat down on his ass at his desk. Just the first row on the desk with keyholes all over the place, and I don't know what they're for. He then entered the treasury alone, and when he came out again, he was still holding a bunch of keys in his hand, with a somewhat hesitant look on his face. What's this key, old man? The Lord of the land sighed, his brows knitting tighter. This is the key to nuclear weapons activation. These keyholes on my desk are the switches that activate the nukes. When Lin Sanjong heard this, then what's the point of hesitating? Hurry up and light the fire. They're riding you and ting on your head. So what's the point? The The State Lord blankly glanced at Lin Sen's stick. It's not as simple as you think. Once you turn on a nuclear weapon, it will be impossible to stop. And the other side also has nuclear weapons, so if we can't intercept them at that time, it will be a disaster for the whole of China. I thought you were afraid of something. Leave this to me. Just feel free to launch. Saying that, Lin Sanju brought Mushishi and the others to leave directly. The State Lord took a deep breath and looked at Lin Sanju. That's just it. That's just it. I'll accompany you in your madness for once, old man. Saying that, he directly inserted all the keys in a string into the keyhole and gave a slight turn. Each keyhole suddenly sank, and then a row of switches appeared in front of the Lord of the Land. A huge screen descended from the ceiling. As soon as the screen appeared, a mechanical sound came out as well. Springer system is loading. 1%, 20%, 60%. Half a minute has passed. Springer system loading complete. Please enter the password. The State Lord once again took a deep breath and looked at the direction Lin Sen's stick had left. Can I trust you? I couldn't help but mutter. But I didn't expect that this Lin Sen's stick had heard it. Old man, hurry up. The Lord of the Land froze and nodded. Spring is in the air. The password is correct. Please enter the courier delivery address. Upon hearing these words, a look of madness slowly appeared on the State Lord's face. Now that it's all-out war, then we'll cover it indiscriminately. Address 1, Eagle Jam Country 10 Express. Address 2, 10 expresses in the country of Fath. Address 3, 10 expresses from the country of Lepidus. Bear Country. Bear Country, forget it. After all, they sent support. Hey! It's been 50 years, remember the first nukes were still released during the test phase. I didn't realize that in the blink of an eye, it was going to be the same kind of thing. Old man, don't you emote. Hurry up and fire. Lin Sanjun spoke again. Chapter 103, Nuclear Fireworks. Possibly startled by Lin Sanju's voice, the State Lord's finger unconsciously pressed one of the launch buttons. At one time, all the secret locations in the Huaxia Earth began to shake, and a huge crack appeared in the ground. Then a large warhead lifted directly up to the sky. A corner of the big screen was already showing the countdown to ignition. Never mind. Now that it's been pressed, press them all. The State Lord's face became more and more frantic, and his hands flew fast as he directly pressed all the launch buttons. 30 Springbok Expresses, starting probes from all over China. At the end of the first countdown, the giant nuclear warhead shot straight up into the sky with strong flame propulsion, tracing a graceful arc in the sky like a brilliant firework as it began to set off towards its destination. One after another, 29 nuclear warheads burst out. When the general public saw the huge rocket like Springbok Express in the sky, they all became excited, and there seemed to be hot tears in their eyes. This is the Springbok Express, right? Yes, definitely. There's still my contribution to this Spring Express. Your contribution? Nonsense. I don't smoke for nothing. I've been smoking for over 30 years. How could there be a screw in me on top of this Springbok Express? Haha, brother is right. I've been smoking for decades too. And there's a spring in my step there too. With that, the two coincidentally lit another cigarette. But at the same time, there is some sadness in my heart. 5 minutes passed, and these countries had detected the arrival of the Springbok Express. Is this China crazy? Why are so many nukes being launched at once? The leader of the Eagle Jam Nation blew up at the moment. Quickly, find a way to intercept it for me. 5 more minutes, and if we can't intercept it, then we're all dead. President, it can't be intercepted. Their trajectory is a complete irregularity. Even if we turn on Skynet, we can't intercept it. Bunch of rice buckets. How far along is the lab? Hawksbane Nation looked to the staff member in the white coat. President, the newly developed mutant genes are still in the experimental stage, so I'm afraid they won't be able to be put into use anytime soon. Experiment. All NG experiments, my ass. Pull out a troop first, and inject all of them with the mutant gene. I'm afraid this isn't right, is it? Will it cause outrage? The Hawkmaster leader looked to the researchers. The wrath of the crowd? After 5 minutes, the fur is gone and you're telling me about the wrath of the crowd. Do whatever you're told. In addition to the Eagle Sauce country, the Fast and Rebellion countries were all like ants on a hot pan, thinking of countermeasures. The trajectory of the Wachovia cannot be predicted by any known technology so far. Well, is there a way to intercept it? The leader of the state of Fath asked with a frown. There's no way to do that, but I think we can try to see if we can set it off early. An early detonation? For the current location, that would be a considerable ripple effect on our country. The leader of the state of Fath said. That can't be helped. We'll lose a few states at most if we detonate early. But if we don't detonate it, then the entire country will go up in smoke in an instant. The leader of the Fars nation thought for a moment and spoke. A few percent. 60%. President, don't hesitate. One more minute you hesitate and this nuke is 1 minute closer to us. Make a decision. Just do as you say. With the consent of the leader of the Fars country, in an instant all the weapon systems of the Fars country were aimed at the sky, and countless missiles were fired in all directions, as dense as rain, covering the entire sky. 8 minutes have passed since the nuke was launched. The muscles in the corner of the state lord's eyes couldn't stop trembling. A few more minutes and you'll be over the countries. These 3 countries, almost all of them have made the same choice, and nuclear weapons are also dropping over to Huaxia in a desperate manner. It's scary to realize the number of nuclear weapons in 3 countries. When the other party's nuclear weapon had just been launched for 2 minutes, Mo Russian directly sensed it. Turning his head to look at Lin Sanju and the others. I've scoped it out and the other side has now launched a total of 160 nukes. To intercept or not to intercept. Mo Rusheng had lost Lin Sanju for some time before, and now she was a little overjoyed in her heart and spoke in a softer voice. Well, intercept even, just detonate it. I think there should be some small countries around there too. Mo Russian nodded, although she couldn't directly strike. She could still support a shield. These nukes will also detonate directly once they touch the shield. In the next moment, Mo Russian's spiritual energy surged, and the entire Huaxia land was enveloped by a protective shield in mere moments. It was no surprise that those nuclear weapons also blasted directly on top of the shield, completely exploding the moment they made contact. The violent explosion sounded like a heavy artillery blast directly on the eardrums, and the aftermath of the tumbling heat wave devastated the nearby small country and instantly obliterated it. And, in the middle of a certain elementary school in China, a white-haired teacher with an 8-rowed beard and a textbook in his hand looked up to the sky with a slight frown, and his figure disappeared into thin air in the next second. Reappeared in a basement. Hundreds of children are actually being held in the basement. These children wailed at the sight of their teacher's arrival, leaning as close as they could to the corner and hugging each other. One of the slightly older boys gathered his courage and stood up. Old teacher, can you let my sister go? I'll willingly let you eat it as long as you can. This teacher smiled slightly. Oh, the boy continued. Teacher, I hope you'll agree. After all, there's a difference between willingly letting you eat and unwillingly letting you eat. The teacher looked at the boy's boyish face. What's different? The boy thought for a moment. I'll let you have it willingly and I'll clean myself up. If the teacher doesn't agree, then I will a pants pocket. Pee in a pants pocket. Make you sick even when you eat it. The teacher snorted a laugh, teasing in her eyes. My little friend, I have to admit, you are very brave. But there are times when bravery often means dying first. Don't pull out any of your little tricks. None of you will get away. With that, the teacher took out a meter-long tablet with dark red bloodstains congealed on it, a little dark around the edges. A large cauldron was also lit with a flame, and the water in the cauldron tumbled up and down, bubbling and beginning to boil. Then a hand grabbed the boy who had just spoken, and with a light tap, the clothes on this boy's body unexpectedly fell to the ground like crumbs. Chapter 104: The Identity of the Teacher. The sight made all the children howl once more. Some kids just pass out, and at this point in the situation maybe passing out is the best thing to do. Some of the bolder kids couldn't stop vomiting as they watched their just-alive partner go lifeless. However, this teacher was unconcerned and threw the bleeding pieces of meat into the hot boiling water little by little. Well, is close. Just a little bit closer. My strength will be completely restored. This teacher gave a deranged smile. Lin Sanju was still fighting to defend the safety of Huaxia when suddenly Li Guangwei's figure appeared in front of Lin Sanju. Brother Lin. Brother Li? I don't know what you're looking for me for? Lin Sanjun asked as he looked at Li Guangwei, who had a hesitant face. Brother Lin, it's like this. Recently many children's souls have appeared in hell. There are souls that have just appeared in hell and have been pulled back by an unknown force. And even the souls that are stuck in hell are manifestations of dementia, with no whites of the eyes in the pupils, but only pitch-black eyeballs. Child. Lin Sanju froze. What's going on? If it's convenient for Brother Lin, you can come with me and I can find the destination. Lin Sanjong looked at Mo Rusheng. The Chinese side will be left to you to guard for the time being. Remember, defense only, no hands. Mo Rusheng blankly glanced at Lin San's stick and nodded, then took Little Dragon and headed directly to the place of the incident. A man, a dragon, and a ghost appeared in an abandoned, rotten building before stopping. Are you sure this is the place? Lin San's stick looked around and didn't find anything wrong. Good. That's where these souls emerged from. I think the breath was closed off by some kind of knot. Lin Sanjun looked at the little dragon, who immediately comprehended that whether it was for treasures or danger, his perception was very accurate. The next moment a bit of starlight emanated around his body, and the starlight dispersed to every corner of the rotten building, falling to probe. At the entrance of an unassuming basement, Xiao Long sensed something and lit up. Found it. Then the two of them followed Xiao Long to the basement door. The closer we got to the door, the stronger the smell of blood became. Just as Lin Sanjun tried to open the door, this teacher unexpectedly sensed Lin Sanjun and the others' arrival in advance. I didn't think that anyone would be able to spot me. It was only the moment this teacher unleashed the boundary that he nodded thoughtfully. I see. There are actually dragons above this world. It seems that once I eat this dragon, I should be able to recover completely. These children, although their flesh is tender enough, how can they compare to the essence of a dragon? Saying that, the teacher directly walked out from the boundary and looked towards Lin Sanjun and the others. A two-legged goat, a ghost cultivator, and a small dragon. After I eat you all, I'll be completely restored. Lin Sanjuan's stern eyes looked at the teacher. Just by you. The teacher wrapped her arms around her chest, her gaze full of disdain and arrogance. In the next second, this teacher unexpectedly did not speak of martial virtues and threw a punch at Lin Sanjun, sensing that only Lin Sanjun had the highest cultivation here. Lin San's stick's figure flew backward in a flash. Seeing this, the little dragon's body directly grew larger and swept its tail towards the teacher. Little dragon, you seek death. This teacher's speed suddenly skyrocketed, and with one punch, he blasted Lin San's stick away. Then with a gentle grip of his hands, he directly grasped the little dragon's tail in his hands and slammed it fiercely towards the ground. Facing this strike, Xiao Long only felt his eyes were starry, and the sky was spinning. What's even more frightening is that, after exchanging hands for a round, it is impossible to see through the cultivation of the other party. Li Guangwei surrounded by Yin Qi at this time. The next moment from the Yin Qi stretched out a ghost claw toward the teacher and grabbed the past. But this teacher didn't even bother to look at it, lightly exhaling a breath to directly blow the ghost claws away. Li Guangwei froze in place. Who the hell are you? Li Guangwei questioned, to the point that with Lin Sanzhong's strength nowadays, even a heavenly immortal would be able to get through a few moves. Yet it was extremely difficult to resist a single glance in front of this teacher. Me? The teacher stopped his figure, and in the process threw Xiao Long out again, kissing the ground so hard once again that it only felt as if his internal organs had shifted. So what if I tell you, seeing as how you're about to become my food? I am the ancient beast Tao Tai. Holy! Xiao Long straight up exploded. You're the Tao Tai who's all in and no ass? Air. Little Dragon felt Tao Ye's unkind gaze and hurriedly closed his mouth. You right. Tao Tai looked at Xiao Long with a head full of black lines. That's Pixie you're talking about. I am Tao Tai. Air. No worse, no worse. And you're no slouch, vicious, and synonymous with greed. Little Dragon just finished speaking and folded his body to hide behind Lin San's stick. Lin Sanjun frowned as he looked at Tao Tai, pondering in his heart. It shouldn't be. Isn't Tao Tai a ferocious beast in the classic of mountains and seas? Why would it appear? Aren't the shards of the mountain and sea scriptures not yet collected? Tao Tai glanced at Lin Sanjun as if he could hear his heart. Kid, you know quite a lot. I guess you have the Shan Haijing fragment on you, right? Saying that, his gaze glanced at the ring on Lin Sanjun's hand. That's quite a ring you've got there, too. Tao Tai stared at the piece of spirit essence on the ring with his eyes dead set on greed. Looks like I'm in luck today. Kid, do you understand the reasoning of the piker? Lin San's stick got angry. I know your grandma's ass. With that, the immortal destruction stick directly appeared in his hand and slammed it towards Tao Tai. Open stick. The little dragon's body once again skyrocketed and opened its bloody mouth towards Tao Tai and devoured it. Today, Master Dragon, I will swallow you, an ancient beast. Li Guangwei then crushed the black jade slip in his hand, and in an instant, a dense black gas emerged from the slip, followed by condensing into a huge face that stood in the sky. Li Guangwei, didn't I say it's fine, didn't look for me? Eh? Grandpa Zhao, I can't help it. Didn't I meet something I couldn't solve? This so-called Grandpa Zhao was Zhao Yan, one of the 3 great administrators in hell, whose strength had even reached the terrifying half-step Dao realm. Zhao Yan looked at a few people. Lin Sanju's immortal destruction stick was unexpectedly caught between 2 Tao Tai fingers, and it was difficult to shake it in the slightest. With a single punch from his other hand, he sent the little dragon flying, losing several of his teeth. Zhao Yan looked at Tao Tai and frowned. After half a day's thought, a look of horror crossed his face. My lord, how did you appear on Earth? Chapter 105 Broken Finger Again. Tao Tai turned to look at the ghostly face in the sky, his eyes narrowing slightly as he said, So it's you, kid. It's been a long time, and you've grown so big already. You were a butt-naked doll when I first met you. The huge ghost face in the air of Zhao Yentian couldn't see any expression, but the real figure had a face of fear and cold sweat. This Tao Tai had existed since ancient times, and no one knew how strong it would be if it could survive until now. Oh, you are joking, my lord. I wonder if you can sell me face. That kid down there is considered my grandson. Please spare his life. Tao Tai looked at Li Guangwei, thinking for a moment, after all, there is still a dragon and the ring in the hands of Lin Sanzhong. The mood is great and said, Well, can you go? Tao Tai said as he looked at Li Guangwei. Li Guangwei, however, stared at Zhao Yan. Grandpa Zhao, both of them are my friends. Can he? Obviously that means can they all be saved? Zhao Yan looked at Tao Tai. Your honor. Tao Tai directly interrupted what Zhao Yan was going to say below. Your name is Zhao Yan, right? Your face can only be replaced by one person. Today is my good mood. If it is not good, not to mention you, even if it is your grandfather to my face, you have to behave. It was clear that Tao Tai did not intend to give Zhao Yan face. Zhao Yan hurriedly said, Your Excellency is right. I'll let this indisputable thing roll away. This big face then directly manifested a huge palm and held Li Guangwei in his hands. No, Grandpa, you can't. This kid is what I always tell you. Lin San stick. Zhao Yan froze. What 3 sticks and 8 sticks? If you don't want to die, follow me. Saying that, he directly pulled Li Guangwei into the void. And on his way out, he didn't forget to compensate for a smiling face. Li Guangwei wanted to say something more, but his mouth was already covered, and his figure appeared in hell in the next moment. Grandpa Zhao, why don't you save him? Li Guangwei indignantly questioned Zhao Yan. Bastard, don't be rude to me. Do you realize that's Tao Tai? If it weren't for your own grandfather's face, I wouldn't even bother saving you. If you offend Tao Tai, no one can protect you. But didn't you guys tell me to make friends with Lin Sanzhong? Why are you going back on your word now? You know, although Lin Sanzhong is a genius, to reach the human immortal realm at such an age is definitely an absolutely unique existence. But let me tell you, even if you're a genius, as long as you haven't grown up, you're just an ass. On Lin Sanzhong's side, he was blasted into the ground by Tao Tai with a single punch, blood spurting out of his mouth. The little dragon had its tail ripped off by the huge shadow that Tao Tai had conjured up. The upper half of his body lay helplessly on the ground, panting heavily. Xiao Long! Lin Sanjun exclaimed in shock and braced himself to come to Xiao Long's side. Little dragon, can you hold on? The little dragon whimpered twice, tears swirling around his eyes. He held them back and didn't fall. It's fine. I can still hold on. It's just a broken tail. As long as I'm given time, I'll be able to recover. What the two lacked most right now was time. Hurry up with any last words. This teacher stroked his octogenarian beard. Finish up so you can get on the road. Saying this, Tao Tai came to Lin Sanstick's side and took his left hand and gave it a slight push. The fingers that had been chopped up in the turbulence had just grown back not long after and were broken off again. Looking at the ring, the teacher couldn't stop the excitement in his heart. It was only when I got it in my hands that I realized how powerful the spirit essence on the ring really was. Old boss, your hand. Lin Sanjun clenched his teeth in death and endured the severe pain. This was the first time since his cultivation that he felt so powerless. He couldn't even fight back. He hated why his cultivation was so poor. But in this era of the end of the law, Lin San's stick can reach the human immortal realm at such an age. Even if it is placed in the era of aura, it is also a leader. Berserk! Lin Sanju stood up with difficulty and walked a little bit towards Tao Tai. The cultivation on his body had also climbed directly from the late human immortal realm to the late earth immortal realm, and with this strength, even a heavenly immortal would have the confidence to defeat him. Tao Tai arched an eyebrow. Forcibly raising your cultivation? But still isn't enough. If you don't have any more tricks up your sleeve, then I'm going to eat you. Tao Tai didn't care about the berserking Lin Sanjong in the slightest. Then you try. Saying this, Lin Sanju's body leapt up and directly rushed towards Tao Tai, holding the stick with both hands and smashing it down towards Tao Ye's head. Tao Tai remained calm, ignoring the attack. When the stick was about to fall, Tao Tai stretched out a finger and flicked it, and the stick unexpectedly came straight out of his hand and was inserted on top of a wall to the side. Then the immortal destruction stick manifested to form a small bell and flew to Lin Sanju's side. Brother! He's so strong. Little Bell looked at Tao Tai warily. What exactly is your strength? Tao Tai looked at Lin Sanjong. What? Do you want to die with a clear conscience? Yes. Lin Sanjun nodded his head. Very well. There's no harm in telling you that I am the third-grade Dao realm. Upon hearing Tao Ye's cultivation level, Lin Sanju had an incredulous look on his face. One must know that this heaven and earth simply couldn't carry such a strong cultivation, and he had repeatedly struck out, surprisingly able to use his power to such an extent. Can you tell me how you managed to be able to utilize such a strong power and not destroy the planet? Tao Tai looked at Lin Sanju. I didn't expect you kid to know quite a lot. I can tell you that this side of heaven is in the process of awakening. It's okay to unleash the limits of power beyond this world once in a while. Lin Sanju bit his lip in death. Any last words? Lin Sanjong closed his eyes. Last words no, but I want to know, do you have last words? Tao Tai froze. Then his eyes looked out into deep space. Only a woman in red, with long flowing hair and a hostile aura, slowly walked down. You're the one who hurt my brother? With a flash, Mushishi came to Lin Sanju's side, took out an elixir and put it into Lin Sanju's mouth, and finally threw another one to Xiaolong. After taking the elixir, the injuries sustained by the two were surprisingly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Sanju's broken finger was also repaired as good as new at this moment. Sister. Lin Sanjong stood beside Mushishi. Don't worry. I'll take care of the rest. I'll make him pay 100 times 1,000 for how he hurt you. Tao Tai looked at Mushishi, sensing that the other party only had the cultivation level of a transitional juncture, and disdained it. Little woman, big talk, just buy you? Tao Tai said as he took the lead and slapped towards Mushishi's towering peak. Chapter 106 Deliverance. Shameless. Where are you hitting it? Lin Sanju stared angrily at Tao Tai, who had a greedy look on his face. Such a beauty is truly rare to the extreme. Just as the palm was about to slap Mushishi's fingers gently slashed the Tao Ye's palm and cut it off directly. A mere third-grade Dao realm? How dare you run wild? Mushishi snorted coldly. No. No way. Your cultivation level is obviously only that of a fairy. Why is your flesh so strong? Mushishi looked at Tao Tai with her eyes slightly glaring at him. This is the hand that hit my brother just now, isn't it? Tao Tai was confused at the moment. Your body. Surprisingly, it's a Dao realm body. Who are you? Tao Ye's back legs in horror. You don't deserve to know what my name is. Brother, how did he hit you just now? Give it back to me. If he dares to make a move, I'll rip off his head and crush it to feed the dogs. Lin Sanju nodded, and Little Dragon recovered some to come to Lin Sanju's side. Old man, you had a great time beating us just now. Lin Sanjun walked towards Tao Tai with his fists rubbing together, and Xiaolong also rubbed his claws with an evil grin on his face as he walked towards Tao Tai. Tao Tai looked at Mushishi. This is all a misunderstanding. I misunderstood you, MLGB. The little dragon cursed angrily. Yanking my tail off, and you're telling me it's a misunderstanding? Said a claw directly grabbed at Tao Tai. Tao Tai stood still and didn't dodge. The strike landed on Tao Tai, but it didn't even cause a single bit of damage. Tao Tai then laughed out loud. A mere human immortal realm dares to try to break the defense of the Tao realm? The little dragon froze. Yeah, boss. Our strength is too low to hurt him. Lin Sanju's eyes rolled to look at Mushishi. Sister, do you have a way to bind him? Mushishi nodded and stretched out a finger. A chain directly bound Tao Tai. And in the next moment the boundary Tao Tai had set up was not supported by Tao Ye's power and directly dissipated. The shock on Tao Ye's face gradually changed to fear as he looked at the chains binding him. What is this? This? Why can it suppress my cultivation? Mushishi looked at Tao Tai. Extreme Tao Lock. Apparently the name was unfamiliar to Tao Tai. You are not a human being in this world, are you? Tao Tai looked at Mushishi. Not bad. And a little self-aware. Lin Sanjun looked at the tightly bound Tao Tai and went up and threw a large pen pocket. Tao Tai, however, was painless. I told you, you trash can't hurt me at all. And then, Mushishi took out a broken sword from her ring, knowing that the quality of this sword was not comparable to the immortal destruction stick. Although it was broken, the essence was still considered an 8th grade Tao weapon, and it was still easy to break through the body of a mere 3rd grade Tao realm. Use this. Mushishi handed the Tao weapon to Lin Sanju, but Lin Sanju didn't take it. Sister, I've thought of a more fun way to do it. It can't break through his defense, but, Lin Sanjun smiled wryly, and in the next moment his figure disappeared from the spot and appeared in the basement. The group of children in front of them are all shivering. Their faces and bodies are covered with bloodstains and stains, and they are crying, so Lin Sanjung's heart is also a little bit unfavorable. Seeing Lin Sanju, these children were visibly stunned, and after drifting off, each and every one of them breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing that Lin San's stick was also at a young age, one of the children hurriedly said, "Little brother, hurry up and run before that demon comes back." Lin Sanju froze, looking at the child in front of him who was only not much older than himself. A trace of warmth welled up in his heart. "Don't worry, you're safe. I'm here to save you." "Save us?" One of the children cautiously stood out, looked left and right, did not see Tao Tai figure, boldly asked, "Where is he?" "The devil? Him? He's already been captured. Do you guys want revenge?" Lin Sanjun said. Some of the girls stopped crying when they heard about revenge, but they were all shaking their heads like rattlesnakes, clearly terrified. A few of the children who had fainted were gradually awakening. "Can we really go?" a child asked incredulously. "Sure." Lin Sanjun smiled faintly. "Leave or not, it's up to you. The gate is open anyway," said Lin Sanstick as he walked out on his own. When Lin Sanju had just left, some bold children directly followed Lin Sanju. Running out of the basement and seeing the long-lost sunlight, the kids couldn't help but rub their eyes. "I can't believe I actually came out," a child yelled out excitedly, and the children who hadn't come out yet all darted out one by one as they heard the voice. A few children were physically and mentally exhausted and were being held up by other children. Of course, there were quite a few children whose eyes became a little dulled by the sight of such a bloody scene day after day. Lin Sanju stopped his figure, and the child behind him, still happy to be free, apparently didn't realize that Lin Sanju had stopped, and directly ran headlong into him. "Sorry to," the boy said nervously. "I'll ask you one more time, do you want revenge? Those who want to take revenge come with me, those who don't wait where they are, and in a little while someone will come to take you home." "I want revenge." A tall boy clenched his fists tightly and squeezed a few words out of his clenched teeth. The boy who had just been dismembered was his best friend. Lin Sanjong nodded and looked around. "Is there any more?" One boy took the lead, and many of the children who wanted revenge stepped forward next. "Very well. Come with me if you want revenge. The rest of you stand your ground and wait for help." With that, Lin Sanju led the group of children towards Tao Tai. Seeing Tao Tai bound to the ground, these children at first had some fear in their eyes, and then one by one they went crazy. It also believed what Lin Sanstick had said, that the demon had really been captured. The taller boy was the first to arrive in front of Tao Tai and kicked him hard in the body. Tao Tai was not impressed. "You can't even hurt me, and you want a bunch of mortals to hurt me?" Lin Sanjuan's eyes rolled. "Who told you I was going to let them hurt you?" Lin Sanjun quietly whispered in the boy's ear. Within moments, the boy's expression was a little excited and a little embarrassed. "Is this really okay?" the boy asked. "Of course. I can deal with him by any means. Don't worry, I'll take the blame if anything happens. Aha! Good. The boy's face grew firm, and his eyes took on a gleam, as if he had made up his mind of some sort, and he ran off to one side with some of the men and began to confer. Chapter 107: A Feast for the Taotai. Suk, what did you call us for? One boy looked at the taller boy suspiciously. Revenge, of course. Suk said calmly, picking up a plastic bag and a couple empty bottles from the side. The caps of the empty bottles were then pierced with tiny eyes. The crowd looked at Suk in confusion. Listen to me down there. You guys that have piss in this bottle for me. Oh yeah, no diabetics. Can't let that devil get a little taste. Hearing Suk say this, the group of kids realized what it meant and got busy for a while. Anyway, as disgusting as it was, it didn't take long for a group of kids to come running back, running out of breath. Each was holding plastic bags and bottles of water with unknown liquids. Pony, you've been on fire a bit lately, Shua said as he looked at the yellowish liquid in Pony's bottle. It's okay, Suk, that devil can't be too much. Saying that, several people quickly came to Lin San's stick side, took out the bottles in their hands and started to nourish Taotai. Listening to the happy laughter of the group of small children, Mushishi looked at Lin Sanju. What did they take? Mushishi was a little puzzled, but understood after just a moment, the air filled with the smell of self-explanation. Taotai still didn't know what to do. One second he looked down on these kids, the next he was barely angry enough to ascend to heaven on the spot. And the one called Shua still felt that it was a bit too much, and directly smashed the plastic bag he had prepared towards Taoya's head. The yellowish, sticky stuff coated the side of his head straight away. Holy! Taotai cursed, just in time to be nourished by a child with a bottle. I vomit. Blah blah blah. You hateful two-legged sheep, when I undo this bondage, that's when you'll be eaten by me. Vomit. With a few people from Mushishi present, the kids clearly didn't take the threat to heart. Class, step it up. Take all the plastic bags out of your hands, and I'll give the newest toy to whoever throws the contents of the bag into his mouth, Suk said. How dare you? Taotai just opened his mouth, and the next moment a boy pinched his nose with one hand, grabbed a pile of unknown with the other, and threw it towards Taoya's mouth. Taotai just said 2 words, and the lump was thrown into his mouth with precision. Gulp! Taotai didn't pay attention and directly swallowed it. The face turned first waxy and then green. Taotai cursed again, only to be greeted with a burst of yellow nourishing water. Don't just eat the dry ones, have some thin ones to rinse your mouth. Several of the bullied children were filled with excitement, experiencing the thrill of revenge, and although they couldn't get back their lost companions, their once tormented spirits seemed to get some relief. Seeing the extremely wretched Taotai, Lin Sanjong also smiled slightly. Kill me if you can. What kind of man is it to torture me like this? Taotai looked at Mushishi, but the little guys were recognizing that as soon as Taotai opened his mouth, the pile would be thrown into it with precision. Vomit. You guys. Vomit. I'll take it. Vomit. Kill you. Vomit. Guys. Vomit. Seeing that these children were also a bit tired, Lin Sanjong pinched his nose and walked over, looking at Taotai, who was covered in dirt, with a look of disgust. Sister, can you kill him? Mushishi also frowned. What? Enough playing. Lin Sanjun nodded. Then, let's get these kids settled first. After all, it's not good for them to see it. But this group of children had a steely determination in their eyes that did not match their age. No, Auntie, we want to see you kill this devil with our own eyes. We're not afraid. Suk stepped forward, the anger of losing his partner making him more courageous. They had seen even more horrific scenes than this. Right? We're not afraid of that. We must see this demon die with our own eyes. The children all clenched their little fists and gritted their teeth. Mushishi glanced at Lin Sanjun and sighed helplessly before finally handing the 8th grade Dao weapon to Lin Sanjun. Just use it. Lin Sanju nodded, and just as he was about to result in Taotai, Little Dragon suddenly flashed to Lin Sanju's side. Boss, leave it to me. Hearing Xiao Long's voice, the group of kids were a bit dumbfounded for a moment. Just now, the attention was all on this Taoya's body, and hadn't really seen the existence of the little dragon, and even if someone had seen it, they would have only thought that it was a statue. It's a dragon. It's a living dragon. A child trembled and pointed at the young dragon. The young dragon tilted his head, once to look at the child who had spoken. Don't make such a fuss. What's wrong with dragons? Yikes. Or a talking dragon? The kid got even more surprised. The kid named Suk, on the other hand, froze in place, calculating something in his mind. Xiaolong received the 8th grade Dao weapon and slowly walked towards Taotai. Was it not thought that you would also die at the hands of a low-ranked cultivator? Saying this, Xiaolong took the broken sword and stabbed it directly into Taoya's body as if it were slicing tofu. Taotai spat a mouthful of blood towards Xiaolong, who hurriedly erected a protective shield to block it out. After all, the scene just now was still fresh in his mind. Taotai looked at the little dragon angrily. You're at least a divine beast. How dare you mix with humans? You've really disgraced your divine beast clan. I'm willing, what can you do? Xiaolong's eyes were full of disdain. Humph, come on, kill me. If only you could kill me, I'd be liberated. Don't forget, the souls of our ancient ferocious beasts are immortal. When you kill me, that's when I get my revenge. Taoya's face was hideous. Not to mention it really startled little dragon. Looking at Lin Sanzhong hesitantly. What are you looking at? Just kill it. I'll take care of it if something goes wrong. Lin Sanzhong said. Xiaolong, however, blankly glanced at Lin San's stick, his eyes looking towards Mushishi. Mushishi frowned slightly, then nodded towards Xiaolong, giving him a firm look. Xiaolong raised his broken sword once again and stabbed at Taoya's neck. Taotai laughed even more heartlessly when he saw the sword blade charging towards him. Yes, 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 this is the place. I can die if you push me. This smile, looking at the little dragon a creepy, actually dare not do it. Lin Sanzhong walked up and looked at Xiaolong. Rubbish! Letting a bounded piece of trash get the best of you? Then the hand rose and fell. A cold aura flashed directly across the Taoya's neck, and the next moment the head sprayed directly out as blood gushed out. The group of teenagers, looking at the blood that was like a fountain, were all excited. There was no fear at all. Dead. Dead at last. Brother, I finally avenged you. Suk suddenly had a seizure. Chapter 108. Adoption of an Apprentice. The decapitated Taotai had actually broken free. The terrifying demonic chi directly ran out along the neck. In the next moment, a huge goat-bodied sphinx appeared, with claws as sharp as a tiger's claw, and with a howl that sounded like a baby's cry. This Taotai directly darted towards the little dragon. Opening his monstrous mouth to reveal his fangs, he directly swallowed it. It was only when this group of children saw Taotai in his true form that they truly realized that their teacher was not a human being. Rather, it was a monster. All of a sudden, they scattered and fled in all directions. Only Shuo stood still, his eyes cold as he looked at Taotai. Holy! Xiaolong was startled and dodged to run behind Lin Sanju, and Mushishi was just about to strike when he was directly stopped by Lin Sanju. Sister, I'll do it. Taotai has turned into a soul. Your physical body can't harm it. Lin San's stick said. Mushishi also did not expect that Lin Sanju knew about this. It's okay. I'll protect you, sis. Lin Sanju shook his head as he looked at the little dragon running away, then shouted, Detain the spirit and dispatch the general. As soon as these words came out, a huge prison appeared behind Lin Sanju, and terror filled the picture everywhere. Then, Lin Sanju slightly reached out and instantly clenched his fist, and Taotai stopped hard in midair. Taotai only felt that his neck was viciously stuck by a large invisible hand. It turned its head with difficulty, just in time to confront Lin Sanju's eyes, especially the huge prison that surfaced behind Lin Sanju, causing a hint of fear to flash through Taoya's eyes. He gulped. You're actually the sole prison controller. Apparently this Taotai had lived a long time and knew quite a lot. Not bad, you have some insight. No wonder, you want me dead so badly, so you want to control me. Don't be paranoid. Taotai struggled madly. At this moment he even wanted to blow himself up and take everyone with him. Sculpture. In my presence, as long as you are a soul, no matter who you are subject to my control. With that said, Lin Sanju's palm retracted violently, and Taoya's soul was directly yanked into the soul prison. At first, he was able to struggle for a moment, and after only a few moments, the color was lost in his eyes. Lin Sanzhong's heart was delighted. This is a super fighter of the 3rd grade Dao realm. Another piece of life-preserving card in the future. Mushishi looked at Lin San's stick with an incredulous expression, pondering in her heart. Lin San's stick could see Mushishi's doubts. Sister, a lot of things have happened recently. I'll explain it to you when I have time. But, The two of us are unbeatable together. Sister is in charge of killing people, and I'll be in charge of controlling souls. Mushishi smiled faintly. Brat, you still have secrets in front of your sister. Saying that, she checked his fingers to see how the recovery was going. Hey, boy, are you peeing in your pants? The little dragon waved its claws in front of Suk's eyes, and Suk came back to his senses. Looking toward Lin Sanjong and the others, he flopped and knelt down. Lords of the gods are here. Please accept my obeisance. Xiao Long leisurely took Shua's obeisance, shaking his head and his beard. Lin Sanjun stroked his chin and looked at Shua with interest. As expected, this Shua snapped his head 3 more times in succession. Lord Divine, please take me as your disciple. The little dragon froze. Air. Are you talking to me? The young dragon pointed to himself. Yes, Lord Divine. My parents, both of whom died at the hands of Tao Tai, I want to learn from you. Shua's eyes pleaded, and Xiao Long was momentarily speechless, freezing for a moment before saying, Kid, it's not that I won't take you. I'm a beast and you're a human. I can't teach you anything. You might as well beg him. Saying that, the little dragon pointed with its claws towards Lin Sanju. Mushishi stood beside Lin Sanju. This Shua thought that he was going to worship Mushishi as his master. As a result, he directly knelt down and walked to Mushishi's front and worshipped again. Mushishi's eyes were quick, and with a slight stomp of his foot, his body was directly bounced off. Little friend, you've got the wrong guy. Mushishi smiled helplessly. Kid, I'll let you find him and worship him, Xiao Long said, pointing at Lin San stick once again. Lin Sanjun raised his hand and stroked his forehead helplessly as he looked at the two. You too. Let me take in an unweaned child. Both Mushishi and Little Dragon White threw Lin San stick a big blank stare. Like you're big. Lin Sanju's small face reddened. Can I be the same as him? At this point, this Shua understood Xiao Long's meaning, and his body was once again ready to kneel down towards Lin Sanju. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. Lin San's stick, however, used a soft force to directly drag Shua's legs, preventing him from kneeling. Brother Shua was stunned. He thought that Lin Sanju was just a kid. He didn't expect that before he saw how the other party struck. He couldn't even do it even if he wanted to kneel down. This scene made this brother Shu even more determined to want to worship Lin Sanju as his master. I'm not in the habit of taking on disciples, and you've seen enough of that today. I will then erase your memories so you won't wallow in your grief. Although Lin Sanju had subdued Tao Tai, after all, the child's parents had died at the hands of Tao Tai, and keeping him living in hatred would only cause him to harbor demons in his heart, which would not be conducive to his future growth. Saying that, Lin Sanjong was about to move to erase Shua's memory, but he realized that his hand was being held by the other party's hands in a death grip. The eyes were filled with bitter pleas and tears that were about to overflow. Master! You can't do this. You can't take away my right to hate. Lin Sanjong froze in place, recalling the tragic death of his parents beside him. That feeling of helplessness and despair was still vivid in his mind. How he hoped that someone would stand up and speak for him at that time. But who didn't? Today Lin San Stick saw in Shua's body the shadow of what he once was. Yeah, I don't have the right to strip him of his memories. Mushishi looked at the hesitant Lin Sanju and knew that she had just said her words too dead. Then he said, Junior, this child, I think it's better to stay. If he is the material for practicing martial arts, he will also be a great help to you in the future. If not, the world has changed now, and cultivators would have long been exposed to the public eye. There's not much left to hide. Hearing Mushishi say this, Lin Sanjun took a deep breath. The path of cultivation requires not only a persistent heart, but also a resilient will. My way of cultivation is bitter. Don't look at Shua's young age, but he understood things early and heard the meaning in Lin Sanju's words. Master, I am not afraid of suffering. Please accept me. Saying this, Shua once again knelt down, and this time Lin Sanjun didn't stop him. Master is above. Please accept Tong Shua's obeisance. Chapter 109, The Five Immortals of the North. Tong Suk. Lin Sanjun silently pronounced Tong Shua's name. After the worship ceremony was completed, Lin Sanjong helped Tong Shua up. Now, although you worship me as your master, remember that once you get lazy or fail to meet my requirements, I will erase your memory. Yes, master. If there is anything that my apprentice has done that is unsatisfactory, Master can erase my apprentice's memory at any time, or even kill me. Tong Shua's eyes were filled with determination. Very good. Lin Sen's stick was like an elder. If you want to cultivate, then you must first learn to take a beating. When these words came out, both Mushishi and Xiaolong couldn't help but laugh. Especially the little dragon was laughing his head off. Ha ha ha. Boss, you're too talented. I did find out that you don't know how to do anything else but beat people up. The first thing you learn, no matter who you're teaching, is to learn to take a beating first. Lin Sanzhong glared at Xiaolong. What? You want to get your ass kicked too? The little dragon froze. It didn't dare to compare itself to this pervert, Lin Sanju. When he was transiting the tribulation, he was able to go 50-50, and now that Lin Sanzhong's cultivation level had surpassed that of the little dragon, abusing it was like abusing his son. Tong Shua scanned around, then picked up a slab off to the side. Master, I believe you. The eyes were full of determination, causing Lin Sanju to be a little confused, only to see that Tong Shua raised his hand and without hesitation smashed the slate down towards his head. There is no reprieve from the downward pressure. Holy! If this is going to be smashed up, it's only weird if it doesn't open up. Lin Sanzhong hurriedly snatched the slate from Tong Shua's hand. You boy! Before the words were finished, Xiaolong picked them up. You kid! There are some tigers. Lin San's stick whitened a small dragon. If you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. Then he looked at Tong Shua. Since you're already homeless and worshipped under me, I'll put you in our base kill headquarters. You'll stay there for a while. I have some things to take care of lately. I'll come find you when it's taken care of. This Tong Shua heard the killing of the headquarters and was a little stunned at the moment. Master, are you the administrator of Killmonger? Xiaolong interjected again. Your master, but the founder of Killmonger. Tong Shua's eyes lit up. Nowadays, killjoys are arguably universally popular. Not only is there a pinch kill, but there is also a new pinch hitter. After all, a while ago, there were so many incidents of bullying in schools that they could hardly be contained, and the state lord, after much thought, had no choice but to add a substitute service. Not to mention, it's quite affordable and the kids can afford to use it. It's only $10, so you can't lose or be fooled. Once the order is placed, most of them are free straight away whenever the bully shows up. After all, they are the flowers of the motherland. How can they allow themselves to be destroyed by bad children? This move made bullying disappear across the country. After placing Tong Shua in his place, Lin Sanju returned to the side of the state lord. Mo Rusheng nodded slightly when she saw Lin Sanzhong arrive. All the nukes have been detonated in advance. So far no country has launched a nuclear bomb at us. Lin Sanju nodded and then appeared beside the state lord. How was it, old man? This fireworks extravaganza isn't bad. Is it wonderful? The state lord looked at Lin San's stick. You kid is good enough to intercept all the nukes. Reports are coming in from the front that a good chunk of the countries that launched nukes at us have been blown up. The Fath country was even more unlucky, directly blowing up their weapons depot and granary. This time, you got a lot of credit. The state lord looked at Lin San's stick with satisfaction. Come on, old man. How's the war going in the north? Lin Sanjun asked. After all, the north was the breakthrough and most of the mutants and gods were attacking from the north. The lord of the land side. Less than ideal. Not as well. Why don't I try? Lin San's stick was the first to speak up. The state lord froze. My idea is, why don't you hide first and come out when your cultivation improves? I think with our Huasha's heritage we should be able to withstand it for a year and a half. Get over it, always looking at my sister. Don't think I don't know your little mind. Wait for my good news. Saying that, he pulled up Mu Shirshi's hand, and without turning his head back, he flew directly toward the north. Mo Rusheng was left by the side of the state lord to protect him. Foreign deities? Mutants? Show me what the hell you guys are. Lin Sanjun muttered, his figure disappearing in the air, approaching the northern edge. A huge pressure swept directly over Lin Sanju and the others. Lin Sanjun stopped his figure. He-Man. Sneaking around. Come out and fight if you can. Lin Sanzhong's words carried spiritual energy that directly covered the entire northern region. The immortal destruction stick also turned into a small bell looking around vigilantly. Hee little doll, is the strength good? An unfamiliar voice rang out, and an energy fluctuation appeared in the space in front of Lin Sanjun. And then the old man's figure slowly appeared in front of the crowd. Lin Sanjun frowned. Who are you? The old man's Chinese hair and silver beard, his sleeve robe flung out. I am the great ancestor of the Bai clan. You may address me as Grandpa Bai. Little Dragon stood out. You old hedgehog? Do you really think you're a god? He had sensed the old man's essence. The white family? Hedgehog. The 5 immortals of the north. Lin Sanjong also heard the story of the 5 immortals in the north, which is also a story that when he couldn't sleep as a child, his father would take the 5 immortals. Hee. A divine beast of the human immortal realm. You must have just transformed into a dragon not long ago. Such big talk. Aren't you afraid that I'll swallow your essence blood? Although the little dragon was a divine beast, this Bai clan's great ancestor didn't take it to heart. After all, when he showed himself just now, even Lin Sanju didn't notice. Apparently the strength of the white family's great ancestor also had the Dao realm. It was just that he didn't know how many grades of the Dao realm it was. Old hedgehog. Why are you blocking my way? Lin Sanjong is not accustomed to any 5 immortals. After all, saving Huaxia is the imminent matter. This place has been contracted by our 5 immortals. Retreat quickly or else, don't blame us for being impolite. Just as this white immortal had finished speaking, a figure that ran through heaven and earth directly walked out. Lin Sanjuan's body slightly lurched when he saw the figures behind. What's this? Only to see, like Optimus Prime in a sci-fi movie, a huge mecha appeared in front of several people. Only the mech had broken an arm, and the broken arm was still emanating a trace of electricity. Master Junior! This mech screamed out as it aimed directly at Lin San's stick. You know me? Lin Sanjun looked at the behemoth, and in the next second the behemoth's head split in 2 from the center, and a man walked out from it. Junior Master San, I'm Lu Shuai from the Heavenly Heavy Industry. Chapter 110 The 5 Immortals Gather. Oh! Lin Sanjun raised his eyebrows, clearly not recognizing this Lu Shuai. However, Lin Sanstick knew what Heavenly Heavy Industry was. By whom were you wounded? Lin Sanjun asked. Lu Shuai's eyes drifted towards the Bai clan's old ancestor. And although he didn't say anything, his meaning was already clear. Old hedgehog, do you know the consequences of what you're doing? Lin Sanjong questioned. The Bai clan's oldest ancestor looked at Lin Sanstick with disdain. What? Just with you shrimp soldiers and crab generals you still want to fight against our 5 immortals? Wasting one of its arms has been seen to be all Chinese. I warn you, from today onwards, no matter who it is, don't even think about stepping into the north, or else you'll be killed without pardon. Tell the lord of your kingdom that the north has changed hands. Lu Shuai confronted the Bai clan's old ancestor. Big words. There is no place other than the king's land under the sky. With a mere loose immortal like you also want to be the enemy of the entire China? The white family ancestor glanced at Lu Shuai and with a wave of his sleeve robe, the other arm of the huge mech fell off. You! Lu Shuai was infuriated and turned his head towards Lin Sanjong. Junior Third Master. Please also make a move. Lin Sanju frowned at the white family ancestor. I advise you not to make a move. Thinking that it's not easy for you to cultivate. Leave quickly. The white family's old ancestor said. After all, to have such a cultivation level at such a young age, one was also afraid that Lin Sanjong had someone behind him. Sister, what is his cultivation level? Lin Sanstick asked. Mushishi sensed it. 1st grade Dao realm. Lin Sanjong was delighted. I just wonder, who gave you the courage to speak so loudly in a mere 1st grade Dao realm? Now that Huaxia is facing a life and death situation, it's not even enough that you native goblins don't guard it, but you even dare to take advantage of the fire? I don't know. I'm the one who covers Huaxia. At this moment Lin Sanstick's aura violently erupted. His cultivation of late human immortal stage was visible. You want to challenge me? The Bai clan's old ancestor was stunned. He didn't expect to know his cultivation level and still dare to challenge him, which made the Bai clan's old ancestor even more convinced that there was someone behind Lin Sanstick. No, I'm going to kill you. Kid. Don't think that just because there's someone behind you that you can be lawless. Today I'll educate you on behalf of the elders behind you. Let's show you what honoring the old is all about. As he spoke, Lin Sanjong took the lead and nodded his head towards Little Bell. The two of them raised a fist and blasted it towards the white family ancestor. The white clan's old man's gaze carried contempt as he instantly grabbed the fists of the two men. The moment he grabbed the little bell directly transformed into the immortal destruction stick. Brother, catch the stick, Little Bell shouted. Lin Sanju broke free and held the immortal destruction stick with a low shout from his mouth. Sea-breaking stick. Immediately after that, space was squeezed and distorted, and the huge shadow of the stick smashed over towards the White family ancestor. Humph! Sculpture. The Bai clan's oldest ancestor let out a cold snort, and a bunch of spikes suddenly appeared in his hand, shooting towards the shadow of the stick. With just one strike, the sea-breaking stick shattered into pieces and turned into a sky full of stars. This Dao realm is a bit strong. Lin San's stick also wanted to see how much his own strength differed from the Dao realm, and in the next moment, his mouth once again let out a low roar. Berserk! His breath skyrocketed to the late stage of the Earth Immortal stage. His body leapt forward and held the stick in both hands. Immortal Destruction Stick! In just a moment, the entire heaven and earth suddenly darkened, and a stick that covered the sky and sun fell directly from the domain. The White family ancestor frowned. Little fellow, to have a secret method of forcibly raising your strength. That's more like it. Only to see a golden spine once again appear in the hand of the Bai clan's old ancestor, which was his original magic weapon. Facing the immortal extinguishing stick, he blasted it. The moment the immortal destruction stick fell, space began to distort and rupture, and spatial turbulence crazily swept through the Bai clan's old ancestor. The Bai clan's old ancestor frowned as his body directly erupted with a dazzling light, and a circle of needles and thorns completely wrapped him up, impervious to the wind. A hedgehog is a hedgehog. Then let's see if your thorns are hard or this stick of mine is stronger. The huge shadow of the stick whistled as it madly squeezed the Bai clan ancestor. A mere earth immortal, to be able to strike a stick that is straight out of the Dao realm, you are considered a genius, the Bai clan's old ancestor said. Then the vertebral spines in his hands strangely lengthened, directly blasting against the immortal destruction stick. As a huge ripple appeared, Lin San's stick was directly blown away. The Bai clan's old ancestor merely retreated 3 steps. With your strength being able to make me use my own magic treasure, you deserve to be proud of yourself. Your strength has been recognized by me, and you are free to go out into the Northern Territory as you please. Obviously, the White family's old ancestor was still afraid of the forces behind Lin Sanju and could only choose to compromise. Old hedgehog, it's not over yet. Isn't it a bit early to jump to conclusions? Lin Sanjong's figure once again appeared in front of the Bai clan's old ancestor. Only, this time, there was an incomparably large monstrous beast silhouette standing behind him. Tao Tai! Him for me! At Lin Sanju's command, the Tao Tai opened his mouth wide and devoured the Bai clan ancestor. The White clan's ancestor was startled and instantly transformed into his original body. Impossible! How could you have a guardian soul? Who the hell are you? Tao Ye's cultivation of the 3rd grade Dao realm directly erupted, and coupled with the terrifying pressure of the ancient ferocious beast, this Bai clan's old ancestor directly shrunk into a sphere, his spikes standing up at the roots. Eat it for the little lord. The soul stays, Lin Sanjun ordered. The next moment this Bai clan ancestor felt the sky go black, and was directly swallowed into the belly by the giant mouth of the abyss. No, don't kill me. I can tell you a secret. Secret? Lin Sanjun glanced at Tao Tai. Spit his soul out. Tao Tai nodded his head and opened his mouth wide as the White family ancestor's soul was spat out. Say, what secret? If you try to fool me, I have ways of making you tell. At this moment, the White family's old ancestor was trembling. This secret is. Before the words were finished, the White clan's oldest ancestor let out a chirp that spread in all directions. Not long after, the figures of the remaining 4 immortals slowly appeared. Seeing the White family ancestor who was beaten down to his soul years ago, the Gray family ancestor mocked. Old hedgehog, this isn't working for you either. Where's the flesh? The White family ancestor blankly glanced at the Gray family ancestor. Don't make any ing remarks. If you're good, you're on. The remaining 4 immortals were also stunned when they saw the Tao Tai behind Lin Sanju. Guardian spirit? The Lu clan's oldest ancestor twisted her water snake-like waist towards Lin San's stick. Yo, little Lang, that's a pretty face. The Lu family's oldest ancestor looked to be in her mid-30s or so, with willow leaf eyebrows, Danfeng eyes, eyes like swimmers, thin lips like red cherry blossoms, and a luscious, bumpy figure. It is really an old saying that young people don't know the goodness of young women, and mistakenly regard lowly as treasure. Mushishi felt uncomfortable as soon as she saw the Lu family's old ancestor and directly blocked in front of Lin Sanju's body, fearing that if the other party took a step further, she would be splattered in blood. Chapter 111 Killing the 5 Immortals. Yo, little lady, no need to be so nervous. I don't mean any harm. The Liu clan's oldest ancestor had a spring in his step. The Fox family's oldest ancestor, a man in his 40s, couldn't help but tremble in his cheeks. You're really not a picky eater. Even a child you have to seduce. Slutty fox, you're only allowed to hit on other people. Not me. The Liu clan ancestor disdainfully glanced at the Fox clan ancestor. Ahem. So what? You guys are pretty messed up in your circle. Why don't you guys talk first? Lin Sanjun was somewhat speechless. Where do you want to go, little Lang? The Liu clan's old man blocked Lin San-stick's path. Then the remaining 4 family ancestors directly surrounded Lin Sanju in the center, rather like they were about to make a move. Sister, what cultivation level are they? Lin Sanjun looked at Mushishi. Only Willow and Fox's cultivation has reached the 3rd rank. The rest are all 1st ranks. Lin Sanjun was slightly startled. Wasn't it said that this heaven and earth can't give birth to Dao realms? Why have so many appeared recently? This? I'm not sure, but I feel it should be related to this place. Mushishi said after sensing it. Are you guys done chatting? The Fox family ancestor asked in exasperation. What do you care if it's finished? Lin Sanjong disdainfully said. Brat, talking is quite choking. Choking? Aren't you a ing fox? Very well. Kid, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a Tao Tai soul. Don't forget that old me is also in the Dao realm. Is the Dao realm very powerful? Wasn't he that also beaten by little Master I with only a soul left? Lin Sanjun looked skeptically at the white family ancestor. Him. Just a piece of trash. But after all, we are the 5 immortals, so you must give us an explanation today. Huh? Lin San-stick sneered. Asking me for an explanation? Now that an enemy country has invaded my Huaxia and you're stopping me, isn't it time for you to give me an explanation? Hee. Huaxia? It's just a country. As long as I want, I can destroy it with just my hands. The Fox family's old man had a kingly aura on his face. Good. Let's see if you can still talk to me like that later. Big talk. With this Tao Tai soul? The Huang clan's ancestor said disdainfully. Mushishi stood out, and in a moment the wind around her moved, blowing up her waterfall like long hair. By me! In an instant Mushishi's spiritual energy surged. Ha. Little lady. Look at you, you're good looking and you're still talking. A mere little trash of the transition stage. Later on, brother will surely serve you well. I'll let you see with your own eyes how this kid died in front of me. Seek death. Mushishi clenched her silver teeth, and in the next moment, her fingers slashed across the Fox family ancestor's neck. Then a head shot up into the sky, blood splattering everywhere. This scene directly stunned everyone. 1 strike. Seconds. She's not transiting. This old Fox family ancestor was a 3rd-grade Dao realm. The remaining 3 family elders looked at Mushishi in shock, their jade hands slightly drooping, and there were still threads of blood flowing out between their fingers. I'll give you 2 ways. One is to die. The second is to enter into a master-servant contract with my brother. Mushishi's face was cold, her thin lips moving slightly. This? You change your demand. Let us be servants to this human, better let us die. The Huang clan's oldest ancestor said. I am asking you to choose. I didn't ask you to make demands. I'm only going to count to 3. And if you haven't given me a satisfactory answer after 3, then all of you can go to hell. The remaining 3 looked at me, I looked at you, and finally made some sort of determination, nodded their heads in acquaintance, and took advantage of Mushishi's slackness to turn and run. With a lift of his fingers, Lin Sanju detained the souls of the White and Fox families. Very well. Since you guys want to die, then I'll fulfill you. Then a broken sword appeared in Mushishi's hand. Falling flower sword rain. Mushishi droned out, and in the next moment, a sky full of flower petals appeared, each of which was composed of a sharp sword chi. Wherever it passed, space was torn apart, sweeping towards the escaping trio, instantly stopping the 3 in their tracks. When this sword chi landed on the trio's figures lurched and resisted the sword chi. With a wave of his hand, the Liu clan's oldest ancestor directly dispersed some of the sword chi. There's something wrong with her cultivation. The Liu clan's oldest ancestor sensed out at this moment that the power of the broken sword was at most a human immortal. I see. You should have a high-grade Dao weapon, that's why you were able to take advantage of the Fox family ancestor's inattention to kill him. The Lu clan's old ancestor quickly analyzed it. Pretty smart. Mushishi suddenly appeared behind the Lu clan's old ancestor, and with a gentle wave of her hand, she directly removed the Lu clan's old ancestor's head. The moment the soul appeared, Lin Sanjun directly detained it, and then the three of them released their souls, controlling Tao Tai to go after the others. As long as it was intercepted, then Mushishi was a massacre-like existence. In a few breaths, Mushishi was like a ghost, harvesting the heads of the two remaining old ancestors. Collect for the little master. The massive soul prison appeared behind him, devouring the remaining souls in an instant. Lu Shuai stood frozen in place with two eyes. One's own mech converted into cultivation was also at the limit of human immortals, and could not even withstand a single glance from the other party. Yet they were so easily exterminated by the two Lin San sticks. Junior Master San is Junior Master San, and he really lives up to his name. Lu Shuai controlled the mech to Lin San Stick's side. Lin San Stick was now probing the memories of these 5 people. Not long after, Lin Sanju opened his eyes and looked at Mushishi. Sister, I know why they're blocking us from coming over. Mushishi looked at Lin San Stick. Why? There's a gaping hole in the north that has a large amount of spiritual chi gushing out of it. There should be a not-so-small spiritual mine. A portion of the immortals were infested with aura and have gradually revived. And by far the strongest are these 5 immortals, who hold the vein from outsiders for fear of discovering it. Mushishi nodded heavily. Spirit mines appearing and aura reviving. Has this earth sent a new heavenly Tao? Mushishi had some bad feelings in her heart. Let's go. Let's go and settle the intruders first, then check out the vein. Lin Sanjun said, then looked at Lu Shuai. What is the current status of the intruder? Lu Shuai shook his head. I don't know. I was just sent here when I was chopped off by the Bai clan's oldest ancestor, and if it wasn't for the fact that Junior Third Master came in time, I'm afraid that I would have died. Lin Sanjun nodded. Let's go, sister. Saying that, the two of them directly jumped onto the back of the little dragon and vanished into the void. After cruising around, Lin San Stick didn't find any outsiders, but found several corpses that didn't belong to Huaxia. It seems that the outsiders have been cleared by the 5 immortals. That's a lot of work to save, Lin Sanjun said as he pulled the corner of his mouth as he looked at the gruesome dead bodies on the ground. Chapter 112 Mysterious Sphere. After the 5 immortals were exterminated, a layer of defensive boundaries also opened directly. The aura began to spread out a little, filling the entire northern region. The other appeared. Lin Sanjun looked into the distance. Let's go. Saying that, he once again mounted on the little dragon and darted towards the place where the aura was leaking. Until they reached a remote mountain range, this was where they stopped. The aura below was like a tidal wave gushing out. At this moment, the people from the 5 immortal families had been guarding the side of the mineral vein, looking around vigilantly. In addition to some human figures, there were countless unformed snakes, insects, and ants of the 5 families. It seems that these 5 immortal families have a good foundation. Aside from the White family, there are a few other families that have some Tao realm powerhouses. It's only a first class too, Mushishi said. Then Lin Sanjong directly released the old ancestors of the 5 families. A finger gently pointed towards their brows, and color returned to their eyes. Master! The 5 men said respectfully in unison. What do you say? You're cheap, you have to be killed before you're willing to submit. The 5 were a bit speechless by what was said. Master, in fact, from now on, you can just call your slave out. There's a lot that your slave can do. The Lu clan's oldest ancestor said that he was going to lean towards Lin San Stick. Be honest with me, Lin San Stick said hurriedly. After all, Mushishi's eyes were filled with killing intent. I wonder what the master has called us out for? The Fox family's old ancestor was as fawning as a wallflower. What is it? What do you say? As he spoke, Lin Sanjun pointed at the vein below. Keep all your men back, or I won't mind sending them on their way. The Gray family's old ancestor had a thieving face and took the lead in patting his chest with a beat of assurance. Then stood awesome in the middle of the sky. All of you from the Gray family, quickly retreat. This old ancestor wants to cultivate here. As the voice fell, the people of the Gray family below kneeled down. Greetings, old ancestor. And the remaining 4 families also knelt down when they saw their family's oldest ancestor. With the Gray family's ancestor leading the way, the remaining 4 family ancestors also made excuses. Let the ones in the Tao realm stay, and the rest get lost. Lin Sanzhong opened his mouth. The old ancestors of the 5 clans were now respectful, and in less than 5 minutes, all the clansmen had already retreated. And Lin Sanjun and the others walked down. There are currently 8 in the Dao realm. Just when these people didn't know what their own ancestor was going to do, the Lu family's ancestor made a direct move, instantly destroying a few of his own family's transformers. Master, this is my slave's submission. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but the Lu family ancestor even changed into a thin veil, her proud body hidden. Slut, you're shameless, Mushishi scolded. Seeing the Lu clan's ancestor make a move, the remaining 4 clans also made a move to result in their own transformers. Lin Sanjun nodded in satisfaction after detaining their souls. Now that I can control a full 14 Dao realm powerhouses, it's also a terrifying force. Lin Sanjun muttered and collected everyone into the soul prison. Let's go, sister. Let's see what's so amazing about this spirit mine, said Lin San Stickrate as he walked in towards the vein. The moment he entered, the aura was as if it had materialized, crazily pushing Lin San Stick's cultivation. Looks like they've mined quite a few spirit mines. The little dragon turned into the size of a man and lamented. I guess not, Mushishi said as she looked around. If you want to mine spirit, you have to have special tools. Otherwise this ore will turn into ordinary stone once it leaves the vein. The auras are materializing here. It should be due to them fooling around. Lin Sanjun nodded, and the few people continued to walk deeper into the vein. After about nearly 10 kilometers or so, there was no road. Instead, a huge sphere appeared. The sphere was only half exposed, but the entire body was made up of spirit stones, unlike the vein, which was still laced with impurities. This place is a little different. Lin Sanjun knocked around, unintentionally knocking on a protruding piece. The sphere shuddered. Mushishi was quick on her feet, grabbing Lin Sanju with one hand and the little dragon's tail with the other, and flinging it directly backward. At the same time, a huge spiritual force blasted directly on top of Mushishi's body, and a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of Mushishi's mouth. Sister, Lin Sanjun called out anxiously. I'm fine. Mushishi swallowed the blood. How come? Sister, aren't you an 8th grade body? How could you be injured? Mushishi didn't have time to explain, only to see a hole slowly appear in that sphere. Surprisingly, there was a man sitting inside the cave entrance, with a likeness in his 30s or so. Lin Sanjun slowly approached the man. The man seems to be dead. Mushishi nodded, not sensing any danger before walking in. There wasn't a lot of space inside, just about 20 square feet. There are also some tables, chairs, and benches made of spirit stones. Xiao Long came to the table and took a jade slip on the table in his hand. The moment he touched the jade slip, a remnant of his thoughts manifested. Congratulations, little one, on finding my legacy. You don't have to try to talk to me, because I'm just a remnant and can't converse. Lin Sanjun was a bit lost when he heard that it was a remnant, thinking that it was a soul that he could use for himself. After all, this person had been dead for an unknown period of time, and there was still a terrifying pressure emanating from within his body, so it was obvious that he was a supreme powerhouse in life. My name is Su Xiaotian. I was originally a 9th grade extreme Dao cultivator, and I was severely injured by a group of people who were fighting for the chance to ascend to the heavenly Dao. When I stepped into this planet, knowing that my time was near, I left behind my life's best knowledge in this cave, hoping that the person who gets my inheritance will take revenge for me after he has finished his training. My inheritance is partially sealed. Only after cultivating to a certain realm can I unseal it, and you will also know the information of the person who killed me. If you want to obtain my inheritance, you must make a heavenly oath to avenge me. As soon as the words fell, the remnants of Su Xiaoquan's thoughts also disappeared. 9th grade extreme Dao. Lin Sanzhong looked at Su Xiaoquan's corpse in shock. I thought you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. Little dragon, since you opened the inheritance, then this inheritance will be received by you. Lin Sanzhong said. Hey, boss, I'm a beast. I can't use your human inheritance. The little dragon looked at the jade slip with bated breath, his lips trembling lightly. Dao realm inheritance regardless of race, because once you step into the Dao realm, that will be the beginning of cultivation. No matter if it's the mind or gong methods that you used to cultivate, you have to comprehend them all over again. All this legacy you can accept. Hearing Mushi's explanation, Xiao Long realized. With excitement in his eyes, he couldn't help but look at Lin Sanju. After all, This space was opened by Lin Sanju. Chapter 113, The Egg of the Divine Beast. What are you looking at me for? Lin Sanjun glanced at Xiao Long in disgust, fearing that he would hug up the next second. Boss, this is your chance, take it. Right now your cultivation does drag me down a bit, and I'm too ashamed to go out and say you know me. Lin Sanjun said, Che, boss, how can I be that bad? When I learn this inheritance, this dragon will step on the road ahead for you. The little dragon cocked its whiskers. All right, hurry up and pay your respects and take your vows. Don't expire in a while, you won't even have a place to cry. The little dragon nodded and humanely bowed 3 times to Su Xiaoyan's corpse. Master is above. Please accept Long Tian's obeisance. Lin Sanzhong froze. Little dragon, you even have a name. Xiao Long blankly glanced at Lin's and Stick then swore. Master, don't worry. When I return from my studies, I will definitely take revenge for you. When these words were spoken, a thunderbolt descended between heaven and earth, also proving that the oath was established. Then, Su Xiaoyan's corpse opened his eyes strangely, and in the next moment a ray of light shot directly into Xiao Long's brow, and then Xiao Long lost consciousness. Mushishi looked at Lin and Stick with a slight smile. What, are you envious? Lin Sanju nodded. It's false not to be envious, that's an extreme Dao inheritance. All right, there's no need to be envious, the inheritance he can receive right now is strong, but it's still a little bit inferior to the real inheritance. What do you mean? Lin Sanjun looked at Mushishi in confusion. As I said before, once you enter the Dao realm, if you want to become even stronger, you have to refine the techniques you previously practiced and turn them into 0, and then you can choose to either create your own technique or get the inheritance of a Dao realm technique. And the gongfu obtained by Xiao Long looks strong, but the potential is just average. When you reach the Dao realm, Sister will assist you in creating your own techniques. After all, it's the ones you create that have unlimited potential. Lin Sanstick's heart rejoiced, and he said beautifully, no matter what time it comes, it's still Sister who's the best. The 2 of them planned, and the little dragon accepted the inheritance well. Boss, Xiao Long looked excited. Looks like we really picked up a treasure this time. What? Lin Sanjun looked at the excited Xiao Long. Boss, this place is actually considered a compressed small world, and the flow of time inside is different from the outside world. How? A month here is equivalent to a day outside, and, as the whole body here is made of spirit essence, there's no need to worry about not having enough spirit chi. With your talent, boss, I'm sure it won't take you 10 years to reach the Dao realm. Hearing this news, Lin Sanstick's heart rejoiced. He was worried about how to break through the Dao realm at the age of 18. This instantly gave him plenty of time. Mushishi was also very satisfied with this place when the owner of this place, in order to recover from his own serious injuries, a lot of recovery effects were also added in it, which were also quite useful to Mushishi. As long as there was time, it wasn't a problem for Mushishi to recover to her peak. After some deliberation, everyone entered into cultivation, as no one knew what kind of strong person would appear in the future. A month passed in a flash. Lin Sanstick's cultivation had already reached the peak of the human immortal realm, and at any time he might break through to the earth level, and when he left this small world, he realized that only one day had really passed outside. Just as Lin Sanstick had just come out, the grass in the distance shook slightly, only to see a large black rat scurry out. Not long after came a rat-faced man with incomplete transformation looking at Lin Sanju. Kid, it looks like a lot of resources have been found here. When I saw you at that time, you were still only in the late human immortal stage, and I didn't expect that only a day had passed and you were already at the peak of human immortality. This rat-faced man Lin Sanjun had a slight impression. You're from the Gray family? Haha. The little doll has a good memory. I am the patriarch of the Gray family of this generation. How would I like to talk to you about a business deal? Lin Sanjun looked at the rat-faced man. What business? The rat-faced man stroked his beard. As long as you hand over half of the veins in here, I'll tell you where there's a divine beast egg. Divine beast eggs? Nice. Do you think I'm an idiot? Lin Sanjun taunted. Kid, I came here with sincerity. What's that look on your face? The rat-faced man looked at Lin Sanstick's disdainful face and got a little angry. If he wasn't afraid of his own old ancestor, how could he be so amiable with a doll? Since you're so sincere, shouldn't you have brought the divine beast eggs with you? As long as you bring it, I might consider it. Lin Sanjun said with a twinkle in his eye. Does what you say count? Lin Sanjun nodded. Then our family ancestor, And the rest of the family ancestors won't have a problem with it? Lin Sanjong looked at the rat-faced man impatiently. If you believe it, go and bring the divine beast egg. If you don't believe it, then get lost. Outsiders are not welcome here. Oh, kid, don't be so angry. I'm not making sure it's true or false. Lin Sanjun directly summoned the Tao Tai spirit. Can we believe it now? The aura of the Tao Tai spirit pressed down on the rat-faced man, who was a little breathless, and opened his mouth wide in preparation to devour it. The rat-faced man froze. Fine, I'll go fetch the divine beast egg. But don't you dare try to use it to pressure me. Our Grey family's great formation is no joke. Hurry up and get lost. Lin Sanjong waved his hand. Very well. After 3 days, please also come to our Grey family to trade. After all, you have such a ferocious beast by your side. I'm afraid that I'll lose my wife and my army. Okay. Lin Sanjun agreed. As the rat-faced man left, a map also appeared in Lin Sanjun's hands. Turtle, what era is this? Still using maps. Can't you send a location? Lin Sanstick then turned around and entered the small world once again. It just so happened that Mushishi had also retreated from her cultivation. How does it feel, sis? Lin Sanjun looked at Mushishi, and his features became even more exquisite. Well, now that I've recovered to the human immortal realm, I believe it won't take too long for me to return to the Dao realm. Only, returning to the Dao realm might attract heavenly punishment. Mushishi said with some concern. Heavenly punishment? I can't, after all, heaven's way is dead, isn't it? Mushishi frowned. I can feel that there should be a new heavenly Dao coming, or else Earth's aura wouldn't have recovered so quickly. A new heavenly path? Lin Sanstick patted his chest. Don't worry, sister. Just rest assured of your recovery. With me here? So what if a new heavenly Dao comes? The big deal is that it will be killed in. Mushishi reached out and nudged his forehead. You think the heavenly Dao is a cabbage, killing it when you say so. Sister, don't believe me, the mountain man has a plan. Cut. Mushishi blankly glanced at Lin Sanstick. However, hearing the rat-faced man's words about the divine beast eggs, Mushishi was even more convinced that the heavenly Dao was coming. 3 days. Chapter 114, The Egg of the Snake. In that case, you should still have 90 days to cultivate, and in 90 days you should be able to break through to Earth Immortal, right? It won't take that long. I estimate that I'll be able to almost break through to Earth Immortal in another month. Lin Sanjun sensed his cultivation level. Very well, after you reach Earth Immortal, it's time for you to go out and move around. After all, a single boost in strength will lead to unstable foundations. When the time comes, it's not bad to use this Grey family as a trial ground, and you can also stabilize your cultivation. Mushishi thought for a moment and said, it was obvious that Mushishi had never even thought of exchanging something with them. I see that this rat-faced person has a lot of backbone, so I guess their family array shouldn't be too weak. After all, I even released the Tao Tai soul, and he even dared to let me go to their base camp. Haha. It's all fine. Don't I still have my sister? 90 days is also enough for me to recover to the same cultivation level as you. When Lin Sanstick cultivated for close to a month, a shattering sound suddenly came from within his body, and it was clear that he had officially stepped into the realm of the Earth Immortal. Looking at the time was still early, Lin Sanstick used his consciousness to rehearse his 3 sets of stick techniques. After all, there was too much spiritual energy built up in his body right now, plus he had just made a breakthrough, and if he wanted to be on the uplift, he would definitely not be able to do so in a short period of time. Only by releasing the pent-up aura could one continue to enhance one's strength. Lin Sanstick, who had time passing by more slowly in his spare time, walked out of the small world. After hunting a wild boar, he was able to re-taste the flavor of roasted meat. But what made Lin Sanstick a little puzzled was that the wild boar here had a very small crystal in its head, and he didn't know what it was. With this discovery, Lin Sanstick killed quite a few more boars, but none of them found any crystals inside. When the 3rd day arrived, Mushishi walked out with a smile on her face, quite obviously recovering well. Sister, what do you see here? Lin Sanjun handed the crystals he had obtained to Mushishi. Mushishi froze and looked away. Where did you get that? Lin Sanstick spoke about his encounter, and only then did Mushishi explain. This is a beast crystal core, that is, a crystal core that is only produced by demonic beasts in the midst of cultivation. If my expectation is correct, in this northern region, there should be quite a few flying birds and beasts that have awakened their ancient bloodline and obtained some innate inheritance. It's just that this boar doesn't look like it has opened its spirit. Otherwise, It would have run away long ago when it saw you. Lin Sanju nodded. I told you so. This wild boar is quite a bit stronger than ordinary wild boars. But, sis, does it work? Mushishi nodded. This thing is of little use to you right now. After all, this beast crystal core is too small. Even if you set it on a weapon, it won't be of much use. However, making it into a trinket for ordinary people to carry has a refreshing effect. Che, I thought it was something good. Lin San stick helplessly threw the crystals directly to the side. Come on, sister. Let's break into this gray house. Well, the two of them leapt into the clouds and flew in the direction of the Gray family. The map burned into their minds with just a sweep of their divine sense. The Gray family was not particularly far away from the vein, and in the blink of an eye, it had already reached the sky above the Gray family. As soon as he arrived, Lin San stick sensed a strong odor of blood. The odor was not human blood, it was particularly fishy, and it was obviously some kind of animals. Hee, little brother. Since you're already here, why don't you come down and have a chat? As soon as Lin Sanjun arrived, his scent was detected by the rat-faced man. Little brother, are you on time? The rat-faced man couldn't help but lick his tongue as he looked at Mushishi beside Lin San stick. What a great beauty. I wonder if she'll be a bit more flirtatious under Laozi's command later. Rat-faced man why'd. If you look again, believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyes out? Lin Sanjun said angrily as he looked at the rat-faced man's shady eyes. The rat-faced man revealed an evil smile while withdrawing his gaze. Little brother, don't be so nervous. I don't have any malicious intent. I wonder, does little brother's sincerity bring? Lin San stick blankly glanced at the rat-faced man. You seem like that big mountain cannon. What am I going to use to load you up with a vein that big? Oh, haha. I was being abrupt. Okay. Cut the ing crap. Where's the divine beast egg? Haha, little brother. The divine beast eggs were prepared for you a long time ago. Please follow me, said the rat-faced man walking forward slowly, from time to time still looking back at Mushishi. Lin Sanjun frowned. He could sense that the bloody aura was coming from their family. Moreover, this whole way, Lin San stick surprisingly did not find a single person from the Gray family, and one hole in the ground was empty. It seems that this rat-faced man should have sacrificed all of their people. Mushishi nodded. I can feel that there's a terrifying thing stirring underground. Be careful later. Well, saying that, several people had already arrived at an altar, which was densely piled with the bodies of rats. At the top of the altar there was a huge egg, pitch black. Also on the surface of the egg there were several dark golden lines of liquid flowing. It looked like it should be the veins of this huge egg. Is this the divine beast egg you were talking about? The rat-faced man nodded. Not bad. If my guess is right, this would be the egg of the bass snake. Bile snake? You really dare to guess? In case it's just a mutant snake's egg, wouldn't I lose a lot by exchanging it with you? Lin San stick walked towards the boss snake egg and looked at it carefully. No, I feel like it should be good. But... The rat-faced man paused for a moment, his gaze traveling more recklessly over Mushishi's body. Dead rat, you really don't believe I can gouge out your eyes? The rat-faced man's eyes suddenly eloquent. Haha. Kid, still really think I'm afraid of you? I might be a bit wary of you if you didn't come on this altar. But if you're on this altar, then you'll shed your blood and hatch this boss snake egg for me. Sacrifice away, the rat-faced man shouted. Then the altar on the ground suddenly began to devour the corpses of the surrounding rats. And as the number of devouring more and more, the altar released more and more power. Lin Sanju's head tilted. Can this altar give you so much courage? He then leapt and was about to jump off the altar when a huge pressure suddenly came from him, directly suppressing Lin Sanju on the ground. Kid, do you really think that's all I've got? Since you're on this altar, prepare to die. Come out, great ancestor of the Gray family. With the lives of thousands of Gray family bodies, I will resurrect you. Chapter 115. Hatching eggs? As soon as the rat-faced man's words fell, several pitch-black chains pierced out from the bottom of the altar, instantly wrapping Lin Sanjun and Ba Snake Egg together. Then a terrifying aura began to spread out from the ground, and not long after, the entire altar began to shake. As a crack appeared in the ground, a huge heat wave rolled in. A flame erupted from the crack. Magma splashed up in all directions from the depths of the earth. However, this amount of temperature couldn't harm Lin San's stick at all. Mushishi stood still, observing Lin Sanju's every move. What? Sorry for your child husband? The rat-faced man sneered. Mushishi pressed on, not bothering with the rat-faced man at all. Chick, it's the first time in my life that I've seen such a beautiful woman like you. How about it? Consider thinking about following me. I'm going to treat you right, and rest assured of absolute tenderness for every inch of you. Mushishi's face turned cold. If you want to be with me, do you ask that man behind you? Then the rat-faced man turned his head and saw a huge statue of a rat appearing violently. Greetings, Taizu. The rat-faced man fell straight to his knees. Lin Senjun stood with his arms folded, looking at the giant statue in the sky with ecstasy in his heart. The soul of a fourth-grade Dao realm. I didn't expect it. There's a windfall this time. The rat-faced man looked at Lin Senjun and laughed, thinking that Lin Senjun was stupid. Kid, just prepare to be absorbed by Tai ancestor. Becoming a part of Tai ancestor is considered a blessing for you. Lin Sanju looked down at the rat-faced man. Do you trust your great ancestor very much? That's true. My great ancestor is the king of rats. Even old ancestor can't compare. Yeah. Lin Sanju looked at Taizu with a raised eyebrow. You want to eat me? The great ancestor looked at Lin San Stick. What a body. Wouldn't it be a waste to eat you? Prepare to accept my taking over. Take me. Yeah. It's been a while since I heard that kind of talk. Remember the first person who tried to take me over had graveyard grass taller than you. Great words. Then the mouse Taizu violently erupted a black mist that swept towards Lin Sanju. Good coming. Soul prison. Detain it for me. As soon as the words left his mouth, the enormous soul prison violently appeared, and a large, pitch-black hand grasped towards the great ancestor. This rat Taizu was like a small chicken cub, directly held in the palm of his hand. You! Who are you? The rat great ancestor panicked as it realized that it couldn't break free from the large hand at all. Who am I? I am your master. Collect me. Lin Senjun shouted, and his black hand directly yanked Mouse Taizu back into the soul prison. The rat-faced man below was still dumbfounded in place at the moment. You! What have you done to Taizu? The rat-faced man had sacrificed the lives of the entire clan of rats to awaken the great ancestor, and he didn't expect this great ancestor to disappear without stopping for a single glance. I didn't do anything, Lin Sanjun said with an innocent face as he spread his hands. And what about my great-grandfather? Your great-grandfather? Not just so. Saying that, Lin Sanju summoned the soul of the rat Taizu. The rat soul's eyes were wooden and looked straight at Lin Sanjun. Master! Taizu, what happened? Why are you calling this kid master? Seeing Taizu reappear, the rat-faced man dropped his heart. But no matter how much the rat-faced man called out, Rat Taizu didn't even lift his eyelids. You just molested my sister with that foul mouth of yours, didn't you? Lin Sanjuan's gaze turned grim. The rat-faced man continued to look at Mouse Taizu straight and begrudgingly. Since you like women so much, how about a taste of your own family's Taizu? Lin San Stick smiled wryly. Go. Have a non-breaking up love affair with it. Aye, master. The mouse Taizu answered and flew directly towards the mouse-faced man. The rat-faced man still didn't know what was happening, and when he saw Taizu flying towards him, he fell to his knees again and thumped his head. And in the next second, the rat-faced man was confused. A heart-rending sound came out, and the image was too colorful to look at. Hey, Junior, the way you do this, I really doubt that your soul has been taken over by some pervert. Go, 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 hurry up. You don't want this rat Taizo either. I'm disgusted. Mushishi pulled Lin San Stick and turned around without looking back.
下方传来了一阵呜呜呜、啊的声音。
Tazo, you can't be like this. I'm your most loyal follower, Returning to the small world, Lin San Stick took out the giant egg he had obtained. Sister, do you think this is really the egg of the bass snake? Mushishi was also observing carefully. After all, this ferocious beast, bass snake, was a product of the earth and was not really well understood. And even if it's not a bass snake, the aura it gives off is evil, the same as that Taotai of yours. It should be an ancient ferocious beast, right? If you can hatch it, it will be a great help to you as well. Really? Lin Sanjong was relieved in his heart that he hadn't run this way for nothing. And really? And how do I hatch? Mushishi smiled faintly. Ever seen an old hen hatch? Sister, are you not kidding me? Why, all hatches are like that. Even for a divine beast. Really? Lin Sanjong was a bit disbelieving. But seeing Mushishi's determined face, he hesitated again. Why don't you try? Mushishi smiled slightly. It's. Lin Sanstick always felt that there was something unkind about Mushishi's smile. So, let me make sure again, sister, you really didn't lie to me? Mushishi nodded firmly. And, I swear to God, I really didn't lie to you. The eyes turned into curved moons. Well, okay. Just climb up there, is that right? Mushishi pursed her lips and forced a smile. Yes. Don't laugh, sis. You're making me a little cautious with your smile. Fine, fine, you hurry up and hatch. That way, it can sense your scent and will recognize you as its father as soon as it comes out. Okay. Lin Sanstick took a deep breath and jumped onto the giant egg. Just lie down on it, right? Yes. Then he saw that Lin Sanju struck a large pose and lay on top of the boss snake egg. Ha 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 ha. Mushishi finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sister, I always feel like you're lying to me, but I can't find any proof. Don't worry. Sister didn't lie to you. Now use your spiritual energy to go deeper into the egg. It will speed up its hatching. Lin Sanjong willed his spiritual energy to start seeping into the boss snake egg. Then the egg shook a little. Within a short time, it accepted Lin Sanstick's spiritual energy. Being in this small world, the most unafraid thing was to consume spiritual energy. Chapter 116 Blood Demon. Ha ha ha. Sister, will you stop laughing? Lin Sanstick looked at Mushishi breathlessly. Okay. Just kidding, no need to hatch eggs like that. You just need to inject some spiritual energy into the egg every day. I told you surely that's not how you hatch an egg. But... Mushishi interrupted Lin Sanstick's complaint. But what? However, you need to inject some evil power. After all, this is originally a ferocious beast, and without it, its ability will decrease quite a bit. The power of evil? Where do you get it? Lin Sanjun looked at Mushishi suspiciously. You come with the power of evil. Do you still need to acquire it? Lin Sanjun didn't understand what Mushishi meant. It's simple. Just have the Tao Tai spirit come out and infuse it with some. Zwa. With Mushirshi's information, Lin Sanjong summoned the Tao Tai spirit and injected the evil power right towards the boss snake egg. And just as soon as he started to inject it, the dark golden streams of light also became brighter. After stabilizing, Lin Sanjun looked at Mushishi. Sister, I always feel that there's something wrong with this world right now. Mushishi's beautiful eyes looked towards Lin Sanstick. You found out too? Well, could it be true that the heavenly Tao has come, as sister said? Mushishi shook her head. Not yet, I can sense it if he comes. If my guess is good, there should be quite a few fragments of the mountain and sea scriptures around here. Only when a large number of fragments have been gathered will it be possible to awaken some of the creatures in the mountain and sea scriptures. Take for example the Tao Tai you took in, plus this bile serpent egg in front of me. Lin Sanjun nodded. And, this boss snake egg looks like it was just born not long ago. As for where the ferocious beast that gave birth to it has gone, it's also a troublesome matter. Lin Sanjun summoned the little bell. After all, the previous fragments of the mountain and sea sutra had all been fused by the little bell. Brother, you finally remembered me. Little bell looked at Lin Sanstick with delight. Haha, it's not letting you out. There's something I want to ask you. Lin Sanjun said. As a result, little bell muttered. Stinky brother, do you only think of people when you use them? No, I've been busy cultivating lately, so I've been a bit negligent. Just kidding. Little bell laughed. Brother called me out for something. Try to see if you can sense if there are any shards of the Yamahai Sutra nearby. Little bell shook her head. This is a separate space. I can't sense it. Saying that, Lin Sanjun brought the little bell out of the small world. Now what? Little bell closed her eyes and felt it. And the next moment, she reached down and dug towards the ground. Don't look at the fact that the ground was almost all spirit stones. But little bell still dug fast, as if the hardness of the spirit stones was a pose. After digging for dozens of meters, little bell gleefully flew out with a piece of debris. Brother, look, I'm awesome, right? Lin Sanjong suddenly realized. After all this Shanhaging fragment has been under my feet all this time? Lin Sanjun took the mountain and sea scripture fragment and looked at its size. There were at least 3 of them. This would be the same as having $20 in your hand, which is not too far from that 95. Little Bell looked at the fragment in Lin Sanju's hand with a longing face. Well, here. Without hesitation, Lin Sanjong threw the mountain and sea scripture fragment to Little Bell. After the Little Bell had finished absorbing it, Lin Sanjong asked, "Is there any more around here?" Little Bell sensed again. "Well, there's more. Only it's a little far. And I can feel that the shard is moving, albeit very fast." On the move, Lin Sanjun looked at Mushishi. "Looks like someone's already gotten a head start. Should we give chase?" Little Bell stepped forward. "From what I can sense, it's moving in our direction now. It should have sensed my presence." Lin Sanjuan's eyes brightened. "Very good. Looks like a few more pieces. About how long it will take to reach us?" 10 minutes, Lin Sanjun said. 9, 8. The Little Bell starts the countdown. "Brat, you dare to tease me now too." Lin Sanjun cursed with a laugh. "Arrived. In the sky." Little Bell tilted her head and peered up into the air. Only a young man appeared in front of several people, wearing a set of blood-red robes, just like the ancient people. Hair is combed backward at the back of the head. The man carefully sized up Lin San's stick and the others, then looked at the fragment of the mountain and sea scripture in his hand, which also looked to be about a dozen pieces in size. "So, kid, have you ever seen a shard similar to the one I'm holding?" The man took the lead in questioning. "See." Lin San's stick didn't hide it. After all, the mountain and sea sutra fragments had a sense for each other. The man's heart was glad. "Very well. Where is it?" "In my place." Lin Sanjun continued. "Since you have it, hand it over and I might leave you in one piece." Lin Sanjun raised his eyebrows. "Really? This sentence is for you as well. If you hand it over, I'll save you a whole body too." The man's smile froze on his face. "You kid, you're crazy, daring to talk to me like that. Do you know who I am?" Lin Sanjong snorted lightly. "Whoever you love. Does it matter? Consider the consequences before reporting your number to me." Lin Sanjun said arrogantly. "Very well. It's been a long time since anyone dared to talk to me. The blood demon, like that. You're still the first." "A blood demon? Is it very powerful?" Lin Sanjong still didn't give the other party face. Just as blood demon wanted to say something, an icy voice came over. "Blood demon, how dare you come out?" Lin Sanjong froze slightly and turned his head to look at the person who spoke. "Why are you here?" "That's right, the person who spoke was Mo Rusheng. Didn't I ask you to protect the State Lord?" Mo Rusheng glanced at Lin San's stick. "Don't worry about the State Lord. I've set up a large formation that no Dao realm below the 3rd rank can break through. But can this blood demon be left to me to deal with?" Mo Rusheng's eyes were filled with rage when he looked at the blood demon, as if he was killing his father's enemy. "It's not impossible, but I want the shard he's holding." "Deal." Mo Rusheng didn't speak nonsense, still staring at the blood demon with a deadly stare. "Do you remember me?" Mo Rusheng asked through clenched teeth. The blood demon looked at Mo Rusheng and realized that he simply couldn't see through the woman's cultivation, and there was no timidity in his tone. "Should I remember you?" Mo Rusheng sneered. "That's also true. Your hallowed blood demon has killed so many people. Would you not know about a small character like me? It's thanks to you back then that I'm where I am now." Chapter 117, The Illuminati in the West. "Really? Then you really should thank me." The blood demon looked at Mo Rusheng, his face as usual. "Very well. Then I'll thank you properly today." Saying that, Mo Rusheng's cultivation fully erupted, and her 6th grade Dao realm aura was unmistakable. 6th grade Dao realm. The blood demon frowned, clearly not expecting his opponent to be this strong. "Who the hell are you?" Blood demon asked. "If you want to know who I am, go to hell and ask." After saying that, a long sword appeared in Mo Rusheng's hand and stabbed towards the blood demon. Blood devil also dare not careless, body 4 grade Dao realm cultivation also completely burst. Don't look at only 2 levels difference to know each level that is like heaven's wrath, hard to overcome. "There's really not much growth yet," Mo Rusheng taunted, and in the next moment stabbed the long sword directly into the blood demon's shoulder, gently lifting it upwards, and the arm was chopped off along with the shoulder. The blood demon ate the pain and his figure flew back, looking at his arm. "Not bad. Not bad, very strong. But if you want to kill me, you're still close." After saying that, the broken arm on the ground directly turned into blood and water, and flew towards the blood demon, and when it flew to the wound, the broken arm miraculously healed, as if it hadn't been harmed. "Little girl, I'm immortal, so what if your cultivation is high? You won't be able to kill me. Mo Russian also didn't expect the blood demon to be so perverted. Can't kill you? I'd really like to try that. As soon as the words fell, the long sword in Mo Rushang's hand flashed coldly, and then the blood demon's head shot straight up into the sky. The gushing blood was like a rocket launch. Ha ha ha, little girl. I told you you can't kill me. It didn't take long for the head to fly back above the body. Mo Rushang looked at the blood demon incredulously. In that case, I'll chop you into pieces. Let's see if you can still recover. Storm, sword, rain. Mo Rushang droned out, and a tornado that ran through heaven and earth suddenly appeared, churning space to pieces. In the face of this strike, the blood demon remained calm and unperturbed, allowing the tornado to churn his body to pieces. Little bells. Lin Sanstick called out, only to see that little bell instantly rushing out and taking a bite into his mouth towards the falling fragment of the mountain and sea scripture. Little bastard. How dare you? At this moment, the blood demon has been transformed into a rain of blood in the sky. Even if you want to snatch it, you can't really do it for a while. All that could be done was to watch as the little bell took the shards away. Brother. It worked. The little bell flew back to Lin Sanstick's side. Great job. Hurry up and refine it to save the night. Yes, brother. Just as he finished speaking, he heard the little bell chewing. Click, click, click. Holy. That works? Lin Sanju looked at the little bell and swallowed the mountain and sea scripture fragment into his stomach within a few mouthfuls, and burped with intent. Well, brother, there are 10 shards this time. In that case, we've gotten 30 fragments of the mountain and sea scripture so far. Another step closer to 95. Lin Sanjun muttered. When the blood demon was chopped into blood mist, Mo Rushang directly took out a jade bottle and daintily drank at the blood mist. Collect. Then the blood mist was directly incorporated into the jade bottle at a speed visible to the naked eye. But the next moment, the blood demon struggled madly, and that jade screen began to shake violently. Blood demon, just be honest. I've prepared for thousands of years to deal with you. You won't be able to escape this time. Seal the heavenly rune seal. Then he saw Mo Rushang's finger draw a talisman out of thin air, and with a gentle push, the talisman was printed on top of the jade bottle, and the shaking of the bottle also stopped at this moment. Stinky girl. You can't seal me off. The day I break the seal, that's the moment you die. The blood demon shouted out, and in the next second a huge sealing character directly blocked the mouth of the bottle, and the blood demon instantly stopped screaming. After doing this, Mo Rushang left a tear in the corner of her eye. Glancing at Lin Sanju, her figure flew into the distance. Where are you going? Lin Sanjun asked in a hurry. Finish the task you gave me. Mo Rushang's tone was a little shaky and choked. Is there any more debris around here? Lin Sanjun looked at Little Bell. Not for a while, Little Bell said. But there are quite a few more far away, and I don't think they're in this country. Little Bell added. No matter how far away, the rest must be found. Lead the way. Lin Sanjun spoke up. Sister, you should stay here for the time being to properly restore your cultivation. With my current strength, no one can kill me. After all, the Dao realm fighters I've taken in now have reached a terrifying number. Mushishi hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Be careful with everything. Don't worry, sister. Little Bells, let's go. With that, the two of them shot straight up into the clouds and flew towards the next location. Little Bell, what's the approximate location of the next place? In the west. As the two of them flew farther and farther away, the air grew colder and colder in the air. Not long after, a black glacier stretching for hundreds of miles appeared in front of the two of them, as well as a large expanse of black sandy beach. This is Iceland? Lin Sanjun looked down to the huge island below. Iceland may be an island, but it is also a country. The land area is also as large as half of China. There is no such thing as spring, summer, or fall in this area, where it is cold and icy all year round. But that's why the people here are extraordinarily strong physically. And legend has it that this Iceland is a holy land of light, believing in the angelic race. Above Iceland, there is also only this one sect, the Illuminati. If the chief of China is called the Lord of the Land, then the Lord of this Iceland is the Lord of Light, the founder of the Illuminati. Brother, it should be right down here, only the scent is a bit intermittent. Sometimes it exists, sometimes it disappears. If my guess is good, it should be in someone's hands. And there are places where sensing can be blocked, just like small worlds. Lin Stick nodded. Let's go. Find a place to land where no one is, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. With that said, the two found a corner to land in. Don't look at Iceland on a dead cold day, but there are quite a few people on the streets. One by one, their mouths spit out mist that condensed into ice. There were even some big beards that were condensed into ice cones. The dress of the two Lin Sticks was clearly out of place with it. After all, who wears a belly band in the winter? Little Bell, coalesce a set of clothes just like theirs, and then follow me on my quest for information, said the two. Directly with spiritual energy condensed a thick layer of large flowers cotton jacket. Although the oriental faces also drew a lot of stares, the two soon blended in. Chapter 118. Little Bell angrily smashes the Illuminati. How's that? Feel it? The two of them walked aimlessly above the streets, and from time to time, they could hear the sound of hawking coming from a loudspeaker. Not yet. The Little Bell shook her head. Then let's take a walk in the direction of the Illuminati. I always feel that this fragment should be related to their Lord of Light. Lin Sanjun mused. The Illuminati, occupying the most central location of the entire Iceland, covered an extremely large area, and when he was in the sky, Lin Sanjong saw the towering Illuminati. Arriving at the entrance of the Church of Light, he only saw that the huge buildings were covered with a thick layer of ice armor, and at a glance, they were in the middle of ice and snow all year round. As Lin Sanju was just about to lean forward, he was intercepted by the guards. Because of the language barrier, the exchange of half a day did not have much effect, but to find a library to learn now. With the addition of divine sense, it only took a slight sweep to already understand the language here. Then once again, he came to the door of the Illuminati. I thought I told you to leave. This time, Lin Sanjun understood. I'm from the east and would like to meet your Lord of Light. The fluent language left the guards a bit confused, thinking that the scene just now was a tease. Children, to see the Lord of Light, you need an appointment? Do you have one? The guard asked. Lin Sanjun shook his head. You can't talk to the Lord of Light without an appointment. Wait until you have made an appointment with the Lord of Light through the embassy. The guard was quite easygoing and patiently explained. What a pain in the ass. Lin Sanjun shook his head. Brother, watch me. Little Bell covered the entire Illuminati with her divine sense. The next moment, everyone in the Illuminati heard the Little Bell. My elder brother has come to visit. The Lord of Light, come and see him quickly. With just one sentence, everyone looked at each other suspiciously. I think I heard someone looking for the Lord of Light? Yeah, I heard that too. Is it that amazing? I think I heard it too. For a while everyone was talking. A bald fat man in the office, with a woman who was showing off her body sitting on top of him, and that devil's claw was already reaching for the peak. The hand that had climbed up to the peak jerked at the sound of the Little Bell's voice. Who's looking for me? The Lord of Light subconsciously asked. Your grandfather, me. My big brother wants to see you. Hurry out to meet him. This voice was transmitted directly into the mind, making this Lord of Light feel that the visitor was not simple. His brows condensed together. Then he picked up the phone on the table and called the guards at the door. Determining that it was just two children coming to see him, the Lord of Light's clenched brow released a bit. Chinese. Yes, my lord. The guard's tone was respectful, a look of faith on his face. The Lord of Light is literally a god like being in Iceland. There was some coldness in the Lord of Light's eyes. It seems like it should be Chinese cultivators. Let them leave. If you dare to resist, shoot straight. The Lord of Light said with fierce eyes. Yes, my lord. Receiving the Lord of Light's promise, in an instant, all the guards raised their guns in their hands, instantly loading them, and then warned Lin Sanjun. Our Lord of Light doesn't see you, so be sensible and retreat. Or we have the right to put you on the spot. Lin Sanjun slightly froze. Is it that good? You fire a shot and I'll see what comes. Lin Sanclub chested out and took a few steps forward. In unison, this group of guards aimed their guns at Lin Sanjuan's eyebrows. Second warning. If you take one step forward, we will shoot indiscriminately. The corners of Lin Stick's mouth slanted slightly as he smiled and said, I just don't believe that you guys really dare to shoot. Aren't you afraid of offending our huaxia? He said, moving forward again. What's Chinese or not, even if eagle sauce comes, we'll dare to shoot it just the same. Here, the Lord of Light is a god. One of the guards said proudly, then gently pulled the trigger, and a series of bullets, as dense as rain, fired towards Lin Sanju, only to see Lin Sanju stretch out a finger. All the bullets unexpectedly stopped in midair, and the bullet closest to Lin Sanju stayed less than a centimeter from the tip of his nose. With a light tug, the bullet at the tip of the nose moved to the side. HM? You're a Chinese cultivator. The guards had obviously seen the world. Men, don't stop. Keep shooting for me. The guard continued. One by one the clips in his hand fell to the ground, but still he couldn't get a single round close enough. Lin Sanjuan's head tilted, and these bullets instantly reversed direction. I'll give you one last chance to get out of the way, or don't blame me for having a killing spree. Humph. Kill us all if you can. Our Lord, he will avenge us. It was as if one of the guards was bewitched, and they weren't even afraid of Lin Sanju's threats. Great. Then you all go to hell. Saying that, Lin Sanstick's hand waved slightly, and all of a sudden all of the bullets were shot towards the guards. However, just as the bullet was about to hit the guards, the bullet fell to the ground strangely. Brother, there seems to be a boundary. The group of guards were just about ready to die, but when they realized that the bullets couldn't advance the slightest bit again, each of them got excited again. This is the blessing of the Lord of Light. Brethren, do not be afraid. We are blessed, they cannot do anything to us. Lin Sanjong looked at the group of guards with disdain. Protecting? I think it's a snub. Little Bell, smash this boundary for me. The little bell nodded in response, then transformed into the immortal destruction stick, a huge and incomparable stick that directly covered the Illuminati. The next moment it came crashing down. Ka-ching! A tiny crack arose out of thin air. Is this boundary nothing more than that? Keep smashing me, Lin Sanjong said. Bang, bang, bang. 3 sticks in a row, hard enough to smash a gap in the boundary. Sitting in the office is about to experience the highlight moment of the Lord of the Light. The body suddenly diarrhea force. A hand will sit on the lap of the beautiful woman pushed out, heavily smashed in the wall above, blood splattered, and did not wait to say a word, the direct aroma of death. Little Chinese brat, is this looking for death? The Lord of Light stood up and straightened his clothes. The figure then erupted in a burst of golden light, which fell and condensed into a set of golden armor worn on the body. I'd like to see just how strong you Chinese cultivators are. After saying that, with a face of anger, his figure directly appeared in mid-air. Brat from China, how dare you smash my Illuminati? If you don't give me a statement today, you'll die here. Chapter 119, Angels. Saying, you couldn't catch it if it gave you face. Ask me for a statement. Let's see if you have the skills. Little bells. Lin Sanjong greeted him, and the little bell instantly transformed into the immortal destruction stick and appeared in his hand. Sensing that the other party only had a cultivation level of the transitional stage, Lin Sanjun didn't even bother to take care of him, and casually swiped his stick directly at the Lord of Light. Eastern boy, go to hell. The Lord of Light hadn't realized the crisis yet and spoke loudly, a holy sword also appearing in his hand. When the weapons of the 2 men just touched, the holy sword snapped with a sound, and then the Lord of Light was also blown out by a stick and set hard against the wall. If it weren't for the armor guarding him, the stick would have been enough to send him to his god. Damn! Little master, I suffocated all the way up encountered are all the Tao realm. It is difficult to meet the cultivation of low. Can still let you put be pretend round. Lin Sanjun looked at the Lord of Light, who was encrusted on the wall, with disdain. And the Lord of Light didn't expect the child in front of him to be so strong. The body shook, then flew out from inside the wall again. Eastern boy, really underestimated you. If you don't show some real skill, you really can't be helped. After saying that, a golden scroll appeared in his hand, and with a slight grip, the scroll transformed into a diffuse golden light and surrounded towards the Lord of Light's circumference. The moment the golden light disappeared, a pair of huge wings unexpectedly appeared behind the Lord of Light, as white and flawless as those of a dove. I'll go, Birdman. Lin Sanjun looked at the transformed Lord of Light in a bit of a daze. Eastern boy, it's the wings of the holy angels. Prepare for the judgment of the light. Only to see that the Lord of Light's broken holy sword was unexpectedly connected together again by a powerful force. The cultivation level also began to climb, stopping when it reached Earth Immortal. Che, it's nothing more than that, as if anyone isn't an Earth Immortal. You're not that much stronger with these 2 extra chicken wings. Lin Sanjun shook his head helplessly. Kid, D. Bright sword mark. The Lord of Light shouted, and then a huge half-moon sword aura chopped towards Lin's and stick. The fight between the two immediately caused many people below to gather around, and when the crowd saw the Lord of Light, they all prostrated themselves on the ground and prayed devoutly. I can't believe it's an angel manifesting. Lord Angel, we will always be followers of the Illuminati. These die-hard fans, they're all Angie brain dead. What's there to worship about a bird? Later on, watch the little master pull these wings off for you and roast them. With that said, Lin Sanjong carried his stick and met the strike from the Lord of Light. Open stick! Lin San's stick bellowed, and the huge stick shadow directly split the sword mark in two. That's it. The Lord of Light was also impressed with Lin Sanjun. Not bad, Eastern boy, with such strength at such a young age. How about joining my Order of Light? With your consent, I will have the four-winged angel god grant you divine power. By then, you'll have wings as pure and flawless as mine. The Lord of Light blurted out. What do you want to fart eat? If you don't want to be a good person, you have to be some kind of bird. How about this? I also have my own organization. As long as you join my organization, how about I give you a first-class assassin? Level 1 killers are the lowest level. Kid, you have to know that humans can't stand up to angels after all, and sooner or later this world will be the world of angels. As long as you join now, I can make you a light ruler. How about a man under a man? Get the hell out of here, little master. I'm asking you if the Shan Haijing fragment is in your hands? Lin Sanclub was somewhat speechless to the extreme towards this Lord of Light. The Lord of Light froze. I see you're here to find it, said. A palm-sized fragment suddenly appeared in his hand. Sure enough, it's a fragment of the mountain and sea scripture. Hand it over. It's not your Western stuff. Don't make me destroy your Iceland. Lin Sanju stretched out his hand and looked at the Lord of Light. It's not impossible to give it to you. How about I give it to you if you agree to my proposal? I've been studying this stuff for a long time anyway, and I don't get it. The Lord of Light tossed fragments of the mountain and sea scriptures up and down. Where the do you get off talking? You either give it to me right away or I'll call until you give it to me. You want me to join you in some birdman's church, you can just die. The Lord of Light put away the fragment of the mountain and sea scripture. Very well. The same words are returned to you. Since you don't know how to behave, I'll beat you into submission. Bright cross slash. Before the words were finished, the Lord of Light waved his holy sword twice, and then a huge cross-chop shot towards Lin Sen's stick. Damn. Not much cultivation, but you know quite a lot of fancy tricks. Lin Sanjun picked at his ears, blowing the earwax off his fingertips in the process. See breaking stick. Several sticks were united, directly smashing into the cross-chop, and with just a single touch, the cross-chop dissipated. And the sea-breaking stick continued to smash towards the Lord of Light. Boom! As the shadow of the stick fell, the Lord of Light was once again set against the wall. Once again, he came down from the wall, full of disbelief. Kid, there's something odd about your body. Looks like you'll have to stay here today. I'm sure the Angel Lord will enjoy your body. The angelic Praetorian Guard. The Lord of Light bellowed, a cry, and then 18 figures quickly flew out from all around the Church of Light, each one clad in golden armor. Moreover, they all had a feathered wing behind them, yes, one, not a pair. Grass, yelling so loud. After all that, just these mutilated birds? Lin Sanjong became even more disdainful. Forbidden guards at your service. Angelic hexagrams at the ready. Yes, the 18 people shouted in unison. Then they stood apart in groups of 3, forming exactly the shape of a 6-star, surrounding Lin San's stick in the center. Let me show you what's so great about this formation of yours. As soon as the words fell, the 18 people raised the holy swords in their hands in unison, and then a ray of light shot out from the swords, and after the rays of light converged in the air, a huge 6-star formation was formed. Lin San's stick suddenly felt a great pressure the moment the formation took shape. Not bad. This formation is kinda interesting, but there's still some fire left if you want to trap me. Lin Sanjong's mouth slanted lightly as he struggled. Yeah? What about adding me? The Lord of Light jumped into the formation, and the next moment golden light flourished. Lord Ko winning angel descends. Chapter 120 The 5 Immortals Reunited. As the words fell, a light that shot straight up into the sky shone down. Within the blinding light, a blurry figure was vaguely revealed. The figure had 4 wings that surged up and down behind it. You summoned me? The light disappeared and a four-winged angel was revealed, though the figure became translucent. It looks like it should be an energy doppelganger. Angelic Lord, I am your loyal follower and an agent of the Illuminati on this earth. This time, I summoned you out, my lord, because I found a top-quality body that I want to offer to you. Yeah. The four-winged angel's voice was devoid of the slightest bit of emotion, and his eyes turned to the crowd and scanned around, obviously looking at them a few more times when his eyes rested on Lin Sen's stick. Interesting. The four-winged angel turned around and sized up Lin Sen's stick once more. TSK. I didn't expect there is still such a pure body in this barren land. You did a good job this time, I'm very pleased. The angel turned over to the Lord of Light, and then produced another golden scroll and handed it to him. This is a reward for you. If you still have this kind of body in the future, just summon me. The reward won't be bad for you. The four-winged angel said. The Lord of Light excitedly scattered his five senses and nodded his head vigorously. With this scroll, he had the ability to transform into an angel again. Not. I said. Am I that non-existent? You guys are just going to divide me up? Lin Senjun said with some irritation as he wrapped his arms around himself. You, kid. It's a great honor for you to become a carrier of our Illuminati, the four-winged angel said. Because with Lin San's stick's body, at least one six-winged angel could descend. It would be an existence that could sweep the globe. You hormone-addled Weena, you're the carrier, your whole family is. Lin Senjun did not spare the four-winged angel in the slightest and scolded. Kid, I'll give you a chance to submit as long as you piously submit to my Illuminati. Then I can keep a part of your soul for you, and you can still be just like a normal person. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll erase all of your soul and you'll become a machine that only kills. The four-winged angel said, after all, if Lin Sen's stick retained a portion of his soul, he could still cultivate on his own and could reach a more powerful existence. Without a soul and relying only on his physical body, he would only be able to be fixed at the cultivation level of a six-winged angel. You talk a lot of a mere first-grade Dao realm or an energy doppelganger. Where do you get the nerve to blow awesome? Be sensible and be my mount, and I can keep you alive. Lin Sen's stick felt energized when he thought about it, riding a four-winged angel around, definitely pulling the strings. The four-winged angel's face went cold. Kid, how dare you insult the noble angel? Have you thought about how to die? Lin Sanjun laughed out loud. Yeah? Let's see which one of us dies. Come out. 5 immortals. After saying that, the huge shadow suddenly appeared. Giant rats, long snakes, hedgehogs, yellow skins, and foxes all appeared in their true forms, covering half the sky. The aura emanating from it pressured everyone to prostrate themselves on the ground. The four-winged angel, however, didn't even change his expression. Is this the capital of your pride? The worst of these 5 immortals had a first grade of Dao realm, the highest being a third grade, and this four-winged angel was surprisingly not the least bit afraid. What? Looking down on these 5 immortals. Big black rat. Go play with him. At Lin Sanjong's command, the giant rat directly exploded, showing its incisors and charging towards the four-winged angel. Tisk. If you had a body, I might even back off, but it's just a soul, so please go to hell. The four-winged angel made a move with one hand, and the holy sword in the Lord of Light's hand flew into its hand. With a light chop towards the giant rat instantly split into 2. Lin Sanjun frowned. How come it's so strong? All of you. Lin Sanjun gave the order again, and the remaining 4 immortals charged straight up. Boy, more souls are futile. Today I'll let you know what is the Illuminati. Purify, the four-winged angel shouted out, only to see a terrifying purifying power that directly enveloped the 4 great immortals. The next moment these 4 immortals were directly fixed in place. A scream followed. The figure was also melted away little by little. How could this happen? Lin Senstick was shocked. Is the boy confused? For your information, our angelic race is the nemesis of all souls. Even if the cultivation is high, so what? Don't even think about breaking through my purifying power. Lin Sanjun frowned. The 5 great realm fighters that were hard to come by did not expect to be turned into 5 soul beads when they couldn't even support a single glance. After Lin Sanjun put the soul beads away, his eyes were dead set on the 4-winged angel. Boy, there's no need to look at me like that. We angels are merciful. I'll give you another chance to submit, so you take it. After all, it was best to make Lin Sanju submit willingly, and the potential was limitless, he really didn't want to exterminate Lin Sanju's soul as a last resort. Submission. That depends on whether you have the ability. Berserk. Lin Sanjun shouted, his cultivation skyrocketing to the heavenly immortal realm. Nice, nice. The four-winged angel nodded with satisfaction. To think that there is a secret method to raise your cultivation level, it seems that it is really necessary to keep a part of your soul. Since you're not convinced, I'll beat you into submission. Saying that, the four-winged angel held the holy sword and chopped towards Lin San's stick. Today, I'll let you know that knowing a realm difference, that's not something you can overstep. Weedy bird. Wait till I pluck your bladder for a midnight snack. Lin Sanjun held the exterminating immortal and directly met him. Boom! As the two men's weapons collided, the enormous energy fluctuations directly shook the Lord of Light and the others out. Under the strike, the two were surprisingly even. It's really a bit of an underestimation of you, even though this is a casual strike from me, but if you can take it, you're also a pride of the human race. It's really growing on you in the flesh. Lin San's stick only felt goosebumps coming out, especially being stared at by a big man with eyes so likable that they were perverted. You angels are still disgusting. Let you experience my master's blind and chaotic stick method. As the words fell, Lin San's stick swung the stick in his hand to the extreme. Although it was not as good as the sea-breaking stick, the power was already no weaker than the mountain-opening stick. Overrate yourself. The four-winged angel thrust his holy sword directly towards the ground, and with the sword as the center, huge energy ripples spread out towards Lin Sanjun. Stasis. Boom, 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 boom. Countless stick shadows directly smashed onto the four-winged angel's body. Chapter 121. Four-winged angel equals 2 pairs of roasted wings. The attack was fierce, but Lin San's stick found that it was impossible to break through the four-winged angel's defense. See, this is the gap in cultivation, the four-winged angel said. Really? Lin Sanjun smiled wryly. Break the sea. The body instantly leapt into the sky, and several stick shadows directly united, once again smashing towards the four-winged angel. It's useless. Your attacks are ineffective against me. Ha 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 ha. As the angel laughed arrogantly, the stick came down with a bang, and space trembled. The four-winged angel also took a step back and looked at Lin San's stick with a shocked expression. This strike of yours is surprisingly second only to the Dao realm. I find that I can't see through you more and more. You can't see through much. Go on. Very well. Let's show you the true skills of our angel clan. Bright sublime slash. Saying that, the four-winged angel directly swung up the holy sword, and swung it towards Lin San's stick, and a half-moon chop chopped the void into shreds, and rushed straight at Lin San's stick's face. 2 pairs of roasted wings, and I'll also let you see the strongest stick of my master. Exterminate the immortals. Saying that, the sky-shadowing immortal destruction stick directly appeared and blasted towards the sublime chop. Boom! Ka-ching! The sublime chop was directly smashed in half by a stick and flew away into the distance. The iceberg in the distance was directly cut off just by feeling the aura of the sublime chop. And Lin San's stick wasn't done with this stick, smashing it towards the four-winged angel. No way! Why would the lower realms have such a heaven-defying strike? The four-winged angel even forgot to defend and took a solid hit. The figure also turned into a bit of starlight. After all, it was only a projection, and it obviously couldn't support it for long. Kid, I'll remember you. Next time we meet, I hope you hide better. Otherwise, I want your body. The four-winged angel transmitted one last divine thought as it disappeared. The Lord of Light's eyes stared in disbelief, obviously unable to believe that this was true. It was unbelievable to anyone that the invincible angel in their eyes was lost to a Chinese man. How about it? What else do you have up your sleeve? Make it out. Lin Sanclub took one step towards the Lord of Light. You stay back. The Lord of Light was truly afraid. In his hand, he was still tightly clutching the scroll he had just obtained, not willing to use it. After all, it was not easy to come by. Weren't you pretty wild just now? In a frenzy, Lin Sanjun taunted. Wait, isn't that what you want? I'll give it to you. Saying that, the Lord of Light took out fragments of the mountain and sea scripture, about 10 in size. Oh, bring it here. Lin San's stick stopped his pace, after all, in case the other party couldn't think of anything else to do and threw the fragment of the mountain and sea scripture into the spatial rift. That would not be good. How about I give it to you if you promise not to kill me? Lin Sanjun frowned. You talk a lot of. If you don't hand it over, I'll kill you now. After all, once he let the other party know that he particularly wanted the mountain and sea scripture fragment, it might cause unnecessary trouble. As soon as the words fell, Lin Sanjun continued to walk towards the Lord of Light. The Lord of Light froze and gulped, beads of cold sweat sliding down his cheeks. Is this thing not important to this kid? Isn't he afraid that I'll destroy this fragment of the mountain and sea scripture? After much hesitation, the Lord of Light also made a choice. How about this? How about the Shanhaijing fragment is given to you, and I'm telling you a secret just in exchange for you not killing me? Lin Sen's stick stopped his figure. That depends on whether your secret is worth it. Give me the shard first. Lin Sanju extended a hand. The helpless Lord of Light could only hand it over. The moment it was handed over, the immortal destruction stick transformed into a small bell and swallowed it in one bite. Well, there are 11 pieces yet. The little bell sensed it. Lin Sanjun secretly rejoiced. This will give him 41 pieces in his own hands. Then he looked at the Lord of Light. Tell me, and I'll hear what the secret is that could cost you your life. The Lord of Light took a deep breath. Don't you, perhaps, want to know why this side of heaven and earth is stronger than the rest? Lin Sanjun frowned. He also found out about the battle just now, and was still puzzled in his mind. Tell me about it. In fact, this heaven and earth has been strengthened by the angelic race of the upper world. For before the words were finished, he only saw this Lord of Light's voice come to an abrupt end. His pupils dilated, and his face twisted in pain. The body then followed suit and expanded, as if it were a balloon about to explode. Angel Ban, the Lord of Light said with difficulty. Why? I am so devout to the Illuminati, and yet you want to kill me. With a face of unwillingness, the Lord of Light's body exploded violently. Seeing this, Lin Sen's stick directly braced his defense, which dodged a bullet. The gathered ordinary people were not so lucky, and in a wail they gave up their lives for the Illuminati. Lin Sanjun sighed. Cults kill people. But what was the word he didn't finish? Could it be that by strengthening this side of heaven and earth, more powerful angels will descend? Unbeknownst to him, Lin Sanjun did guess correctly. As for the angelic one, the angel who had just had his projection broken up slapped the table on top of it, only to see that he actually had 8 wings behind him. Angels have a maximum of 12 wings, and 8 wings already belong to the level of a party. How's this lower realm reinforcement doing? A group of 4 and 6-winged angels looked at each other, wondering why he was suddenly so angry. Lord, the lower realms have now been strengthened to accommodate the appearance of 4-winged angels. Trying to get a 6-winged angel in is not possible at the moment. The 8-winged angel nodded. In that case, first send 104-winged angels down to the realm, and make sure to capture a brat for me. After saying that, he directly dropped the shadow image of Lin Sanju. I'm afraid this 100th place won't do. There are too many. I'm just afraid the enforcers will notice. The Lord slapped again. This or that, how do you think it's going to work? Not afraid to tell you guys. As long as we get this kid, we can put at least 6-winged angels in his body. And if operated well, 8-winged angels his body can accommodate. All the angels looked at each other as soon as the 8-winged angel said this. This isn't possible, is it? To carry the energy of an 8-winged angel, then his flesh would be at least comparable to the 5th grade Dao realm, or else he would be directly burst. What? I can still lie to you? No, Lord, you have misunderstood. If you want a 4-winged angel to descend, you can use an inferior's body as a medium so that you can avoid the probing of the enforcers. Only, the load on the body is extremely high, and I'm afraid that we won't be able to support them for a few days before the group bursts into flames. Chapter 122 12-Winged Angels. I don't care about that. I just want this kid's body now. My lord. All the angels responded. Lin Sanjong, on the other hand, was delighted to get what he wanted, and he didn't care if the angels would come down or not. It seems the strength is still too low. As for this mountain and sea scripture fragment, let's collect it after some time. Come on, little Bell's home. After saying this, the two turned into a stream of light and flew directly in the direction of the small world. Back. When Lin Sen's stick walked into the middle of the small world, Mushishi had already been waiting for a long time. After all, without news of Lin Sen's stick, Mushishi would not be able to dive into her cultivation. Well, got the stuff. Got it. just had an accident. Lin Sanjun then told what had happened. In that case, the strengthening of the Western territories should be what brings the angelic ones down. But I'm afraid it has other untold secrets. Mushishi frowned as she looked at Lin Sanstick. Junior, lately you need to hurry up and improve your strength. This angel clan is like a dog's skin plaster once offended. You can't even shake it off. But if the angelic ones want to come down to earth, they must use the bodies of mortals. The maximum carrying capacity of a mortal is estimated to be at most 4 winged angels descending, which is equivalent to about a human's first grade of the Tao realm. Lin Sanjun nodded. After all, he had already exchanged hands. So how many wings does this angel clan have? Lin Sanstick also wanted to know more about the angels. 12 winged angels at most. A 6-winged angel is equivalent to a human's 5th grade Tao realm. An 8-winged angel can reach the 8th grade of the Tao realm. And if a 12-winged angel, that would be the peak 9th grade Tao realm. The angel clan has the heavenly immortal realm at birth, although it's very powerful, but it's also very limited. Ultimately, it can only reach 12 winged angels only. If you want to reach the realm of the heavenly Tao, that's impossible. So there's no need to worry too much. Lin Sanju froze. It's really blessed. I've been cultivating for 2.5 years and I haven't reached the heavenly immortal realm, and people are born, so it's really human to human. Mushishi blankly glanced at Lin Sanstick. There's no need to envy them. Human potential can be described as infinite. What it ultimately accomplishes is anyone's guess. Your crunch right now is to improve yourself first. With your current strength, using berserking is only barely enough to fight against a first grade. If you were to reach the heavenly immortal realm, then under berserking you would have a first-rate Tao realm, and at that time, as long as there are no 6-winged angels coming down, no one would be able to do anything about you. Also, in the future, when facing the angelic clan, make sure not to use your soul power or soul beaters, because the angelic clan naturally restrains all evil things. Lin Sanjun nodded. AI, it's a good thing I didn't release the Taotai soul, or else I would have really lost a lot this time. By the way, I wonder how the demon cub who killed the Mabase is doing. It seems necessary to go back. It's kind of an assistant. Lin Sanjun said. Well, I'll go back with you this time. Mushishi said. After all, Lin Sanju had already been missed by the angels, and Mushishi was there with an assurance. Said the two of them as they dashed towards the Killmonger base. By the time it reached the airspace above Killmonger, the huge ball of flesh had swelled to a certain point, crazily absorbing the evil chi in the vicinity. It looks like it's about to take shape, so while you're at it, infuse your blood into it and let it get fully accustomed to your presence. Lin Sanjun nodded. With a wave of his finger, that wrist directly slashed open, and blood directly gushed madly towards the meatball. This is the chi recovery pill. It can restore chi and blood. Mushishi handed a jade bottle to Lin Sanju. Well, with the power of the chi return pill, Lin Sanstick's blood seemed like it didn't need any money, and it kept feeding towards the meatball. I don't know how long it took, but the sky began to darken, and that huge ball of flesh began to beat with frequency, as if it were a huge heart. As it became more and more forceful, the ball of flesh gradually congealed into a blood scab, which fell off a little at the frequency of one movement. It looks like it'll be ready to break out of its shell in the morning. Mushishi sensed it. Well, there's no need to channel. Try to see if you can control your soul prison and familiarize it with the aura of your soul prison. After all, you have dark energy in your soul prison. Well, Lin Sanjun nodded and directly released the soul prison. Then he controlled the dark energy in the soul prison to wrap a little bit towards the meatball. And the meatball, in feeling this dark energy, can add crazy absorption up. Greed is self-evident. Kiddo, just in case you don't absorb it. As long as you absorb it, I have a way to control you. Lin Sanjuan's heart was delighted. Turning up the darkness energy like crazy, that outer layer of blood scabs had almost come off clean by the time dawn broke. And surprisingly, a transparent sphere appeared inside, which had a human-like child breathing slowly. Almost there. Just wait until it wakes up. Lin Sanjun nodded and put away the soul prison. Waiting quietly now? Well, you'd better get close to this sphere, so that you're the first thing it sees when it opens its eyes, which will increase its dependence on you. In fact, Mushishi was also nervous. After all, this devil only existed in the legends. This method Mushishi did not know whether it would work or not. Solely go about it as if you were raising a magical beast. Said Lin Sanstick flew directly towards the meatball, both eyes looking straight at the baby inside. HM? There are actually silk black lines flowing on this child's body. It's like a tattoo. Lin Sanjun muttered. This is a magic pattern. The more magic patterns there are, it proves that this devil will be more powerful in the future. Zoroaster. So what if the whole body is covered in magic tattoos? This? I don't know, but the half-body magic pattern is already the top physique. Wait until the mature body is directly the peak of the 9th grade Dao realm. This whole body covered in magic tattoos is currently unrecorded. However, I feel that it should be possible to go beyond this realm. But no one can say, after all, beyond the 9th grade, it is the heavenly Dao realm, and if the heavenly Dao doesn't die, there won't be a new heavenly Dao. Lin Sen Stick nodded thoughtfully as he saw the magic pattern on this child's body start to spread a little bit until it spread all over his body with no intention of stopping. The moment it spread throughout his body, the boy's eyes snapped open. The eyeballs were ghastly white, as if lifeless. Holy! It's not a dead baby, is it? Chapter 123 The Devil's Seed. Lin Mo. Old me wasted so much blood. You must live well. Lin Sanjun was a bit tearful. But in just a few moments that magic pattern surged directly towards the eyeball. The miserable white eyeballs were gradually replaced by black magic patterns when a quarter of an hour passed. A peculiar inscription directly appeared on that eyeball, as if it was a 6-star formation. However, it was only visible for a moment before it disappeared and then turned into pitch-black eyeballs with no whites. When this passed, this demonic species cocked its head and got up a little bit to crawl towards Lin Sanjun. And the transparent sphere that encased it disappeared. Holy! To be able to step in the air at birth! Lin Sanjun exclaimed in shock, only to see this demon seed circling around Lin San's stick, then sniffing its little nose. Upon sensing a familiar aura, he directly flew into Lin Sanjun's arms. Mom! Mommy! Drinks grandma. Air! Lin Sanjun was speechless. It looks like this demon seed recognized you. Mushishi also sighed in relief. What? I'm so obvious I can't tell it's a guy. Go go go. I'm not your mom. Call me dad if you must. The magic seed's little head tilted up. Daddy! That milky voice, listening to Mushishi, also some motherly love flooded. Just wanted to go forward to see. He was directly knocked back by a terrifying aura. And although he was unable to injure Mushishi, Mushishi was also a bit surprised. This was only just born, and his strength was even comparable to a heavenly immortal. It's not easy. Lin San's stick watched as Mushishi was sent flying out, and directly grabbed the demonic seed and placed it on his lap, and with his other hand, he directly slapped up towards that pink ass. Bastard! That's my sister. You have to call your sister-in-law know what? You can't be so unreasonable. Slap slap slap. 3 slaps in a row, directly slapping that little ass red. The magic seed also cried in aggravation. Ooh, baba, da. With that aggrieved look, Lin San's stick was also speechless for a while and directly held him in his arms. I'm only 8 years old. How can I take care of a child? Looking at the demonic seed in his arms that was crying like a pear, Lin Sanju lost his temper. However, when Mushishi approached again, the demonic species had clearly accepted Mushishi. After all, it doesn't want to be beaten again. Here, try giving it some blood while you're at it. Mushishi said. Well, I really owe it. Saying this, Lin Sanjun bit his finger and gently placed it into the mouth of the devil seed. Upon smelling that bloody aura, this demonic seed directly flew out of its arms and took a bite of Lin Sanjung's finger, and that blood gushed into its mouth. After sucking on it for about 5 minutes, only then did he contentedly spit out Lin San's stick's finger. Well, full finished and also did not forget to burp, only this burp with a bloody gas. Whew! That's sleeping over? Lin Sanju was in a daze. All right, let's go. This demonic seed is just like a newborn child, sleepy and a time to grow. Take it to the small world if you want it to grow faster. Aha! After doing everything, the two returned to the small world. As soon as he came back, he only saw Xiao Long staring at Lin San's stick with wide eyes. Boss, where have you been this month? It's so hard to wait. A child. Holy. Boss, you actually had a baby with your sister behind my back. At the sight of the demonic seed in Lin Sanjuan's arms, Xiao Long had an incredulous look on his face. Off. Lin Sanjun kicked Xiao Long and then said, This is that magic seed. Don't talk nonsense, or your sister will rip your mouth off. And with a blush on her face, Mushishi walked to the side and directly cultivated. Just as Lin Sanjun wanted to put down the devil seed, this devil seed suddenly woke up, directly leaving Lin Sanju's embrace. He flew over towards the little dragon. I know you, you're the little dragon. The magic seed said in that milky voice. Go, 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 call Master Dragon. The little dragon tried to shake off the magic seed, but it was as if the magic seed had grown on the little dragon. It couldn't even be shaken off. Little dragon, you're looking for death, aren't you? Lin Sanjun looked at Xiaolong. He calls me dad, and you let him call you master? Xiaolong froze. Haha. Boss. Slip of the tongue. Come on, little one. Come down and call Uncle Dragon. This demonic species had a death grip on Xiaolong. Daddy, I want to eat. Air. Xiaolong looked at Lin San's stick in confusion. You get it down quick. It scratches me so much it hurts. Why do you have such strong hands at such an old age? Lin Sanjun wrapped his upper hand around his chest. It's not good. Then he looked at the little dragon. You should hurry up and cultivate. This kid, as soon as he was born, had the realm of a heavenly immortal. The current you is not really a match for it. Lin Sanjun explained. Is this devil so powerful? Xiaolong had an incredulous look on his face. All right, come on down. Lin Sanclub beckoned to the demonic species. This devil seed was also obedient and flew back into Lin Sanstick's arms. But there was a longing in his eyes, obviously still wanting to eat the little dragon. Boss, did you give this little guy a name? Not yet. Do you have an idea? Lin Sanjun also thought it was time for a name. Boss, since it is a devil, how about calling him Devil Batian? Lin Sanjong had black lines on his head. You think everyone is like you? Their name has to carry the word heaven. Mushishi opened her eyes. Junior, since this demonic species has you for a father, why don't we take your last name? Take my last name, Lin? It's not impossible. Lin Sanjun smacked his lips. What should I call you? Lindsay. Mushishi was speechless. Do you think it sounds good, Lindsay? Well, doesn't seem to sound good. What's it called? Mushishi thought about it too. Let's call it Lin Mo, I think. Both with the devil and with your last name. Well, Lin Demon, Lin Mo. Good, or sister on culture Lin Sanjun nodded in satisfaction and looked at the magic seed in his arms. Little guy, from now on you'll be called Lin Mo, know what I mean? The devil seed's eyes rolled. Lin Mo? Well, I have a name too, yay. Rimmer cheered. With Lin Mo joining them, the cultivation of Lin Sanstick and the others was full of fun. However, other than Lin Sanstick's blood, this Lin Mo now preferred little dragon's blood even more, which was a rare dragon's blood. And the little dragon wasn't too bad with that little bit of blood and didn't order color, which made Lin Mo slowly let go of the idea of eating the little dragon. After all, if the little dragon was alive, it was using a constant supply of dragon blood. Chapter 124 Prayers of the Bear Country. In the middle of the next few months, Lin Sanstick also entered into cultivation, and that cultivation slowly came to the middle stage of Earth Immortal. Phew! Lin Sanju opened his eyes just in time to see a bored Lin Mo. Little Lin Mo, if you're bored, how about I take you out for a stroll in a while? Hanging out? Is it fun out there? Lin Mo's big eyes blinked. I don't know if it's good, but it's better than being here. It's been 3 months since I came in, and my cultivation level is still a bit slow. Here's the deal. Dad's taking you out for some excitement. Lin Sanjun thought about it. Looking for excitement. Is excitement fun? Apparently Lin Mo didn't know much and was now in the learning stage. Exciting! That must be fun. Looking at both Little Dragon and Mushishi in the middle of their cultivation, Lin Sanjong brought Lin Mo out of the small world. It's been a long time since I've seen that old guy, the lord of the land, so it's nice to go for a little stroll. Lin Sanjun muttered and looked at Lin Mo. Xiao Mo, outside. Whatever I say is what I say. You have to listen to me, okay? If you don't listen, then I won't take you out anymore. Lin Mo looked at the unfamiliar world with some excitement, but after hearing Lin Sanju's words, he still nodded. Come on, I'll take you to see an old guy. With that, the two flew directly toward Kyoto. Upon arriving in the sky above Kyoto, Lin Sanstick realized that the old man was chatting vigorously with the Bear Kingdom Lord, who had a beast man sitting beside him. Long time no see, old man. The figures of the two Lin Sansticks suddenly appeared. The lord of the bear kingdom froze while the beast man sitting there was the bear kingdom deity, Xiong Batian. Xiong Batian also frowned when he saw Lin Sanju arrive. Brat, it's only been a few days. How come the north is fixed? Lin Sanjun sat down on his butt. You're an old man who should be better informed than me, right? The lord of the land smiled slightly. This? Your son. The state lord looked at Lin Mo. Sort of. Lin Sanjun nodded. Brat, you can do it. It's only been a few days and you're having a baby? Who the is that? Mushishi? Or is it a beluga whale? From my point of view, it would be from a white-striped whale. After all, that's a lowly too. The state lord talking to himself directly caused Lin Sanjun to have a head full of black lines. Don't guess, old man, it's nobody. As for the source, I don't care to explain. All you need is for him to call me daddy. Just as the two of them were chatting, Lin Mo directly crawled towards Xiong Batian. Dad, this man is so ugly. Lin Mo pointed at Xiong Batian. Xiong Batian knew that he was in China and did not dare to be too angry. If it were before, this kind of child would have stuffed his teeth. Mo, that's not a human. That's an orc. It's supposed to be a big dog bear. Big dog bear. Lin Mo's head tilted and he directly grabbed Xiong Baishan's beard and pulled it, tearing Xiong Baishan's secondary teeth. He was just about to knock Lin Mo off, but realized that he couldn't even move, and cold sweat flowed out at that moment. Hee. It seems that this child is quite fond of bear bastard. The state lord smiled faintly, but Xiong Baishan's eyes were full of pleas for mercy. Lin Sanjun looked at Xiong Batian. The name is quite overbearing, but I advise you to better put away your thoughts of making a move. With your district human immortal realm, it's not enough for Xiao Mo to slap you. Lin Sanjun said. Is this kid so strong? The lord of the land was also a bit incredulous. Well, this little guy was born at the heavenly immortal realm. Hiss, the state lord looked at Lin Mo incredulously. I mean why do you always find so many freaks? I thought you were already perverted enough, but I didn't realize that you could find an even more perverted one. Lin Sanju blankly glanced at the state lord. Okay, Mo come back. Lin Mo could be said to obey Lin Sanstick's words and did whatever he was told to do, then left Xiong Baishan's side, but still clutching Xiong Baishan's beard in his hand. As Lin Mo left, that fixation was also completely lifted, and he looked at Lin Mo with a terrified face. It seems that we gods, even if we live, are of little use. Xiong Batian sighed. As for the bear country lord, he had long since not dared to breathe. After all, with Xiong Batian around, the bear country lord could only be honest. The state lord looked towards Lin Sanju. You're just in time. Something has been happening in bear country lately. If you're free, you should check it out. After all, this bear country, in ancient times, also belonged to our Chinese lineage. Lin Sanjun looked at Xiong Batian. Say, what's the matter? And it just so happens that I'm at leisure now. Xiong Batian realized that he couldn't see through Lin Sanju's cultivation and was still able to control a sky immortal realm child in such a way, and didn't dare to show a cocky expression. Oh, little brother. It's actually like this. We, the bear country, have also recently had quite a few deities resurrected one after another. Isn't that pretty good? Lin Sanjun interjected. Listen to me. For some unknown reason, our bear kingdom deity, although resurrected, has been in a sleeping stage. Can't wake up no matter how much I scream. I suspect that someone should have been in on it. Xiong Batian said. Then you guys go check it out. Xiong Baishan's old face reddened. We've also looked into it, but we just couldn't find the root cause, which is why we came to Huaxia for help. Lin Sanzhong pondered for a moment. What is the approximate strength of the strongest deity you have awakened so far? Xiong Batian thought for a moment. It should have the earth immortal realm. They have been sleeping, and their exact strength can only be projected. Lin Sanjun nodded. Old man, what do you think? Lin Sanju looked at the state lord. I was going to have the major families send some people there. As you know, the old guys in the world family are all high-minded and arrogant. Especially after helping to solve the alien invasion dilemma, they are even more disobedient. Even when I speak, they don't listen much. But it's the Feng family that's okay. It's just that the Feng family's cultivation is too low, so there's no use in sending them out. The Lord of the Land side and the Lord of the Bear Country spoke at this moment. In fact, this visit to Huaxia, I have another matter that I would like to discuss with you. What is it? The Lord of the Kingdom looked to the Lord of the Bear Kingdom. Such, after all, our two countries were originally from the same country, and although we are now two countries, I would like for our two families to merge into one once again. In the future, whether it's against the enemy or resources, we can help each other. And as we have a very large territory in the Bear Country and a large population in your country, we can dispense with the trouble of having little territory if we combine. The Lord of Huaxia frowned, not knowing what he was thinking, but his gaze was directed towards Lin San's stick. What are you looking at me for, old man? Chapter 125 High Martial Arts Academy. What do you think? The Lord of the Land asked. Old man, the country is yours. Do what you want with it. Why ask me? The State Lord looked at Xiong Badian. In fact, the country now is drifting off track. At this rate, sooner or later I'm going to lose control one day. Now that the aura is starting to revive, the major gods are starting to awaken, and the major lineages are free of life and death crises. They're also starting to carve up the resources of Huaxia. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we're out of control. Now, Huaxia needs strong people to come over and deter this group. It was not known whether it was intentional or not, but the eyes of the Lord of China were always on Lin Sanju's body. Old man, you don't want me to shock a country, do you? The Lord of the Land nodded slightly. As long as you're willing, I can also pass on the position of the country's lord to you, and with the addition of a country's qi, I'm sure you'll be able to go to the next level of strength. Lin Sanzhong froze. No, I don't want to be a lord of any country. Besides, if you make an 8-year-old child the head of the country, isn't that a joke to other countries? The Lord of the Land sighed helplessly. I'm old. There's also no more of that drive that was once there, and if you can come and take this position, I'm sure that China will be even stronger. Saying these words, the State Lord looked as if he had actually aged a few years, his former elegance no longer present. No, I'm too lazy to even manage my own kill, and you're asking me to manage a country? You really look up to me. However, if there is anything in the country, just tell me, and if I can do it, I will try my best to do it. The State Lord's eyes suddenly lit up. Ahem. There's really something I need you to do at the moment. Where is the vicissitude of saying this? Old man, if you don't go to the movies, you'll be sorry for this acting. Lin Sanjun looked at the State Lord speechlessly. Say, what is it? After all, the word is out and the deed is still done. Haha. Love it when you're a pain in the ass. I've recently decided that I'm going to start a high martial arts school. How about you be the principal? High martial arts school? What's that for? Lin Sanjun had a puzzled look on his face. This so-called high martial arts school is to collect all the major talents and children with cultivation qualifications and train them to cultivate from a young age. In the past, it was impossible to publicize the world of cultivation. That was because they didn't want to make the world all feel nervous, and the cultivation techniques that were all secretive things. And now, I've figured out that if I want the country to be strong, I have to start cultivation for all. Otherwise, sooner or later, it will be annexed by another country. In the past, our country had nuclear weapons to deter other countries, but with the awakening of deities one after another, these nuclear weapons will eventually become nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. Lin Sanjun nodded with seeming understanding. Then why did you ask me to be the principal? No one would be convinced at my young age, right? The State Lord smiled faintly. Unconvinced? Then fight until convinced. Disobedience? Then just kill it. As he said these words, a domineering aura flowed out of the State Lord. Killing your own people too? Oh, he who dares to disobey the state is also one of our own? The path of cultivation is inherently against the heavens. Life and death are unavoidable. If you want to cultivate, then you have to have the awareness of death. Lin Sanjun nodded. Old man, I love your words. Still, it's a bit impractical for me to be the principal, and I do have a suitable candidate. Lin Sanjun said thoughtfully. Who? The State Lord looked at Lin Sanstick. Murray Frost. With her strength, she is definitely a top-notch existence on this earth. Besides, she's someone who's lived for thousands of years, and is more than capable of teaching these people. The one who helped intercept the nukes? The Lord of the Land asked. Nice. It would be best if it was her. But she's so strong, can you convince her? Lin Sanjun nodded, and his divine sense was released outwardly, directly communicating with Mo Rusheng, who had also arrived in front of the several people. What am I being asked to do? The crisis in China has been lifted. Mo Rusheng remained high and cold. There is something that I would like to ask for your help, Lin Sanjong said with an additional jade slip in his hand. Upon seeing this jade slip, Mo Rusheng bit her lip. Say, what is it? Obviously this jade slip was still a great deterrent, and then Lin Sanju put the slip away. The Lord of the land wants to start a school and wants you to be the principal and tutor the children. Mo Rusheng froze? You're letting me teach? That's not true. Lin Sanjun explained. I want you, with the children, to cultivate. Of course, if you want to, you can point it out, and if you don't want to, you can just be your principal in peace, and whenever someone makes trouble, you can just fix it. First cuts don't have to be made. That simple? Mo Russian pursued. Good. It's as simple as that. Mo Russian sighed. Please, in the future, if you have such a simple question, don't always threaten me with that. Speak to me directly. I will agree. Saying that, Mo Rusheng directly disappeared in place. Done. Lin Sanjun made a yay sign. With Mo Rusheng joining us, even if those sons of the world families want to make trouble, they'll have to weigh how many pounds they have. But then again, what exactly is this person's cultivation level? The lord of the country still asked with some concern. 6th grade Dao realm. Lin Sanju said flatly, but the state lord and Xiong Badian couldn't calm down. At first, at most, the state lord thought that it would be good for Mo Rusheng to have a Dao realm. I didn't expect it to be the 6th grade Dao realm. Xiong Badian looked at Lin Sanju and the state lord and the others in horror. Your country is really sick. What kind of demons are there? The lord of the Bear Kingdom, on the other hand, was even more desperate to merge with Huaxia and beg for asylum. I wonder what you think of the proposal I just made? The lord of the Bear Kingdom spoke. The lord of China was silent for a moment. Although I am the lord of China, there are some things I cannot decide. In that case, I'll call a meeting of the staff now, and you can all sit in on it, and if everyone agrees, a merger isn't out of the question. But I'll say it ugly. Once the merger is successful, then a new head of state will be elected. After all, a country can't have two heads of state. Also, the language requirement is uniform, and after all, it's not easy to communicate. The lord of the land spoke out on both issues. That's fine, as long as your country agrees to the merger. Then the position of the country's head will still be held by you, and I believe that our country won't say anything. As for this language, of course it will also be dominated by your Chinese. After all, we were all once Chinese. Chapter 126 Protector of the Realm. The lord of the Bear Country made a direct choice, seemingly all in favor of the Chinese side. However, once the merger is done, that will definitely cause suspicion in other countries, and they will not let the two countries merge so easily. It is important to realize that although Huaxia is not in the 5 warring countries, the Bear Country is currently still there. Originally 2 superpowers, the merger speaks for itself. The rest of the members of the 5 warring nations would definitely be the first to disagree if they knew that the 2 countries were merging. Even if they agree, then the 3 remaining superpowers will choose to merge or annex all the smaller countries to grow their own. When Huaxia gave about an hour's notice, all the top administrators, in droves, came into the conference room. Upon hearing that the countries would be merged, everyone was excited at first, but thinking about what was at stake, one by one, they began to discuss it. The merger of the 2 countries is more than I can agree with. But you also have to think about Eagle Sauce Sr. Now the 5 warring nations, 2 of them are old Eagle Sauce's lapdogs. Once we merge, they'll definitely merge together and combine to suppress us. Vice Kingdom Lord Lin Chongqing said. I don't agree with the merger, the provincial secretary of Kyoto said. We, Huaxia, and the Bear Country are both superpowers, but there are still some things that we need from Eagle Sauce Lao. With the crude oil we have in the country, supporting it for 100 years won't be a problem, but what about going beyond that? Without crude oil to support it, many things are paralyzed. At that time, our 2 countries will not be broken. Pa! Zhang Guodong slapped his hand on the conference table and looked at the provincial party secretary. Are you still a ING man? Doesn't that ING hold up for another 100 years? Besides, in today's world, do you really think there's any use for a district of broken crude oil and broken petroleum? Even if the Eagle Jam Nation takes control of all this, what's the point? Don't you ING forget that this is the era of cultivation with the revival of aura? Zhang Guodong looked angrily at the provincial party secretary. I don't know anything about you. But don't forget, although the aura is reviving now and there are many immortal cultivators, but what if it's not guaranteed that the aura will be gone one day? Won't the earth go back to the technological age again? Which one can leave crude oil? Does your automobile boil water? The two men fought to the death. The lord of the land looked at the debating few in silence. Junior, what do you think? The state lord quietly said to Lin Sanju. This? How else can you see it with your eyes? It's a good, hot debate. Brat, you know that's not what I meant. Will the aura really disappear again in the future and turn into the age of the end? Lin Sanju blankly glanced at the state lord. If you ask me, who am I going to ask? However, I estimate that the aura should not dry up for at least 1,000 years. So, within 1,000 years, it is the age of the awakening of the immortal cultivators. Once all the immortal cultivators are awakened, so what if the age of the end has arrived? Chinese cultivators, that's an inheritance from the ancient times, as long as we're strong within these 1,000 years. Unify the earth, and by then, what do you care about crude oil or not? Lin Sanjun said. Brat, still words make sense. Ahem. Stop it all. You were asked to come here to talk about merging or not merging the two nations. Don't worry about anything else for now. I think you people are getting old and it's time to step aside. As soon as the state lord spoke, everyone quieted down. After all, which of the people who could make it here weren't older? Sometimes I just think you old things, eating the country's food, not doing anything for the country, I really want to kick all of you. But really, I can't do without you guys right now. It was a mistake to call you here to discuss it. From now on, I have decided. The two countries will merge. As for your question about 100 years from now, it won't matter to you if you're all dead by then. Also, you old guys, it's time to return to your hometowns with your clothes on. Don't stand in your places and give your juniors a chance. This statement directly determined the way these people were going to go. One by one, they all stared angrily at the lord of the land. Old Kingdom Lord, I think you're really senile. Since you like young people so much, let the young people come. I take the blame and resign. The provincial party secretary directly stood up and left. There were some people who wanted to intercept and were directly rebuked by Zhang Guodong. For S sake, anyone who wants to go with him, hand in your resignation. I am determined not to stop it. At those words, everyone sat down again once more. The Bear Country's lord, at this moment, opened his mouth. If that's the case, then we'll also go back to prepare for the preparation of the combined kingdom. In the meantime, I'm still troubling little brother to help us look into the matter of the gods of the Bear Kingdom. Saying that, he arched his hand at Lin Sen-stick and the state lord, and under the leadership of Xiong Batian, the lord of the Bear Country directly flew back. After all, Xiong Batian's strength could be much faster than any airplane. You guys are still a pain in the ass. Isn't it just a merger? Whoever dares to oppose it can just be directly exterminated. Lin Sanjun said with a disdainful face as he looked at the crowd. Brat, what do you know, you unweaned doll? Do you think all the other countries are fed? Other things aside, a hawk sauce is not that good. Lin Sanjun looked at the person who spoke. Old thing, are you talking to me? Lin Sanjuan's eyes went cold. If it were someone else, Lin San-stick could still respect him. After all, they have all been on the alien battlefield. I really haven't seen this one in front of me. Nonsense, are you blind? The man remained unconvinced. Zhang got up and came to the person who spoke, taking a deep breath. What do you want? The man was obviously a bit scared in the face of Zhang Guodong's aura. The next second Zhang Guodong swung his arm round and directly threw a slap on the man's face. What for? You're as much as a ing rat when it comes to war. Do you know that the child standing before you is the Lin San who turned the tide with his own strength? The Lin San who defended China from invasion. I have to respect him. What are you? The more Zhang Guodong said, the more angry he became, and directly threw a few more slaps on his face. This person only felt that the sky also turned to the ground, and the corners of his mouth were overflowing with blood, swollen like a pig's head. Woo-woo! The man looked to the state lord, his eyes carrying a plea for help. You don't need to look at me. I owe him, the whole of China owes him. If you are sensible, you should hurry up and resign. Otherwise, if the outside world knows that you insulted the Protectorate God General, you'll die when you go out. Ever since the alien battle, Lin Sanjong had been known as the protector of the nation, a godlike being who could not be insulted. Chapter 127 Qi Ruins. The speaker froze, knowing that this life was over. With a disheveled face, he glanced unwillingly at Lin Sen-stick. Kid, I'll remember you, not forgetting to put down a harsh word on his way out. Lin Sanclub shook his head helplessly. This kind of person did not even have the qualifications to make Lin San Club make a move. Junior, don't take what just happened to you to heart. That guy was just like that. However, I see the need to send someone. Zhang made a neck-wiping motion. Forget it, after all. His father was also a country's meritocracy. It's not good to kill him. The Lord of the Land said. All right, just be afraid he'll commit treason. After all, he's also a full ministerial-level cadre and holds a lot of information. Zhang said. Well, erase his memory and place him in the Eastern Hills nursing home. It's a good thing to do for his father, too. This person is named Sun Fu. By the way, Junior, since we're going to be combining countries, you should make a run to the Bear Country. After all, we'll all be on our own from now on. The State Lord looked towards Lin Sanju. Okay. Anyway, don't blame me if you can't find out why in the end. Saying that, Lin Sanjong took Lin Mo and directly left the conference room, heading towards the small world. Since he was going to explore the Bear Country, it would be best to raise his cultivation to the heavenly immortal realm, or else he would be finished if he encountered danger. For the next 10 days, Lin San Stick was in the middle of cultivation. 300 full days also passed in that small world. The cultivation level of Lin San Stick had also come to the peak of Earth Immortal, and was only one step away from that heavenly immortal, and it would probably take about a month or so if he wanted to break through. Mushishi looked at the Spirit Mountain roll and took out an elixir. This is the mirror-breaking pill. Eating it will help you ascend to the heavenly immortal realm and has no side effects. The disadvantage is that a person can only take it once. In taking it, it has no effect. Lin San Stick nodded, and without any pretense, he directly swallowed it. As a gentle energy entered his body, Lin San Stick's cultivation directly climbed to the heavenly immortal realm. Feeling that massive power, Lin San Stick was also in a bit of a trance. Next, you don't just have to cultivate your spirit power, you also have to cultivate your soul power, otherwise you won't be able to break through to the Tao realm. As for cultivating soul power, the best place to do so is hell. However, before that, I need to take a trip to the Bear Country to find out why the gods are unable to awaken. Mushishi frowned. I'll accompany you. It's fine, sister, just restore your cultivation at ease. With my current strength, there is a Tao realm after the wild talk. Even if it's a second-grade Tao realm, I have the power to fight this battle. Besides, I can still run if I can't beat it. Lin Sanjun said. Mushishi sure hesitated for a moment. All right, remember not to show off. Everything is safety-oriented. I've explored the Bear Country and it's not that simple. Well, I know, it's not like there's still Mo. Mo puffed out his chest proudly. Don't worry, I'll protect Dad. Mushishi smiled faintly. Well, remember, if you can't beat them, run, no shame. Got it, sis. Lin Sanjun looked at Lin Mo. Come on, let's go and take you to the... With that, the two of them flew directly towards the Bear Country. When he had just arrived in the sky above the Bear Country, Lin Sanjun frowned. Only a huge word seal enveloped the Bear Country. It's really letting my sister guess. There really is something fishy about this Bear Country. Sealing off a country, that's quite a big deal. Saying this, Lin Sanju's figure flashed and arrived directly in front of the Bear Country's lord. And Xiong Batian immediately stood up from the sofa when he saw the two Lins and sticks, standing straight as a javelin. Little brother. Xiong Batian's eyes dodged a little. Come on. Stop pretending and tell us what's going on here. Lin Sanjun looked at Xiong Batian. Hee, little brother's cultivation has refined quite a bit again. In fact, we didn't mean to hide it. After all, the less people know about this kind of thing, the better. Apparently said something about an entire country being sealed. Okay, cut the ass kissing and get to the point. What the hell is going on here? To have something to hide. I'll go straight away. Xiong Batian's face was tense. No, little brother, I say. Here's the thing. Xiong Batian then recounted what had happened. Lin Sanjun frowned. Are you saying that the seal appeared, not to seal your country, but to seal a head? Xiong Batian nodded. Not bad. This sealed head, as you know, is none other than the former Lord Qi. Qi. That incarnation of evil in ancient times, Qi? Lin Sanjun was slightly surprised. If I'm right, the reason why our country's deities are sleeping is because Qi is trying to resurrect them and absorbing their energy, which is preventing them from awakening. Lin Sanjun nodded. You're stepping on a horse. Isn't that why you know the reason? Then why did you call me here? Sick. Xiong Batian's old face reddened at the scolding. Actually, I asked you to come over here to ask you if you are really only 8 years old? Lin Sanju blankly glanced at Xiong Badian. Are those eyes your assholes? Can't you see? It's like this. In fact, we want to resurrect Lord Qi, but the relics that seal Lord Qi must be under 18 years old to go in. Although we have empty cultivation, we are not old enough. And we've gotten quite a few young people to go in, but their cultivation levels are so low that a bad one could easily die inside. I'll want to ask you a favor. Lin Sanjun frowned. If I'm right, you've invited people from other countries as well, haven't you? Xiong Baishan's body gave a beat. This does not dare to hide from you, but informs a part of the country. But don't take it personally, I just want them to be cannon fodder. Could Lin Sanju not guess Xiong Baishan's bent? Come on, it's useless for you to talk so much. Even I'm one of the cannon fodder, right? Xiong Baishan's cold sweat was running down. Indeed, that was what he thought in his heart. Ahem. Dare not, dare not. Xiong Badian hurriedly explained. All right, you don't need to explain, I went to this relic, but the things I got in the relic, they all belong to me. If I die, it's my bad luck. Well, Lin Three Sticks look at the bear Badian. After all, this is a Chiyu relics, there must be a lot of good things, and Chiyu would have had a grudge against us Yan Huang children. By the way, to extinguish is also a good thing. This, yes. Xiong Badian pondered for a moment before agreeing. Okay, when do we leave? Lin Sanju glanced at the Bear Country Lord, and this Bear Country Lord didn't even dare to raise his head in the face of Lin Sanju's gaze. 3 days from now, when everyone is here, is the time to leave. Chapter 128. Opening of the Relic. Well then, I'll be back in 3 days. By the way, since we're going to unite the country, I hope you won't play any tricks. Otherwise, I don't mind making your country disappear. Lin Sanjong let out a harsh word before he left. But Xiong Badian had a disdainful look on his face. Just let you pretend for a while now. When Lord Qi awakens, I'll see who in this world still dares to be reckless. By then, the entire planet will be ours. The State Lord also revealed his head and looked at Xiong Badian. That's not very nice. Bad? What's not good? Using the human lives of other people's countries to awaken Lord Qi to resurrect. I think it's quite cost-effective. And this Huaxia is originally the children of the Yellow Emperor. Think of the year when the sealing of Lord Qiyu is Huaxia dry, let them out a little blood how? Xiong Badian regained his old aura. But what if the Yellow Emperor of China is also resurrected? Xiong Badian shook his head. Resurrecting the Yellow Emperor? That is simply impossible. You know, at that time, the Yellow Emperor used his own life and the lives of his entire clan to seal our Lord Qi. Take a step back. And even if it is resurrected, what will happen? At most, it is just in sealing Lord Qi. When the time comes in sacrificing the life of a country's people, the same can be resurrected. Don't forget, Lord Qi is immortal, Xiong Badian said proudly. But right now, only the head of Lord Qi is sealed within our country. The other torsos aren't known to be anywhere yet. I'm sure it's hard to stop Huaxia by just reviving a head, right? Xiong Badian glanced at the State Lord. You know, the head is the most important part of all the torsos, and as long as the head is resurrected, the rest of the torsos, naturally, can be sensed. And, even if only one head is resurrected, you should know that Lord Qi's cultivation is not something you and I can guess. The State Lord nodded. In that case, do it. The Lord of the Bear Kingdom also made up his mind. Well, are the lean men you were told to prepare ready? Xiong Badian asked. It's ready. About 10,000 people have been selected from the country so far. I don't know if that's enough. Well, should be enough. Together with those comatose deities, resurrecting Lord Qi is just around the corner. Lin Sanju's body was hidden in the sky, and the conversation between the two was probed by Lin Sanju's divine sense. So it is. Is that your plan? The so-called slumber of the gods seems to have been manipulated by you. It's still getting interesting. The time has passed. 3 days. Lin Sanjuan's figure once again appeared in the Bear Country conference room. The 5 warring nations all sent their representatives. At the sight of Lin Sanstick's appearance, Eagle Jam Nation was visibly a little angry. What, to open your Qi ruins, you still need Chinese people? The representative of Eagle Sauce Nation said. Hee, everyone is here to help open the relics. Give us face for now, what matters you guys have. Wait until you get out of the relics to settle them. I will never stop you. The Bear Country Lord smiled. Humph! The representative of the Eagle Sauce Nation snorted coldly. This time, I'll definitely tell the people from Huaxia to come back with no return. The Eagle Sauce country then gave a wink to the remaining 3 countries, and all of them understood in seconds and glanced at Lin Stick. Lin Sanzhong, on the other hand, was old and relaxed with his eyes closed, not bothering to pay attention to this group of trash at all. Well, since all of you have arrived, I won't say too much nonsense. Let's leave immediately. The location of this relic is just above the plains in the north of the country. With that, all of them directly rose up into the air and began to set off towards their destination. Other than that, the land of this bear country is bigger than all the countries, I don't know a star. Everyone had small plans in their hearts, and their eyes were filled with ill will as they looked at the bear country's lord. There wasn't much time left, and the crowd had arrived at the designated spot. And on top of the land below stood 10,000 men, every one of them stout, bare-chested, and realizing that the weather in bear country at the moment was over 20 degrees below zero, the group pressed against the cold. At the sight of Xiong Batian, these 10,000 people knelt down in unison, shouting under their breath, "Oh la!" The slogan is the Chinese equivalent of awesome. As everyone stood on top of the plains, this Eagle Sauce country looked at the 10,000 people's group with a disdainful smile. Can't figure out what to make these pieces of for. Think you can get the treasures inside just because there are more people? Hee hee, brother, as I see it. I'm afraid that this bear country only has one deity, Xiong Batian, resurrected, and there's no deity to hold. Definitely thought it would be a bonus in case there was a leak and they picked it up. Humph. Just them. In my opinion, let them search first, and when the good stuff arrives, we'll wait for them at the exit and wipe them out. That way, it also saves a lot of trouble. The 2 men from Eagle Sauce and Fast Country smiled at each other. Your Excellency is a good calculator. Lin Sanzhong still squinted his eyes, unconcerned about the matter. All right, when it's noon, we will open the relics, and everyone will just go in then. All the treasures gained will be yours, and those who have the ability to do so will get more, and our country will definitely not say a word against it. Xiong Batian said. Che, and don't you dare say a word. The Eagle Jam Nation remains unconvinced and resentful. Dad, let's kill all these people as soon as we get inside later, Lin Mo said as he floated beside Lin Stick. That voice pressed without any demonstration, and almost everyone around him heard it. Oh, does Wasia have a big mouth? How dare you 2 unweaned children speak up? Lin Mo looked at the person who spoke. Dad, why don't I slaughter one now to help with the fun? Lin Sanjun slowly opened his eyes. There's no rush. Everything will wait until we get inside, so we don't leave people talking. We Chinese people have always been bright and open. These little mongrels. You can eat as much as you want when you enter the ruins. Really? Lin Mo's eyes were filled with little stars. To know, for so long, Lin Mo has not really killed anyone. He who is a devil by nature, his character is to kill. If not Lin Sanzhong watched, it would have been chaotic. Aha! Lin Sanjun nodded, and the rest of the people, looking to the 2 big talking children, did not take it to heart. After all, the people of China has entered their must-kill list. No matter how big you are, as long as it is China's will have to die. As a little bit of time passes, from the middle of the sky, a long line slowly appeared, and that long line was widening a little bit with the passage of time. Xiong Batian walked out again. The relic gate will open soon, but it will be open for a short time. Chapter 129, Darkness Rat. So the moment it opens, I want everyone to rush in quickly. This time the relics will open in about a month or so. In a month's time, the door to the ruins will open again. It's up to everyone as to what they get out of it. After saying those words, it was as if there was a huge and incomparable crack in that sky that boomed open. In an instant everyone rushed in, those tens of thousands of people, forward and backward, just like that locust transit. While Lin Stick was standing calmly in place, there were of course several powerful deities from this other country also waiting to finally enter. After all, who knows what dangers lie within? When everyone had gone in, Lin Sanzhong glanced at those who hadn't gone in yet and brought Lin Mo, his figure directly transforming into a stream of light into the ruins. The rest of them then flew in. Xiong Batian, on the other hand, revealed a sinister smile. Go on, go on. You will all be food for Lord Qi. Still want the good stuff? Dream on. When Lin Stick arrived at the ruins, he realized that there was no one around him at all. Even Lin Mo had lost his trail and could not be felt at all. However, Lin Stick wasn't worried about Lin Mo's safety. After all, Lin Mo's cultivation wasn't inferior to his own, or a legendary devil, he definitely had his own means. This relic is not simple. Lin Sanjun looked around. One must know that although Lin Sanju's divine sense could not do anything to cover the entire globe, it was still more than enough to cover the entire China. But when he arrived in the middle of this relic, he found that his divine sense could only probe to a distance of about 10 meters. Within that relic, it was completely out of reach. The ground was cratered, as if it were the surface of the moon, and everywhere was filled with dead air. Here, it doesn't seem like it belongs on Earth, does it? Lin Sanclub felt his way forward, and the deeper he went, the more he felt a palpitation. This is possibly an ancient battlefield if I'm right, isn't it? Lin Sanclub took a few steps before a sound of metal breaking came from under his feet. After picking it up, it was found to be a rusty iron sword. AI, it seems that you were once brilliant. Lin Sanjong casually threw the iron sword to the side. After taking a few steps forward, the divine sense sensed that a few meters ahead, inserted with damaged weapons, a skeleton, could only vaguely sense a hint of outline. Upon approaching, the damaged weapon was directly turned into a pile of debris, full of vicissitudes and loneliness. Cluck, cluck, cluck. A sound of chewing bones came out, and it was a little creepy to hear, especially since it was the only sound that could be heard. There are still living things here? Lin Sanju walked towards the direction of the voice, and the next moment the immortal destruction stick appeared in his hand. After walking for not long, a small dirt slope appeared, and the sound was coming from behind the small dirt slope. Who is it? Lin San Stick's voice came out, but the chewing sound also stopped, and it was awfully quiet at the moment. Lin San Stick bravely climbed up the small dirt slope a little bit. Upon seeing the creature behind the breakthrough, Lin Sanjun froze. What a big rat! Only to see that the rat, with at least about 3 meters in length, a mouthful of fangs and a brown fur, was not an earthly species at a glance, especially with a bone dangling from his mouth. At the sight of Lin San Stick, this rat instantly exploded, the hairs on his body standing on end, and his mouth kept making squeaking noises, obviously not expecting that outsiders could appear here. When the two of them looked at each other, the hairs on this rat's body were like a torrential rain of pear flower needles, directly sneaking towards Lin San Stick. Lin San Stick's body lurched, and immediately supported a rain shield, that needle and difficult to enter the slightest. Surprisingly, it's a human immortal level rat. Lin San Stick was also a bit surprised. After all, there wasn't any spiritual chi in here. It was obviously not easy to cultivate to this level of cultivation. Under a stick, this rat also affects the northwest. However, when this rat had just died, a streak of black chi directly surged towards Lin San Stick, and the soul prison on Lin San Stick's body unconsciously manifested, directly absorbing it. This is dark energy? Lin Sanjun was slightly surprised, because he could feel that the black gas, surprisingly, had grown a touch of soul prison, and that heavenly immortal realm cultivation had risen by a hair. If there were more of these rats, I think I would have broken through to the Tao realm before I go out. All at once Lin San Stick was filled with elation and began to look around for the rat. 1 hour later. It shouldn't be, aren't rats swarming creatures? How come this is the only one? Lin Sanjun was somewhat speechless. Stop! Just as Lin Sanjun was puzzled, he was suddenly called out by a voice behind him. Human! Lin San Stick slowly turned his head, only to see a blue-haired, blue-eyed man appear before him. The Fascies. Boy, that's a lot to know. You're the one who just blabbered out there, aren't you? Little by little, the people from the fast country walked towards Lin San Stick. None of your business? Lin San Stick was so focused on finding the creatures in this relic that he didn't have time to bother with the people of this fathom country. After all, the cultivation displayed by the other party was only at the human immortal realm. You kid, you're pretty wild. This fast country still doesn't feel like it's been a crazy death wish. I am the deity of the kingdom of Fath, the Baron of Hell. Kid, if you don't want to die, honestly hand over the acquired treasures. Kowtow to me a few more times, and I'll consider letting you live a little longer. Lin San Stick's anger surged. You're only looking for death, and you don't pick a time to do it? As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard a squeaking sound once again and was delighted. Suddenly, a black figure, with one bite, went towards Hell Baron's head, and Hellboy acted as if he hadn't noticed anything. When the black shadow was seen to appear, it was obviously too late. The head was directly bitten off in one bite, and that blood splattered everywhere. This rat shook his head directly, looking at the splattered blood as if he felt some regret. When the head was eaten, this licked the blood on the ground, completely not noticing the excited Lin Sen Stick. And Lin Sen Stick didn't rush to make a move, watching the rat eat away at the Hell Baron's body little by little. Eat. It's your last dinner. When the rats are done eating. Only then did Lin Sanjun walk a little bit towards rat. However, the rat also sensed Lin Sen Stick's presence and once again squeaked. This time, Lin Sen Stick didn't choose to kill in seconds. Instead, he directly smacked the rat away with a slap. The rat, who was in pain, surprisingly didn't choose to run away, but proceeded to squeak, apparently calling out to his teammates. Chapter 130 Dark Capricious Creatures. Just what I want. Scream as hard as you can. As much as you can. Lin Sanjuan's heart was delighted. Then there was a swish-swish sound from all directions. Apparently there was a pack of rats running towards the area. Not long afterward, only a dense group of rats appeared in Lin San Stick's eyes. One of them, a red-furred rat with a decidedly brighter bark, and stood at the head of the pack, exuding an aura of the Earth Immortal Realm. I see you're the leader of this pack of rats. Lin Sanjun nodded in satisfaction, and roughly estimated that there were at least hundreds of them. I wonder, can it help me break through to the middle stage of Heavenly Immortal? I'm so looking forward to it. Little bells. Lin Sanju called out, and that immortal destruction stick directly turned into a small bell. Smash this bunch for me. Yes, brother. In an instant, the little bell once again transformed into its body, and the huge shadow of the stick directly covered all the rats. Very well. Taste little master's sea-breaking stick. As soon as the words fell, Lin Sanju shot straight up into the sky, his hands gripping the immortal destruction stick. Out of his mouth he shouted, "Break the sea!" Then the shadow of that stick smashed down towards the rats. In the face of this strike, these rats obviously did not expect the human in front of them to be so strong. In particular, the red-haired rat's eyes rolled back, and it instantly fled from the group of rats. And after this stick fell, the vast majority of the rats became soul prison sustenance. The sporadic escape of a few Lins and Stick didn't care, but chased after the red rats. After a while of rounding the corner, Lins and Stick realized that he had lost the chase. It couldn't be helped that divine sense could only cover a distance of about 10 meters. No, my divine sense has actually risen? Lin Senjun gave up tracking and felt his divine sense, which surprisingly spread directly to 30 meters. And although the cultivation level had not reached the middle stage, the power absorbed in the soul prison had already reached the power of darkness that could promote one to the middle stage of heavenly immortal. Could it be because, as my sister said, the two energies must be brought to a balance before they can be promoted? Lin Sanjun turned the ring in his hand. That extreme spirit crystal also began to provide a constant stream of spiritual qi. It was a bit slow, but before exiting the ruins, one should be able to reach the mid-human immortal realm. Lin Sanjun then felt his soul prison again. Suddenly, he realized that this soul prison had become bigger. A few more empty prisons out of nowhere. Could it be that this soul prison has a limit on accepting souls? After all, Lin Sen Stick hadn't absorbed a full soul until now, and he still didn't know the follow-up. But by the looks of things so far, this soul prison should have an absorption limit. The only way to raise the upper limit was by constantly absorbing the power of darkness. Hey, it always feels like it's a shorter month still. I really don't know where I can run into more rats. Lin Sen Stick was obviously a bit depressed and started to move on. Shortly after the current line, a sound of metal clashing was heard. Someone. Lin Sen Stick carefully felt his way forward, and when he was roughly 30 meters closer, his divine sense suddenly unfolded, and he directly saw the situation in front of him. All that could be seen was that about 4 or 5 people were facing off against a group of humanoid creatures in front of them. By the looks of this, it should be someone from the Eagle General's kingdom, right? Lin Sanjun muttered, only, what kind of creature is this Eagle General country facing? The long humanoid silhouette was covered in pitch-black darkness, and those pupils were blood-red in color. Looks just like a soul. I wonder if the soul prison can just absorb these guys. Lin Sanjun watched the battle between the two sides. Looking at each other, their strength was probably all around the human immortal realm. Lin Sanjun also wondered how this Eagle General nation managed to make the mutants so strong. Though the Eagle General's kingdom had a smaller number, only 5, while that dark species had 7. But the fact that the Eagle General side was even vaguely in an advantageous position could also be seen that this group of people was not simple. Captain, what kind of creature is this? Why we can't destroy? One of the Eagle Shogunate members was breathing heavily, and a flame appeared in his palm. Obviously someone who controlled the element of fire. Instead, the captain was holding a trident and wearing a tight-fitting suit, much like that legendary god of the sea. It should be the source biological clock in this altar. Now grab and destroy them. Or it'll be us who die if we keep on consuming. It seems that it's necessary to use a combination of skills. As the captain's words fell, the 5 medium elements appeared directly from within them, and in the blink of an eye, a splendid spell formation appeared with the captain at the center, and the spell infused the energy directly into the captain's body. This captain's cultivation had also climbed to the Earth Immortal realm at this moment. I can't believe there's a combined technique. Looks like this eagle sauce has quite a few secrets. Lin Sanjun peeked from a distance. In the next moment, this captain held his trident and directly stabbed at the dark creature in front of him. The dark creature was also startled when it saw its captain's cultivation skyrocket, and the dark aura emanating from its body began to go wild. In the next second, the trident plunged directly into the dark creature's chest. Captain, it worked. Just as one of the team members was elated, the captain was frowning. No, I feel as if it's stuck in the air. Before the words were finished, the group of dark creatures surged directly into the body of the creature that was stabbed. The body gradually began to grow taller as well. In just a few moments, this dark creature had grown to a height of over 30 meters. That cultivation was even at the terrifying heavenly immortal realm. Not good. They actually know how to combine as well. Retreat. After the captain finished speaking, his figure quickly stormed back. The remaining few people who had no intention of fighting turned around and ran, spread out in all directions, and the dark creature, with a mere glance, chased after the captain in his direction. The captain was flabbergasted. No, what are you always chasing me for? Go after them. The captain wanted to cry, but the direction of escape was the direction where Lin San's stick was. Air. Lin San Club had a speechless face, and when approaching Lin San Club at a distance of about 3 meters, this captain sensed Lin San Club's presence. Toward Lin Sanju's direction it darted. Brothers, please also help. Lin Sanjun had a head full of black lines. Doggone Eagle Jam Country. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Lin San Stick calmly walked out, his arms wrapped around his chest. As Eagle Shogunate took a good look at Lin San Stick's face, his body visibly froze. And in that moment of concentration, the dark creature came straight after him. A hand, which suddenly transformed into a scythe, swept towards the captain. Chinese powerhouse, please also save my life. Count me as owing you a favor. Chapter 131, The Mysterious Black Tower. What do you want to fart eat? Lin Sanjun taunted. Then the scythe directly cut across the captain's neck, blood pouring out, dying horizontally on the spot. Lin Sanjun cursed disdainfully, and immediately after that, the dark creature looked at Lin Sanjun again after killing the captain. That look clearly wanted to kill together. However, as the captain's head fell, it was swallowed into the mouth by this dark creature and began to chew on it, hearing Lin Sanjuan's nausea. It was only when the dark creature finished eating that it once again raised the scythe in its hand towards Lin San's stick. What? Didn't get enough to eat? Lin Sanjun looked at the dark creature calmly. When the dark creature was about to approach Lin San's stick, the soul prison behind that suddenly appeared, and before this dark creature could react, it was absorbed into it. It really is a soul body. Lin Sanjun sighed, and in that soul prison, there was once again an additional cage. I really don't know how long it will take for this relic to come to an end. I don't know how is MO now, said Lin San's stick as he continued to explore deeper. While walking for nearly a day and a night this time, a huge black tower appeared in front of them. And in front of the black tower, there stood a group of humans, apparently also just arrived here, only that fear of the unknown, surprisingly none of them chose to enter. As Lin Sanjun walked out, he met many unsuspecting gazes. After all, most of the people who came to the middle of the ruins were traveling in groups, and only Lin Sanjong brought Lin Mo with him, which, coupled with the strength of Huaxia, had caused many to be disconcerted by it. Chinese, I didn't expect you to find this place. One of them spoke up. You didn't expect much. After speaking, Lin Sanju stopped talking and instead quietly observed the black tower in front of him. The material of this black tower gave Lin Sanjun some déjà vu. That's not easy. The material, obviously, was the same as the Black City in the middle of the rift. Why do you want to go in and have some fun, kid? One of the yellow-haired men looked at Lin San's stick. Actually, we wouldn't object if you wanted to get stuck in, said this yellow hair. Also looked at the people behind him. Yeah, we're not even against it. Lin Sanju smiled wryly. Don't make fear of death sound so great. If you guys had the guts, you'd have gone in a long time ago. Why wait until now? Yellow hair hemmed and hawed. Kid, don't talk so hard. Although we know that there are quite a few dangers inside, you shouldn't forget that whoever goes in first will get a piece of the pie first. As the saying goes, danger and opportunity go hand in hand, don't they? Lin Sanjun glanced at Yellow Hair. Oh, if it's so good, why don't you go in? Yellow Hair was momentarily speechless. It's not getting in, is it? Lin Sanjun had long since seen that this black tower was sealed by a talisman at the gate. Casually picking up a stone on the ground, he threw it towards the black tower gate. Before the stone could touch the gate, a huge ceiling character appeared, and the stone turned into dust. Lin Sanjun frowned and sensed. Although the rune seal was strong, it had weakened quite a bit after so many years. But to open it, it was clear that one person couldn't do it. And this arrangement of sealing charms was obviously handed down from ancient China. With all that, a country that was founded hundreds of years ago obviously can't see the way it works. Since you've discovered the seal of this door, I'm sure you Chinese should have a way to break it, right? Yellow Hair continued. There is indeed a way to crack it, but it's hard to open it by myself alone. Lin San's stick had no intention of hiding it and said painfully. Oh, Yellow Hair's heart rejoiced. How about this? As long as you hand over the cracking method. When the gate opens, I'll let you pick 3 items from the tower? Yellow Hair said loudly, as if the treasure in that tower already belonged to him. Could be. These miscellaneous fishes. Lin San's stick didn't give a damn about them. It's also easy to open the seal. Just keep blasting this gate. Yellow Hair had a disdainful look on his face. Kid, we've already used this method you're talking about, but it doesn't work. No, that's the wrong way for you to do it. Wrong method. Yellow Hair looked at Lin San's stick suspiciously. Not bad. To open this seal, it has to be one person. That is to say, transfer everyone's power within one person's body, and with that person in charge of blasting the gate, it can be opened. Lin Sanjun said thoughtfully. Are you telling the truth? Lin Sanju blankly glanced at Yellow Hair. You love to believe it or not. I'll leave if I don't believe you. I don't have any expectations for the treasures in here anyway. After all, so much time has passed. Even if there were treasures, I reckon they'd be a pile of broken brass. Seeing that Lin Sanju was about to leave, Yellow Hair hurriedly stopped Lin Sanju from going. You can't leave until the gate opens. What you just said about transferring everyone's power into one person's body? Is this method feasible? After all, once the power exceeds the limit of the human body, it will explode before it can be used. Lin Sanclub once again sized up Yellow Hair. You know quite a bit. Yellow Hair tossed his hair. Although I don't think highly of your huaxia, I am indeed incredibly proficient in your huaxia's martial arts. That's easy. Just need to get a few people to dilute the energy and transfer it to you. Yellow Hair nodded with seeming understanding. Since you know so much about it, I see that the carrier is yours. Yellow Hair had a wicked grin on his face. After all, those present were the people Yellow Hair had brought with him, and Yellow Hair wasn't really afraid that Lin Sanju would back out. Are you sure? Lin Sanju's voice was a bit icy. Kid, you don't have to scare me. My hundreds of people are not vegetarians. If you don't act as this carrier, I'll make it impossible for you to walk out. Do you believe me? Lin Sanjun shook his head. I don't believe it. In all my life, no one has ever dared to threaten me. With that, Lin Sanjun turned away once again. Instead, Yellow Hair waved his hand, and a whole bunch of people sprang out, once again blocking Lin San's stick's path. I said, you can't leave. One more move and I'll have you cut on the spot. This Yellow Hair said angrily. Yo, come on. Come on. Let's see who's being so loud. How dare you talk to my dad like that? Lin Sanjun slightly froze, only to see a point of light rapidly flying towards him. Especially that familiar aura, which made Lin San's stick couldn't help but rejoice. Brat, you're strong again. Lin Sanju took Lin Mo in his arms.